Chapter 7:15. This is, looking at the high-rise hotel in front of her, Toru Sakura was stunned and didn't react for a long time. On the side, although Rin Enosaka wasn't as stunned as Toru Sakura, he frowned and looked at Noah with displeasure. Why did you bring us here? To be precise, I just brought Sakura here. Noah corrected him. You followed me here. If I didn't follow you, who knows what you would do to Sakura? Rin retorted. Also, don't call her so intimately. What's your relationship with Sakura? We met by chance. Noah replied with a smile. Of course, we won't be soon. After that, Noah no longer paid any attention to Rin Inaka. He grabbed Tomoyaka's hand again and led her into the hotel. Tomoyaka looked at him in confusion. Let's go, follow me. Noah-san. Toru Sakura said shyly as she looked at Noah holding her hand. Where are you going to take me? That's right. Noah turned his head and smiled. You'll know soon. That guy. Seeing that Noah didn't want to pay attention to him, Rin Enosaka was so angry that his ponytail was about to stand up. How dare he ignore me, I must teach him a lesson. As soon as his voice fell, another calm and cold voice sounded from the surroundings and drilled into Rin Enosaka's ears. Rin, that master doesn't seem to be simple. If you continue to follow him like this, I think it's too irrational. I don't need you to tell me. Rin Enosaka threw out such a sentence without looking back. But that guy has been pestering Sakura, I can't not watch from the side, right? Rin Enosaka didn't wait for a response. Seeing that Noah and Toru Sakura were about to enter the hotel, he quickly followed them. Ding! With the sound of the elevator, Noah, Rin Enosaka, and Tomoki Sakura arrived at the top floor of the hotel. The scene that appeared before their eyes left Noah and the other two young ladies stunned once again. What appeared before the three of them was a very spacious venue. The size of the venue was similar to a ballroom. Not only were there round tables covered with white cloths placed everywhere, there were also long square tables in the corners with all kinds of dishes and glasses filled with champagne placed on them. In addition, there were people in high-class dresses in the venue. There was also a space in the middle for some couples to dance. It was like a ball in the upper class. There was indeed a ball being held here. When Noah appeared with the two girls, many people in the venue turned their attention to them. When they realized that the three people who came were very young and were wearing casual clothes, they looked at each other. In such an atmosphere, not to mention Tomoki Sakura, even Rin Enosaka was a little embarrassed. They were surrounded by upper-class people wearing high-class dresses, only they were wearing casual clothes. Wasn't that like an ugly duckling breaking into a group of swans? Noah. Mr. Noah. Tomoki Sakura unconsciously hid behind Noah, her eyes full of uneasiness. Hey! Rin Enosaka tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but behind his back, he gritted his teeth and growled at Noah. Why did you bring us here? Hearing this, Noah ignored Rin Enosaka and Tomoki Sakura. Under the strange gaze of the people in the venue, after looking around the entire venue, he fixed his eyes on one person. At the same time, that person also looked over and was startled. When he found that it was Noah, he showed a happy expression. After apologizing to the people around him, he came over. Mr. Noah, you actually came? The person who came was wearing a high-class dress. He was a man about 30 years old. He looked like a successful person. His behavior was not only very dignified, but also quite enthusiastic. I thought you weren't coming. I'm sorry, Mr. Fujita. Noah reached out and shook hands with the man who he called Fujita. I changed my mind at the last minute. I hope it won't cause you trouble. Why would it? Fujita shook Noah's hand. He was quite enthusiastic. I'm very happy that you can come. Let me introduce them to you. After a while of greeting with Fujita, Noah turned sideways, letting Rin Enosaka and Tomoki Sakura enter Fujita's field of vision. These two are my companions. I brought them together today to support you. Hello, two beautiful ladies. Fujita politely greeted them. Just like Noah, just call me Fujita. Hello. Tomoki Sakura quickly returned the greeting. Greetings, Mr. Fujita. Rin and Osaka, on the other hand, seemed to have finally adjusted her state of mind. She was like a real noble lady, bowing to Fujita with an elegant attitude. She didn't seem to be as bad as when she was with Noah. I'm sorry to disturb you. As you can see, this is Mr. Fujita, we also recently met by chance. Noah introduced to Rin and Osaka and Tomoki Sakura. Mr. Fujita is a very famous jeweler. During this period of time, he also came to Fuyuki City to look for jewelry, and came here on a business trip because I have a good gem, so we met by chance some time ago. Jeweler? Tomoki Sakura's expression was a little stiff. This is a real upper-class rich man, isn't it? Jeweler? Rin and Osaka, on the other hand, reacted to the word jewelry in an instant. Then, he pretended to be serious and coughed. However, when he looked at Fujita, his eyes sparkled as if he was looking at a fat pig. Fujita was a little scared. The gem in Mr. Noah's hand is the best. At the moment, Fujita quickly said with a smile. When I was in the car, I was attracted by the color of the gem in Mr. Noah's hand. At that time, Mr. Noah seemed to be planning to sell the gem. I was so scared that I even forgot to follow the traffic rules and quickly got out of the car. Because of this, I was fined a lot of tickets, ha. As far as the result is concerned, Mr. Fujita bought the gem in my hand, and I was in need of a sum of money at that time. Both sides had a pleasant discussion. Then, Mr. Fujita invited me to attend today's ball. Noah explained, then said to Fujita. I'm sorry, Mr. Fujita, although I refused at that time, I suddenly came to disturb you today. If possible, can you help us prepare the dress? No problem. Fujita readily agreed. Come with me. Turning around, Fujita called Noah and the others and walked in the direction of the inner room. Behind Fujita, Rin and Osaka quietly walked to Noah's side and asked as if he couldn't stand it. Hey, what are you going to do? Mr. Noah. Tong Ying's face became even more uneasy. Are we going to the ball too? That's not very good, right? You always have this idea that makes you feel so inferior. Noah glanced at Tong Ying with a smile. Don't worry, I'll tell you today, you don't have to feel inferior at all. About half an hour later, Noah, wearing a black tuxedo, reappeared at the ball and attracted a lot of attention. Noah originally had an otherworldly temperament and a free and easy atmosphere. In addition, his appearance was not bad. With the tuxedo, Noah naturally looked like he came from an extraordinary background. Many women in the ball frequently looked at him. Fortunately, the women here were all from the upper class and had a lot of education. They were not as bold as the students when Noah worked in Kamigami Academy. However, they always looked at Noah with passionate eyes. Many of them even raised their wine glasses to Noah with some shyness and greeted Noah from a distance. Noah also raised his glass and responded to the people around him with a smile. At least on the surface, he did enough. Noah was not a country boy who had never attended a ball before. No matter which world, Noah more or less came into contact with the upper class, so he was naturally familiar with this. At this time, there was a slight noise around him. Noah subconsciously looked in the same direction as the hubbub, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 7:16. At this moment, everyone in the ballroom tacitly cast their eyes in one direction and subconsciously stopped what they were doing, making the entire ballroom fall into a brief silence. Not for anything else, but because there were two beautiful flowers that attracted everyone's attention. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst the clear sound of high heels landing on the ground, two young girls walked out side by side from the inner room of the venue, slowly walking out. They were naturally Rin and Osaka and Tama Tanjing. However, at this moment, Rin and Osaka and Tama Tanjing were no longer the girls who would be looked at strangely by the people in the ballroom. At this moment, everyone's gaze on Rin and Osaka and Tama Tanjing was no longer strange, only amazement and admiration. They saw that Rin and Osaka and Tama Tanjing had changed out of their uniforms and put on a rather high-class dress. Rin and Osaka was wearing a bright red dress made of very high-end fabric. The bright red gown seemed to be meant to accentuate Rin and Osaka's elegance. It was embellished with jade fragments, and the hem was long enough to reach her ankles. It was like a cheongsam, with a split in the middle. It perfectly displayed Rin and Osaka's charm in an instant. In addition, Rin and Osaka's black hair, which was originally tied into two ponytails, had been completely removed from her hair accessories. Instead, it was tied into a long ponytail on the right side of her head, making her look even more noble and charming. Tama Tanjing, who was walking beside Rin and Osaka, was also beautiful. Originally, Tama Tanjing had a very delicate appearance, and her figure was also tall and full, more suitable than Rin and Osaka to wear a dress. Now, Tama Tanjing was wearing a pink dress. But different from Rin and Osaka, Tama Tanjing was wearing a princess dress style. Her white shoulders were directly exposed to the air, and the hem was like a pleated long skirt that went straight to the feet. Only a pair of high heels could enter the eyes of others. Lightly walking, it made people feel as if they were looking at a person dancing elegantly, very eye-catching. The appearance of the two girls was like a bright flower blooming under the sun, eye-catching. Although it was not to the extent that everyone in the ballroom fell in love with them, but everyone's eyes were instantly filled with the figures of the two girls at this moment, revealing their emotions. Other than amazement, there was only admiration. Noah was the only one who noticed that something was amiss. Or rather, it should be said that he noticed a trace of abnormality in the two girls' behavior. Rin and Osaka's charming face had a unique smile. She really did look like a well-educated young miss. Her movements and posture were very elegant, without a trace of stiffness. Perhaps it was because she had never attended a ball like this before, but even though her movements and posture weren't stiff, the smile on her face was a little fake. If one wasn't familiar with Rin and Osaka, they wouldn't be able to tell. As for Tong Ying, this young girl did not have the slightest bit of elegance in her actions. Instead, she lowered her head and did not dare to look around. She seemed very uneasy. In addition, Tama Tanjing seemed to have never worn high heels before. Her footsteps were more or less unsteady. If Rin and Osaka was not by her side, she would have been seen through. Under such circumstances, the two girls who were originally just ordinary high school students were forced to the edge of a cliff. At least at this moment, with their elegant posture, they stepped into the scene of the upper-class scene. If this continued, even Rin and Osaka would not be able to stand the gaze of the upper-class people around them, right? Immediately, Noah shook his head and laughed. Well, it's time to help them out. Saying this, Noah put down the wine glass in his hand, stepped in the direction of the two girls, and walked in the direction of the two girls. With this move, Noah also became the focus of everyone's attention, and to a certain extent, the surrounding people's attention was drawn away from Rin and Osaka and Tama Tanjing to a certain extent. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, under Rin and Osaka's somewhat angry eyes and Tama Tanjing's uneasy expression, Noah came in front of the two girls, bent down, and extended one of his hands to Tama Tanjing. "This beautiful lady, can I have a dance with you?" "Huh?" Tama Tanjing suddenly panicked. Me? Yes." Noah smiled at Tong Ying with a smile that couldn't be found wrong with it. "I hope this beautiful lady will do me the honor." Tama Tanjing looked at Rin and Osaka, not knowing what to do. "Isn't it good?" Rin and Osaka did not know if it was because Noah did not invite him, but he turned his head away. "If you don't dance, then it's not a ball." But. Tama Tanjing tightly held the hand with the white glove, and said with extreme nervousness. "I don't know how to dance." "Don't worry," Noah said softly with a smile. "I will lead you, you just need to follow me." After that, Noah did not even give Tama Tanjing a chance to react, and directly took Tama Tanjing's hand and moved in the direction of the dance floor. Now, Tama Tanjing could only tightly hold Noah's hand and use this to eliminate the uneasiness in her heart. Not long after, the two came to the center of the dance floor. With one hand holding Tama Tanjing's hand, and the other hand on Tama Tanjing's waist, Noah looked at Tama Tanjing's still uneasy expression and said in a mosquito's voice. "Relax, just leave it to me, trust me." The words, "trust me," made Tama Tanjing's uneasiness inexplicably dissipate a little. Looking at Noah's dark and deep eyes, she subconsciously nodded. Seeing this, Noah smiled and led Tama Tanjing to dance slowly in the center of the dance floor. Although Noah doesn't know any modern dance, but when it comes to social dancing, because he once needed to go to many occasions in the world of the Dark Bullet, he also learned it for a period of time. For Noah, who is good at using his body to fight in close combat, the movements of social dancing are much easier to learn than he imagined. It didn't take long for Noah to almost completely master it, and he has also shown it on many occasions. Now, the world is different, and the dance partner is no longer a high-level official who needs to be skilled on the surface. Noah just took the girl who was inexplicably very inferior to herself, and led the girl named Tama Tanjing with the most concise, clear, and easy movements, followed the music and immersed in the dance steps. Tama Tanjing felt as if she couldn't control her body, and she was always led by Noah. However, Tama Tanjing's heart, under the influence of Noah and the music, was gradually immersed in it, but she kept looking directly at Noah's eyes, and gradually there were ripples in her eyes. The people around seemed to have been influenced by Noah and Tama Tanjing, and they began to join the dance ranks. As for those who didn't join in, they stood at the side and watched the young man and woman dancing gracefully in the middle of the dance floor with knowing smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with delight, and they seemed to be quite fond of it. Lowering his head, Noah met Tama Tanjing's eyes, who had been looking at him, and said softly, "You see, everyone is looking at you without any disdain or disgust at all, right?" Tangjing seemed to have been awakened. She looked around and saw those people who were pointing at Noah and herself. However, there was no disdain or disgust in their eyes. Instead, they were quite appreciative of them. "So, you don't need to feel inferior at all." Noah's voice echoed softly in Tama Tanjing's ears. "Although it's incredible, I don't know why, but I can feel that there seems to be a shadow in your heart. I know that you must be a person with a lot of stories." Tama Tanjing immediately lowered her head and fell silent. "Everyone has their own secrets, and I won't force you to do anything," Noah said with a smile as if he didn't see Tama Tanjing's performance. "But, no matter what, at least, you must not give up on yourself, and that's right." Tama Tanjing almost involuntarily said such a sentence. "What if I can't save myself at all?" Noah said without hesitation. "Then wait until you can't do anything, and then ask for help from those you can trust." "Ask for help?" Tama Tanjing was stunned. "There's nothing to hesitate about," Noah said casually. "After that, I'll use my whole life to repay them." These words directly swayed into Tama Tanjing's heart, and did not calm down for a long time. Chapter 717. Because of Noah, Rin Hasaka and Tomoki Sakura skipped class for the whole day and stayed at the hotel's ball for the whole day. It wasn't until evening that Noah, Rin and Osaka, and Tomoki Sakura expressed their gratitude to Fujita for entertaining them. They walked out of the hotel under Fujita's escort. Sigh. Rin sighed as soon as they left the hotel. "I feel more tired than ever today." Tomoki nodded, but she also remembered the scene where she and Noah danced on the dance floor. She glanced at Noah, blushed, turned around, and bowed to Noah to thank him. "Thank you, Noah-san. Thank you for taking care of us today." "Oh." Noah raised his eyebrows. "Finally, it's not an apology, but a thank you." "I'll gladly accept it." "Accept what?" As if his sore spot had been touched, Rin Enbin came to Xiao Ying's side and faced Noah. He pointed at Noah's nose. "Because of you, we skipped classes for a whole day. How are we going to explain this to the school tomorrow? Can't you just tell them the truth?" Noah shrugged. "Just tell your teacher that someone invited you to the dance. That's easy." "That's not a treat." Rin was angry when she saw Noah's carefree attitude. "No matter what, after today, don't bother Sakura anymore." Hearing Rin Enbin's words, Noah suddenly remembered something and looked at Tosakura. "By the way, your feet should be fine, right?" Yes. Tomoki's eyes were a little evasive. No, no problem, please don't worry, is that so? Noah nodded. That's good. Humph, Rin snorted, turned around, and said to Tomoki. It's getting late, Sakura, you should go back first. Huh? Tomoki suddenly tilted her head. Then, what about Tenisaka-senpai? Me? Rin and Osaka glanced at Noah. I still have some things to take care of. There was no need to ask to know who Rin Enben was referring to. Tongying opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she chose not to say it and nodded. I understand. I'll go back first. Sorry, I won't be seeing you off. Rin Enben turned around and looked at Noah with a serious expression. You, come with me. With that, Rin and Osaka turned and left without waiting for Noah's reply. Undoubtedly, that girl acts like a lady when she's with others, but when she's with me, it's like she's facing an enemy. It's as if I owe her money and haven't returned it. Noah shook his head helplessly. Then Xiaoying, I won't send you off. Be careful when you get home. Yes. Tongying clenched her hands tightly. In the end, she couldn't hold back and said this to Noah. Noah-san, Tenisaka-senpai only said those words to protect me. Please don't take it to heart. Also, please don't get into a conflict with Tenisaka-senpai because of me. Okay. Noah patted Tongying's shoulder. Don't worry. With that, Noah followed behind Rin Enben and left the scene. Looking at Noah and Rin Enben walking further and further away, Tongying bit her lips. Her heart was filled with worry. Whether it was Noah or Rin Enben, they both thought that Tongying was just an ordinary outsider. They didn't expect that Tongying's understanding of the Holy Grail War was no less than theirs. Of course, Tongying also knew that Noah and Rin Enben had both become master. If Noah and Rin Enben really fought, what should she do? Undoubtedly, Tongying knew this, but she couldn't do anything. She felt powerless. At this time, Tongying recalled Noah's words. When you can't do anything, ask others for help. Muttering such a sentence, Tongying opened one of her hands and let the back of her hand face herself. On it, the bruise-like sacred mark was particularly conspicuous under the setting sun. Today, in order to not let Noah and Rin Enben discover this sacred mark, Tongying had been using the long sleeve of her uniform to cover the back of her hand. She had also been careful not to let Noah and Rin Enben discover this sacred mark. Looking at this sacred mark, Tongying struggled in her heart. If she could summon a servant, then she would have the ability to stop all of this and also have the ability to save herself. In addition, Tongying also said that as long as she gave him the Holy Grail, he would let Tongying leave the Tong family. That was something that Tongying had always dreamed of. However, whether it was Noah or Rin Enben, they were both people that Tongying didn't want to hurt. If she summoned a servant and became the master, then she would have to become enemies with those two people. Only this, absolutely not. Tongying tightly held the sacred mark on the back of her hand. After a long time, Tongying's heart flashed with an idea that calmed her down. Following behind Rin Enben, Noah came to the inside of a forest. Once they were deep in the woods and out of sight of the skyscrapers, Rin Dosaka stopped and turned around to face Noah with a serious expression on his face. On the other hand, Noah's face was as calm as ever. After looking around, he said casually. Is this all? Ah, this is all. Rin Enben raised his hand and showed the back of his hand to Noah. If you see this, you will understand, right? On the back of Rin Enben's hand, there were 3 simple symbols that looked like the sun. That was Rin Enben's command incantation. I don't need you to tell me that you summoned a servant, Rin Enben. Noah did not even look at the back of Rin Enben's hand. Instead, he looked at the person beside Rin Enben. After all, the person beside you has been targeting me. If he didn't have any ill intentions, my servant would have killed him already. You're still so confident, but I'll say the same thing. Don't think that you can defeat me. Rin Enben was not angry at all. Although my servant is not the strongest saber, it is not to be underestimated. As soon as he finished his words, a red shadow appeared. Profession, Archermaster, Rin Enbin. Real name? Attributes, neutral, moderate ability points, strength, D durability, C agility, C magic power, B luck, E relics. Profession skills, against magic power, D magic power of this level could be easily broken by a slightly stronger magician. Solo action, even if the master's magic power supply is interrupted, it has the ability to act on its own temporarily. Level B. When the master is lost or the contract is cancelled, it can last for about 2 days without magic power supply. Protection skills, clairvoyance, also known as the eagle's eye vision ability, it was a necessary ability for an archer. It was also often used for reconnaissance. Just by looking from a high place, you could see the whole town and search for the enemy. In addition, it also affected the shooting accuracy of the bow. When the bow was set up, even if the opponent was moving at high speed, as long as the distance was within 4 kilometers, you could accurately snipe. The accuracy of the long-distance sniping beyond the human territory could be carried out. Magic, C, A+, the magic that he had learned in his previous life was generally ordinary. Before he became a heroic spirit, it was very difficult for him to even use enhance. However, he had another magic that could be said to be unique. He could replicate almost perfect weapons, including the composition of materials. When he replicated, he could even read the effects of the master's skills. Even the servant's noble phantoms and combat skills were no exception. Only when he used this magic, the skill would be upgraded to A+ level. Mind's eye, true be the insight cultivated from cultivation and forging was the ability to calmly grasp one's own situation and the enemy's ability in a disadvantageous situation and find a battle theory that allowed one to find a way to survive. Class B meant that even if there was only a 1% chance of reversing the situation, one would be able to grasp the opportunity and implement it with tactics. Based on the information obtained, one would be able to predict the opponent's actions and break out of the situation. That was only supported by overwhelming combat experience and was not something one could achieve. It was a skill that could only be obtained through repeated cultivation. Chapter 7:18. Almost at the moment when the archer's servant appeared, Noah had already seen through his ability value. After seeing through Archer's ability value, Noah's heart was full of surprise. There were 3 points of surprise. 1. As one of the 3 knights, the ability value of the archer's servant was too low. It was much lower than Lancer, who was also one of the 3 knights. 2. In Archer's ability value, there was nothing in the column of the noble phantasm, not even a level. It was really puzzling. 3. As everyone knew, the servants of the 3 knights had magic skills. Although the archer in front of him also had magic skills, the level was only D level. It could only nullify the level of magic. In other words, this archer not only did not have the ability value to match the name of the 3 knights, but he also did not have the magic strength that the 3 knights should have. How should he say it? Wasn't he too weak? Of course, the blank column of the noble phantasm and Archer's skills attracted Noah's attention. Perhaps Archer was the same as Rider. They were the type that was particularly outstanding in terms of noble phantasm and skills. After seeing through Archer's ability value, Noah saw Archer's appearance. It was a man who was half a head taller than Noah. He was wearing a red and black knight's suit. His skin was quite dark, and his hair was white. Indeed, I have been locking on to your breath. Under Noah's gaze, the archer's servant also looked straight at Noah and said expressionlessly, "But I didn't expect that you actually found out. It's really rare to see a magician with such a keen sense. You shouldn't only be wary of your servant. Do you also need to be wary of the master?" Noah's eyebrows suddenly raised. This archer directly said such a sentence in front of him. Wasn't it a bit too arrogant? "I don't need you to remind me, Archer." Rin and Osaka was still staring at Noah. "Then, isn't it time for your servant to show his face?" Hearing Rin and Osaka's words, Noah smirked. "Since he has asked for it, Rider, come out and show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint blue mist appeared behind Noah's back, exposing Ryder's figure to the air and entering Rin Enbin and Archer's sight. Ryder's servant? Archer turned to look at Ryder. Seems like a hero spirit with quite a strong background. Rin and Osaka did not say anything. Like Noah, he directly used his authority as a master to check Ryder's ability value. Of course, Rin and Osaka wasn't like Noah, who was able to see the servant's class and skills clearly. However, as a master, it was not a problem for him to see the basic value of the ability value. Therefore, Rin Hasaka clearly saw Ryder's ability value, and his expression changed. Strength and durability are grade B, agility is grade A, luck and relic are grade A+, and mana is grade A+. Even the lowest is grade B. What's going on? That servant. Ryder's strength was obviously beyond Rin and Osaka's expectations. TSK. Even Archer was a little speechless. I thought that the most outstanding magician in this Holy Grail war would be Ling. Was I wrong? No, if it's just magic, I might not even be able to compete with a normal magician, let alone the heir of the Enosaka family who is in charge of this land, Noah said bluntly. As a magician, I'm not qualified. But in terms of mana, I don't think there's any magician better than me, right? You don't have to tell me that. Rin Enosaka subconsciously raised his hand like a gun and pointed it at Noah. He gathered some mana at the tip of his finger. With such a level of mana, why are you still thinking about Sakura? Rin Enosaka thought that Noah was trying to get close to Sakura so that his servant could collect mana from ordinary people. If it's as you said, with such a level of mana, why would I still think about Sakura? Noah crossed his arms and asked. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm going to say this for the last time. My meeting with Xiaoying was a coincidence. I do care about her, but it's not to the point where I have bad intentions. Don't try to apply the rules of a magician to me. I've said it before, as a magician, I'm not qualified. Right now, the only magic I can use are limited to 2, and they're just the simple, magic bullet, and the most basic, enhancement. You. What are you doing? Rin Enosaka was shocked. You actually revealed your abilities to your enemy? Are you crazy? Well, if it's only the magician part, it's fine even if I reveal it. Noah looked at Rin Enosaka with a half-smile. Or are you saying that only the magician part of the game can be used in battle? Rin Enosaka was speechless. Whether it's demeanor, ability, or style, they're all quite surprising. Archer spread his hands and said sarcastically. Rin, it's a pity. Even if he's not a magician, as a master, he's a formidable opponent. I already said, I know that even if you don't say it. Rin Enbin said hatefully. He gathered mana on his fingertip and pointed it at Noah. He took a deep breath and asked. He took a deep breath and said, then, Ryder's master, do you want to fight me here? Are you sure? Noah sighed. It's a pity, but I have to tell you that you can't win against me. Rin Enosaka's eyes twitched. Oh. Even Archer narrowed his eyes. You're that confident that I'm not a match for Ryder? I'm not sure if you're a match for Ryder, Noah said calmly. But, while you're fighting Ryder, I'll take care of your master. I'm sure of that. The corners of Rin Enbin's mouth twitched, and even his body trembled slightly. He closed his eyes and suppressed the anger in his heart as he spoke in a low voice. Ah, I should have thought of that. You've been so confident since the beginning. I'm such an idiot for talking to you. No, you should be glad that you talked to me. At least you know the truth. Noah shrugged. Right, you must think that I'm just being confident. I won't deny it. I just want to say that as long as you're a magician, you can't win against me. It's up to you to believe it or not. As long as I'm a magician, I can't win against you. Rin Enosaka frowned. Not to mention Rin Enosaka, even Archer who had been observing Noah frowned. He doesn't look like he's lying, and there's no need for that. Did he prepare a method that only works on magicians? I've already revealed enough information to you, so you can figure out the rest yourselves. Noah said in a tone that seemed to be both true and false. It was as if he was deliberately mystifying things, but at the same time, it was as if he was really serious. What do you think? Do you still want to decide the winner here? Rin and Osaka looked at Noah's confident expression. He didn't know whether Noah was deliberately mystifying or not. He gritted his teeth. You mean, if we don't want to, you'll let us go? Not really. After all, I have my own goals. I need to witness this Holy Grail war. Noah said. However, if he were to fight with you here, that kid who finally gained a little confidence would probably have to worry about something else, right? This time, Rin and Osaka was silent. It was obvious that Rin and Osaka had the same concerns as Noah. At this moment, a giggle that sounded like a silver bell rang out. Then, why don't you play with me? Chapter 7:19. Then, why don't you play with me? As the clear and melodious voice that sounded like a silver bell rang, everyone, led by Noah, tensed up and turned their heads abruptly to look into the depths of the forest. Who is it? Because of Noah, Rin Enbin was filled with anger, and his tone became rather nasty. Don't hide, since you're here, come out. Ah la, so scary. The bell-like voice sounded with a hint of laughter. The heir of the Enbin family is so uncultured, how disappointing. Saying such a sentence, a footstep stepped on the leaves, causing a rustling sound to be heard as it slowly approached, little by little. There was only one footstep. However, Noah, with his sharp senses, could sense that there was an unusually dangerous aura beside the footsteps. That aura could no longer be described by humans, it was like a ferocious beast, full of ruthlessness, causing Noah to frown. Then, in the depths of the forest, a petite figure slowly walked into everyone's vision, revealing her full appearance under the illumination of the setting sun. Seeing the owner of the voice, both Noah and Rin Enbin were stunned. This was because the newcomer was an unexpected presence. Who? A slight breeze swept through the forest, blowing up the leaves and dust. It also blew up the long hair that was as white as snow and as beautiful as Mercury. She was wearing a snow jacket and a snow hat on her head. She was less than 1.5 meters tall and looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Traces of her immaturity could be seen everywhere. At first glance, she looked like a fairy in the snow. This little girl stepped on the decaying leaves and withered branches, slowly walking out from the depths of the forest. She was like a playful little girl, with her hands behind her back, leaning sideways, and bending over, with a very cute smile on her face. She spoke to Noah and Rin Enbin in a crisp voice. How are you? It had to be said that this girl was indeed a very cute little fairy. However, the moment he saw this cute girl, Noah's frown deepened, and even Rin Enbin's face tensed up, his expression rather solemn. There was no other reason. It was because both Noah and Rin Enbin could sense a very sinister aura from this naive girl. Noah even sensed it. There was a trace of blood on this girl's body. It was obvious that she was not as innocent as her appearance and words made her seem. Apart from that, there were traces of magic around the girl's body, proving that she wasn't an ordinary person. TSK. Rin Enbin clicked his tongue. Master? That's right. The girl smiled sweetly, lifting her skirt, and bowed slightly. I am Elia Fischer von Erzbergen. Erzbergen? Rin Enbin's expression became even more frightening. Erzbergen? Noah's heart skipped a beat. The Erzbergen of the 3 magic families that established this Holy Grail war ritual? Oh. The big brother over there seems to know it very well. The girl named Elia looked curiously at Noah. Although I haven't seen Rin, I've heard of him. I don't know this big brother. Who are you? After saying that, Elia seemed to be amused by her own question and showed a cute smile, but the words that came out of her mouth were terrifying. Well, forget it. Anyway, I don't know where this master came from. Since it's a master, then let's kill them together. Turning around, Ilya unguardedly exposed her back to Noah's group. Soon after, she called out. Come out. Berserker. As soon as she finished speaking, a dense blue mist appeared behind Ilya. Then, compared to the surprise that Ilya's overly young appearance had brought to Noah's group, a figure that was the complete opposite of the extreme appeared. He was at least 2 meters tall and had messy black hair. His muscles were quite taut, and his body was very strong. He wore an armor battle skirt and held a ferocious-looking axe in his hand. His upper body was exposed, and he was barefooted. With the appearance of this burly man, the beast-like violent aura that Noah had just sensed also spread out from him, instantly covering the entire forest. Noah and Rin Enben's eyes focused at the same time, and a faint light appeared in their eyes. The next moment, the ability value of the Berserker servant was presented in different degrees in front of Noah and Rin Enben. Rin Enben could only see the Berserker's ability value. Noah, on the other hand, obtained all the information of the Berserker except for the noble phantasm. Thus, a list of ability values appeared in Noah's mind. Job rank, Berserker Master, Elia Fischer von Erzburn. Real name. Attribute, Chaos, Fury. Ability value, Strength, A+. Durability, A. Agility, A. Magic Power, A. Luck, B. Noble Phantasm, A. Job rank. Skill, Fury, B. Ace. The price to pay for losing his rationality, Berserker's job rank skill is given. Level B. In the case of losing half of his rationality, all of his ability values are increased. Preservation skill, Battle Continuation, 8 was a skill that allowed a person to continue fighting even when they were on the brink of death. Furthermore, the death rate of the injured person would also decrease. This represented the ability to survive because even if the person died, they would be revived with the help of the relic. It was extremely compatible with the battle that made it difficult for the person to die. This was the best effect brought about by the combination of a strong body and this skill. Mind's Eye, Fake B. The ability to avoid danger was honed through many difficult adventures, based on intuition and sixth sense. Even if one's rationality was taken away due to berserk, this ability that was close to instinct was still effective. When fighting against opponents with rich combat skills and battle experience, one wouldn't be deceived by half-baked feints, so this was a very troublesome ability for the opponent. Furthermore, even though he was a giant, his agility was also at the highest level, so even chasing after him would be very difficult. Bravery, A+. With the spirit of bravery, he will not be able to use mental interference skills such as coercion, confusion, and confusion. However, as long as he is in the fury state, the effect of the skill will not be used. When the effect is used correctly, it can also increase the damage to the enemy. With this, he can defeat many monsters with his bare hands. Unfortunately, even the bravery warrior's heart was destroyed due to the fury state. Divinity, Ace. The hybrid of the main god and human in Greek mythology, he will be welcomed after death and become a real god. Therefore, he has the highest level of divinity skills as a servant. When the data of the ability value was fed back, even Noah's face gradually became serious. Is this a lie? Noah did not need to look at the source of the voice. He knew that the trembling voice must be from Rin Enben, who saw Berserker's ability value. Although there was no way to see Berserker's class and skills, Rin Enben must have seen Berserker's ability value. Strength, durability, agility, magic, and noble phantasm. Other than luck, which was level B, the rest were all level A, the highest level. Strength was even level A+. Was there any ability value more ridiculous than this? Not only did we have a guy with A++ mana, but now we have a servant with the highest level in all abilities. There should be a limit to this joke, right? Rin Enben's voice was raised unconsciously. Is there anyone weaker than my Archer in this Holy Grail war? I'm sorry. Archer looked at Berserker solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Berserker. However, although it's not appropriate for me to say this, Rin, it's better to retreat here." Retreat? That won't do. Ilya's innocent voice sounded. Because I'm going to kill. Chapter 720. A murderous atmosphere filled the forest under the setting sun, giving Rin Enben and Archer a lot of pressure. Looking at Berserker, who was guarding Ilya like an iron tower, Noah said to Ryder, who was beside him. What do you think? Ryder. Of course, he was asking Ryder if he had the confidence to deal with this berserker. And as usual, Ryder answered Noah's question in an extremely simple and concise manner with a taciturn manner. If you use all your skills and noble phantoms, you can try. In other words, if Ryder didn't use all his skills and noble phantoms, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the Iron Tower. This answer was also within Noah's expectations. After all, Berserker's ability value was too ridiculous. The so-called rank of Berserker was, in fact, a rank that could only be held by heroes who had gone crazy in battle. A servant was just a clone of a hero's spirit that was outside the world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it would be ideal for a servant to be able to unleash the full potential of their heroic spirit body, in other words, the full potential of their heroic spirit body. However, Berserker's rank would break this ideal state. Berserker's rank would strengthen the servant by using the skill of Berserker's rank. If a strong hero spirit became a Berserker, it was very likely that it would be strengthened beyond the hero spirit's original strength. As such, this job rank was usually used to strengthen weak heroic spirits. However, even if one was stupid, after seeing the ability value of the Iron Tower in front of them, they wouldn't think that he was a weak hero spirit. On the contrary, he should be at the highest level among all hero spirits. Such an existence was strengthened by Berserker's rank. Noah didn't know if he had really surpassed the hero spirit's original strength. What Noah knew was that in terms of ability value, Berserker was definitely the strongest hero in this Holy Grail war. If it weren't for Berserker's ability, Berserker's mana consumption would increase regardless of whether it was maintaining the current world or fighting. It would be a huge burden to the Master, and it might even cause the Master to die due to mana depletion. In addition, because of Berserker's noble phantom's ability might also be affected, it would really be impossible to fight with such a guy. The only fortunate thing was that this Berserker didn't have any noble phantoms or noble phantoms. Therefore, Noah, who could transform into a mobile cannon, should be able to suppress this guy. In addition, Ryder would be assisting him. Victory wasn't an extravagant hope. Noah took a step forward and said to Rin Enbin without turning his head. It's up to you whether you want to fight or run. If you want to run, now is the time. If you want to fight, then remember, don't drag me down. Seeing that Noah didn't retreat and chose to face such a monster without fear, Rin Enbin and Archer were stunned. Then, each of them reacted differently. I've underestimated your demeanor and courage. Archer, who had been making sarcastic remarks since the beginning, admired Lin Huang from the bottom of his heart. With such demeanor and courage, there's no doubt that you're a hero. If you're given some time, I guess your achievements won't be any lower than the average hero spirit, right? Although I won't force myself, I won't think that running away is embarrassing. Running away is also a strategic choice. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and stepped forward. However, we have 2 servants here, and there's only one enemy. If I don't try and run away, then I'll be ashamed of the Enbin family's reputation. Did you hear that? The young lady over there. Noah smirked. That's why we're going to start killing. It's very dangerous over there, so hurry and run away. Big brother, are you worried about me? Ilya was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled happily. What a gentle big brother. Then I'll be extra gentle and let Berserker kill you. After saying that, Ilya's tender voice sounded without the slightest trace of emotion. Kill. Berserker. After saying that, the Iron Tower-like man suddenly raised his head, and a fierce aura burst out from his body. Roar. In the midst of a beast-like roar, the atmosphere of mutual hostility suddenly exploded. Berserker's eyes were filled with a dense murderous light. His huge arms grabbed the ferocious axe and fiercely stomped his feet on the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble. Then, with the help of the powerful thrust, Berserker charged out like a giant black cannon. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Noah, who was standing at the front. Whoosh! Berserker's ferocious aura rapidly rose from the axe and sword in Berserker's hands, bringing about ear-piercing whistling sounds. It was like a huge club, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black shadow and directly chopped down on Noah's head. Such a ruthless attack was completely compatible with the name Berserker. Whoosh! Berserker's bangs were blown into a mess by the axe and sword. Facing the deadly ferocious axe and sword, Noah's expression didn't change. He didn't move at all, as if he was frightened, and stood in place. Of course, that wasn't because Noah was arrogant enough to think that he didn't need to defend against this terrifying attack. It was just that someone bravely stepped forward, and with agility not inferior to Berserker, suddenly appeared in front of Noah. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of chains clanging echoed in the air. Ryder, who had rushed in front of Noah, fiercely swung the sharp chain dagger in his hand, and instantly activated the monstrous strength skill, causing the sharp dagger to tear through the air, making a sharp sound as it met Berserker's axe and sword head-on. Clang! The chain dagger and the ferocious axe fiercely clashed together, causing a loud sound and sparks to fly everywhere. With the help of the monstrous strength skill, Ryder was able to block Berserker's powerful attack. However, Ryder wasn't the type that was good at close combat, and the monstrous strength skill also had a duration. Bang! In the midst of the explosion, Ryder, who only felt a terrifying force from the chain dagger, was forced to kneel down by the ferocious axe and sword, causing the ground to explode into pieces. He actually went head-on. Rin, who finally reacted, said, "Archer." Archer didn't need Rin Tozaka's reminder. He leaped onto the top of a tall tree. Mana surged in his hands, and a black longbow appeared in his hands. The longbow looked like it was made of iron and wood. "If I go head-on, it won't take long for me to be sent flying, right?" Archer calmly raised the bow in his hand. Vigorous mana emerged from his body and turned into an arrow in his other hand. Then, he knocked it on the bow. "So, I'll be responsible for the firepower output. Ryder, remember to avoid it, I won't remind you." After saying that, dense magic gathered at the tip of Archer's arrow, and traces of electricity appeared in the air. Feeling the power brewing behind him, Ryder, who was half kneeling on the broken ground, suddenly raised his head, and once again activated the monster's strength skill. In the midst of the sound, the chain dagger madly rubbed against the ferocious axe, causing violent sparks, and at the same time, Ryder struggled to support his body. Roar! Berserker seemed to have felt the magic power that was gathering around him. He let out a roar, and the veins on his sturdy arm that was holding the ferocious axe were bulging. He suddenly pressed Ryder down again. That scene could only be described with one sentence. Extremely barbaric. Chapter 721. Although Ryder's strength didn't reach the highest level of A, with the help of the monstrous strength skill, he could still reach a level in a very short time. However, Berserker's strength was at A+ level. Under normal circumstances, he was almost on par with Ryder when he used the monstrous strength skill. However, once the plus effect appeared, even if he used the monstrous strength skill to increase his strength to a level, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Berserker. Clang! With a crisp sound of collision, Ryder was sent flying by Berserker along with his chain dagger. Roar! After forcing Ryder to retreat, Berserker's feet fiercely stomped on the ground. His tower-like figure burst into the sky, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Archer, who was standing on top of a tree. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and his ferocious axe was directly aimed at Archer's head. Looking at the situation, if Archer was hit, even if he was a servant, his brain would be splattered everywhere. Ha! However, at this moment, Archer let out a cold roar. Wang! As soon as Archer finished his words, the wind in the entire forest seemed to have solidified. Then, a strong gust of wind blew. A strong magical force mixed with the wind rapidly condensed at the tip of Archer's arrow that was aimed at Berserker. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had completely condensed. Finally, it tore through the air, and with a sharp sound, it hovered in the air. Whoosh! The arrow that contained an extremely tyrannical magical force shot down from the air. Its speed was somewhat terrifying. On the surface of the arrow was a whirlwind, as if it was condensed by the wind. Like a meteor, it pierced through the air and shot towards Berserker's direction. Because Berserker had soared into the sky, he had nowhere to borrow strength. Facing such an attack, he naturally couldn't dodge it as easily as if he was on the ground. Roar! Berserker could only open his mouth and let out a low roar. A circle of dense magical force rushed out from his body like lightning. Finally, it condensed on Berserker's axe. Berserker swung it heavily to meet the incoming meteor-like arrow. The sharp sound of the wind instantly arrived. Boom! In mid-air, a loud bang reverberated, bringing about a burst of violent flames and shockwaves, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and leaves to be blown away crazily. Noah clearly saw that the explosion wasn't caused by the collision between Berserker and Archer's attack. Instead, it was caused by Archer's arrow exploding the moment it came into contact with Berserker's axe. Suddenly, in the air, a huge figure with smoke coming out of its body rapidly fell from the flames and heavily smashed into the rocks not far away. Like a cannonball, it blasted a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the ground, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Looking at the gradually spreading smoke and dust, Noah waved his hand, and a gust of mana stirred up a strong gale that blew away the smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the huge crater appeared in everyone's sight. However, because the crater was rather deep, everyone could only see a faint darkness and cracks spreading around the crater. Rin Enben's voice was filled with nervousness. Did it work? No one answered Rin Enben's question. Noah's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at the deep crater. In the crater, there seemed to be a faint, strange magical force that was faintly emitted. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Noah's words made the faces of the others turn solemn. Mana emerged from their bodies one by one, enveloping their bodies. From afar, it looked as if there were a few figures that were emitting flames all over their bodies. This silence lasted for about a minute. As time passed, the strange magical force in the black hole became stronger and stronger. In the end, it was as thick as the air, causing Rin Enben to feel uneasy. Boom! Just as Rin Enben was feeling uneasy, suddenly, an explosive sound came from the crater. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. However, before everyone's tense nerves could collapse, an extremely blurry black glow flashed out from within the pit. Its speed was so frightening that it left one speechless. It caused everyone to be stunned for an instant under that frightening speed. Soon after, their expressions changed drastically as they scattered in all directions like rabbits. At this moment, the blurry black light soared into the sky and appeared in front of Archer, who was also retreating. Archer didn't even get a clear look at the other party's appearance. He felt an extremely violent gust of wind in front of him that tore through the air and ruthlessly smashed towards him. Feeling the violent and dangerous gust of wind, Archer subconsciously raised the longbow in his hand. Pang! In the next moment, the heavy blow that tore through the air exploded on Archer's longbow. The force of the blow passed through the longbow and mercilessly bombarded Archer's body. Archer let out a painful groan as his body was heavily hit. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew into the depths of the forest. Archer! Rin Enben's face turned pale as he yelled. And this yell seemed to have attracted all the danger, causing the iron tower-like figure to look at Rin Enben with a pair of ruthless eyes. Roar! A low roar filled with violent killing intent echoed throughout the forest. Immediately, Berserker, who had turned into a blurry black shadow, rushed out in Rin Enben's direction. On the ground, Rin Enben also noticed the black shadow that was rushing towards them. Her delicate face suddenly turned pale. At this time, Rin Enben should be running, right? However, Rin Enben couldn't escape at all. Even Servant couldn't escape in front of Berserker's speed. He could barely raise his longbow and block an attack. Even if an ordinary person, even if a magician, could react in time and turn around to escape, they would only be exposing their unguarded back to the opponent and be killed on the spot. If they went all out, perhaps there was an extremely small chance of survival. As these thoughts flashed through Rin Enben's mind, she quickly suppressed the panic in her heart to prevent herself from panicking. She clenched her delicate hand, and a few gemstones appeared in her hand. Unfortunately, before Rin Enben could gather his mana, the blurry shadow appeared in front of him. A ferocious face filled with savagery appeared in Rin Enben's gem-like eyes. Roar! A roar filled with murderous intent resounded through the sky. The ferocious axe, which was even fiercer than when he was chasing after Archer, tore through the air and smashed towards Rin Enben. Rin Enben gritted her teeth in the face of this fatal attack. Her eyes and face didn't show any signs of giving up. Instead, she stubbornly stared at Berserker's figure that filled her vision and raised her hand in an attempt to make a last stand. The ferocious axe didn't slow down at all because of this scene. It was still ruthlessly smashing towards Rin Enben's direction. However, just as the ferocious axe and sword were about to collide with Rin Enben's head, another black shadow suddenly flashed through the air with a muffled thunder-like explosion. Following the flash of that black shadow, the axe and sword that were accompanied by a fierce gust of wind hit nothing but air. Rin Enben, who was supposed to be there, disappeared without a trace, and the axe fell to the ground. Bang! The ground was directly smashed, and a crater was formed. At this moment, the black shadow that flashed by suddenly appeared on top of a nearby tree. Rin Enben, who had disappeared, was lying in the other's arms, protected in the other's embrace. Chapter 722. The entire place fell silent. Not far away, Ilya, who had been smiling all this time, frowned slightly. She was like a child who was playing a game and was suddenly rudely asked to stop. Her face was filled with displeasure. On the top of the tree, Noah lowered his head and looked at Rin Enben in his arms, who didn't seem to be able to react, and said softly. "Hey, Rin Enben, are you okay?" Hearing Noah's voice, Rin Hizaka's frightened eyes finally trembled, and he murmured as if he was in a dream. You saved me." "Nonsense, if it wasn't me who saved you, then who saved you?" Noah sighed and let go of Rin Enben. He let Rin Enben sit up straight on the top of the tree, then he turned his head and looked at Berserker, who smashed the ground with his sword. His eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. "Although I knew that the ability value was exaggerated, I didn't expect there to be something even more exaggerated." Rin Enben was startled. He followed Noah's gaze and looked over. When he saw Berserker's current situation, he understood why Noah said that. This was because, at this very moment, on Berserker's pitch-black tower-like body, his bulging muscles were actually glowing with a red light like a burning iron. This caused Berserker's entire body to be shrouded in a murderous and ruthless aura. Waves of smoke-like red mist continuously seeped out from his body like steam, emitting chi-chi sounds. "What's that?" Rin Enben was shocked. "I don't know." Noah stared at Berserker and replied. However, Archer's attack didn't cause any damage to him. "I did see that he was injured, but now, the injury seems to be recovering rapidly. If I'm not wrong, it should be his noble phantasm." Only Noah could see that Berserker had an A-level battle skill. However, it was different from Lancer's battle skill as it represented the ability to survive. Noah clearly saw the sentence, because even if you die, you will be revived with the help of the noble phantasm that can revive you. In other words, Berserker had a noble phantasm that could revive. He was already ridiculously strong, but he could revive. Even Noah felt that it was troublesome. There's a noble phantasm with that kind of effect? Even Noah felt troubled, let alone Rin Enben. He already has such an exaggerated ability value, but he can still recover. How can he fight? That's right. Big Brother and Ling won't be able to defeat Berserker. No, it should be said that no one can defeat Berserker, Ilya said happily. If you want to know why, Berserker's real identity is Hercules from Greece. Hearing this, no matter who it was, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hercules. They believed that as long as they had a little understanding of mythology, it was impossible for them not to know this name. He was the greatest hero in Greek mythology and was also the son of the main god Zeus, also known as Hercules. He was extremely brave and powerful. Later, he even completed 12 tasks that even the gods said were impossible to complete. After his death, he ascended to the Mount Olympus and became Hercules. Mythical stories about Hercules punishing evil and encouraging good and daring to fight had always been a theme that writers and artists liked to express. In the Western world, the word Hercules had also become a synonym for Hercules and a strong man. It was used to describe a hero with infinite strength and incomparable courage. As a heroic spirit, it was definitely at the highest level. Also, let me reveal a piece of news to you, Ilya seemed to like Noah and the others as she said with a smile. Berserker's noble phantasm is called the 12 Trials, God's Hand. It is a noble phantasm that represents immortality. With that noble phantasm, Berserker can nullify all attacks below grade B. He can also revive 11 times. So, if you don't kill Berserker 12 times, Berserker won't be destroyed. Oh, by the way, this noble phantasm has a third effect. As long as it is attacked once, it won't work a second time. Even if you use the noble phantasm to defeat Berserker once, when he revives, that noble phantasm will be useless. This news made Rin Enbin's heart turn cold. It even made Noah speechless. Nullify all attacks below grade B. Revive 11 times. After being attacked once, it won't work a second time. Not to mention the effect of a single noble phantasm, even if it was split into 3 noble phantasms, it would be more than enough. Legend had it that Hercules had indeed completed 12 impossible missions, thus becoming a great hero and the god of strength. Now, that battle record had been upgraded to Hercules' noble phantasm. It made this chariot that only existed to charge and break through enemy lines completely become an existence that could charge and break through enemy lines without being shot down. For the enemy, that was simply a despairing fact. Although Noah didn't despair, the idea that he and Ryder could defeat Berserker had disappeared. Even if they could defeat Berserker once, when he stood up for the second time, Noah wouldn't be able to use the same method to defeat him. After all, if he didn't use authority, Noah's means were limited. How is it? My Berserker is very powerful, right? Ilya innocently said such a sentence. That's why you should quickly give up resisting and be killed by Berserker. After saying that, Berserker, the great hero of Greek mythology, let out a roar. His huge body was like a missile, directly rushing towards Noah and Rin Enbin's direction. The sharp sound of wind breaking rang out in the forest. However, although Berserker's speed was extremely fast, Noah's senses were not ordinary. Almost at the instant Berserker moved, he reacted. His eyes flashed, and he extended his hand towards Berserker's direction. Wang! Dense magic surged, causing a beautiful magic formation to suddenly spin out. It was like a cannon, aiming at Berserker who was rushing towards him. Before Berserker could charge in front of Noah, the light from the magic formation turned into a beam of dense magic. It fell from the sky, rubbing against the air, and heavily landed on Berserker's body. Boom! A force more powerful than Archer's attack exploded, setting off violent flames and shockwaves that covered the entire forest. Berserker's smoking huge body was blown away and smashed into a mountain wall in the distance. Bang! A large part of the hard mountain wall caved in under Berserker's heavy smashing. Cracks spread out like a spider web, spreading almost half of the mountain. After suffering such a heavy blow, Berserker was enraged. His whole body glowed with a bright red light, and his injuries healed at an extremely fast speed. Surging magic power condensed on the surface of his body, causing the surrounding air to become scorching hot. Suddenly, the magic power converged. In the next second, Berserker, who had transformed into a missile, suddenly shot out with a terrifying force, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. His target was Noah, who was at the top of the tree. Suddenly, Berserker, who was like a missile, left behind a long light red trace in the air. Noah's deep eyes gazed at Berserker, who was rushing towards him. After a while, his magic suddenly burst out, like another sun under the setting sun, emitting a dazzling magic wave. In the end, the charging mountain of flesh crashed into the sun. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded like thunder. Chapter 723. The sky gradually began to darken. However, in the forest, the fierce battle continued. Roar! In the forest that was gradually sinking into the darkness of the moonlit night, an extremely ruthless roar reverberated throughout the entire forest. It was as if a ferocious beast from ancient times was rioting, causing people to feel fear. Whoosh! In the woods, a whistling sound of wind accompanied the brandishing of a ferocious axe and sword. The ferocious axe and sword, which were as frightening as a chainsaw, flashed through the air like the shadow of death, and ruthlessly swung toward Noah, who was standing on the treetop. Seeing Berserker swinging his deadly axe and shooting towards him like a missile, Noah narrowed his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pushed away Rin Enbin, who had yet to react. After distancing himself from Noah, the magic power on his body was denser than anyone else's. It was like a flame slowly burning on Noah's body. Hum! Suddenly, Noah's body trembled. On every part of his body, the magic lines that looked like electric wires shone with a dazzling luster. They gradually spread and covered Noah's limbs except for his head and torso. The heroic spirit, whose real name was Hercules, also had the Berserker's unique berserk ability. Even if it was just a servant, Noah had to go all out without using his authority. As a result, under the strengthening of enhanced magic, the power of Noah's limbs, which were covered by the magic lines, soared, making Noah feel that his arm and leg strength had been greatly increased. Noah had told Rin Enbin that he was an unqualified magician. But in fact, in terms of magic attainment, Noah was no worse than those self-proclaimed magicians. Don't forget, Noah had almost an entire system of Runi's magic, which was Runi's magic. How could he be worse than those pretentious magicians? However, Noah's Runi's magic had turned into the ability of the priest incarnation. It had completely broken away from the category of magic and became a power that could only be involved in the domain of God. Thus, Noah's magic was only left with a simple processing and a basic enhancement. However, as the saying goes, it's better to be knowledgeable than to be proficient. Although the magic spells that Noah could use now were the most basic magic spells, the magic bullet had already been upgraded into a magic cannon due to Noah's vast magic power. That strengthening magic had also been greatly enhanced due to Noah's excessively powerful magic power. Even if it was still slightly inferior to the physical ability of the Dragon Emperor incarnation that was comparable to a giant dragon, and even more inferior to the terrifying strength of the giant incarnation, but with the enhancement of enhanced magic, coupled with Noah's already good physical ability, it still allowed Noah to obtain physical strength that was beyond the human category. Noah did not dare to say that with the enhancement of enhanced magic, he would be able to compete with Berserker's terrifying strength. However, according to the value of the servant's ability value, after the enhancement of enhanced magic, Noah's strength could be compared to the highest level of a class. After the enhancement of his leg strength, Noah's agility could also be comparable to that of an A class. In this case, it was not impossible to compete with Berserker, who was good at close combat. At that moment, beautiful magic lines suddenly spread out from Noah's limbs, making Noah feel that his limbs were full of strength. With a bright look in his eyes, Noah clenched a fist, like a bow, and fiercely pulled it behind his back. Wang! The next moment, with the sound of the air vibrating, Noah's fist also surged with a brilliant golden vortex, covering Noah's entire fist. It was the annihilation strike that Noah had been using for a long time. Just now, in order to save Rin and Osaka, who was targeted by Berserker, Noah also used the leap forward that he had not used for a long time. Originally, Annihilation Strike and Leap Forward were completely useless after Noah obtained the authority of the Giant and Phoenix. But now, in the situation where Noah restrained himself from using the authority, these two combat skills were reused. With the enhancement of enhanced magic and the technique of Annihilation Strike, Noah's heart shook. As if he was holding a brilliant golden vortex, his fist directly blasted out, and actually directly collided with the ferocious axe that violently swung towards him. Bang! As soon as the two collided, a terrible turbulence burst out, causing the wind to violently surge. Noah only felt a terrible force passing through his fist, causing his whole body to shake, and Noah was sent flying. Bang! The tree that Noah was on seemed to disintegrate and suddenly burst open. As a result, even with the enhancement of enhanced magic and the technique of annihilation strike, Noah was still unable to match Berserker, who had a strength value of A+. However, even so, Berserker's huge ferocious axe was forced back by Noah's punch. What? Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Rin and Osaka, who was pushed down from the top of the tree by Noah and awkwardly rolled on the ground, was stunned. Liar. Not to mention Rin and Osaka, even Ilya was shocked, her pair of eyes opened to the maximum. Roar. Berserker still let out a violent and murderous roar, and his huge body once again shot out like a missile, directly towards Noah, who was sent flying backwards. That speed was worthy of the highest level of agility, a grade. He swept towards Noah's direction like lightning. The huge axe fiercely swung out. It brought a terrible explosion, turning into a terrifying windstorm, and heavily fell on Noah's body. In a hurry, Noah, who was still flying backwards in the air, could only raise his hands and cross them above his head. Bang! Berserker's merciless attack directly hit Noah's raised arms, creating a shockwave, and chopped Noah down from the air. However, Noah was not someone who would only suffer losses. Although it was not as shocking as when he used the Dragon Emperor transformation and obtained a divine skill that far surpassed his instincts and wildness, Noah had trained his combat skills since he was young, and had even digested various combat skills in various worlds, so his skills were not bad. After being chopped to the ground by Berserker's sword, Noah's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and with a turn of his body, one of his legs turned into a black shadow like a wild whip, suddenly swinging over and whipping Berserker's body as fast as lightning. Dong! The violent whip leg heavily smashed into Berserker's waist, directly exploding out with a muffled sound, and Berserker's huge body was sent flying. Suddenly, in mid-air, one big and one small figure turned into a blurry afterimage, one heavily smashed into the ground, and the other was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! Smoke and dust rose from the ground, and cracks appeared everywhere. Pa, 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 pa. Berserker, who was sent flying, smashed dozens of trees along the way, and finally, the trunk of a huge tree broke in the middle, and he slid down from above. However, almost at the same time when the ground was smashed to the point where smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the trees were smashed apart one by one, the two figures, one big and one small, shot out explosively. One charged forward like a chariot, while the other had a whirlpool-like gorgeous airflow under her feet as she swiftly shot out and heavily collided with each other. Bang 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 bang. The giant holding the ferocious axe and sword and the fist covered in the whirlpool-like airflow bombarded each other, causing deafening muffled sounds. Roar. The berserk roar continued to sound. Ha! A cold and stern voice echoed in the air. The two figures, one big and one small, collided head-on with each other in the most violent manner, causing the ground to crack inch by inch, and the air to explode sharply. The scene was shocking. Rin and Osaka and Ilya were completely dumbfounded. Therefore, the two didn't notice. Noah has always been the one who has been forced back in the face of the violent bombardment. Chapter 724. Pang! It was another violent clash, causing a muffled sound that made people's hearts shrink. Waves of wind blew in all directions. Under the ferocious attack of the axe and sword, even with the annihilation strike technique, Noah seemed to be wearing a sturdy gauntlet. He was not cut open by the axe and sword. However, from the huge axe and sword, the terrifying strength of the A+ level was transmitted to Noah's body. It made Noah feel as if he was hitting a wall made of steel, and he was constantly pushed back. Pang! When he was pushed back, his feet directly stepped on the ground and exploded. It was as if a small bomb had exploded, creating a small crater. The crater was surrounded by cracks, like a spider web. Even so, Noah still resisted the numbness from his fists and the terrifying strength from the axe and continued to attack Berserker. In other people's eyes, Noah and Berserker were fighting head-on like savages. However, only Noah knew that Berserker was not just blindly swinging his sword and relying on brute force to suppress his opponent. At least, in Noah's eyes, Berserker's huge and ferocious axe and sword were like a windmill that was swinging from all directions. Every swing followed the most mysterious, shortest, and most difficult to defend against. This kind of technique, a person who had completely fallen into madness would not be able to use it. That is to say, even if he had gone berserk, as a great hero in Greek mythology, the sword skills of the god of strength were still engraved on his body. It was like his instinct, even if he had gone berserk, he would still be able to use it. Therefore, Noah was not only facing a giant with astonishing brute force, but also a hero with superb sword skills. In this kind of situation, to be able to follow Berserker's sword attacks and accurately clash with Berserker's sword was enough to show that Noah's fighting skills were not ordinary. Unfortunately, Noah was still at a disadvantage. Even with the Enhance Magic and the Annihilation Strike technique, Noah's strength was still not as good as the A+ level Berserker. In terms of combat skills, as the great hero who had completed 12 impossible tasks in Greek mythology, the knowledge that he had learned in his life was naturally better than the combat skills that Noah had diligently practiced for less than 20 years. His strength was not comparable. His technique was not comparable. How could Noah not be at a disadvantage? There was only one thing that Noah had an advantage. That is, Noah was calm and rational. Berserker, on the other hand, was in a berserk state. Therefore, Noah was waiting. Waiting for Berserker to reveal a flaw. Peng peng. Under such circumstances, the ruthless and malevolent axe and the fist that was covered with a vortex of air continued to clash against each other. Waves of violent wind and gales shook out, causing the surrounding leaves that were scattered all over the ground to flutter back and forth, pervading the entire forest. After a while, Rin Enben and Ilya finally recovered from the shock. They could see who had the advantage between Noah and Berserker. It's useless. Ilya only had eyes for Noah as she stared at Noah who was fighting with Berserker. My Berserker is the strongest, no one can defeat him. This isn't good. Rin Enosaka's expression also became gloomy. If this continues, that guy will not be able to hold on. Just as this thought flashed through Rin Enben's mind, a weak voice echoed in his mind. Rin, are you okay? Archer? Rin Enben was stunned, then he was delighted. Idiot, I should be the one saying that. I'm fine, but I took a direct hit from Berserker. My head is dizzy, and I won't be able to stand up for a while. Archer forcefully pulled himself together and said to Rin Enben. So, Rin, you have to do something. Me? Rin Enben was stunned. As you can see, even though that man is on par with the great hero, he is still at a disadvantage. Moreover, he is only a human. Once he enters a battle of attrition, he will run out of mana and stamina eventually. On the other hand, the servant is an existence that can convert mana into movement. As long as he has enough mana, his stamina will never end. If this continues, that man will run out of stamina first. Archer calmly analyzed the situation. Moreover, that man seems to be waiting for Berserker to reveal a flaw. However, Berserker's real body is that of the great Greek hero, Hercules. Even if he is in a frenzy, the skills and instincts engraved in his body are still very amazing. It is very likely that he will reveal a flaw in the next second. It is also very likely that he will not be able to wait until that man's strength is exhausted. Therefore, you must help that man. Rin Enben immediately raised his head, and once again looked at the two people who were engaged in a violent battle, his eyes flashing. Both Rin Enben and Archer didn't know. In fact, Noah had a self-created, respiratory art. Even though his stamina wasn't limitless, if he continued to use it, it wouldn't be a problem until the next morning. That was why Noah chose to wait. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to fight in such a disadvantageous situation. Archer, who didn't know about this, made the right judgment. Don't worry, you can do whatever you want. If you seize the opportunity, you will definitely be able to create an opening for that man. Archer's voice echoed in Rin Enbin's mind. Don't forget, there is still a servant who disappeared from the scene. After being reminded by Archer, Rin Enbin's heart shook. He took a deep breath and stood up. I understand, Archer. You seized the opportunity. I understand, Archer said, and then went silent. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield finally changed. Just as Noah and Berserker were bombarding each other in the most violent form, like two chariots that were constantly colliding with each other, Noah and Berserker bombarded each other repeatedly. Whoosh! Behind Berserker's back, a sharp dagger connected to a chain broke through the air like an arrow and shot towards Berserker's thick back with an ear-piercing sound. Roar! Berserker, who was preparing to swing his sword again, instinctively paused. The ferocious axe in his hand let out a furious roar. He suddenly turned around and viciously swung his sword at the chain dagger that was shooting towards him. Clank! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the forest. The short sword with monster strength was knocked away by Berserker's sword and returned to Rider, who was standing on top of a tree. At the same time, Archer's voice rang in Rindosaka's mind. He had been observing the scene with clairvoyance and mind's eye. Rin Enbin's expression froze. In his hand, he threw the gemstones that he had been holding all this while towards Berserker's head. Bang! The gemstones exploded and turned into a dense light that enveloped Berserker's body. Immediately, Berserker felt like he was being pressed down by a heavy mountain. His whole body suddenly sank, and even the sword in his hand drooped down. Noah suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes flashed with a terrifying expression. Now! The magic patterns that spread all over Noah's body suddenly contracted and gathered in one of Noah's hands. Dense magic surged from Noah's palm. In an instant, the hand that was shining with magic patterns pierced towards Berserker's heart. Puchi! Blood splattered into the sky. Chapter 725. Puchi! Under the stab of Noah's palm, which was covered with the magic patterns of enhanced magic, Berserker's broad chest was directly pierced through by Noah where his heart was. Roar! The roar that belonged to Berserker resounded through the night sky. There seemed to be a hint of berserk in his voice that only an injured beast would have. After all, he was still a servant who had the ability to continue fighting. Even though his heart had been pierced, Berserker still had the ability to move. After roaring angrily, he raised the huge and ferocious axe in his hand and swung it at Noah's head with lightning speed. Noah's hand had already sunk into his heart. Feeling the oppressive wind coming from above his head, Noah actually closed his eyes. Buzz! In the next moment, Noah's hand that pierced Berserker's heart flashed with a burst of magical light. I don't believe that you won't die if I directly release the magic cannon in your body. After finishing his words, a dazzling magical light shone from Berserker's body. Bang! In just a moment, Berserker's tall and strong body directly exploded into a pile of minced meat. Under the cover of the sky full of flames and the rich magical light, he was annihilated into pieces of charcoal. Then, Noah's figure shot out from the sky full of flames and the rich magical light and landed on the ground. With one hand on the ground, his body half crouched down. After rubbing against the ground for a very long distance, he finally stopped. And in the sky full of flames and the rich magical light, Berserker's lower body was still standing there. He was like a giant who would never surrender to his fate. He stood there without falling, which really confirmed his reputation as a great hero. However, no matter how strong he was, in the absence of mana, even if his relic had the ability to nullify all attacks below grade B, he would still be dead if half of his body was blown up by Noah's mana cannon, which was directly released from his body with all his might. As the great hero of the myths, Berserker of Hercules had finally died once. Yes. He had only died once. Under the watchful eyes of Noah, Rin Inaka, Rider, and Archer, the remaining half of Berserker's body began to glow red. Chi, chi. A sizzling sound like a flame being extinguished began to sound from the remaining half of Berserker's body. In the next second, it was as if time had reversed. Around the remaining half of Berserker's body, pieces of his body began to appear out of thin air. They gathered together and gradually formed the missing half of Berserker's body, allowing Berserker to recover to his original state. Roar! With a flash of red light in his eyes, Berserker suddenly raised his head and let out a roar that shook the air. Seeing this, Rin Enben couldn't help but take a step back as her expression changed. So, it's possible to resurrect. Even Noah couldn't help but frown as a troubled look appeared on his face. It was a legendary hero that could be resurrected 11 times. It had to be killed 12 times before it completely disappeared. It was the highest level of heroic spirit. If that was the case, it would still be fine. The problem was that the 12 trials, God's hand, not only could resurrect Berserker and nullify attacks that were below B level, it could also nullify all attacks that Berserker had received. In other words, Noah, who had just fired a mana cannon into Berserker's body, wouldn't be able to do anything to Berserker if he were to use it again. The real problem isn't Hercules, but his noble phantasm. Noah's frown deepened. If we don't find a way to deal with the 12 trials, God's hand, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Berserker. Master. Rider appeared from the fog and arrived behind Noah. He was also looking at Berserker, who was roaring in front of him. There was a hint of heaviness in his voice. Do you need me to do it? The meaning of this sentence was not that Rider wanted to participate in the battle from now on, but that he wanted to use all his skills and relic to fight against Berserker. Noah also stood up and looked at Berserker. He did not turn his head and said, "There's no other way. Since the opponent has already taken out his relic, if we don't return the favor, it would be unreasonable." Understood. Rider immediately responded. Archer. On the side, Rin Enben also ordered his servant. Can you move again? If not, I can only use the command spell. Only the master could use the command spell. Not only could it restrict the servant, but it could also turn the command into power, allowing the servant to exert extraordinary strength. Even if Archer could not move, as long as Rin Enben used the command spell and gave the command to defeat the opponent, then even if Archer could not move, his body would be driven to fight under the command of the command spell. Knowing this, Archer could only helplessly say, "That's the only way." Just when Noah and the others were ready to use their skills, Ilya, who had been silently looking at Noah, suddenly laughed. She laughed very happily. Interesting, really interesting. Undoubtedly, you're just a human, but you can directly confront my Berserker and even kill him once. Big brother, I didn't know you were so interesting. Ilya's bell-like laughter made everyone, including Noah, stare blankly for a moment. Then, they looked at each other in confusion. It was because the trace of cruelty and killing intent that had existed until now in Ilya's innocent voice had disappeared. Okay, it's decided. Ilya thought of something and ordered Berserker. Come back first, Berserker. Hearing Ilya's words, Berserker's violent aura gradually began to dissipate. The bulging muscles on his body also slowly relaxed. Holding the huge ferocious axe and sword, he stepped back with loud footsteps and returned behind Ilya. Like a loyal guard, he no longer made a sound. Seeing this, not to mention Rin Enben, even Noah narrowed his eyes and looked at Ilya. What do you mean by this? I just don't want to fight anymore. Ilya put her small hands behind her back and closed her eyes with a smile. She seemed to be in a very good mood. I thought that this Holy Grail war would be very boring, but since there's such an interesting person like Big Brother, it would be a pity to kill you now. So, I don't want to fight anymore. I'll slowly play with Big Brother in the future. After saying this, Ilya seemed to have thought of something and said to Noah. However, this forest is my territory. My villa is here. Big Brother, you can't suddenly barge in like today. Otherwise, I'll get angry again. Leaving this sentence, Ilya turned around and skipped away from the scene. Looking at Ilya's petite figure gradually disappearing into the distance and recalling Ilya's words, Noah was silent for a moment before looking at Rin Enben. You actually brought me to the enemy's base? Rin and Osaka's face also stiffened after hearing Ilya's words. When she heard Noah's words, her face immediately burned. She crossed her arms and turned her head away. What? What can I do? Sakura's safety is the most important thing. Since it's the most important thing, can I trouble you to find a safer place to talk? So annoying. It's because it's the most important thing that I messed up. Undoubtedly, the second and third important things can be solved perfectly. But the most important thing can't be done properly. Noah finally understood. The young lady of the Enban family in front of him was a troublemaker who would drop the ball at critical moments. Chapter 726. In a restaurant in Fuyuki City, Noah and Rin and Osaka sat opposite each other. One had a cup of black coffee in front of him, and the other had a cup of black tea in front of him. One was speechless, and the other was sullen. The sullen one was of course Rin and Osaka. This girl seemed to still be vexed that she had brought Noah into the Baron family's headquarters, causing Ilya to attack with Berserker, causing everyone to fall into a bitter battle. However, if it was Noah, he would probably be annoyed too. After all, Rin and Osaka actually knew. She knew that the Ahrensburg mansion was in the depths of the forest, and she also knew that it was the enemy's base. In the end, because of Mitsuyama Sakura, Rin and Osaka forgot about this matter and foolishly brought Noah into Ilya's territory, leading to Ilya's attack. Originally, Noah thought that Ilya just happened to be active in the forest. Who knew that he would bring Berserker out and threaten to kill everyone as soon as he appeared? It was all because Rin Enban brought Noah into Ilya's territory, causing her to think that Noah and Rin Enban were here to cause trouble. That was why she appeared. How should he put it? She even forgot such an important matter. Isn't Rin and Osaka too much? In any case, Rin and Osaka would screw up on the most important matter. Noah thoroughly experienced it and firmly remembered it in his heart, so as to avoid being tricked by this girl in the future. Noah sighed when he saw that Rin Tozaka was going to continue to be annoyed. Then, as the result of luckily escaping a disaster, and also as the price for causing trouble, Miss N. Osaka, do you want to reward me with a meal? After that, although Rin and Osaka was annoyed, she didn't let Noah go. Instead, she invited Noah here as if she had something to say. I know that it's all my fault, but it has already happened. It's useless to apologize. It's better to talk about something useful. Rin Enban finally recovered from his vexed state. He looked straight at Noah and asked. I want to ask you, do you have a way to deal with Berserker? It seems that even though the process was quite unpleasant, Rin Inaka still felt threatened by Ilya's servant. Or rather, no one would think that Berserker was not a threat, right? Not only did he have such an exaggerated ability value, but he also had such a foul relic. To put it bluntly, even Noah felt that in this Holy Grail war, if it was a one-on-one battle, there should not be a stronger servant than Berserker. Noah was actually quite confident in his rider's abilities. However, after today's battle, even Noah felt that it would be difficult for Ryder to defeat Berserker even if he used all his skills and relics. Thus, Noah said bluntly. No, that guy just happened to hit my weak spot. It's not a problem to fight evenly, but I don't have the confidence to defeat him. With Noah's physique, he was not afraid of any mystical threats in the realm of God. However, Berserker was an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Noah did not lack the confidence to deal with Berserker without the use of his authority. However, if he wanted to defeat Berserker, Noah dared not say that he had 100% confidence in defeating him. Even with Ryder's full power, it should not be a problem to completely suppress Berserker. However, it would be a different story if he wanted to defeat Berserker. Therefore, for Noah, Berserker was also very difficult to deal with. The difficult part was that Berserker was simply immortal and could not be killed. If we don't think of a way to defeat that relic, it would be impossible for us to win. Noah shook his head. Although Ryder and I have yet to use our trump cards, we're not sure if they'll work on Berserker who has that relic. So, if you're asking me if I have a way to deal with him, my answer is yes, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. You still have a trump card that you haven't used? Rin was dumbfounded when he heard this unexpected news. Where did this monster come from? Not only did he have the ability to fight Berserker head-on, but he also had a trump card that he had not used yet. In addition, he mentioned that he had a trump card that was effective against magicians. This man in front of him was no less difficult to deal with than Berserker. If that was the case, this man's servant had not used his relic yet, right? As he thought about this, Rin felt more and more stressed. He was even a little flustered and exasperated. Damn it, why isn't Archer that powerful? As soon as he finished his sentence, Archer, who was in his spiritual form, spoke in a displeased tone. I'm really sorry that I can't help you. Forget it, we still have a command spell that we haven't used. It's not like we don't have any other means. Rin waved his hand and then remembered. Oh yeah, I seem to have used one of my command spells. Only after hearing this did Noah realize that there was a command spell on the back of Rin's hand that was blurring. That was the proof that it was used. You still have the nerve to say that? Archer's voice sounded again. You actually wasted a command incantation on something like, obey everything I say. Ling, what do you want me to say to you? For servants, the restriction of the command spell was also different. For example, the more vague the command was, the lower the effect. If it was an instantaneous command or a specific command, it would have a high degree of coercion. For example, a command like, come here, could even be used to teleport through space. If the execution of the command was too long, or the range was too wide, the effect would be reduced. If a command like, obey everything I say, was effective, then there would be no need for 3 command incantations to exercise the authority of 3 commands. Only 1 command incantation was needed, and the servant would continue to obey. Why would there be any need to worry about the servant's betrayal or disobedience? Therefore, this command was almost useless. In other words, if Rin gave such an order, then it was really a waste of a command spell. You're so annoying, who told you to be so arrogant? Rin said in a bad mood. Moreover, it's not completely useless. You also said that as long as it's not something that you resist from the bottom of your heart, then there's no way to disobey me, right? Since it's something that I don't resist from the bottom of my heart, then even if I don't use the command spell, I will still listen to you, right? Archer sighed heavily. So, in terms of results, it's still a waste. Hearing the conversation between the two, Noah was speechless again. This Rin Enban was even more unreasonable than Noah thought. And then, Noah could only change the topic. Now that you know what I'm doing, what are your plans? That's right, I do plan to do so. Rin Enban's expression turned serious. I want to work with you for the time being. Work together? Noah raised an eyebrow. You mean, the two of us will work together during the Holy Grail War? Although you have a lot of methods that I don't have, but against Berserker, you also don't have the confidence to win, right? Rin Enban nodded. If that's the case, then let's work together. This way, the chances of winning against Berserker will be higher, right? Hearing this, Noah muttered to himself for a moment before replying. Ryder, what do you think? Noah had just asked when Ryder, who was also in spirit form, immediately spoke. I'll let Master decide. Noah slightly frowned as he fell into deep thought. Didn't you say that you didn't want Sakura to see us fight? Rin Tozaka asked slyly. Then, if we work together, it should be a good choice, right? This sentence made Noah frown. He was a bit unhappy. You're using this as an excuse. But it's also a fact, isn't it? Rin Enban shrugged. What do you think? That's realistic, right? This time, Noah was helpless. This Rin Enban really knew how to take advantage of loopholes. Chapter 727. On a high hill in Fuyuki City, there was a mansion that was as big as the mansion. The walls were covered with vines and looked like they had been there for a long time. Currently, there was only one person living in such a manor house. Compared to the size of the mansion, the number of people living here was pitifully small. It was so small that it could not even be described as luxurious. This mansion was the mansion of the Enosaka family, Rin Enosaka's home. The manager of the spirit vein in Fuyuki City lived here. At this time, the sky was completely dark. In the hall on the second floor of the manor house, Noah walked around the vast Western-style hall. Finally, he stopped in front of a table and cast his eyes on it. Over there was a framed photograph that was placed on top of it. The photo seemed to be a family portrait. He was a very handsome man. She looked like a virtuous woman. There was also a young girl who looked very happy. These three people made up the family portrait in front of Noah. It showed the structure of the Enosaka family in front of Noah. Noah recognized them at a glance. The little girl was Rin Enosaka when she was young. So, the man and woman next to her should be Rin Enosaka's parents. However, Noah didn't see half a shadow of such parents after entering Enosaka's house. Obviously, Rin Enosaka's parents were not here. Where did Rin Enosaka's parents go? Noah did not ask this question. The reason was simple. As a magician, Rin Enosaka's parents must be related to the magic world. Living in a world full of lunatics, Noah could only think of one reason why Rin Enosaka's parents were not at home. They were dead. If that was the case, what was the point of asking? At this time, Rin Enosaka pushed the door open with a cup of hot black tea in her hand. Sorry, there's only black tea in the house. You seem to like coffee, right? It's okay. Black tea is fine too. Noah turned around and sat down on the sofa. Some of my friends like black tea too. I don't hate it. In the former Kyuji mansion, there was Yuju who liked black tea very much. At that time, Noah drank black tea almost every day. If Qingzi hadn't successfully transitioned Noah into a coffee fanatic out of bad intentions, Noah would still be drinking black tea now. Lilith, on the other hand, was very fond of milk tea, Erica liked cappuccino, and Alice was also a fan of black tea. Even Leah and the others usually preferred black tea. Noah got used to it after a while. Is that so? Rin Enosaka put the black tea cup in front of Noah and spoke to a place where there was no one around. If it's Archer and Ryder, it shouldn't be necessary, right? With that, Archer and Ryder dispelled their spiritual forms behind Rin Enosaka and Noah respectively and appeared in the air. Ryder was as quiet as ever. He stood behind Noah like a loyal guard, not moving an inch. Archer glanced at the cup of hot black tea on the table, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. Undoubtedly, you only prepared a cup of black tea. You didn't prepare any for us, Rin. Rin Enosaka tilted his head. So you want it? No, I don't want to drink it. Archer sighed. But this is a question of sincerity, right? Don't mind it, don't mind it. Rin Enosaka waved his hand nonchalantly and quickly threw Ryder and Archer to the back of his mind. He looked at Noah seriously. You said you have a way to deal with Berserker. What's the specific plan? The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Looking at Rin Enosaka's serious expression, Noah picked up the cup of black tea, took a sip, and said. There are 3 methods. The simplest method, the stupidest method, and the most reliable method, but I'm not sure if it'll work. You can come up with so many plans to deal with a monster like that. I underestimated you. Rin Enosaka patted his cheeks and pulled himself together. Then, let's talk about the simplest method. The simplest method, which is also the most impractical method, is to directly deal with Berserker's master, Elia Field. Noah gave such an answer. As everyone knows, the reason why servants are able to maintain their forms in this world is because of their master's magic. As long as they lose their master, no matter how strong the servants are, they can only grieve. Furthermore, Berserker doesn't have the ability to act alone. So, rather than dealing with Berserker, it is more practical to deal with Iliosphère. But you also said that it's the most impractical method, right? Rin Enosaka seemed to understand Noah's meaning and sighed. Unless we can immediately launch an attack the moment we face Iliosphere and finish him off with the first strike, we won't be able to avoid Berserker and take down Iliosphere. Therefore, that was the simplest and most impractical method. It was also known to all masters and servants. After all, every master had a command seal on them. If they chose to use this method, they would have to deal with Elia Field in the first strike. Otherwise, when Elia Field reacted, she could use the command seal to summon Berserker back to her side. That was also the reason why Noah didn't directly attack Elia and chose to fight Berserker instead. Besides, Berserker's instinct was stronger than his rationality. If he attacked Ilya, who knows what kind of stimulation that monster would receive. Therefore, this method was both the simplest and the least practical. And the stupidest method is to slowly wear down Berserker's noble phantasm's resurrection count. Noah spread his hands. If we have overwhelming power on our side, the so-called immortal body is not that difficult to deal with at all. We can slowly wear down Berserker, or even directly take away several of his lives at once. It was just like Phoenix in the world of Demon High School. Riesel, who also had an undying body, couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of such overwhelming power. It's a pity. Although we're working together, we don't have overwhelming power, right? Rin Enbin frowned. Or, does your rider have a decisive noble phantasm that can achieve this goal? Indeed, but even if we use it, taking away a few of Berserker's lives wouldn't be a problem. However, it's not ideal to directly kill Berserker. Noah shook his head. To be honest, I'm not even sure if a noble phantasm that can take away 12 of Berserker's lives really exists. That means, our best choice is the most reliable method that you mentioned, but we can't be sure if it'll work. Rin Enbin's tone was slightly heavy. What's that method? Actually, I've encountered an immortal body quite a few times. Noah supported his face with his hands and leaned his elbows on the armrest. His eyes flickered slightly. No matter which immortal body it is, the most fundamental weakness is the spirit. Spirit? Rin Enbin was slightly stunned. Then, he reacted and his eyes lit up. Do you mean that although Berserker's body can be resurrected, there's no way to resurrect his spirit? I have a method that can directly destroy the opponent's spirit. Noah said. If Berserker's spirit can't be resurrected with a noble phantasm, as long as his spirit is destroyed, even if his body isn't destroyed, what's left is just a shell that won't move. Chapter 728. For Noah, an immortal body was not that difficult to deal with. That might be troublesome, but only to the extent of being troublesome. Berserker's noble phantasm could not only nullify attacks below B rank, but it could also nullify attacks that had been used once. It was equivalent to an immortal body, not to mention the fact that it could be resurrected. It was simply cheating. However, regardless of whether it was an immortal body or resurrection, Noah had encountered them many times. Therefore, Noah was not surprised that the great hero in Greek mythology had such an ability, even though he found it troublesome. Of course, there were ways to deal with it. Destroy the opponent's spirit. The body was immortal, but the spirit could not be immortal, right? The body could be resurrected, but the spirit could not be resurrected, right? If he used one of the 3 major spells of the fairy tale, it could directly destroy the opponent's mind. It was a super spell known as the Super Trial spell, the Fairy Law. It was possible to destroy Berserker's mind in one fell swoop and turn him into a living dead. After knowing that Noah had such a method, Rin Enbin was surprised, but at the same time, he also noticed a problem. Since you said that you are not sure if it will work, there should be some drawbacks, right? Smart. Noah smiled bitterly. To be honest, although I have such a method, I can't guarantee that it will be able to destroy the servant's spirit. As he said that, Noah even explained himself. Originally, the servant's spirit was like a spirit. As a heroic spirit, it is easy to imagine how strong his spirit and spirit are. In addition, Berserker is the Hercules who completed the 12 impossible missions. With such an extreme experience, his endurance and spirit are immeasurable. I am not sure if my method can destroy Berserker's spirit in one fell swoop. After hearing Noah's words, Rin Enbin was silent. Even Ryder and Archer had a slightly troubled expression on their faces. Presumably, they weren't sure if Noah's method would succeed in one fell swoop. Of course, the strength of this method is related to my magic and how well I can use it. With my magic, I am more or less confident that I can destroy the spirit of a heroic spirit. Noah smiled. He brought both good and bad news. The problem is that this method requires a lot of time. You've seen Berserker's ability to charge forward. If you're careless, you'll die, let alone use a method that requires a long time to prepare. Therefore, if we really need to use this method, we can only rely on you guys to buy us some time. This was one of the reasons why Noah chose to work with Rin Enbin. If he only wanted to deal with Berserker, Noah and Ryder would be enough. There was no need to work with Rin Enbin. However, if he wanted to defeat Berserker, it was necessary to work with Rin Enbin. When the time comes, Ryder will have to protect me from other factors. Only you two can deal with Berserker, Noah said to Rin Enbin. As long as you can buy time, our chances of winning are not small. After he finished speaking, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Rin Enbin seemed to be considering the feasibility of the plan. In the end, he nodded and looked at Archer. Archer, are you confident that you can defeat Berserker? If you want me to defeat that monster, even I wouldn't dare to say that I am confident. Archer closed his eyes and smiled. But if I say that I can't defeat Berserker and buy time, won't you be more disappointed in me? Let's be clear. I have never been disappointed in you. Of course, there are many things that I want to complain about. Rin Enbin smiled. So, Archer, I will depend on your performance. Yeah, this is really hard work. Archer shrugged helplessly. I can only say that I will try my best. Have you decided? Noah shrugged. Then, our cooperation is confirmed. Yes. Rin Enbin smiled and moved his head forward. He looked straight into Noah's dark eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Noah. Just call me Noah. Noah glanced at Rin Enbin. If you are polite to me now, I won't be used to it. That's it then. Rin Enbin nodded in satisfaction and stretched his back. As for how to deal with the other masters and servants, we will come up with a plan after we gather enough information. Deal with the other masters and servants? Noah was taken aback. After hesitating for a while, he asked with uncertainty. Don't tell me that our cooperation doesn't stop until we get rid of Berserker. Yes, that was my plan from the beginning. Rin Enbin asked in a strange tone. But you don't want Sakura to see us kill each other, right? I do have such a plan. Noah raised an eyebrow. However, you wouldn't choose not to fight me because of this reason, right? How is that possible? Rin Enbin's relaxed expression slowly disappeared. He looked at Noah with a serious expression. As the daughter of the Enbin family, my goal is to win this Holy Grail war. The Holy Grail only belongs to one person. My victory with you will only be delayed until the end. From Rin Enbin's words, Noah felt a strong sense of mission. That's right, it was a sense of mission. For Rin and Osaka, this Holy Grail war should be very special, right? After all, the Enbin family was one of the 3 magician families that founded the Holy Grail war. Their biggest wish was to obtain the Holy Grail and reach the origin. To be honest, Noah didn't think that Rin Enbin was the kind of normal magician who would do anything to reach the origin. However, Rin Enbin should have already realized that he had to embark on a bloody path in the future, right? Obtaining the Holy Grail was only Rin Enbin's duty as a child of the Enbin family. As for what he should do after obtaining the Holy Grail, Noah didn't see such an obvious goal from Rin Enbin's words and actions. Therefore, Rin Enbin really only participated in the Holy Grail war for victory. Noah felt that he had misunderstood Rin Enbin. Originally, he thought that Rin Enbin was just a magician who hadn't made his debut yet, just like Aoko. She had a sense of awareness but was immature, and would even drop the ball at crucial moments. Even her personality was affected by her emotions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used a command spell just because Archer was too arrogant. But now, it seemed that even if that was the case, Rin Enbin still had a resolute side that Noah couldn't deny. She really was a girl who was similar to that immature magician Aoko Aozaki in all aspects. Because of this, Noah really couldn't bear to see Rin Enbin embark on a path of killing for the sake of magic. Yes. Just like Aoko Aozaki. I have indeed received your message. Noah said calmly. As you wish, until the final battle arrives, let's maintain a cooperative relationship. That would be for the best. Rin Enbin smiled lightly and turned around to look at Yuzichin. After a long time, Rin Enbin, whose back was facing Noah, finally spoke. You really don't plan on doing anything to Sakura? Noah, who had just picked up his teacup, paused for a moment, then took a sip of black tea and replied. No. Is that so? Rin Enbin nodded. That's good. This time, there was less suspicion and more trust. Chapter 729. After coming up with a plan to deal with Berserker, Noah left Inaka's house. Under the dark moonlight, he walked out of Inaka's house. Rin Inaka was considerate enough to send Noah out of her house. It's already late at night. This is the time when the master and the servant are active. Standing in front of her house, Rindosaka flicked her beautiful black hair and said to Noah, who just walked out of the house. You have to be careful. Don't meet other masters and servants. The most fundamental part of magic was concealment. The so-called magic was actually a power that had already been determined in the origin. That power was limited. The more people who used it, the less power each magician would get. Therefore, in order to prevent magic from completely disappearing, the Magic Association set the most basic rule of concealment. They were even willing to kill witnesses. This was the same for the Church of Holy Light. To the Church of Holy Light, magic, which could only be performed by God in their teachings, was simply heresy. Therefore, the relationship between the Magic Association and the Church of Holy Light was very bad. In the past, they were constantly at war, but now, they were only in a state of truce. They could start another war at any time. Therefore, the Church of Holy Light naturally didn't want to see magic being exposed in front of ordinary people. After all, if everyone knew that the so-called miracles of God could also be achieved by themselves, and that there was no need to pray to God in order to obtain them, then the most fundamental belief of the Holy Church would be shaken, and the teachings of the Holy Church would be questioned. Therefore, in terms of concealment, the Magic Association and the Church of Holy Light had the same point of view. Because of this, the Church of Holy Light would also consider concealment first. This Holy Grail war that was under the supervision of the Church of Holy Light was naturally the same. Since two of the biggest powers in the world had already decided on such a course of action, then no matter how arrogant they were, they had to consider concealment first. Naturally, when there weren't many people out at night, it was the time when the master and the servant were most active. I don't need you to remind me. Noah nodded in agreement. I've already fought a monster like Berserker today. I don't want to meet another difficult opponent. At least let me go today. To me, you're also a monster if you can fight a monster like that, Rindosaka said to Noah as she rolled her eyes. She seemed to have thought of something. Speaking of which, you haven't been to the church yet, right? Don't you plan to report to them first? At the very least, you're a supervisor. I really don't intend to do that, Noah said bluntly. Even though it's just my personal opinion, I really don't like priests. So, let's just forget about it. In another parallel world of this world, Noah had met a terrible priest like Wen Bing Yongli, who had an abnormal value system. And in the world of Demon High School, that disgusting priest, Freddy, made Noah's impression of priests drop to the lowest. How could Noah like the priest? In this regard, Rin Enbin actually agreed. What a coincidence, I also have the same idea. However, if you go there and report, you can at least get some information, such as the number of masters and servants that have appeared, Rin Enbin said. Since you don't plan to go to the church, then I'll tell you by the way. At present, in Fuyuki City, including you and me, there are already 5 confirmed masters. The servants that have been summoned are Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, and Berserker. Only Saber and Assassin haven't been summoned yet. No, it should be said that they might have been summoned, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Rin Enbin reminded. So, you should be careful. Noah nodded thoughtfully and smiled at Rin Enbin. I understand, but you don't need to worry about me. At least, compared to me, you should be more worried about yourself. You're still as confident as ever. Be careful not to fail miserably. Not everyone will face you head-on like Berserker. Rin Enbin threw such a sentence. Still the same sentence, you should be careful. Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, and Berserker. On the way back to the apartment, Noah secretly muttered. I have already met Lancer, but his master didn't appear. Berserker's master is Alicia Field. So, I haven't met Caster yet, right? That being said, Noah was not afraid of Caster. No matter what, even if he didn't use his authority, Noah was also a God Slayer. The mystical power that didn't reach the realm of God was ineffective in front of his curse resistance. And Caster, as the name suggested, was a magician. As a famous heroic spirit in myths and legends, the magician who could sit on the caster's position must have a high level of magic attainment that could be imagined. However, after all, it was just a servant's avatar, not the real body. Even if there was magic that could cause damage to God's capital, for Noah, Caster's threat was much smaller than the other servants. As for the remaining Saber and Assassin, Noah needed to be wary of Saber. As the one with the highest requirement for ability value among the 7 servants, it was also the strongest job class among the 7 servants under normal circumstances. The other party's close combat skills were at least on par with Lancer's, which was still a threat to Noah. On the contrary, Assassin, for Noah, who had excellent sensing ability, may not be difficult to deal with. Well? Noah, who was thinking about all this, suddenly felt a strange feeling, and his footsteps subconsciously stopped. Raising his head, he looked forward. What was imprinted in Noah's eyes was the dark, there was no pedestrian at all, a figure slowly walking toward this side. That was a very conspicuous person. If one had to say why, it would be because that person had a head of very eye-catching golden hair. He was wearing black and white, like a motorcycle suit. His figure was slender, his hands were in his pockets, like a wanton teenager, exuding a sense of existence that could not be ignored. In that strong sense of existence, Noah felt a sense of oppression. That didn't mean that the wanton teenager in front of him was very threatening to Noah. Instead, as if it was a matter of course, that person was releasing their presence to the entire world that they existed in. Therefore, that sense of oppression was not directed at Noah, but seemed to be directed at the surrounding environment. That was definitely not an ordinary person. For a moment, Noah did not move anymore. Standing in the same place, he looked straight at the blonde man walking toward him. The blonde man did not seem to notice Noah's existence. His eyes were closed, and there was a trace of a domineering arc at the corner of his mouth. With leisurely steps, he walked past Noah. Between Tanjing, just as the blonde man passed by Noah, a light sentence drifted into Noah's ears. If you don't hurry to that woman's side, she will be in more and more pain. Leaving this sentence, the blonde man gradually disappeared into the moonlit night with leisurely footsteps as if he did not exist in the first place. Noah did not turn his head, nor did he speak. He just stared at the dark road in front of him, deep in the darkness. After a long time, he suddenly smiled. It seems that there are still many unexpected factors in this Holy Grail war. Chapter 730. The next day, not long after dawn, Noah left the apartment. He didn't even have breakfast. He followed the path he had taken yesterday and arrived at Enosaka's house. Noah raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, but the door in front of him was opened. Then, Archer in a red and black night suit appeared in front of Noah and looked at Noah. You just signed a partnership yesterday, and you can't wait to find my master today? If you can't wait, that's fine. After all, I have something to ask Enosaka. Noah withdrew his hand and asked Archer. Then, where is Enosaka? Still sleeping. That woman is not good at dealing with the morning. It's impossible for her to get up at this time. Archer replied expressionlessly. He opened the door completely and turned sideways. In short, if you want to find Rin, then go find him yourself. After saying this, Archer's entire body disappeared under the cover of a blue mist that was similar to spiritual energy. He had entered the state of spiritual transformation. Seeing this, Noah's eyes twitched. This guy, just like Rin and Osaka said, he's really arrogant. With that said, Noah also walked into the entrance of Tasaka's house. After closing the door, he walked through the corridor in front of the door and headed for the stairs. Enosaka's house was the manager of Fuyuki City. As a magician family with some history, even if Rin Enosaka was the only one left in the house, there were naturally magicians in this house. Just like the old mansion with pearls, Enosaka's house was full of barriers and magic spells left by Rin Enosaka or the former residents of Enosaka's house. If one barged in without permission, there would be no return. Of course, for Noah, who had a strong resistance to curses, those enchantments and spells were as good as non-existent. He would vanish with a gentle touch. However, Noah didn't come here to cause trouble. He really had something to ask Rin Enosaka. Therefore, Noah went directly to the stairs on the second floor and walked toward Rin Enosaka's room. Yesterday, Noah had taken a look around Tasaka's house. As for the location of Rin Enbin's room, Rin Enbin had casually mentioned it yesterday. In order not to accidentally break into a girl's room, Noah also made a note of it. Who would have thought that it would come in handy in such a situation? After passing through the long corridor, Noah arrived in front of a room and knocked on the door. "Yosaka, are you there?" These words were met with an indescribable silence. Thinking of what Archer had just said, Noah knocked harder on the door and raised his voice a little. "Nagasaka, reply if you're here, or I'm going to barge in." However, after he finished speaking, there was still a moment of silence. Noah pursed his lips and helplessly reached out to open the door. "I'm coming in." Noah opened the door to Rin Enbin's room, exposing the entire room to him. It was a rather spacious room. The decorations were a bit old-fashioned, without the pink color that a girl's room should have. It looked somewhat lifeless, but the warm atmosphere was more or less there. Perhaps it was because the weather was still very cold, although there was no heater in the room, the windows were tightly shut, and the curtains were drawn, making the entire room a bit dark. In such a situation, in the innermost part of the room, there was a bed that took up quite a lot of space. The blanket was actually a mess, twisted into a ball. From the twisted blanket, Noah noticed a fluctuating breath. Needless to say, the person that Noah was looking for must be like a snail hiding in its shell, nestled in a ball of quilt. At this moment, the corner of Noah's mouth twitched. Was she not good at coping with the morning? This was a sleeping difference that she couldn't tolerate at night, right? Of course, for a beautiful girl to have such a sleeping posture, perhaps, it was a cute point. Unfortunately, Noah didn't have the time to look at Rin Inaka's sleeping posture. He sighed and walked into the room. He walked to the edge of the bed and reached out his hand to shake the blanket that was twisted into a ball. "Enbin, wake up." Under Noah's call and shaking, the twisted blanket finally moved. Yes. Just like the words said, it only moved a little. In the next second, the blanket immediately fell into a dead silence, and no longer moved. Noah felt that his patience was wearing thin. He resisted the urge to lift the blanket, took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the room. After some time, Noah returned to Rin Enbin's room with a piece of ice in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He slightly lifted a corner of the blanket and then, without mercy, threw the ice in his hand in. Wah dash! The next moment, the blanket that was twisted into a ball suddenly bounced up. With a cry, Rin Enbin jumped out of the blanket in her pajamas. Her hair was untied, and it cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. She jumped and screamed. "So cold! So cold!" Should it be said that Noah's method was unbelievably accurate? The ice that Noah threw into the blanket actually went under Rin Enbin's pajamas. Rin Enbin pulled it out and threw it on the ground, panting heavily. What's going on? Why are there ice cubes here? Realizing that Rin Enbin didn't notice his presence, Noah covered his face and sighed. Because I was the one who threw it in. Rin Enbin only just realized that there was another person in her room. She turned her head and looked at Noah, who was covering his face and sighing. She raised her eyebrows and pointed at him. Why are you here? I'm curious. Why didn't you notice that I came in? Noah retorted. Although we have a cooperative relationship, you're completely defenseless, which is basically telling me that now is the best time to get rid of you. That's why you should be thankful that I threw an ice cube at you instead of a magic bullet, Miss Tasaka. So annoying. So many things have happened in the past few days. At least let me have a good night's sleep. Rin Enbin's shoulders and head drooped as she spoke weakly. So, why did you wake me up so cordially? I just have something to ask you. Noah looked at Rin Enbin and paused for a moment before asking. Let me ask you. Sakura's surname is Jiantong, right? Is it that Jiantong? At first, Noah didn't think about Jiantong Sakura's surname. However, last night, when the mysterious blonde man mentioned it, Noah remembered Jiantong Sakura's surname. In Fuyuki City, there were 3 magic families that created the Holy Grail War ritual: Enbin, Jiantong, and Beiren. If Jiantong Sakura's surname was Jiantong, then wouldn't it mean that Jiantong Sakura was also related to the magic world, and could even be related to the Holy Grail War? After all, as the 3 families that created the Holy Grail War ritual, every time the Holy Grail War ritual, there would be people from these 3 families participating in the Holy Grail War. Now, Rin Enbin from Enbin and Beiren from Beiren had already appeared. What about the Tong family's representative? Thinking about this question and the mysterious blonde man's words last night, Noah felt that something was wrong. He came here at dawn today to try to get to the bottom of it. Are you suspecting that Sakura is also a master? At the mention of Jiantong Sakura, Rin Enbin seemed to wake up and shook his head. No, you should also be able to feel that there is no trace of magic on Sakura's body. She can't be called a magician at all. Jiantong Sakura is actually declining now. In this generation, even the magic circuit is almost exhausted. They are no different from ordinary people. Therefore, Jiantong Sakura should have no participants this time. That's true. Noah frowned. After a while, he looked at Rin Enbin. Are you going to school today? What's wrong? Nothing. Noah said such a sentence. If you plan to go, take me with you. Chapter 731. Suichuan Gakuin. It was a high school located in Fuyuki City. It wasn't a noble school, nor was it a civilian school. It was just a very ordinary school. In terms of scale, Suichuan Gakuin wasn't particularly luxurious. Not to mention Haolane Gakuin, which occupied an entire artificial island when Noah studied in the world of absolute dual blades, it wasn't very outstanding even compared to Haolane Gakuin in the world of Demon High School. However, in Noah's view, from an ordinary person's point of view, Suichuan Gakuin was the kind of school that couldn't be picked out. It was slightly better than the school in Sanyo City that Noah studied in the other parallel world. Therefore, there were many students studying in this Suichuan Gakuin. Rin Enosaka was a student of this school. Matsumoto Sakura, who called Rin Enosaka Sr., was also a student of this school. Under the leadership of Rin Enosaka, who finally cheered up, Noah walked on the road to Suichuan Gakuin and soon saw the corner of the school. Rin Enosaka kept muttering to Noah, who was getting closer and closer to Suichuan Gakuin, who was observing the school. There's no trace of magic on Sakura's body. Since we can't even feel the trace of magic, then even if there's magic in her body, it's probably very little. That level of magic isn't enough to maintain the appearance of a servant. Generally speaking, the Holy Grail shouldn't have chosen someone of that level to be its master. Gaia and Alea had also told Noah that the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City would choose to participate in the competition for its own people. The better the magician, the more likely they are to be chosen. And even if they are not particularly good magicians, if they have the factor of becoming the master, they will be chosen, such as having strong magic and so on. Of course, this is not absolute. The Holy Grail in Fuyuki City would sometimes choose some people who could be related to the Holy Grail War in some aspects as a candidate for the master. For example, there is a deep relationship with a servant that outsiders can't see. From Rin Enbin's point of view, that kind of relationship shouldn't exist between Mitsuharu and Mitsuharu Sakura. However, Rin and Osaka couldn't be sure. After all, no matter what, the Tong family was one of the three families that created the Holy Grail War. They were also responsible for the creation of the command incantation, so it was possible that they had other methods to make him be chosen by the Holy Grail. Therefore, Rin and Osaka's words were not meant for Noah's ears, but for himself. Noah could empathize with Rin Enbin. At the very least, Noah himself did not wish for Tong Ying to become master and participate in this killing party. Moreover, becoming a master meant becoming an enemy, and Rin Toyama didn't want to see Toyama Sakura become his enemy. It was only natural that he would behave this way. However, the more they thought about it, the more uneasy Noah and Rin Enbin felt. Especially Noah. After knowing that Tong Ying was from the Tong family, Noah felt that he had overlooked something important. Noah knew that Tong Ying seemed to have a past that no one knew. He originally thought that it was just Tong Ying's personal problem. Now it seemed that the truth was more complicated than Noah thought. In addition, Rin Enbin's almost neurotic behavior made Noah more or less suspicious. For some reason, he felt that Rin and Osaka had special feelings for his junior sister, Tong Ying. Just because Noah mentioned it, Rin Enbin started to nag, even to the point of comforting himself. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Or, the relationship between Rin Enbin and Tong Ying wasn't as simple as what Noah heard on the surface. With their own thoughts, Noah and Rin Enbin finally arrived at the gate of Suichuan Hara Academy. Because of Noah, Rin Enbin woke up early today and came to school early. Therefore, there were not many people in front of the school gate now. There were only a few students who needed to participate in the morning club activities coming and going in the school sparsely. It was very deserted. According to Rin Enbin, Tong Ying also participated in the club activities. Therefore, during this period of time, Tong Ying should have already arrived at school. However, before entering the school gate, the sharp-eyed Noah first noticed a person, causing him to stop in his tracks. Only Rin Enbin seemed to be immersed in his own world. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. In the next second, Rin Enbin heard a very flirtatious voice. "Yo, Enbin, you're early today." Hearing this voice, Rin Enbin's footsteps also stopped, but he seemed to recognize the owner of this voice. After faintly clicking his tongue, he raised his head. In front of the gate of Suichuan Gakuin Academy, there was a guy with a head full of seaweed. He had a proud expression on his face as he walked in the direction of Rin Osaka. He even pretentiously spread his arms. Hey, I thought today's club activities would be as boring as usual. I didn't expect Enbin to come so early. Why don't you come with me to the club?" Hearing this, Rin Enbin hid a trace of disdain in his eyes, and on his face, there was an elegant smile that made people feel like they were far apart. "Hello, Shinji Tong Ying." The person who had come was the seaweed head who had thrown a tantrum on the streets for no reason and had cursed at Tong Ying. Shinji Tong Ying. Tong Ying's brother. Until today, Noah finally knew the name of this guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Because Noah noticed Shinji Tong's arrival in advance, and because Rin Enbin was immersed in his own world, he didn't notice that Noah had stopped. At this time, Noah was still a bit away from Rin Enbin. Shinji Tong, who only had eyes for Rin Enbin, didn't notice that Noah, who made him lose face last time, wasn't far away. He also didn't notice Rin Enbin's polite smile as if he was facing a stranger. He kept walking back and forth in front of Rin Enbin. "Well, don't be so polite, just call me by my name." "How about I call you by your name?" Seeing Shinji Tong taking advantage of the situation, Rin Enbin was both amused and angry. No need, Shinji Tong, we're not familiar enough to call each other by name. It's better to be polite here. What he meant was that Tong Shinji's actions had already reached the point of being rude and unsightly. However, Shinji Tong didn't realize the meaning of Rin Enbin's words at all, and he was still proud. Don't say that, Enbin, since you came so much earlier than usual, there must be something you can do at this time, right? Shinji Tong smiled as if he had seen through everything. He even reached out his hand and was about to put his arm around Rin Enbin's shoulder. For example, to have a good relationship with a boy who needs to participate in club activities and will come to school early. When these words came out, even Rin Enbin, who felt that she needed to maintain the elegance and politeness of a daughter in front of a rotten person, closed her eyes, and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. And this behavior, in Shinji Tong's eyes, meant that Rin Enbin had acquiesced to his words and actions, which made him happy and proud, and he immediately planned to put his arm around Rin Enbin's shoulder. Unfortunately, just when Shinji Tong was about to put his arm around Rin Enbin's shoulder, Rin Enbin opened his eyes, and his face and eyes became emotionless, as if he had given up on something. He turned around and directly avoided Shinji Tong's hand. I'm really convinced, there's someone who doesn't understand what I mean, there should be a degree of self-consciousness, idiot. Rin Enbin's avoidance and suddenly quite ruthless words made Shinji Tong stunned, and he was even at a loss. What? You still don't understand? Rin Enbin once again showed an elegant smile, but his words became nasty. I have no interest in you, do you understand? Chapter 732. I'm not interested in you at all. Do you understand? Rin Enosaka's merciless words made Shinji Tamatsuki stunned. When he reacted, his face turned red and he forced a smile. You. What are you talking about? Even if you deliberately hide it now, it's useless. If you obediently admit it, I can still give you some love. Tamatsuki classmate, it's fine if you don't understand words that are too profound, but please don't not understand what others say directly. You're not an ape. Rin Enosaka tilted her head. That action was quite cute, but the mercilessness in her words had already reached a limit. I don't know why you would have such an overconscious thought to think that I would have feelings for you, but I can clearly tell you that you misunderstood. No matter how I think about it, there's nothing about you that I would like. Enosaka. You. Shinji Tamatsuki's face turned green and white. It seemed that Rin Enosaka's words poked at his pride and face. Noah, who was not far away, originally thought that Shinji Tamatsuki was just teasing Rin Enosaka, but when he saw Shinji Tamatsuki's reaction, he was stunned. Shinji Tamatsuki, did he really think that Rin Enosaka came to school early in the morning for him? In this world, there was actually someone who was so self-conscious that he thought that a girl came to school early in the morning for him? Wasn't this a bit too funny? Noah had to admit that Shinji Tamatsuki's appearance was indeed a bit handsome. However, with that personality and character, to be honest, a real good woman would not like him. Whether or not Rin Enosaka was a good woman, Noah temporarily reserved his opinion on this point. But in terms of appearance and family background, Rin Enosaka was indeed impeccable. Then, would such a girl like her be interested in such a self-conscious and extremely self-righteous man? The answer, of course, was no. If you still don't understand, then it seems that I have to use my actions to prove it. Rin Enosaka seemed to be disgusted by Shinji Tamatsuki's overconscious behavior. Seeing Shinji Tamatsuki's face turn green and white, she did not intend to stop. She looked around and when she saw Noah standing not far away, she waved at Noah. Noah suddenly froze. What was she planning to do? And when Rin Enosaka waved her hand, Shinji Tamatsuki also noticed Noah. When he recognized Noah, his eyes widened and even his voice became sharp. It's you. Seeing this, Noah, who knew that he couldn't stay out of this, pursed his lips and walked forward. What's wrong? Rin Enbin asked Noah, who had walked up to him. Do you know him? No, rather than saying that I know him, it's better to say that I just found out his name. Noah glanced at Shinji Tamatsuki and said lightly. Not long ago, this guy was making trouble on the street. He lost his temper in front of Sakura for no reason. I taught him a lesson. It's really you. Thinking of the humiliation, Shinji Tamatsuki's face twisted. You dare to appear in front of me? Hearing this, Noah really wanted to laugh. Undoubtedly, he ran away because he was scared. Now, what did Shinji Tamatsuki rely on to say this in front of Noah? Sure enough, you're a rotten person. Rin Enosaka's eyes flashed with disgust, but in the next moment, she smiled. At that moment, Rin Enosaka actually did something in front of Shinji Mitsuki, which made Noah somewhat stunned. Rin Enosaka suddenly reached out her hand and hugged Noah's arm. She put her head on Noah's shoulder. You. Shinji Tamatsuki looked like he saw something unbelievable. He took 2 steps back and pointed at Rin Enosaka with a trembling finger. Enosaka. What are you doing? Shinji Tamatsuki's question was like being betrayed by his lover. But, Rin Enosaka had nothing to do with Shinji Tamatsuki. In other words, Shinji Tamatsuki took Rin Enosaka as his own. That's what happened. I say, Tamatsuki, let me explain it to you one by one, okay? Rin Enosaka hugged Noah tightly and said to Shinji Tamatsuki with a sweet smile on her face. In terms of appearance, you're not as outstanding as Noah. In terms of temperament, you can't even compare to a single strand of Noah's hair. In terms of ability, personality, and character, you're so weak that even I feel pity for you. With such a person who's many times better than you by my side, would you still think that I'm interested in you? Tamatsuki Shinji Tamatsuki's face darkened. By the way, yesterday, Noah took me to a ball. It was an upper-class ball hosted by a famous jeweler. There, not only did I wear a dress that you can't afford in your lifetime, but I also met a lot of people that you can't reach in your lifetime. And those people are all Noah's acquaintances. Rin Enosaka didn't leave any face for Shinji Tamatsuki. She hugged Noah's arm and looked at Shinji Tamatsuki. So, know your place, self-righteous guy. Don't bother me again. I'm afraid my Noah will be angry with me. Leaving these words, Rin Enosaka hugged Noah's arm and walked intimately into the school under Noah's speechless and helpless expression. Shinji Tamatsuki just stood there. His expression became extremely ferocious because of the anger in his heart and another emotion. Noah didn't know that Rin Enosaka, who was very unreliable in front of him and would even drop the chain at the crucial moment, was actually the eldest daughter of Suichuan Academy. Because, House Enosaka was an ancient magic family. For generations, they held the idea that words and deeds should be elegant in accordance with their status. Therefore, Rin Enosaka could be said to be a well-behaved eldest daughter of a noble family. Appearance was outstanding. Conduct was dignified. Behavior was elegant. Grades were excellent. She was the perfect school flower that everyone recognized. This was Rin Enosaka's identity in Suichuan Academy. Because of this, in the school, many men naturally secretly yearned for Rin Enosaka. Shinji Tamatsuki was one of them. Now, the person he fancied announced in front of him that she belonged to another man. How could Shinji Tamatsuki endure this? In addition, this person was the one who made Shinji Tamatsuki lose face in front of everyone. After that, he was criticized and made fun of by many people in the school. How could Shinji Tamatsuki endure the tumbling emotions in his heart? In addition to endless anger, Shinji Tamatsuki's heart was also filled with monstrous jealousy. Bastard! Who would recognize a man who crawled out of nowhere? Shinji Tamatsuki fiercely turned around and looked at Rin Enosaka, who was hugging Noah's arm intimately. Shinji Tamatsuki looked at the man and woman with eyes full of resentment. Bastard! 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 After a series of ugly venting, Shinji Tamatsuki thought of something and suddenly laughed. His laugh was unusually cruel. In that case, don't blame me, Enosaka. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not looking at a man. On the other side, Noah, who was tightly hugged by Rin Enosaka, said in a bored tone. You actually used me as a shield. Rather than a shield, it's better to say that I just want to make that guy understand his own worth. Rin and Osaka said without care. To be honest, that guy has been like this for a long time. Today, I'm in a bad mood, and I'm too lazy to continue playing the good student game with him. Even if you're not here, I'll let him know how much he's worth. While saying this, Rin and Osaka didn't let go of Noah's hand. Instead, he looked at Noah with a devilish smile. What? Are you shy? Noah naturally wouldn't blush because of Rin and Osaka's intimate action. He was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. That guy is also from the Mitsuki family, right? Yes. Rin and Osaka answered without thinking. But, as a member of the Mitsuki family, the magic circuit in his body has basically dried up. He can no longer be a magician. Hearing this, Noah began to think. Chapter 733. It was the source of magic that all magicians were born with. This was the magic circuit. It was the simulated nerves in the magician's body, and it was also the individual qualification of a magician. It could transform the magician's life force into magic, and it was closely connected to the magic base plate, so that the magician could perform man-made miracles, that is, magic. In other words, the magic circuit was the most fundamental proof of a magician. Only with the magic circuit could one have magic, perform magic, and become a magician. On the other hand, the magic circuit was something that had been decided since birth. Whether it was its existence, quantity, or quality, it would not be increased by external factors. Because it was a very rare thing to begin with. Therefore, in order to be able to pass down the magic of their family and let their descendants inherit their research, in an attempt to one day reach the origin, usually, several generations of bloodline accumulation would be carried out, so that the descendants born would have a body that was more suitable for magic. If the existence of magicians was combined with each other, then the probability of the descendants having the magic circuit was very high, and some excellent ones could even have a good magic circuit, laying a huge foundation for themselves to become excellent magicians. Therefore, in the magic world, in order to be able to give birth to excellent descendants with the magic circuit, families that went overboard were simply doing breed improvement, just to increase the magic circuit of the children born. Of course, there were also some exceptions who mutated the magic circuit from ordinary people's families, and that was a special case among special cases. Naturally, since there were examples of magician families being able to produce more outstanding offspring than the previous generation, and there were also examples of magicians mutating from ordinary families, then there were gradually declining magic families, and their aptitude as magicians became lower and lower, until finally, there were no magician families at all. The Inter-Tong family was such an existence. In today's Tong family, Shinji's magic circuit is basically exhausted, and he can't even open it, so he can't be called a magician at all. Rin Enbin's tone became a little complicated. As for Xiaoying, that child has pretty good talent as a magician, but for some reason, she doesn't seem to have inherited the magic of the Tong family. If she can't even feel magic, it's useless no matter how good her talent is. In other words, if there is a master in the Mesotome family, it would either be Sakura or Shinji Mesotome. Noah asked. Which one do you think is more likely? I don't think either of them is possible, Rin and Osaka replied. Sakura basically doesn't have any magic power, and Shensi has even exhausted his magic circuit. If these two people can be chosen by the Holy Grail, then I have overestimated the threshold of the Holy Grail War. That being said, Rin and Osaka's words were convincing, but there were also some parts that he didn't seem to want to admit. No matter what, my goal is to obtain victory in this Holy Grail War. Even though his expression was complicated, Rin Enbin's eyes were filled with determination. Even if Sakura really becomes master, I will beat her without mercy. Rin and Osaka's words were quite resolute. It was just like how Aoko had declared in front of Noah that she would definitely take care of her sister. This also made Noah realize. The relationship between Rin and Osaka and Mesotome Sakura was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Just as Noah and Rin and Osaka fell into silence, a voice full of surprise and uncertainty came from behind Noah and Rin and Osaka. Noah-san. Tenosaka-senpai. Hearing this voice, both Noah and Rin and Osaka were shocked. They turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Noah and Rin and Osaka saw the person they had been talking about since early in the morning. At this time, Mesotome Sakura was standing in front of the door of a Japanese-styled building. She maintained the posture of opening the door and looked at Noah and Rin and Osaka with surprise and astonishment. The reason was naturally because Rin and Osaka was tightly hugging Noah's arm and snuggling into Noah's embrace. You guys, looking at Mesotome Sakura's stuttering appearance, Noah and Rin and Osaka followed her gaze and looked at themselves. Then, they finally realized the situation they were in. At this moment, Noah aside, Rin and Osaka seemed to have been electrocuted. She suddenly let go of Noah's arm and her face was slightly flushed. She quickly said to Mesotome Sakura. No, it's not what you think. Sakura. It's not what you think. Then what is it? From an outsider's point of view, Rin and Osaka's panic and explanation looked like she was trying to hide something. Mesotome Sakura's expression became more and more awkward. However, this gentle girl still spoke out to comfort her. Tenosaka-senpai, please calm down first. I didn't misunderstand anything, please don't worry. After saying that, Mesotome Sakura stuttered again. It's just that Tenosaka-senpai, who used to hate Noah-san, why did you suddenly change your attitude? If possible, can you tell me? After Mesotome Sakura said that, Noah and Rin and Osaka finally realized. Rin and Osaka, who used to dislike Noah, and Noah, who didn't like Rin and Osaka, didn't know when it started, but they were able to stand side by side like today. They didn't regard each other as outsiders at all, and they even touched each other. Rin and Osaka seemed like she wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Noah's sigh. In this situation, the more you explain, the more chaotic it will be. You better shut up. Rin and Osaka was immediately speechless. After a while, Rin and Osaka coughed and pretended to look at Mesotome Sakura seriously. Sakura, Noah is looking for you today. Huh? Mesotome Sakura was stunned. Looking for me? That's right, I'm just leading the way. Rin and Osaka brushed her hair, turned around, and waved her hand as if her mission was completed. Then, Sakura, I'll leave this guy to you, I'll go to the classroom first. After saying that, Rin and Osaka left without permission. Mesotome Sakura reached out her hand to Rin and Osaka's direction, but that hand could only hang in the air as if it was frozen there. Watching Rin and Osaka leave, Mesotome Sakura looked at Noah with a confused expression. Noah-san, looking at the confused look on Tanjing's face, Noah smiled bitterly. But soon, he smiled again. I'm just curious about what you usually do in this school, Xiaoying. Is that so? Mesotome Sakura finally reacted. Her expression seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and she couldn't help but smile. I'm very happy that Noah-san came. Hearing that, Noah fixed his gaze on Mesotome Sakura's smiling face and smiled as well. I'm also very happy to see Sakura's smile. That was the truth. From the first time they met until now, this young girl who had always acted inferior and passive in front of Noah was finally willing to openly smile. Ah! Mesotome Sakura quickly lowered her head and shyly covered her face, then said to Noah rather clumsily. Then. Would Mr. Noah like to come in and take a look at the archery department? Is that okay? Noah hesitated. I won't disturb you, right? No, there aren't many people here at this time of the year. Mesotome Sakura seemed to be a little hesitant, and even her tone had become a little unconfident. So, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing that Mesotome Sakura was doubting his words, Noah couldn't help but laugh. Then take a look around. If there's anything inconvenient, remember to tell me. Mesotome Sakura nodded repeatedly, then opened the door a little embarrassedly and welcomed Noah into the archery department. Before entering the archery department, Noah discreetly sized up Mesotome Sakura's body, especially the back of her hand. If Mesotome Sakura was the master, then there should be a command incantation somewhere on her body. As long as the command incantation was found, it would prove that Mesotome Sakura was the master. Unfortunately, Mesotome Sakura was dressed in archery attire today, and she was also wearing protective gear and gloves on her hands. Noah couldn't see the back of her hand at all. Left with no choice, Noah could only choose to observe the situation first. In fact, whether or not Mesotome Sakura was the master wasn't something that Noah really cared about. What Noah really cared about was what the handsome blonde man said that night. Chapter 734. Under Tanjing's lead, Noah entered the archery department of Sui Kun Yuan Academy and arrived at an extremely spacious venue. It was a spacious venue with a wooden floor. Shelves were placed around it, and the space in the middle was completely empty. In front of them was an open-air grassland with walls on both sides. The walls continued until they were more than 10 meters away from the end point. This was naturally the place to practice archery. At the front of the spacious wooden floor near the open-air grassland was a place for the members of the archery department to aim. In front of the walls at the end of the open-air grassland, there were targets. Just as Tanjing had said, perhaps it was because it was too early, but there was no one in the archery department. The commander left after I arrived. Tanjing, who welcomed Noah in, said to Noah in her usual soft voice. So, we are the only ones here now. Perhaps because she felt that her words were full of ambiguity, Tanjing blushed and quickly changed the topic. Mr. Noah, have you learned archery before? Just call me Noah. I'm not used to calling me Mr. Noah all the time. Noah shook his head and looked at the targets in front of him. I haven't learned archery before, but I've dabbled in shooting before. Shooting? Tanjing didn't expect Noah to suddenly say such a word, so she couldn't react in time. Do you mean the kind of gun? What? You don't believe me? Noah said to Tanjing with a half-smile. Don't look at me like that, I'm quite accurate with my shooting. To be precise, with the help of his sensory ability, Noah couldn't shoot accurately even if he wanted to. It was like turning on a radar to scan the surroundings. For shooting, it was too obvious that he could use his sensory ability to assist him. Noah didn't even need to aim deliberately. He just needed to follow the feedback from his sensory ability, set up his gun in front of the target, and pull the trigger. That was all he needed to do. Therefore, Noah's shooting could not be said to be accurate at all. It should be said to be cheating. Without the assistance of his sensory abilities, Noah's shooting would probably not be as good as those who had specially trained for this. Then, do you want to give it a try? Tanjing suggested. If you have a foundation in shooting, then you should be able to use a good bow. As she spoke, Tanjing did not even give Noah time to respond. She went to the side of the bow rack, took down a wooden peach bow, and then pulled out a few arrows from the side. She cutely held them in front of her and came to Noah with a shy smile on her face. If you are interested, I can teach you how to draw a bow. In the eyes of the layman, the so-called bow and arrow was as simple as setting up the bow, knocking an arrow, aiming, and shooting. However, real archery, as long as the posture is a little wrong, it will affect the accuracy of shooting. The strength of the bow is also particular. It is not just blindly pulling the string to the full and shooting it out. The strength is too big and too small, which will also affect the final accuracy. Therefore, drawing a bow and arrow is a knowledge, even if it is not as good as sniper rifles, which need to confirm various atmospheres and wind directions. There are many things to pay attention to. Noah, who understood this, was more or less interested. If it won't cause you trouble, it doesn't matter if you try it a little. No, how could it? Tanjing shook her head and immediately seemed to be happy to give the bow and arrow in her hand to Noah. Please pay attention to your safety. Tanjing seems to like archery very much. She is sincerely happy to be able to teach others how to use a bow. Noah naturally will not pour cold water on Tanjing. Under the gentle whisper of Jian Tanjing, after learning the basic posture and arrow skills, he turned his head and once again looked at the target in front of the wall at the end of the open-air grassland. Frankly speaking, that distance is only moderate for ordinary people. However, for Noah, who has been strengthened by the protozoan virus, such as vision, night vision, and so on, that can only be regarded as a very close distance. At this distance, even without the assistance of the sensory ability, Noah is confident that he can hit the bull's eye. So, Noah simply added a little difficulty. Of course, it is only a little difficulty for Noah himself. In the midst of Tanjing's somewhat confused expression, Noah took out another 4 arrows from the quiver next to him, and together with the arrows that had been placed on the bow from the beginning, all 5 arrows were placed on the bow, and the tail end was directly pieced together. Pinching it with his fingers, he slowly pulled it together with the bowstring. Ah! Jian Tanjing seemed to realize what Noah was going to do and made a small exclamation. However, this small exclamation was also blocked out of Noah's ears. He set the bow, aimed at the front, and closed his eyes at an angle that even Jian Tanjing could not see. His perception force was like mental energy, spreading out in all directions like a net. It did not take long for Noah's sensory ability to feed back the position of the targets in the most direct way to Noah's mind. Moreover, it was not just 1 target, but 5 targets. Following the feedback of the information from his sensory ability, Noah calmly adjusted the position of the 5 arrows on the bow, and the adjustment was completed in a short moment. In the next moment, Noah suddenly opened his eyes, and the hand that was tightly holding the end of the arrows and the bowstring suddenly loosened. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the rebounding bowstring as the propulsion force, the 5 arrows each cut through the air, and shot forward amidst the faint sharp sound of breaking through the air. Thump 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 thump. In an instant, the sound of the arrows hitting the targets rang out, echoing in the empty archery department apart from Noah and Jian Tanjing. Looking at the scene in front of her, Jian Tanjing seemed to be doubting her own eyes. She blinked cutely, and then couldn't help but open her mouth. If it wasn't for the girl's reservedness that made Jian Tanjing cover her mouth with her hand when she opened it, Jian Tanjing would have exclaimed out loud by now. It couldn't be helped. As a member of the archery department, the scene in front of her was a little too shocking. With Noah, who had released the bowstring, maintained the arrow, and raised his hand behind him, the 5 closest targets in front of him, which should have been empty, were all pierced with arrows. 5 arrows hit 5 targets. Moreover, all of them hit the bullseye. If the arrows were shot in 5 separate shots, and all 5 shots hit the bullseye, then Jian Tanjing wouldn't be so surprised. However, if the 5 arrows were shot by the same person with the same bow at the same time, then it was a different story. Jian Tanjing could only find one word to describe the scene in front of her. So amazing. Hearing Jian Tanjing's voice, Noah smiled slightly. I told you, I'm still a little confident in shooting, right? Although he had used a method that was close to cheating. Amazing. It's really amazing. Only then did Jian Tanjing react. She moved closer to Noah and said with surprise and excitement. This is the first time I've seen shooting like this. It's really amazing. Seeing Jian Tanjing's unprecedented enthusiasm, Noah was subconsciously forced to take a step back by this gentle girl's aura. No. It's just a little stubborn of a layman. Hearing that, Jian Tanjing shook her head vigorously. The shooting just now was perfect. Your posture was also very standard. Most importantly, your hand didn't even tremble when you used the bow for the first time. When you released the bowstring, you were very steady when you released the arrow. Also, your accuracy and technique are things that even our chief commander can't do. Rather than saying that even the chief commander of the archery department couldn't do it, it would be better to say that almost no ordinary person could do it. Jian Tanjing did have a special fondness for archery. She seemed to be very touched by Noah's cheat-like shooting, which made Noah a little regretful that he overdid it. At this moment, Noah suddenly felt a sharp gaze piercing his back, causing him to narrow his eyes and turn his head around. What he saw was the empty archery department's main entrance. However, Noah didn't think that his intuition was wrong. Someone was watching him. Chapter 735. In the end, Noah stayed in Suikyunyuan Academy for an entire day. To be more precise, he stayed in the archery department for an entire day. As Jian Tanjing still had to attend classes, she went to the classroom after the club's morning practice. Since outsiders were not allowed to walk around the campus, Noah originally planned to wait outside the school gate. However, Jian Tanjing struggled and hesitated for a long time before she mustered her courage and did something that violated the school rules. She hid Noah in the archery department. Perhaps it was luck, but the archery department's chief general seemed to have brought the members to replenish the club's supplies, such as bowstrings, arrows, and the like. Therefore, no one else came to the archery department today except for Jian Tanjing, who was guarding the door. Therefore, Noah was able to stay in the archery department for an entire day. At least, that was what it looked like on the surface. After Jian Tanjing went to the classroom, Noah slipped out of the archery department and secretly strolled around Suikyunyuan Academy. In the morning, Noah did sense that someone was secretly observing him. Since the owner of that gaze was able to disappear as soon as Noah noticed it, it proved that the other party was definitely not to be trifled with. Noah, who felt more and more concerned, naturally couldn't stay in the archery department obediently and wait for Jian Tanjing to finish school. Unfortunately, after that, Noah didn't discover anything strange in Suikyunyuan Academy. During lunch break, Noah knew that Jian Tanjing would come to the archery department to look for him, so he snuck back into the archery department and spent the rest of the time with her. Apart from that, Noah was strolling around Suikyunyuan Academy in the dark, but he didn't discover anything. Of course, the more he didn't find anything, the more Noah was concerned. Otherwise, Noah wouldn't have worked so hard to hide in the dark corner of Suikyunyuan Academy and hide here and there in order to not be discovered by ordinary students. Just like that, by the time Noah returned to the archery department empty-handed, the sky was gradually turning dark and Suikyunyuan Academy was about to be dismissed. Due to Noah's presence in the archery department, Jian Tanjing rushed into the archery department as soon as class ended. When she realized that Noah was still there, she bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry for making you hide here for so long." "It's alright, I'm not someone who can't stay idle." Noah spoke nonsense with a straight face, as if he had been obediently staying there the whole time. He then changed the topic. "It's getting late and I've seen enough of the tour. I should go back." "Yes." Jian Tanjing was a little disappointed, but also a little relieved and said embarrassedly. "Actually, the members of the archery department will continue to participate in the club activities in a while. Tanjing, Jian Tanjing, Jian Tanjing, Tanjing, Jian Tanjing. Then, it's better for all unrelated people to leave here." Just as Noah was about to leave the archery department, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of something strange that stunned him. Jian Tanjing noticed that Noah was suddenly staring at her without moving, which made her a little shy. "What? What's wrong?" Hearing this, Noah frowned and reached out his hand. As Jian Tanjing blushed slightly, he stroked Jian Tanjing's head. Then, Noah picked out a tuft of hair from Jian Tanjing's beautiful black hair. Noah was not to be blamed for acting this way. It was because the tuft of hair that Noah picked out from Jian Tanjing's beautiful black hair had turned purple. Yes. It wasn't originally purple, but it had turned purple. Noah was quite confident in his memory. Therefore, Noah could say with certainty that Jian Tanjing's hair was originally the most beautiful kind of black. There wasn't a trace of impurities in it like it was now. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Noah realized that there were traces of magic power in this tuft of hair. It was obvious that it was due to the influence of some unknown magic that caused the color of her hair to become like this. Moreover, he wasn't sure if it was just Noah's imagination. He felt that the traces of magic power couldn't be more familiar. It was the aura of Noah's magic power. Jian Tanjing was still a little confused at first, but when Noah picked out the tuft of purple hair, she immediately took a step back in a hurry, smoothed her hair, and hid the tuft of purple hair in her black hair. Her face no longer had the gentleness when she faced Noah all day, but became the same as when they first met. Her pretty face was full of sadness and depression, and her eyes were evasive. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Noah and Jian Tanjing fell into silence at the same time and stopped talking. Noah had been looking at Jian Tanjing all the time, as if he intended to see through Jian Tanjing's heart. His dark eyes were deeper than ever. Jian Tanjing, however, seemed to be afraid of Noah's gaze, or it should be said that she was afraid of being seen through by Noah. She kept her head down, avoiding Noah's gaze, and didn't dare to let her eyes meet with Noah's. After a long time, Noah suddenly smiled as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect Xiaoying to know how to dye your hair. I always thought that you were an obedient girl. No. No. Xiaoying stuttered. She looked like she wanted to explain, but couldn't. Noah couldn't help but smile. Well, I do hope that you can have more fun. It's not good to be an obedient girl all the time. Noah shrugged and changed the topic. Then, your club members should be here by now. I'd better leave quickly. Yes. Realizing that Noah didn't intend to probe further, nor did he make things difficult for her, and instead gave her a way out, Jian Tanjing felt grateful and guilty. She could only keep her head down. I'll send you off, no need. Noah patted Jian Tanjing's head and said meaningfully. Instead of worrying about me, I'm actually more worried about you. With that, Noah turned around, waved his hand, and walked out of the archery department without looking back. Then, see you next time. Jian Tanjing finally raised her head and looked at Noah's back that was gradually disappearing under the setting sun. Her eyes kept fluctuating, and she couldn't regain her senses for a long time. After leaving the archery department, the expression on Noah's face completely disappeared. Noah raised his head and looked at the dazzling sunset on the horizon. Then, he abruptly spoke. He suddenly asked, Ryder, are you there? Yes. Ryder didn't deactivate her spiritual form, nor did she use the contract to talk to Noah directly in his heart. Instead, she spoke to Noah from behind, telling him that she was always behind him. Noah didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Ryder, from now on, you will secretly follow Jian Tanjing. Once you notice anything unusual, tell me immediately. Also, if she encounters any danger, remember to protect her. This was the first time Noah had used a commanding tone to give instructions to his servant. Perhaps she could sense that Noah was serious about this matter from his tone, but Ryder didn't make any objections. Just like before, she obediently chose to obey. I understand. Under normal circumstances, as long as it was a servant, she would more or less raise some objections. After all, instead of protecting an ordinary person, the safety of her master, who she relied on, should be more important. However, Ryder didn't raise any objections from the beginning to the end. Just like before, Ryder had an attitude of absolute obedience to her master's orders. She didn't even have the slightest intention of refuting. Of course, this was also because Ryder already knew that Noah's combat strength wasn't inferior to that of a servant. Otherwise, even if she didn't raise any objections, she would still raise some questions. If there's anything, Master can summon me to your side with the command incantation. With that, Ryder's aura gradually faded away from Noah. Presumably, Ryder had gone to Jian Tanjing's side, right? Silently feeling Ryder's aura gradually leaving him, Noah still raised his head to look at the setting sun in the sky and sighed. She really can't stop worrying. Chapter 736. Originally, Noah planned to wait for Rin to come out before leaving Suichu and Gakyuan together. After all, it was Rin Enbin who brought Noah to this school. If he left by himself, he would probably be nagged to death by Rin Enbin. However, Noah really didn't know if he should mention this to Rin Enbin, considering the strange things that had happened to Mamoru Sakura. If he didn't mention it, the cooperation between the two seemed to be a bit bad. Mentioning Rin Enosaka's complicated feelings for Machan Tanakura would only cause the girl who was usually calm and collected, but who would act impulsively at critical moments, to be driven into a dead end, right? Under such circumstances, Noah simply left. When students began to leave Suichuan Gakuin, he slipped out of the school gate one step ahead. While thinking about his own things, he moved in the direction of his apartment. The sky gradually darkened. However, the more Noah walked, the farther away from his apartment, as if he deliberately planned to stay away from his apartment. He strolled on the streets of Fuyuki City. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that Noah came to a park and stopped. It's time to come out, right? In the empty park, Noah sighed loudly. Such a clumsy tracking technique, if he doesn't come out, it will be too embarrassing. After Noah left Suichuan Gakuin, there was a person who has been following Noah from the school gate until now. Noah said that the other party's tracking technique was clumsy. It wasn't a deliberate provocation, but a fact. There was no need for the assistance of perception ability at all, and there was no need to detect the other party's aura. After Noah left Suichuan Gakuin, the other party's footsteps have been echoing in Noah's ears. It seemed that the other party had deliberately suppressed his footsteps, but it was quite clumsy, there was no trace of skill at all. It was like a clown. If it weren't for the aura he sensed from the other party, Noah wouldn't have played with that clumsy clown until now. Turning around, Noah looked at the entrance of the park. Behind a street lamp outside, a figure was clearly visible, and he didn't even hide completely. Now, without Noah's explanation, everyone knew how clumsy the other party's tracking technique was. TCH, in an obvious sound of speechlessness, the figure hidden behind the street lamp slowly walked out, with an angry expression, entered Noah's field of vision. Seeing the full appearance of the person, Noah didn't seem to be surprised at all, and he curled his mouth and smiled. Is it really you? The clumsy tracker was Shinji. Noah realized that the guy in front of him was constantly lowering other people's evaluation of him. Clown's words and deeds. Clown's personality. Clown's posture. Clown's skills. It was really the first time Noah had met such a person that he couldn't overestimate. It wasn't that Noah really intended to look at Shinji. But this person seemed to deliberately not let others see his side that was worth mentioning. It was more like he deliberately wanted to be looked down by others. Every performance made people's impression of him lower. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this person had no self-awareness at all. This was the real performance of a clown. Very good. Shinji said such a sentence with a fake smile. I thought you wouldn't find me if you didn't have a servant by your side. See? This person had no self-awareness at all. Not only was his performance clumsy, but he also wanted to drag others to the same level as him. Shinji was such a person, wasn't he? In the face of such a person, Noah found that he couldn't even have a trace of disgust. Because the person opposite him would only bring others helplessness and helplessness. Did you just mention the servant? Noah didn't have the leisure to dawdle with such a guy. He narrowed his eyes. Knowing the existence of the servant means that you know about the Holy Grail War. So, should I just treat you as if you simply heard it from your own family? Or should I treat you as a related person? Do you still need to say that? Shinji snickered. I'm the heir of the Ta family. As the heir of one of the three families in the Holy Grail War, how can I not be a master? Oh. Noah said lightly. But isn't the magic circuit of your generation exhausted? Did Enosaka also say that you can't be a magician? Hearing this, Shinji seemed to be kicked by Noah's words. His mouth twitched, and the fake smile on his face became more and more ugly. As long as you have the qualifications to be a magician, it is possible to be chosen by the Holy Grail and become a master. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Of course, Noah didn't even know this. And it was precisely because of this that Noah felt that it was necessary to come to Suichuan Gakuin to see Shinji. Rin Enosaka also kept saying that it was impossible, but he couldn't completely deny it. It's just that the better the magician, the more likely it was to be chosen by the Holy Grail. Noah felt that as one of the three families, the Ta family should have a master. Before, he had been suspicious of Shinji. After discovering the abnormality of Toshinji's hair color, Noah felt that there was something more to Toshinji. As a result, the master of the Ta family was actually Toshinji. Well, no matter what, I am the true heir of the Ta family. Toshinji seemed to be deliberately emphasizing, letting out a proud smile at Noah. And you, as a master, actually let your servant leave. If I don't come to you now, when would be a good time to come to you? While saying this, Toshinji took out a thick book from his arms. Seeing that book, Noah's eyes flashed. The reason for that was because there was a very unusual demonic power in that book. This is a rare opportunity, I will specially introduce you to my servant. Toshinji held the book in one hand and said proudly. Come out. Saber. The voice, just as he finished. Clang, the sound of a heavy metal piece hitting the ground faintly sounded. That was the sound of steel-cast boots hitting the ground. Then, a figure appeared from the dark shadow behind Toshinji, entering Noah's vision. Title, Sabermaster. Real name. Attribute, Order, Good ability value, Strength, A durability, B agility, A magic power, A luck, B noble phantasm, A++ title skill, Magic power, A with the highest level of magic power that can nullify the magic circle and great magic. Even the most powerful magician in the current era can't directly use magic to hurt Saber herself. Because the command spell is the crystallization of magic, in front of the highest level of magic power, if the master only used a command spell, Saber could even resist the command, but because she has the dragon attribute, when facing the magic of killing the dragon, her magic power may not be fully used. Riding, Biyao, a soldier who used to fight on horseback. After becoming a servant, she can have the ability to ride. She can skillfully control a variety of mounts, including ancient warhorses, chariots, and modern land transportation, etc. But if she can't control magical beasts and phantom beasts, if she is given a suitable mount, the development of the battle will be different. Preservation skills, intuition, in a moment of battle, the ability to determine the most suitable action for oneself. Level A, has entered the field of prediction of the future. She can predict the trajectory of bullets through the sound of the wind and intuition, avoid the attack of firearms, and to a certain extent, be immune to visual and auditory obstacles. Magic power release, A, through the use of magic, she could strengthen her weapon and body. Level A, which allowed the originally weak and powerless female knight to have the strength to easily suppress many strong men. The armor she wore during battle was also weaved by releasing magic from this skill. Leadership, B, the ability to govern a country, relying on this ability, can make the morale of the army she leads high. Level B, can manage a kingdom, but can't establish a world-class empire. Chapter 737. Clang. 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 Clang, powerful footsteps, accompanied by the sound of heavy boots landing on the ground, slowly reverberated in the pitch-black space. When the servant Saber came out from the shadow behind Shinji Tsushita, the first thing that caught Noah's eyes was the golden hair that was swaying in the moonlight. It seemed to be for the convenience of battle, the golden hair was specially tied behind the head. With such a conspicuous hair color in the moonlight, the girl who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old appeared in front of Noah's eyes. On her body, a blue dress showed the other person's slender body, but she also wore a silver breastplate in front of her body, and there were steel gauntlets on her hands, firmly covering her slender hands together with her fingers. Her feet were the same, with a pair of heavy boots. Such a girl had a majestic aura, as if the surrounding darkness was expelled. Step by step, she walked behind Shinji Tsushita and raised her head, exposing a doll-like delicate face under the scarce light. A pair of gem-like green eyes with an extremely strong determination made people can't help but have a feeling of heroic radiance. Undoubtedly, she was only a 16 or 17-year-old slender girl, but she had a heroic radiance and a fierce aura, which almost made Noah show a surprised expression. Just from the aura and posture, the other party was worthy of the title of hero. However, if one were to judge him based on his appearance, no one would associate him with the word hero. Not to mention, Shinji Tsushita just clearly said that the girl in front of him was a servant Saber. So, How could Noah not be surprised? It must be known that the servant saber had the highest requirement for ability value. Generally, only the highest level of heroic spirits could become a servant saber, which could be said to be the highest combat power in the Holy Grail War. As a result, such a servant saber was occupied by a girl who looked very weak. How could Noah not be surprised? Of course, he was only surprised by Saber's appearance. As for Saber's ability points, it clearly told Noah that Saber was worthy of her rank. That was an ability value that was almost the same as that of Hercules Berserker. They were completely on par with each other. As for the precious artifact column, it was an A++ grade that made people's hearts shrink. If they underestimated the other party because of their appearance, they would definitely die a horrible death. Therefore, while Noah became serious, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this be? Why was Saber's ability value so high? As the class with the highest combat power in the Holy Grail War, Noah did not doubt Saber's ability value. However, the servant's ability value was generally dependent on the master's magic power. Saber's master is Shinji Mitsuki, right? Would that guy, who even ran out of magic circuits, have the ability to make Saber's ability points reach such a level? Also, what's with the book in Shinji Mitsuki's hand? Questions after questions made Noah frown deeply. Shinji Mitsuki, who clearly saw Noah's reaction, thought that Noah was afraid, and couldn't help but let out a cunning laugh. How is it? Amazing, right? My servant is the strongest saber, okay? You magicians who look down on me should be scared now, right? Ha 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 ha. Shinji Mitsuki laughed proudly as if he had succeeded. Not only did it make Noah frown deeper, it also made Saber's eyes move, but her face was expressionless. The next second, Saber spoke in a clear voice. Master, please give me your orders. That voice was completely mechanical, without the slightest bit of emotion. No, it was not that there was no emotion. At least, Noah saw a hint of dissatisfaction in Saber's seemingly emotionless eyes. Dissatisfaction? Was she dissatisfied with her master? Well, it should be said that as a legendary hero, as a heroic spirit, becoming the servant of a person like Shinji Mitsuki would not cause dissatisfaction. Perhaps, only a servant like Ryder, who was willing to listen to orders, would be dissatisfied. This also made Shinji Mitsuki's laughter abruptly stop, and he glared at Saber. Don't talk to me in such a commanding tone. Have you forgotten who your master is? How could he scold his own servant and the legendary hero so rudely? This Shinji Mitsuki really did not have anything that was pleasing to the eye. Facing such a Shinji Mitsuki, Saber was still expressionless. Her eyes fell on Noah, and she didn't even look at Shinji Mitsuki. She said so lightly. No, I have never forgotten who my real master is. So, master, please give me your orders, for victory. These words made Noah frown again. What Saber meant was that she shouldn't have spoken to her master in such a commanding tone, right? But Saber still maintained such a tone to Shinji Mitsuki. What did this mean? You? Shinji Mitsuki seemed to feel that his face was blocked by Saber, or perhaps he understood what Saber meant, and he suddenly became angry. You're just a servant, how dare you disobey my orders? Shinji Mitsuki's words just attracted Saber's sharp eyes. Even if you are my master now, I am still a heroic spirit that exists as a hero. In the past, I used to rule over thousands of people as a king. If you insult me as a king, even if you have the book of false officials, I will personally punish you. Shinji Mitsuki suddenly let out a disappointing scream, and stepped back, away from Saber. Seeing Shinji Mitsuki's behavior, this time, Saber clearly frowned, and then as if she no longer cared about Shinji Mitsuki, she raised her head and looked at Noah again. As a master, it's only right for a servant to stay by your side and protect you. Since you made the mistake of moving your servant away from you, you shouldn't have any complaints now that someone has taken advantage of you, right? Every word, every action, the servant named Saber was like a majestic knight. Undoubtedly, it should not match with the slender appearance, but it gave people a feeling that it was natural. Compared to Shinji Mitsuki, who was a master, it only made people feel that such a master was not worthy of such a servant. So, Noah smiled and said such a sentence. Since letting the servant accompany you to protect you is the way of action that every master knows, then, do you think that I deliberately transferred the servant away from me is really a mistake? Hearing this, Saber's eyes slightly narrowed. Ha! Ha! Shinji Mitsuki, who was just scared by Saber, seemed to want to get back his sense of superiority from Noah, and let out a mocking laugh. Do you think it's useful for you to say these words now? Noah just raised his eyes and looked at Saber's eyes. Whether or not I'm trying to be brave, you'll know after you try, Saber's servant. Immediately, Saber closed her eyes slightly before opening them abruptly. She clenched her fist and lifted it up, causing a sharp and oppressive gale to appear. It stirred up the sound of air being sliced apart as it pointed at Noah. Then let me try. The moment the words fell, Saber's body bent down. Dong! Saber, who turned into a bullet, violently shot in the direction of Noah's direction, her hands in the air, as if she was holding a weapon, and fiercely swung at Noah's head. Noah, who felt that something was wrong, took a step back. Clang! The next moment, a sword light flashed. Chapter 738. Clang! When the gorgeous sword light flashed through the space, the entire place where the sword light passed by seemed to be cut by something, everything became chaotic. Rip! Noah, who had taken a step back in time, happened to be in the range where the sword light flashed. However, the clothes in front of him were ruthlessly slashed through. With a clear tearing sound, a tear appeared on his clothes. Noah's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly moved his toes on the ground. After putting some distance between them, he glanced at his clothes, which had been torn apart. He then looked at Saber, who was in front of him, and his eyes flickered. Over there, Saber was still in a slashing posture with a weapon in her hand. She adjusted her posture and raised her hand. Did you dodge? You seem to be an excellent warrior. Upon hearing Saber's unabashed praise, Noah did not respond. Instead, he glanced at Saber's hand, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. With his sensory ability, Noah could clearly feel that there was a sword in front of him. At that moment, there was a sword in Saber's hand. However, without his sensory ability, Noah could not even see the shape of the sword. He could only vaguely feel that there was a chaotic wind blowing on it, completely covering Saber's sword. An invisible sword? Don't say that I'm despicable. Saber pursed her lips and smiled, but her eyes were shining brightly. As a battle tactic, this is very effective. After saying that, Saber tightened her grip on the hilt of the invisible sword. With a loud stomp, she charged forward. The sword in her hand cut through the air like a silver sword light. It carried a strong wind that caused the air to fluctuate as it slashed down at Noah. The sharpness of the invisible sword sliced through the air beneath it. The sharp sound of the sword was like a scream in the air. It was extremely terrifying. Although Noah was a little surprised by the invisible sword, it was not to the extent that he could not react. Even if it was invisible to the naked eye, Noah could clearly sense its existence and even the trajectory of its slash. Wang! Thus, with a vibration, traces of magic emerged from Noah's limbs. Like a catalyst, lines of magic spread out along Noah's limbs. The strengthening from the enhanced magic made Noah's four limbs more powerful than before, making Noah calm down. He felt the sword that was slicing towards him, and when it was only half a meter away from his head, he gently moved a step to his left. Clang! The sword that could not be seen by the naked eye suddenly slashed down. Amidst a clear sword hum, it brushed past Noah's shoulder in a thrilling manner. The moment the sharp sword missed, Noah's left hand suddenly moved slightly. Then, he slapped to the side. Pa! The seemingly casual slap of the hand actually caused a sound of impact at the moment when the invisible sword was about to land. It was the sound of Noah's hand slamming heavily on the blade of the invisible sword. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out, causing the invisible sword and saber to tilt to the side. For a moment, Saber's awe-inspiring momentum seemed to have stagnated because of Noah's slap. She was surprised. Had his sword been seen through? No. Compared to the problem of her sword being seen through, Saber was more surprised that Noah, as an ordinary person, could actually keep up with her attack. Wang! While Saber was still in shock, Noah pulled one of his hands behind his back and clenched it tightly, causing the air around his fist to vibrate. A beautiful airflow gathered into the shape of a whirlpool and covered his entire fist. Like an extremely heavy hammer, Noah's arm immediately shook, and the heavy fist, with a terrifying oppressive wind, smashed towards Saber's chest. This time, Saber reacted instantly. Traces of magic quickly gathered in one of her hands, covering the entire steel gauntlet and holding it to her side. The heavy fist suddenly landed on the steel gauntlet, colliding with the hard steel. Clang! The fist and the gauntlet collided fiercely, causing a crisp sound of steel clashing to be heard at the point of contact, causing waves of shockwaves to appear in the surroundings. The two people who collided shook at the same time, as if they were rebounded by the shockwaves. With a muffled sound, they were both pushed back, creating a distance between them. After stabilizing her body, Saber raised her head and looked at Noah, who was also pushed back by the shockwaves. Her expression changed slightly. This person could actually collide head-on with a servant? No. Impossible. Not far away, Tong Shinji was shocked by Noah's strength, which was not in the same dimension as him. After he reacted, as if he couldn't accept it, he shouted at Saber like a madman. Hey! What are you doing? Hurry up and defeat him. Saber took a deep breath of the cool air. She stared at the calm Noah and directly ignored the unreasonable Shinji Mitsuda as she spoke in a deep voice. Your Excellency has such skills, which is admirable. I take back what I said just now. Letting the servant leave your side is not because of your lack of strategy, but because you do have the ability to deal with all situations without relying on the servant. With such a sentence, Saber once again raised the completely invisible sword and pointed it at Noah. In that case, I will also use all my skills. This is the greatest respect I can give you as a knight who can't announce my name in the duel. Hearing this, Noah just leaned his body and clenched his fist. Although it is not my intention to fight here, after all, the recent battles have been too frequent. But since the servant said so, if I don't take it seriously, it would be rude of me. Come at me. Then. Saber clenched the hilt of her sword and looked at Noah with narrowed eyes. I won't hold back. After a moment, Saber's body suddenly leaned forward a little, her feet suddenly stomped on the ground, her whole body spun, and slashed forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, as Saber swung her sword, the invisible sword in her hand suddenly burst into a whirlwind, bringing with it a whistling wind and a sense of oppression. It was like a burst of shock wave that suddenly spread out, passing through the obstacles of space and violently swept toward Noah. The sudden attack made Noah's eyes flash with a touch of surprise, but his face did not show much alarm. His hands suddenly clenched into fists again, and he did not retreat but instead moved forward. Noah landed heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. His tightly clenched fist was covered by a faint golden vortex as he violently threw a punch at the wave of wind that was rushing towards him. Noah's annihilation strike originally used the shock wave caused by the vibration of his arm, and then covered the shock wave on his fist, and then punched out. Boom! So, at the same time when Noah punched out, a burst of shock wave shook like a cannonball, and fiercely collided with the shock wave. Bang! The two shock waves collided with each other, causing a ripple in the air. It was like a violent gale, carrying an astonishing impact force that spread out in all directions. It shook the ground, causing some gravel and cracks to appear. At that moment, Noah's whole body was shaken by the fierce aftermath of the collision of the two shock waves, and he was forced to take a few steps back. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and after distancing himself from the center of the shock wave for some distance, he stabilized his body and stopped. Whoosh! At that moment, a slight sound of something breaking through the air was heard, causing Noah's expression to change, and he suddenly raised his head. There, a blurred shadow was eerily like a ghost, flashing above Noah's head. With her nimble body, Saber took advantage of the moment when Noah had just stabilized his body, and flashed forward, waving the sword in her hand. Chapter 739. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword suddenly rang out in the air, drawing a long sword light. It was like a silver moon cutting through the sky, instantly illuminating the surrounding pitch-black space. With the invisible sword in her hand, Saber directly caught the moonlight and slashed at Noah. The dazzling sword light even made Noah's eyes suddenly shrink, and he subconsciously squinted. Of course, the effect on his vision was not enough to make Noah unable to react. After all, Noah still had superb sensing ability. At that moment, Noah simply closed his eyes, and his palms suddenly clenched into a fist. A pale golden vortex of air swirled around his fist, and as it contracted, the luster of the silver moon-like sword light actually paled in comparison. 1 gold. 1 silver. The two flashes of light dispelled the darkness in the entire park, and shone in the space. Just as the golden fist and the silver sword light were about to collide, Saber, who was mercilessly slashing at Noah, suddenly changed her expression and abruptly stopped swinging her sword. Her whole body was suspended in the air, and she once again fell to the ground. Seeing this, Noah's eyes narrowed, and almost subconsciously stopped his attack. He abruptly stopped the annihilation strike that was about to be swung out, and the fist covered with the bright vortex of air suddenly stopped in front of Saber's delicate face. The wind that it carried caused Saber's dazzling golden hair to dance in the wind. Just like this, Noah and Saber simultaneously stopped their attacks at the last moment. Noah's fist was right in front of Saber's face. Saber's invisible sword was almost on Noah's shoulder. It was a close call. Noah, who did not expect Saber to suddenly stop, frowned deeply. "You! What are you doing?" Tong Shinji, who was hiding at the side, actually scolded. "Hurry up and take care of him." However, Saber did not even care about Tong Shinji's reaction, and she did not care about Noah in front of her. Instead, she forcefully turned her head and looked in one direction. At that moment, a dazzling brilliance enveloped Saber's slender body, causing the outline of her body to fluctuate. Starlight particles appeared around her, and as if they were contracting, they gathered on Saber's body. Saber was a little surprised, but soon seemed to have understood something, and revealed a stern expression. In the next moment, Saber disappeared from the spot. Yes. Along with the dazzling brilliance, she disappeared from the spot. Noah was stunned on the spot, but the next moment, he immediately reacted and exclaimed. "Teleportation! Teleportation of the command spell!" Although Noah had never used the command spell before, nor had he seen anyone else use it, he could feel the spatial fluctuations before Saber disappeared. There was no doubt that it was teleportation-based teleportation. And looking at Saber's performance just now, it was obviously not her own doing. Then, other than the teleportation of the servant using the command spell, Noah could not think of any other factor that could make Saber, who had the highest level of magical power, uncontrollably teleport away. However, wasn't Saber's master Tong Shinji? If someone used the command spell on Saber and summoned Saber to his side, that person should be Tong Shinji, right? And Tong Shinji was here, right? Coupled with Saber's asymmetrical ability value and her attitude towards Tong Shinji, Noah could understand it no matter how stupid he was. There was something wrong with this matter. Damn it! On the other side, Tong Shinji seemed to understand what was going on before Noah, and he shouted angrily. "That woman! She said she was not interested in the Holy Grail War. She said she did not want to be master at all. In the end, didn't she summon the servant back? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" While venting his anger as if no one was around, Tong Shen raised the book in his hand. "Come back here. You useless servant. I'm your master." Amidst Tong Shinji's angry roar, the thick book in his hand began to flicker with the light of magic. However, at this moment, A beam of light made of magic power cut through the space, rubbing against the air, and like a laser, it fell on the hand of Shinji Mitsuki, who was holding the heavy book. Suddenly, Tong Shinner didn't even have time to react. His hand that was holding the thick book, along with the book, was vaporized by the magic light beam. Ah! Tragic cries of pain resounded throughout the night sky of the park. It hurts. So painful. It's so painful. Tong Shinner held his shoulder that was charred and fortunately stopped bleeding, but his entire arm had disappeared. Tong Shinner rolled to the ground. The intense pain caused this fellow, who was constantly dragging down the evaluation of others, to roll on the ground. As he rolled, he cried desperately. His face, mucus and tears were all gushing out. Even saliva was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. That cry, that performance, he didn't have any backbone that a man should have. It was extremely disgusting. My hand. My hand. Shedding tears, drooling, and sniffling, Tong Shinji kept rolling back and forth on the ground. Because of the severe pain, his face was twisted into a disgusting look. His crying was even worse than if his parents had died. Looking at all this indifferently, Noah expressionlessly came in front of Tong Shinner, who was rolling on the ground. Looking down at this clown, he felt that it was unforgivable to waste time with him, so he directly spoke. The book just now, the book that Saber called, the Book of False Officials, you seem to want to use that book to control Saber, right? Noah's voice was directly ignored by Tong Shinner, or it should be said that it couldn't enter Tong Shinner's ears. It was covered by Tong Shinner's tragic cries. Tong Shinner didn't hear a single word. Tong Shinner was still rolling on the ground and crying. Noah, who was disgusted by Tong Shinner's appearance, really felt a violent emotion in his heart. He suddenly raised his foot and heavily kicked Tong Shinner's stomach. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, telling everyone how much strength Noah had used in this kick. Goo! Tong Shinner, who was crying, spat out a bitter cry. His whole body was kicked away and smashed on the lever of the nearby park. Blood finally flowed down from Tong Shinner's head. Ah 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 ah. Tong Shinner's hand that was covering his burnt arm turned to cover his stomach and screamed again. My patience is limited, and you've almost worn it out. Noah walked step by step towards Tong Shinner's direction, his voice became violent. You like to scream. You don't like to answer my questions? Good. Then let me help you. The other hand and 2 feet. I'll help you cut them off. I'll let you scream as much as you want. No. No. Tong Shinner's face was covered with snot and tears, trying to get away from Noah. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. It's that woman who said she didn't want to be the master. She wanted to transfer the command incantation to the Book of False Officials. She wanted to give me the right to use Saber. It's none of my business. Transfer the command incantation to the Book of False Officials. She wanted to give you the right to use Saber. Noah frowned and looked at Tong Shinner coldly. In other words, you're not the master of Saber, right? No. No. Tong Shinner's previous complacent and clown-like flaunting his superiority completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an unbearable crying appearance with snot and tears all over his face. It's none of my business. Don't kill me. Who's the master of Saber? Noah had a bad feeling. Who summoned Saber? It's Sakura. Tong Shinner's cry resounded around. It's Sakura. Chapter 740. The gorgeous pale golden airflow converged into the shape of a vortex, covering the bottom of the feet, dazzling like a meteor. At first glance, it seemed that a meteor suddenly exploded, turning into a fierce impact, erupting under the feet of its owner, making the dark figure turn into a light, sweeping through the air. With the skill of leap, Noah, who directly stepped on the air and rushed forward, regardless of the wind and dust hitting his body, carrying the screaming Shinji in his hand, rushed forward, and his face was ugly to the extreme. At this time, what surged in Noah's heart was a sense of violence that could almost be described as violent. However, it was no longer directed at Shinji, a dispensable small character, but against the entire Tong family. And the magician called Zhang Yan of Tong. It didn't take much effort at all. Driven by fear, Shinji told Noah everything, including the origin of Tongying. It was not until this moment that Noah understood why Tongying would always be inferior when facing others, and was so self-abased and negative. That was entirely because Tongying had lived a life that could be said to be inhuman over the years. Because the magician qualifications of the Tong family were almost completely exhausted, Tongying was adopted by the Tong family when she was a child as an adopted daughter from outside. However, what greeted Tongying was not the fate of being a magician who was entrusted with hope, but the treatment that could be described as despair. It was only because the attribute of Tongying was not in line with the magic system of the Tong family. Therefore, the real master of the Tong family, called Zhang Yan of Tong family, attempted to bury the inferior servant called engraving insect into Tongying's body, and transform Tongying alive. Fortunately, there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power in Tongying's body that had been protecting the girl, so that the girl would not really fall into an inhuman hell. However, when he thought of the girl who felt inferior and often unconsciously showed a sad and depressed expression, living in such an environment for more than 10 years, and having to face the various means used by Zhang Yan of Tong to consume the mysterious power to protect herself every day, Tongying's fear and despair seemed to be able to be transmitted to Noah's heart, making Noah's heart violent. When they first met, Noah was inexplicably very concerned about Tongying. Noah didn't know whether it was because Tongying was also a person with a story or some other factors, but it was undeniable that Noah did care about the girl. Now, Noah finally knew the past that Tongying had been hiding, and his heart was anxious. That's right. He was anxious. According to Shinji of Tong, recently, Tongying's situation was worse than the treatment she had received in the past 10 years. That was because Tongying became a master and summoned Saber's servant. Originally, becoming a master was a condition that Zhang Yan of Tongying put forward to Tongying. With obtaining the Holy Grail as a condition, once Tongying won the Holy Grail War, Zhang Yan of Tongying would give up Tongying and let her live an ordinary life. However, after summoning Saber, Zhang Yan of Tongying went back on his word. After summoning Saber, for some reason, she suddenly lost the mysterious power that had been protecting her all this time. No. It shouldn't be said that she lost it. Instead, the power that had been protecting Tongying seemed to have replaced Tongying, who had very little magic power in her body, and became the source of Saber's magic power. That was why Saber's ability value was still so high after becoming the servant of Tongying and Shinji of Tongying, who didn't have much magic power in their bodies. Although he didn't know the reason, whether Saber used Tongying as a master or Shinji of Tongying as a master, it had always been the mysterious power in Tongying's body that provided Saber with magic power. This was obviously abnormal. However, no one cared about this abnormal situation. Including Noah, he didn't have the leisure to think about this matter now. At this moment, Noah was only thinking about one thing. That was, he had to get to Tongying's side. Without the protection of that mysterious power, it was easy to imagine how Zhang Yan of Tongying would treat Tongying. If it wasn't for the fact that after Tongying summoned Saber, even if she lost the protection of the mysterious power, Saber had replaced the mysterious power and had been protecting Tongying for the past few days, making Zhang Yan of Tongying unable to act rashly, Noah couldn't imagine what would have happened to Tongying. Therefore, at this time, Noah unconsciously wanted to scold Tongying. Undoubtedly, she knew that she no longer had the mysterious power to protect her. Instead, Saber had been protecting her. Tongying actually transferred Saber's control to Shinji of Tongying and let Shinji of Tongying take Saber away from her side. It was simply stupid. And now, since Saber had been summoned back by the command spell, what did that prove? It proved that Tongying was very likely to be in danger. In addition, from the beginning, Ryder had not responded to Noah's call, as if it was entangled by something, which made Noah even more anxious. At this moment, Noah used all his strength to leap forward. His figure was like a meteor, shooting through the air, flying in the direction of the Tong family's house that Shinji of Tongying had pointed out. Not long after, Noah finally saw the building of the Tong family. However, before Noah could cheer up, a wave of magic power surged from the inside of the Tong family's house. Dong! The next moment, the building of the Tong family exploded under the impact of the magic power, turning into a pile of rubble and shattering. Immediately after, two figures shot out from the rubble that had exploded. Like two thunderbolts, they spun around and suddenly collided with each other. Dong! The violent impact and the strong flash suddenly soared, illuminating the night sky above the Tong family's house extremely dazzling. Noah suddenly stopped, raised his empty hand, and blocked the impact of the attack. In Noah's hand, Tong Shinji, who had been screaming, snot, and tears flowing down his face, struggled fiercely after discovering the strong impact, as if he had been completely traumatized. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. In Noah's hand, Tong Shinji, whose face was full of snot and tears, let out a scream that was drowned by the impact. However, Noah, who was close at hand, could still hear Tong Shinji's scream, and could even feel that Tong Shinji was desperately struggling, which made Noah's figure almost fall from the air. Trash! Noah, who had used leap to step in the void and used the impact to stabilize his body, clicked his tongue. Do you want me to let you go? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Tong Shinji was stunned at first, and then there was an ominous premonition in his heart, which made him take a look at his lower body. The dark moonlit night was like a giant beast, opening its bloody mouth to the high and mighty Shinji Tsushima. In Fuyuki City, the buildings were at least 100 meters above Noah and Tong Shinji. If Noah let go of Tong Shinji at this time, when he thought of this, the ominous premonition in Tong Shinji's heart became more intense, and even his body trembled, shouting at Noah. What do you want to do? Nothing. Noah sneered. Just let you fend for yourself later. After that, Noah no longer held Tong Shinji, and directly let go of his hand, letting Tong Shinji scream hysterically, fall from the sky, and soon disappeared in the dark moonlight. Only then did Noah turn around and charge forward. Under the detection of his excellent sensing ability, Noah had already recognized the two people who frequently collided with each other. One was Saber, who was summoned back. The other was Ryder, who Noah had been calling since the beginning. Why are these two servants fighting? Chapter 741. Saber and Ryder were enveloped in thick magic flames as if they had turned into a real thunderbolt. They flashed through the air, and at the same time, they violently collided with each other. Dong! Just like the collision of meteorites, a deafening roar rang out. Waves of shockwaves also followed the ripples of energy that were set off. The shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the atmosphere to be in chaos. Even the temperature seemed to have risen a little. The two servants, both of whom had top-notch abilities, seemed to be competing with each other. The magical power in their bodies was getting stronger and stronger, causing the impact when they collided with each other to become more and more turbulent. Dong 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 dong. The two servants, who had turned into thunderbolts, flashed through the air like two meteors chasing each other. They circled back and forth and collided with each other, causing waves of impact and muffled sounds in the air. After a while, they plunged down at the same time. Bang! With a loud crash, two craters with a diameter of about 2 meters were smashed open on the ground. Thick smoke and dust rose, but it was quickly dispersed by the magical flame rising from Saber and Ryder. Then, Saber, who was holding an invisible sword, and Ryder, who was holding a short sword that looked like a spike that was connected to a chain, were exposed under the moonlight from the two craters that looked like craters. Upon closer look, Saber was holding a girl in her arms. It was none other than Jian Tanjing. However, at this moment, Jian Tanjing seemed to have fainted. Her eyes were closed, and her body fell limp in Saber's arms. It was obvious that she had lost consciousness. Holding Jian Tanjing tightly, Saber pointed the invisible sword in her hand at Ryder in front of her. Her eyes were filled with annoyance. What did you do to Jian Tanjing? Hearing this, Ryder just raised his head and looked at Saber, who was hugging Tong Ying tightly. His face was as emotionless as usual, and his red lips moved slightly. Jian Tanjing's fainting has nothing to do with me. The meaning of Ryder's words was that he was not the one who caused Tosakura's coma. However, in Saber's ears, it meant, it doesn't matter if you're unconscious or not. Really? Saber held Jian Tanjing in one hand and held the sword in the other. Her face became calm. Are you Ryder's servant? How dare you attack my master? Then you can leave now. Do you want to start a war here? Ryder gripped the chain dagger in his hand. Although there's no order from master, I won't refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the two servants in the ruined Jiantong residence looked at each other in the two craters that looked like craters. The atmosphere around them was on the verge of exploding. Just as the tense atmosphere between Saber and Ryder was about to explode, a figure swooped down from the sky and landed in the ruins of Jiantong's house. The sudden appearance of the intruder made Saber and Ryder stop the hostility that was about to erupt. You. Saber frowned, and the look in her eyes became dangerous. On the other hand, Ryder put away the chain dagger in his hand and leaped to the side of the intruder. Master. Ryder. Noah looked around and glanced at Saber, who was holding Jian Tanjing tightly. He realized that Jian Tanjing seemed to have lost consciousness, and his heart tightened. What happened? Jian Tanjing was attacked after she returned to Jiantong residence, Ryder explained concisely. I saved the girl, and the girl seemed to have used the command spell to summon Saber. Then, she fainted. Ryder did not need to explain what happened next. Noah could read the hostility in Saber's eyes. Saber must have been summoned by the command spell. When she saw Jian Tanjing fainted and saw the enemy's servant appear, she thought that Ryder had attacked her master. That was why they started fighting. As for the person who attacked Jian Tanjing, there was no need to guess. Jiantong Yen Zi, Noah closed his eyes and used his sensing ability to scan the entire ruined Jian Tanjing residence. After he did not find any unfamiliar aura, he opened his eyes and narrowed his eyes. That old man is no longer here, Ryder seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts and answered directly. After I attacked, the old man ran away. It seemed that Jiantong Yen Zi thought that Saber was not by Jian Tanjing's side today, so he could not wait to attack Jian Tanjing. As a result, Ryder had been secretly protecting Jian Tanjing. When Jian Tanjing was attacked, he showed up to save her, causing Jiantong Yen Zi to return empty-handed. He sensed that something was wrong and immediately ran away, right? After understanding the whole thing, Noah looked at Jian Tanjing, who was in Saber's arms. He lifted his feet and walked in the direction of Jian Tanjing and Saber. Let's stop there. Ryder's master. Almost at the moment when Noah lifted his feet, Saber raised the invisible sword in her hand and shot a sharp gaze directly at Noah. If you take another step forward, I'll take it that you intend to start a fight here. I won't hold back anymore. Hearing this, Noah stopped but did not avoid Saber's gaze. He looked straight at Saber and said calmly. You intend to fight me and Ryder when you have to protect the unconscious master? Are you serious? Saber's face tensed up. This time, Saber understood the deeper meaning of Noah's words. In a situation where she had to protect the unconscious master, to be honest, Saber had no chance of winning against Noah and Ryder. After all, in the previous battle, Ryder had already proven that he had the same level of strength as Saber. Saber, who had fought Noah before, also understood that Master Noah was not as weak as the other magicians. His strength was definitely not inferior to that of a servant. On one hand, he had to protect the unconscious Jian Tanjing, and on the other, he had to fight against two opponents of the same level. Even Saber did not dare to boast that she would win. Even so, Saber continued to stare at Noah with determination in her eyes. It was obvious that she had made up her mind. Once Noah decided to step forward, she would choose to fight no matter how unfavorable the situation was. This made Noah smile bitterly and say such a sentence. This morning, when I was practicing with Xiaoying in the archery department, the one who was secretly observing me was you, right? Saber was startled when she heard this, then her expression turned serious. So you really did notice? In other words, it was really you, right? Noah asked. Since you saw me practicing with Xiaoying in the dark, you should know that if I wanted to attack Xiaoying, there would be plenty of opportunities. There was no need to wait until now, right? Saber frowned when she heard that. Indeed. With Noah's strength, if he wanted to attack Xiaoying, there would be plenty of opportunities. There was no need to wait until now. Of course, that was also because Noah did not know that Xiaoying was master at that time. Since they were both masters, they were destined to be enemies. Saber could not guarantee that Noah, who was not hostile to Jian Tanjing at that time, would not harm her now that he knew that she was master. Moreover, Saber still thought that Ryder was the one who attacked her master. Seeing this, Noah did not say anything else and turned around. This is not the place to talk, come with me. Having said that, Noah led Ryder forward. Saber's gem-like eyes suddenly flickered a few times. She hesitated, but in the end, she carried Jian Tanjing and followed behind Noah and Ryder, leaving the Jian Tanjing residence in ruins. Chapter 742. It was nighttime. In Noah's apartment, the originally dark windows suddenly lit up, making the apartment that looked a little cold in the dark a little livelier. In the room with the light on, Saber held Tosakura and let her lie on the bed. Looking at Tosakura's closed eyes, unconscious, but more or less peaceful face, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the room, except for Saber and Tosakura, there was only Noah. Ryder had already entered the state of spiritualization and went to the rooftop of the apartment to guard. In other words, excluding the unconscious Tosakura, there were only two people here, Noah and Saber. Looking at Saber, who was still wearing armor and sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at Tosakura's face, Noah, who was leaning against the wall next to the door with his arms crossed, spoke. Is there still no sign of waking up? Saber slowly shook her head and said softly. The inside of the body seems to have been impacted by magic, and even the magic circuit that was originally in a closed state has entered a state of chaos. Her nerves must have been affected, and she shouldn't be able to wake up in a short time. The inside of the body has been impacted by magic? Noah wondered aloud. Why would the inside of Sakura's body be impacted by magic? I'm not very sure. Saber said without looking back. However, if I'm not wrong, it should be the effect of forcibly using the command spell, right? Forcibly using the command spell. Noah frowned slightly, but still nodded. Originally, one of Tosakura's command spells was transferred to the Book of False Official, so that Saber's right of use was transferred to the Book of False Official, making Shinji Tosakura the master of Saber. Under such circumstances, even if Tosakura still had two command spells in her hands, she was still the real master of Saber. After the servant's right of use was transferred, it was unknown whether she could use the command spell in her hands normally while Shinji Tosakura's Book of False Official was still in effect. Noah didn't know whether Tosakura's command spell could still be used in this situation. But it seemed that because there were two people controlling Saber, Tosakura, who used the command spell, was more or less affected. If Tosakura was a magician, then it would be fine. The problem was that Tosakura, let alone a magician, didn't even open the magic circuit in her body. There was only an extremely weak magic. Since there was another person controlling Saber, it was not surprising that forcefully using the command incantation would be affected. At this moment, Saber suddenly spoke again. Of course, originally, I even had some doubts about whether Sakura used the command spell to summon me. These words caused Noah to raise his eyebrows, and he subconsciously uttered, "That's right." What does that mean? Saber didn't answer immediately, but turned her head and looked straight at Noah, as if she wanted to see through Noah. After a long time, she closed her eyes. You should already know that the one providing me with magic now is not Sakura, nor is it Shinji Tosakura. Even if these two people are my master, the one providing me with magic has always been the mysterious power in Sakura's body that has always been protecting her, right? Noah didn't hide it and directly nodded, admitting that he knew the current state of Saber and Tosakura. To be honest, regarding this matter, I have been thinking about it for a long time. Saber looked up slightly and said to Noah. Logically speaking, the one who provides me with magic should be master. Let's not talk about Mamatsuki Shinji first. Ever since I was summoned to this era by Sakura, I feel that the channel that provides me with magic is not connected to Sakura, who should be master. Instead, it was connected to another place from the beginning. The command spell given to the master is the same. It should be connected to the magic circuit of Sakura, who is the master, but in my feeling, it is also not connected to Sakura's magic circuit, but connected to another place. Saber said in a deep voice. It's as if there is another existence that is my real master. Hearing Saber's words, Noah was silent. This situation was indeed quite strange. However, this also explained why Saber's ability value was so outstanding when the master, Tosakura and Shinji Tosakura, had very little magic. Then, there was only one question left. What was the mysterious power that had been protecting Tosakura? Why was Saber's mana channel connected to the mysterious power when she was summoned? Why would the mysterious power provide her with mana? Why was Tongning no longer protected by the mysterious power? Was it because Tosakura herself did not have much magic, so the mysterious power automatically connected the channel? Or, was the mysterious power related to Saber? Or perhaps, both of them? Although I don't know if the command spell on Sakura can be used when Shinji Tosakura has the Book of the False Official, I feel that it should not be used by Sakura herself. While Noah was deep in thought, Saber's voice slowly echoed and passed into Noah's ears. Perhaps, it is the channel that is connected to me and provides me with magic, so that the mysterious power that can't spare any extra magic to protect Sakura is automatically activated when Sakura is in danger, and the command spell is triggered. Hearing this, Noah was surprised. Can the mysterious power give you orders? I guess it's just some sort of automatic protection function, Saber said. According to Sakura, the mysterious power automatically appeared when she was in danger in the past without Sakura's consent and protected Sakura. From this point, it is possible that the automatic protection function of the mysterious power triggered the activation of the command spell, and after the command spell was activated, because it did not receive the host's order, it directly executed the choice of summoning me. Saber had just said that not only the channel of magic, but even the command spell that should be connected to Tosakura's magic circuit seemed to be connected to the mysterious power, making Saber seem to have another real master. Then, if the mysterious power really activated the automatic protection function, it might really trigger the command spell and summon Saber to Sakura's side. Of course, at best, this is just my feeling. Saber added. However, I think that this should be the case. Sakura fainted from the impact of magic, and it could also be caused by the automatic activation of the command spell. Listening to this, Noah's head hurt more and more. Noah could understand Saber's words. However, the most fundamental problem was still not solved. What was the mysterious power? That was the most fundamental problem. To be able to ignore the contract between the master and the servant, to take the initiative to establish a channel of magic with Saber, and to connect the command spell that controlled Saber, and to trigger the activation of the command spell when it automatically protected Sakura? What was the mysterious power? Moreover, automatic protection. At the end of the day, it seemed that this automatic protection function had protected Tosakura for more than 10 years, and when Tosakura's magic was insufficient, it automatically connected the channel of magic with Saber, and at the moment when Tosakura was in danger, it forcibly triggered the command spell. Everything seemed to be related to the nature of the protection. That power thoroughly displayed the nature of protection to the fullest. Noah had always been a little concerned about the power that could perform protection to this extent. The more he thought about it, the more concerned Noah became. Under Saber's gaze, he came to Tosakura's side. Chapter 743. Looking at Yu Tongying, who was lying on the bed and sleeping peacefully, Noah sat on the edge of the bed and reached out his hand towards Yu Tongying. Pa! Just as Noah was about to touch Tongying, a slender hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Noah's wrist tightly. Noah was not surprised at all. He just turned his head and looked to the side. Saber, who was wearing armor, was staring at Noah with her gem-like eyes. Her gaze was as clear as the surface of a lake, as if she wanted to see through Noah completely. Noah did not avoid Saber's gaze. Instead, he met Saber's gaze and looked back at her calmly. Seeing this, Saber's clear eyes rippled again. After a while, as if she had concluded that Noah would not do anything to her master, Saber slowly let go of Noah's wrist. However, she did not shift her gaze away from Noah. Obviously, although she had chosen to agree with Noah's actions, Saber did not completely trust Noah and was still wary of him. This was not surprising. After all, Noah and Tongying were both masters. As long as they wanted to win and obtain the Holy Grail, masters were destined to kill each other. Compared to dealing with servants who were much more powerful than ordinary humans, it was obviously easier to deal with masters. As long as the master was killed, there would be no reason for them to appear in this world. Unless they had the ability to act alone, the servant who lost the master would disappear and withdraw from the war. Therefore, to the servant, protecting the master's safety was almost more important than hiding their real name and their trump card. Today, Noah and Saber met for the first time. In terms of identity, the two were also enemies. Therefore, it was natural that Saber would be wary of Noah. Or rather, to allow Noah to check on Tongying's condition and follow Noah to the enemy's base camp, Saber had already made a lot of concessions. Therefore, Noah would not ask her to trust him. Under Saber's surveillance, he pressed his hand on Tongying's hand and closed his eyes. When he was in the Suigun Plains Academy, Noah felt his own magical aura on Tongying's body. Now, Noah fully activated his sensing ability. Together with a trace of magical power, he injected it into Tongying's body through her hand. It flowed slowly like a stream. At this time, Noah's magical power carried his own sensing ability like a radar. While it flowed through Tongying's body, it also allowed Noah's sensing ability to extend into Tongying's body and explore it bit by bit. It didn't take long for Noah to feel that he seemed to have entered a wonderful space composed of electric wires. The electric wiring was the magic circuit of Tsushima. Because Tongying's magic circuit had not been activated at all, Noah could only feel an extremely weak magical power wandering outside the magic circuit. Even after going so deep, he could only feel such a small amount of magical power. No wonder Noah could not feel Tongying's magical power when he was outside. In this wonderful space full of electric wires, Noah looked around and soon stopped in one direction. There was a passage that was much wider, more dazzling and brighter than any of the magic circuits in Tongying's body. It seemed to extend from the depths of Tongying's body and directly connected to a void. Above, an extremely considerable amount of magical power was surging, passing through the passage from the depths of Tongying's body, flowing into the connected void and disappearing. No. It did not disappear. Instead, it flowed into the body of another existence. There was no need to think about it. It was the magical power passage that connected the mysterious power in Tongying's body and Saber. Looking at the passage that looked like a transparent column that led to the sky, Noah's eyes narrowed little by little. Because the magical power flowing in that passage all had the aura of Noah's magical power. What did this prove? It proved that the magical power should have been Noah's. Why was his magical power in such a place? This was Noah's biggest question. Noah did have the experience of injecting magical power into Tongying's body several times. But that should have been consumed in treating Tongying's foot injury, right? Only when the magical power was directly used could one person's magical power be injected into another person's body. And if one person wanted to use and store another person's magical power, then it could only be done by replenishing the magical power. The passage that extended from the depths of Tongying's body was obviously providing Noah's magical power to Saber. using an outsider's magical power in one's own body like this could only be achieved by replenishing the magical power. At least, that was the case in this world. Could it be that his magical power was not consumed in treating Tong Ying's injury, but because of the mysterious power, it was stored in an alternative way and used? At this time, Noah thought of Tong Ying's small tuft of hair that had somehow turned purple, but had his own magical aura. Don't tell me it's because my magic is being used in such an unconventional way that I'm not even a magician, and the magic circuit was caused by the body of Tong Ying, who hasn't even been activated, right? Just like the effect of the command spell on Tong Ying's body. Thinking of this, Noah hid all the guesses in his heart, and his mind followed the other end of the magical passage that extended to Saber, that was, the depths of Tong Ying's body, and gradually sank. This sinking, how long did it take? In this case, the concept of time did not work at all. At a certain moment, following the magical passage, Noah, who had been sinking into the depths of Tong Ying's body, suddenly saw a light in front of his eyes. A very bright, very familiar light. That light was the end of one end of Saber's mana pathway. When Noah saw the full appearance of the light, his mind was shocked. Noah saw it clearly. At the end of the magical passage, there was an object in the dazzling light. Scabbard. A scabbard with eye-catching blue enamel as decoration on the golden metal surface, and a long-lost fairy script in the middle, flashing with dazzling brilliance. That scabbard, for Noah, was very familiar. Because that was the relic that Noah accidentally lost in another parallel world. It was known as the Utopia away from the mortal world, and also known as the Fairyland. It had an extremely deep relationship with King Arthur, who was once the king of Great Britain in Kettle's mythology. Through the hands of Gaia and Alay, it was the relic that recognized Noah as its master. Avalon, now, the relic that had been lost once, in this form, once again appeared in front of Noah's eyes. Looking at the scabbard that was flowing with dazzling brilliance, Noah fell into a daze for a moment. Why? Why is my scabbard here? While Noah's heart was filled with doubts, the golden scabbard was like a bird that had met its master, and it made a cheerful vibration sound. Immediately, a burst of dazzling light burst out from the gorgeous scabbard, like a wave, drowning Noah's figure. Noah almost subconsciously closed his eyes. At the same time, a picture drilled into Noah's mind. It was a picture of two black-haired little girls playing in a park under the sunset. In the picture, one of the two black-haired little girls ran out of the park. The other suddenly drilled into the grass in the park and dug up the grass there. A gorgeous scabbard appeared there. When the little girl curiously touched it, it turned into a light and drilled into her body.
Chapter 575. Monthly ticket +2, wow. Hubby. We're really flying. In the sky, Han Yushi was 100 times more excited than the onlookers below. She looked at the buildings that were getting smaller and smaller below and felt very fresh. She had never been able to look at the magnificent Chang'an city from such a high position. She had also never been able to be with the person she loved so quietly and undisturbed. She was really satisfied. Li Zishuan smiled and lazily hugged Han Yushi's slender waist. He said, "Yes. We're flying. Only in the sky can we not be bound by any imperial power and secular etiquette. We can do whatever we want. There's only the two of us. Do you like it, my wife?" Han Yushi quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, yes. I like it very much. Thank you, hubby, for being so good to me. Haha. My wife, I'll take you to tour Chang'an city tonight. Let them envy us, this immortal couple." His wife was really easy to satisfy, but Li Zishuan felt that it was not enough. He pointed to the other markets below and said with a smile. Han Yushi blinked and was very tempted, but in the end, she shook her head and said, "Let's not. Lan is still waiting for us below. We'll just stay up there for a while and then go down." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. That little girl still has other friends to play with. Don't worry, my wife. If she doesn't see us in a while, she'll definitely go out and play with others." It's rare that the curfew in Jianghu city is lifted tonight. Let me accompany you. Tonight, millions of people will be envious of us. When Han Yushi heard that, she could no longer refuse. She said sweetly in her heart, yes. But then she seemed to think of something and looked up. But hubby, the wind is blowing from the south now. Our fairy lantern can only float to the north. How can we tour Jianghu city? Li Zishuan chuckled and said smugly, "Heh. Wife, watch carefully. Watch my 18 dragon subduing palms. Oh. Quick, look. Quick, look. There's a huge lantern in the sky." Li Zishuan was right. It was rare that there was no curfew in Jianghu tonight, so many people would not go to bed so early. Those who had money would go to the night market, while those who had no money would go to their homes to chat and beat their sons. All the markets were bustling. It was precisely because no one was sleeping and Li Zishuan was flying at a low altitude that the celestial lamp caused a huge commotion wherever it went. Wow! There are 2 more people up there. This should be the meaning of celestial flying on a full moon night, right? Sir Li really didn't lie. There seems to be another person dancing. Was Lord Ju's wife dancing for Lord Ju? They are so loving. But aren't they offending public decency by doing this in public? Tisk. If you have the ability, why don't you go up as well? You'll be offending public decency. Seriously. F***CK. No, no, no. That's not Madame Ju dancing, but Lord Ju boxing. What kind of F***king look are you guys looking at? Then Lord Ju is really good to Madame Ju. Ping Kong Fong. This was the most famous red light district in Jianghu city. It was commonly known as the Northern Li's famous flower district. In the Tang dynasty, there was no rule that officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes. As for the scholars who came to take the imperial examination, visiting their confidants at Ping Kong Fong was simply a semi-official activity. If anyone did not go, it would not be called chastity, but a country bumpkin. Therefore, in the past, although the doors of Ping Kong Fong were closed at night, the brothels in the square were still lit by red candles. There were dancing and dancing, couples coming and going, and singing in low voices. Tonight, there was no curfew in Jianghu, and Ping Kong Fong was even more lively. Many young people secretly came here to fool around in the name of going out to drink with their friends. Ping Kong Fong was full of traffic, and it seemed even more crowded. Master Hu. Come in and play. Our Xiao Chui misses you very much. Baihua Building, the largest brothel in Ping Kong Fong. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup pulled a fat man and laughed coquettishly. Hee hee. Am I not here now? Mother Hua quickly asked Xiao Chui to come over. Hey. I'll be here soon. Mother Hua, where's your family's courtesan, Miss Yen? Why don't I see her? At this moment, a young man in luxurious clothes walked over and asked with an unhappy expression. Mother Hua's expression froze, and she murmured, Young Master Niu. Miss Yen hasn't been feeling well these few days. Wow. What a huge lantern. Why are there so many people following down there? At this moment, Li Zishuan's fairy lantern happened to pass by Ping Kong Fong. This huge fairy lantern shook everyone's heart. Mother Hua. That's Lord Li and his wife. They came from Yongla Lane, and they should be touring Jianghu city. I heard it from those people just now. A page boy pointed at the commoners who were chasing after the fairy lantern and said to Mother Hua. After the surrounding ladies heard it, all of them became excited. Wow. Lord Li is such an affectionate young man. He's so handsome and gentle. Ah. Lord Li, wait for me, can you let me go up there for a while? A girl in a pink dress suddenly screamed and chased after the people from before. Ah. You slut. Lord Li is mine. The power of role models was endless. If there was one, there would be a second. In the blink of an eye, a group of ladies ignored Mother Hua's obstruction and chased after the fairy lantern. In one of the attics in Hundred Flowers Tower, a lady in purple looked at the fairy lantern flying by outside the window and heard the crazy screams downstairs. She couldn't help but sigh. Miss Han is so lucky to be married to such a man. If there's someone who can treat me so well in this life, I, Fang Fian, would be willing to pay any price. Husband, they all seem to like you? On the fairy lantern, Han Yushi looked at the ladies who were chasing after them crazily and couldn't help but smile at Li Zishuan. Cough, cough. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, well, I only like my wife. Even if they catch up with me, I won't look at them. Han Yushi smiled and asked, then why are you controlling the fairy lantern to pass by this place of prostitution? Li Zishuan, could he say that he was just curious? Chapter 576. In the West Court of the Imperial Palace. The people outside were celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, this place was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners. In an open space in the West Court, Li Er led a group of concubines and more than a dozen children to stand in front of the incense table and worship the statue of the moon goddess devoutly. There were moon cakes, watermelons, apples, red dates, plums, grapes, and other offerings on the incense table. The statue of the moon goddess was placed in the direction of the rising moon. The incense table and red candles were solemn. Looking at their posture, they should be praying to the moon. Speaking of praying to the moon, the story of Saltless praying to the moon had to be mentioned. It was said that the ugly girl of the ancient Qi state, Wu Yan, prayed to the moon devoutly when she was young. When she grew up, she entered the palace with outstanding virtue, but was not favored. On the 15th of August, Wu Yan was praying to the moon. King Xian of Qi happened to see Wu Yan under the moonlight. He felt that she was beautiful and outstanding, so he made her his queen. That was how the tradition of praying to the moon came about. Chang'e of the moon was famous for her beauty. Therefore, the girl prayed to the moon and wished to be like Chang'e, with a face like the bright moon. The story of Saltless praying to the moon first appeared in the biography of the women, written by Lu Xiang of the Western Han dynasty. Wu Yan, also known as Zhong Wu Yan, was shockingly ugly. She had a wide forehead, small eyes, a high nose, a big throat, a hunchback, and a thick neck. But in the end, Zhong Wu Yan became a typical representative of, the sea cannot be measured with a pint pot, and people cannot be judged by their appearance, through her own efforts. May the Tang Empire be free of disasters and have good weather. Li Er looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed faintly. There were less than 10 months left before the locust plague mentioned by Li Zishuan. He was somewhat uncertain. In the past few days, he had been concerned about the harvest of various places. He even personally went to the farms near Chang, and several times. It could be said that he was worried sick. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Tang Empire is established according to the will of heaven and will be protected by heaven. Empress Jiangsun knew what her husband was worried about. She smiled and comforted him softly. Yes. Wow. Father, mother, look. What is that? Changle, who was at the side, suddenly saw a ball of fire floating in the southern sky. He couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Li Er, Zhang Sun, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Li Ku, and the Princess of Xiangqing all looked in the direction of Changle's finger. They saw an extremely bright flame floating in the sky far to the south. It seemed to be moving slowly. Zhao Song, get someone to check if this is Li Zishuan's doing. This ball of flame was very far away, and it was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish what it was. However, Li Zishuan had seen it from a distance on the Black Tortoise Gate's watchtower when he used the immortal lamp to wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Therefore, he was able to recognize it at a glance. Zhao Song responded and ran out. Not long after, he came back. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, that is Li Xiannan and his wife. They are touring the city on the immortal lamp. They are still some distance away from the imperial city, and it seems like they are about to turn around. Hearing this, Changle came to a realization. She looked at the fairy lamp in the distance and said with a mesmerized expression, So this is the fairy lamp. Brother Xiao Xian actually brought sister Yushi up with him. They are really loving. Li Er's expression was a little ugly. He snorted and said, at least this kid knows his place. Get the guards at the city gates to keep an eye on him. If he dares to approach the imperial palace, shoot him down. Shoot him down? Everyone present was stunned. They were all thunderstruck by Li Er's words. Zhao Song wiped his sweat and said respectfully, yes, your majesty. However, Li Xiannan shouldn't be so reckless. Li Er glanced at the immortal lamp in the sky and said unhappily, that better be the case. This was Li Zishuan. If it were someone else, he would have ordered the imperial guards to shoot down the immortal lamp. After Li Er said that, he pulled Empress Zhangsun, who was holding back her laughter, and walked to the back of the palace. He said to the concubines and children, let's go to Lijiang Hall for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone bowed and agreed. After Li Er walked away, Li Tai looked at the immortal lamp and said indignantly, Xiao Xian, this bastard, really forgets about friendship when he sees a girl. He told us that the immortal lamp is unstable, has a limited capacity, and can't control the direction. Now it seems like he was lying. This won't do, I'll settle the score with this kid tomorrow. Li Ku, who was following behind Li Er, looked back at the immortal lamp in the sky as he walked. He thought to himself, is this engineering? Li Zishuan's engineering is so amazing. No wonder Qin Ke is so obsessed with engineering. Tunghua Square, Sun Residence. Sun Zifan, who was eating biscuits and admiring the moon in the courtyard, also saw the immortal lamp in the sky. Moreover, he was closer to the immortal lamp than Li Tai, so he could see the outline of the immortal lamp very clearly. When he found out that Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were still standing on it, his reaction was exactly the same as Li Tai's. Damn! Sir, you're too mean. That day, you told me that the immortal lamp is unstable. Why are you sitting on it today? I think this thing is quite stable. Damn! I've been cheated. I've been cheated. Putting aside whether the immortal lamp was stable or not, the two people on it were so romantic that they couldn't control themselves. Husband, this is the imperial city. Han Yushi snuggled in Li Zishuan's arms and pointed to the imperial city in the north as she asked. Li Zishuan draped his outer robe over Han Yushi's body. Just now, in order to bring Han Yushi to see the imperial palace, he deliberately raised the immortal lamp quite a bit because he couldn't ride the immortal lamp to the sky above the imperial palace. If he did, Li Er would definitely mess with him. After all, no emperor could tolerate others spying on his territory. This was also the main reason why the residential buildings next to the imperial palace couldn't be built too high. In this way, the night was already cool, and they still stayed in the sky so high up in the sky, it seemed a little cold. After putting on the clothes, Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes, this is the imperial city. Isn't it spectacular? Han Yushi replied softly, yes. I've never seen the imperial city from this angle. It's really magnificent. But husband, if we look like this, we won't attract the city defense soldiers later, right? Li Zishuan chuckled and said, hee hee. That's hard to say, so let's run now. Ah. Han Yushi was stunned and speechless. She thought that since Li Zishuan dared to do this, he must have a card up his sleeve. Haha. Let's go. Lan Er is probably waiting anxiously. We should go back. Li Zishuan laughed and used 10 dragon-subduing slaps to the back. The immortal lamp began to change direction and flew toward Yongla Lane. Chapter 577. After sending Han Yushi down, Li Zishuan took Lan Er, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi for a walk in the sky for a while before returning home to worship the moon, eat pancakes, and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family. It wasn't that he didn't think of letting his parents experience the celestial lamp in the sky, but Li Jingma and Mrs. Li firmly disagreed. It was said that they would feel dizzy if they looked down from above. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't force them. He went home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, but his legend was left outside. The appearance of the celestial lamp tonight ignited the enthusiasm of the people in the city. Everywhere Li Zixuan and Han Yushi passed by, many people would scream or chase after them. Until now, there were still many people in front of the Li Zixuan's residence. They were waiting for Li Zixuan to come out with the celestial lamp again. But this time, they were destined to be disappointed because the person they were waiting for was having dinner with his family. After dinner, he didn't have time to go out and had to go back to his room to hug his wife and sleep. The next day, after a whole night of brewing and accumulating, the enthusiasm of the people of Cheng and city finally erupted. Every street, alley, tea house, tavern, and every corner, as long as there were people could hear the discussion about the celestial lamp. On the street, two big men got up early and prepared to go to work. Hey! Lu Biaozi, did you see the big sky lantern in Lord Li's house last night? Of course I saw it. And it said that it's not called a sky lantern, but a celestial lamp. Lord Li used this thing to fly up last time when he wiped out the 7 cultivators of virtue. Wow! How do you know so much about it? Hey! I heard it from the servant next door from Assistant Minister Li's house. Tisk tsk. This Lord Li is really amazing. I never said that there's something that can make people fly, but Lord Li really did it. It's really the work of a celestial. Haha. Lord Li is the lucky star that God gave to our Tang Empire. Hateful that some people dared to doubt Lord Li's bragging the day before yesterday. Now, no one dares to doubt it, right? Hey! If that's the case, then Lord Li's engineering project seems to be really impressive. It's amazing, but what does it have to do with you, pockmarked Xiang? What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I plan to let my brat go to Yanhuang College next month to try. If he can get in, won't he be able to soar into the sky like Lord Li in the future? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. How can someone as silly as your steamed bun get into Yanhuang College? Why? Why can't I? My little bun has already been enlightened. I'll buy him an arithmetic book and let him study for a month. There's an 80% chance that he'll pass. Inside the classroom of the Hongwen School. Although it was the start of the field break, many students who lived in Cheng and still volunteered to stay in the school for supplementary lessons. This phenomenon was not only present in the Hongwen School, but also in the Imperial College, Chongwen School, and other places. In a certain classroom, the students took advantage of the fact that the teacher hadn't arrived yet to discuss the celestial lamp that carried people into the sky last night. Did you all see Li Xiannan riding the lantern and flying in the air last night? Of course I saw it. It was so exciting. I didn't expect Sir Li to really do what he said. With the power of a mortal, he flew in the sky. This kind of thing can only be seen in cultivation novels. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes last night. It's so amazing. Yeah. Celestial flying on the night of the full moon. I was still wondering what this news meant. I didn't expect Li Xiannan to give us such a big surprise. It's so unbelievable. Sigh. That's right. Did many students from our Hongwen school go to Li Xiannan's house the day before yesterday? They said that Li Xiannan was exaggerating and deceiving the people. Gong Sun Fei, were you one of them? No. Definitely not. I was at home the day before yesterday. Yes, at home. Cui Yunhan went. Everyone knows that. Furthermore, he's still in the Supreme Court now. 3. What I want to know is, did you really not go? Or did anyone else go? I really didn't go. Li Xiannan is knowledgeable and upright. Why would I do such a wicked thing and embarrass our Hongwen school? Damn. That bunch of people really disgraced our Hongwen Institute. Now, even the students of the directorate are laughing at us. Sigh. I didn't expect Cui Yunhan to be such a person. Imperial College. The students' discussions could be heard everywhere. They were even more enthusiastic than the students from the Hongwen School. This was because Li Zixuan was once a professor at the Imperial College. Because of this relationship, all the students felt proud of what happened yesterday. Ha 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 ha. Li Sai is so amazing. He must have slapped the faces of those students from the Hongwen school until they're swollen. Although Li Zishuan had resigned from his position as the Imperial College's secretary, many students from the Imperial College were still used to calling him Siyi. Perhaps this was also a form of nostalgia. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see who dares to jump out in the future. Whoever is not convinced, Li Sai will slap their faces. Haha. But Li Sai's sky lantern is really amazing. It can actually carry 2 people, amazing. Good job, Li Sai. Previously, so many people suspected that Li Sai was advocating engineering, but I never doubted it. Because the person who said those words was Li Sai, I believed that he could do it. Indeed, he didn't disappoint me last night. Do you guys know that Yanhuang College's entrance exam is next month? At this moment, it was unknown who said these words. Then, the classroom instantly quieted down. The originally excited expressions on everyone's faces froze. Gradually, some people's eyes began to flicker, but they didn't say anything. Clang, clang, clang. Coincidentally, at this moment, the bell for class rang. The students cleared their complicated thoughts, sat upright, and prepared for class. However, things were far from over. After school, at Chitsu Culture. Hey! Situ Cheng. Why are you here? A young man in a blue shirt said in surprise as he pointed at another person. Tai Ning. I'm here to buy a dictionary. Yes, I'm here to buy a dictionary for my little sister. Hey. Speaking of which, why are you here? I'm here to buy a dictionary too. Pfft. Why are you buying a dictionary? Don't tell me you're buying one for yourself. Besides, you don't have any siblings at home. This. The other student was speechless. He stuttered and couldn't come up with anything. Seeing this, the young man named Tai Ning's expression changed slightly. He leaned over to his companion's ear and whispered, "Are you here to buy mathematics textbooks?" Situ Cheng's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a while, he said, "Are you here to buy mathematics textbooks too?" I didn't hear you say you're going to Yanhuang College. Hey. You didn't say it either. If this kind of thing gets out, won't we have more competitors? What if we can't get in? I didn't expect you to be as cunning as me. *T. I'm afraid that if I say it, my dad will beat me up if he finds out. That can't be. Engineering is so popular now. Do you think your dad won't agree? That's hard to say. Sigh. But why are there so many people buying books here today? How would I know? Damn. Look, isn't that Chen Yufa? Damn, that kid is here too. Chapter 578. Li Zishuan's act of using the fairy lamp to carry a person into the sky could be considered as another wave of advertising for Yanhuang College and engineering. Furthermore, the effect of the advertising was several times better than the last time. The most direct manifestation of this was that the first volume of the new mathematics textbook sold out like crazy in Chitsu Culture. 100 books were sold out in an instant, 200 books were sold out in an instant, and 500 books were sold out in an instant. In order to alleviate the pressure of Chitsu Culture's traffic, Li Zishuan decisively decided to distribute the tens of thousands of new mathematics textbooks to the major booksellers in Jianghu and city at a price of 15% below the market price. In any case, he had never thought of using these textbooks to make money. It was fine as long as he didn't make a loss. Compared to making money, spreading the new mathematics textbook was obviously more important. In addition to the booming sales of mathematics textbooks, the number of applicants for Yanhuang College's entrance exam next month had also increased sharply. According to Ma Zhou's statistics, by noon today, the number of students who had signed up had increased from 100 yesterday to 800. Although there were millions of residents in Jianghu and city, how high could the percentage of people who were educated be expected to be, given the educational conditions of this era? Not even 1%. This was also one of the reasons why scholars in ancient times were always given preferential treatment. Today's Datong Daily's headlines were written by Ma Zhou himself. Ma Zhou did a comprehensive report on the fairy lamp carrying a person into the sky last night and enthusiastically praised the wonders of engineering. It was believed that with the Wang family's sales of today's newspaper to the various counties of Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan's name would be known all over the world. Yanhuang College and engineering would also be planted in the hearts of the people. With time, this flame would eventually become a prairie fire that would burn the entire Tang dynasty. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan stayed at home to write teaching materials. Regarding the future plans of the Yanhuang Academy, he more or less had an idea. First of all, he had divided the entire academy into a middle school department and a university department, with each department having 3 years of study. If one were to look at it from the perspective of the modern education system, this arrangement of schooling was extremely unreasonable. In modern times, it would take at least 16 years to go from primary school to university. However, this was the ancient times, and young people usually had to start a family at the age of 14 or 15. If one were to blindly apply the modern education system, there would be very few people who could complete 16 years of schooling. Besides, Li Zishuan didn't plan to transfer all the things that were taught in modern education to Yanhuang College. For example, he didn't plan to include Chinese, English, ideological and moral character, art, music, politics, history, biology. If these were taught in ancient times, there would definitely be a big problem, and so on, which were more literary subjects. He didn't plan to include them in the curriculum of Yanhuang College in the future. In this way, the courses that the students of Yanhuang College had to learn would be less than half of what the modern students had to learn. Under a reasonable teaching arrangement, there was still hope to complete the popularization of the basic knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry in the first 3 years. In the second 3 years, it would complete the cultivation of the students who were interested in further study in the fields of engineering construction, precision machinery, sound, light, heat, and so on, which would open the door to a new world for them. As for whether they wanted to continue to study in depth in the future, they would have to rely on their own efforts. Li Zishuan only wanted to be a guide, not a knowledge repeater. This was because no one knew what kind of strange ideas the ancient people would have after they had the basic scientific knowledge of modern people. Perhaps even Li Zishuan, the guide, would be shocked. Young master. Someone from the palace came. The master wants you to go out and greet them. Li Zishuan, who was writing the second volume of mathematics teaching materials, was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Shi's voice. Okay. I'll go now. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at Xiao Shi, who was blushing, then got up and went out of the room. But in his heart, he thought, ever since I took her for a walk in the sky last night, the way she looks at me seems to have become weird. She's also easily shy. Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan stroked his chin in a smug manner, looking very pleased with himself. When he came to the front yard, he found out that Li Zishuan had sent someone to summon him. Li Zishuan quickly changed his clothes and went to the palace with the servant. After entering the palace so many times, Li Zishuan was not as nervous as before. However, he could not help but wonder if old Li was looking for trouble with him because of what happened last night. If that was the case, then he was really petty. Last night, he only took a few glances at the palace from afar. When he came to the Suite du Palace, Li Er was sitting at the top reading a book. Li Zishuan bowed, but Li Er pretended not to see it. It was as if there were 10,000 beauties in the book that attracted his eyes, making him unwilling to look at Li Zishuan. Seeing this situation, Li Zishuan was even more certain that Li Er called him over because of what happened last night. He wanted to show off his power in front of him. He secretly curled his lips but did not show it on his face. He started to play the role of an obedient child. He stood below and did not say a word. Oh. You're here. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Er seemed to have just noticed Li Zishuan's arrival. He put down his book and said lightly. Li Zishuan scolded old Li for being pretentious in his heart. However, he said, "Your humble servant greets your majesty. I wonder what your majesty has summoned this humble servant here for." Every word and action of this fellow was methodical. He was like an old fox who had been in the imperial court for decades. No one could find fault with him. Li Er's mouth twitched slightly. He did not answer but asked, "What have you been busy with recently?" "As the Crown Prince Jianghu, I haven't seen you do anything in the East Palace. If it wasn't for me protecting you, you would have been impeached and sent to prison." Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. When others wanted to find fault with you, how could they find fault with you? However, after being promoted for so long, he only knew that the Crown Prince Jianghu's rank was very high. He was a primary third rank. However, he had no idea what the Crown Prince Jianghu was doing. "Why did you ask him to go to the East Palace?" Cough cough. "Your Majesty, this humble servant has been busy with the construction of the academy, the hiring of teachers, and the compilation of teaching materials. I really have no time to work in the East Palace. This humble servant is suspected of dereliction of duty. Your Majesty, please punish me. Why don't this humble servant resign from the position of Crown Prince Jianghu and appoint another worthy person?" After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan took a step back in order to advance. He pretended to be in a bad mood and blamed himself. Li Er glared at him and said angrily, "Bastard! Do you think you can resign from the official position that I gave you? It's understandable that you are busy with the academy. After all, you have put a lot of effort into it. However, after this matter is over, you have to take care of your duties in the East Palace. Do you hear me?" Chapter 579. The Crown Prince Jianghu was mainly in charge of the Eastern Palace's internal affairs and cultural education. When Li Zishuan was first appointed to this position, Li Er had not expected him to be able to fulfill his duties. This was because Li Qingxian's education was being handled by the Crown Prince's right concubine-born son Kong Yingda and his left concubine-born son Yu Jining. Li Zishuan's title as Crown Prince Jianghu was more in name than reality. Li Er mainly wanted him to assist Li Qingxian in the future. At this time, Li Er still had high hopes for his son Li Qingxian. "This subject thanks your Majesty for your grace." Li Zishuan was happy. This test had indeed tested Li Er's attitude. It seemed like Li Er did not want to remove him from his position. But logically speaking, Li Zishuan had no intention of resigning. Although he wasn't a fan of official positions, he needed to have an official position to protect himself in this cannibalistic feudal society. The higher the rank, the better. This third-rank Crown Prince Jianghu was just right. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan, who wanted to be proud but did not dare to be too proud. He was both angry and amused. He pondered for a while and said, "The Supreme Court had already found out some information from the scholar who led the attack on your house." When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately perked up. However, Li Er suddenly stopped talking. This made him very angry. He cursed old Li in his heart for not having little Chirpy. After waiting for a long while, Li Er continued. "That student is from Qinghe's Chui family's Zhengzhou branch's second branch. His name is Chui Yunhan. His grandfather is the East County Duke's younger brother. According to him, because he saw you wantonly advocating engineering studies, he felt that you were insulting the sage's studies. He felt indignant and wanted to gather a group of classmates to denounce you." Qinghe's Chui family? When Li Zishuan heard Chui Yunhan's identity, he was shocked in his heart. Combined with the news of the aristocratic family gathering that Lang Yuyao brought the day before, he finally had a rough idea of what happened. The aristocratic family had already made a move on him. But after hearing Chui Yunhan's confession, Li Zishuan could not help but frown. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. The truth is definitely not what Chui Yunhan said. All of my actions after leaving the mountain have harmed the aristocratic families and benefited the common people. Those aristocratic families all see me as a thorn in their side. If you say that Chui Yunhan's actions are only to protect the position of the Saint Academy, I will never believe it." Li Er said in annoyance, "Of course I know that kid is lying. Do I need you to teach me?" However, as Chui Zhenshua was the prefectural duke, the people of the Supreme Court could not punish his grandnephew without any evidence. However, the Supreme Court didn't come out empty-handed. They also found some other things. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't rush him. He could only stand there anxiously and wait for him to continue. The incident this time was less than a month apart from the time when Jianghu led a group of women to surround your house. Previously, I suspected that there should be some connection between the two cases. Thus, I let the Supreme Court officials try the two cases together. As expected, Jiang Zuihua testified that Cui Yunhan's figure and voice were very similar to the person who instigated her last time. Thus, Cui Yunhan has been detained by the Supreme Court and will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice to be convicted. After Li Er finished speaking, there was a trace of complacency in his expression. Li Zishuan felt that he should play the background music of Detective Conan for old Li. However, he felt that the previous case had nothing to do with this case. Because the day before yesterday, Leng Yuyao brought news that during the gathering of the 5 aristocratic families, the one who went to the Cui family was Cui Xuanji. Your Majesty is wise and observant. I admire you. But I wonder how your Majesty intends to deal with it. Li Zishuan thought to himself. No matter if the previous incident was done by Cui Yunhan or not, this kid will definitely not be able to escape. I will kill him first. Li Er stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and asked, how do you want me to deal with him? A qualified and virtuous official would definitely say, Your Majesty can decide, at this moment. However, Li Zishuan was never a qualified and virtuous official. He said with a serious face, Your Majesty, to be honest, ever since I decided to establish Yanhuang College and promote engineering, I have been running around everywhere for the college. Even so, the progress of the college is not satisfactory. The main reason is that in the process of building the college, there are always some people with bad intentions who want to harm me. In order to protect myself and my family, I am really tired of dealing with them. Therefore, if Your Majesty feels that there is still a need for Yanhuang College to exist, or if Your Majesty feels that engineering is still useful to my Tang Empire, I beg Your Majesty to punish the chicken to warn the monkey. So that those demons and monsters will not affect me from spreading engineering. After saying so much, Li Zishuan wanted to use the name of engineering to make Cui Yunhan look bad in front of Li Er. With the fairy lamp and gunpowder, these two peerless artifacts, Li Zishuan felt that the bargaining chip on the side of engineering was enough. Furthermore, Li Er's relationship with the Shandong nobles was not good. This choice was not controversial for Li Er. Of course, Li Er would not choose to stand on the side of the nobles. Otherwise, he would not have personally ordered the imperial army to capture Cui Yunhan. The reason why he did that was because he placed great importance on engineering. At this moment, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, he raised his eyebrows and said, You want me to kill Cui Yunhan? Tisk. You really dare to think about it. Let's not talk about Cui Yunhan being from the Cui clan of Qinghe. Just based on the crimes he committed, according to my Tang Empire law, he does not deserve to die. Do you want me to kill him just because he targeted you? If I really do that, how can I convince the masses? Li Zishuan felt helpless. He thought for a while and said, I was too reckless. However, Your Majesty, last time, the elder of 7 cultivators sect, Snake King, came down the mountain to kill me to avenge his disciple. According to my investigation, Snake King had been in seclusion in Snake Spirit Mountain for many years and rarely came down the mountain. A few months ago, I killed Flying Snake at Beimang Mountain's Blood Wind stronghold. There were very few people who knew about this matter. Snake King must have found out from some channels that I killed his disciple and came down the mountain to ambush me. I suspect that this matter is related to the nobles, or rather, the Cui clan. Your Majesty, please make a decision for me. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the hall. After a while, he said, Your suspicion is reasonable, but there is no proof. I will not let Cui Yunhan off easily. I will also send someone to warn the Cui clan. This matter ends here. If they still dare to do anything, I will definitely punish them. You can go back first. In the end, now is not the time to touch the Cui clan. Li Er sighed in his heart. Chapter 580. Feiji. Do you have any brothers who are good at gathering information? After returning home from the palace, Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji into the house and asked. Pang Feiji was confused and replied, yes, I do. I have 2 men who are especially good at gathering information. Do you have any orders for me, Lord Zhu? Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. Send them to investigate all the dirty things the Chui family has done in recent years. The more, the better. It's best if you can find evidence. Li Er had some misgivings about the aristocratic families and was unwilling to make a move against the Chui family. However, Li Zishuan wasn't willing to let them off just like that. Even if he couldn't get rid of this towering tree, he could at least make its roots fester a bit. Li Zishuan had never shown any mercy to those who had harmed him before, just like the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect. Pang Feiji was stunned and asked subconsciously, which Chui family is it, Lord Zhu? The Chui family from Qinghe. Boom. Pang Feiji felt his brain explode. The Chui family was a top aristocratic family that had lasted for thousands of years. In people's hearts, their status was even higher than that of the Li family. Now, Li Zishuan wanted him to investigate the Chui family. How could he not be shocked? After being stunned for a moment, Pang Feiji muttered, Lord Zhu, did I hear wrongly? You want to investigate the Chui family from Qinghe? Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's right. Is there a problem? Seeing Pang Feiji's unusually shocked expression, Li Zishuan went forward and patted his shoulder. He continued, Feiji, you have to understand who has the final say in the world now. It's the emperor. The aristocratic families are just arrows at the end of their flight. Don't be afraid of them anymore. Pang Feiji swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, I understand. Don't worry, Lord Zhu, I will find a way to get this done. Okay. Go. Li Zishuan didn't believe that any of these rich and powerful families had a clean bottom. As long as Pang Feiji investigated seriously, he would definitely be able to find some dirty deeds done by the Chui family's disciples. East Duke's Mansion. Uncle. Uncle. Oh no. Yunhan has been sent to Jianghu. In the afternoon, Chui Yunhan's father, Chui Simo, hurried to the backyard of the East County Duke's mansion. When he saw Chui Junchuo, who was enjoying the cool air under the corridor, he shouted anxiously. The Tang dynasty established Chang'an as the capital. The development of the north was relatively good, while the development of the south was relatively poor. At this time, the main places of exile for prisoners were Hainan and Guangxi in the south. These places were rich in resources, inconvenient in transportation, and unsuitable for human habitation. The prisoners' lives were used to do dangerous work to speed up the local development. Chui Junchuo was shocked. He stood up shakily and said in disbelief, how is that possible? The Supreme Judiciary just arrested Yunhan the day before yesterday. Even if they have evidence, they have to hand it over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. How can it be so fast? Chui Simo said with a sad face, it's true, uncle. I asked a few friends from the Supreme Judiciary to take care of Yunhan. According to them, the Supreme Judiciary held a joint trial yesterday for Yunhan and Jiang Zuehua, who instigated the women to cause trouble in Li Zishuan's house. Jiang Zuehua, that be *tch, slandered my son Yunhan and the mastermind behind the scenes who bribed her previously. Their voices and figures are exactly the same. Therefore, the Supreme Judiciary officially arrested Yunhan yesterday and prepared to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. However, just now, I received news from the Supreme Judiciary that the Emperor has decreed that Yunhan will be sent to Jianghu and will not be able to enter the imperial court as an official for the rest of his life. Uncle. You have to save Yunhan. He has been wronged. The previous incident had nothing to do with him. When Chui Junchuo heard this, he was both shocked and stunned at the same time. He never thought that the crime of Chui Xuanji bribing Jiang Zuehua to wreak havoc in the Li residence would ultimately fall onto Chui Yunhan. He closed his eyes and seriously thought about it. If he didn't think about it, he wouldn't know. But when he thought about it, he was shocked. He compared Cui Xuanji and Cui Yunhan's voices and figures in his memory and realized that they were 80% similar. No wonder Jiang Zuehua would identify Cui Yunhan as the mastermind. Now that things had come to this, it was already out of Cui Zhenchuo's control. Now that there were witnesses and evidence, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to reverse the case for Cui Yunhan unless he told the imperial court that the mastermind behind the chaos in the Li residence was Cui Xuanji. However, was it worth it? That way, although it would reduce Cui Yunhan's crime, it would also cause another descendant of the Cui family to be implicated. Furthermore, it would be the most outstanding youngster of the third generation. Cui Zhenchuo would never allow such a situation to happen. Cui CMO did not know about the previous incident. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he would betray Cui Xuanji in order to save his son. For the Cui family, he could only. A trace of determination flashed across Cui Zhenchuo's eyes. He looked at Cui CMO and said in a deep voice, I had already arranged a meeting with 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Justice tomorrow to ask them to make an exception. However, I did not expect the emperor to place such importance on this case and convict Yunhan in such a short time. Now that the emperor has issued the imperial edict and the evidence is irrefutable, no matter how hard I try, it will be in vain. So, CMO, you had better make plans early and arrange for some people to go to Cheongzhou to take care of Yunhan. Cui CMO was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, No. Uncle. Yunhan is also your nephew. She couldn't ruin his future because of such a small matter. Please help him. Don't you know Minister Li? Ask him to plead for leniency for Yunhan. Patriarch, the imperial edict is here. The eunuch who delivers the imperial edict is waiting outside. At this moment, a servant ran in a panic and reported with a bow. Cui Zhenchuo's expression changed abruptly. Then, he said to Cui CMO, Take care of yourself. The Cui family is no longer the same as before. If you don't wake up now, sooner or later, you will follow in Yunhan's footsteps. After saying that, he snorted and left in a huff. When Cui CMO heard that, he knew that this matter had really reached the point of no return. When he thought that his only son was going to be exiled to a barren land thousands of miles away, even though he was a man in his 40s, he could not help but feel sad and his eyes turned red. Yunhan, my son, I have let you down. Uncle, you are so cruel. The person Cui CMO was complaining about in his heart had already arrived at the front yard. When he saw the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict, his pupils suddenly shrank. His already stooped back bent even lower. If one looked carefully, one could see that his body was still trembling slightly. Chapter 581. Steward Zhao, why have you come personally? East County Duke's Mansion. The person who came to deliver the imperial edict was Zhao Song. Although this person did not have any rank, he was the person closest to the center of power of the Tang Empire. No one dared to ignore him. Furthermore, Cui Zhenchuo had just heard the news of Cui Yunhan being exiled to Cheongzhou, and Zhao Song, the head eunuch, came with the imperial edict. Even a fool would know that the Cui family was in big trouble. I'm here to see the grand courtyard of the East County Duke's mansion. I wonder if the East County Duke has been well recently. Zhao Song's face was full of smiles, but his smile did not make people happy. Perhaps this was the so-called there is a knife hidden in a smile. When Cui Zhenchuo heard Zhao Song's words, his expression froze completely. After a long silence, he said, Thank you for your concern, Steward Zhao. I'm well. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Song sighed and said, But His Majesty has not been well recently. There are always some people who don't want to live a peaceful life and insist on doing shameful things in the dark. These people think that they are doing it secretly and no one will find out. But they don't know that if they don't want anyone to know, they shouldn't do it in the first place. His Majesty is watching. After saying that, Zhao Song stared at Cui Zhenchuo meaningfully without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The panic in Cui Zhenchuo's eyes disappeared in a flash. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. This kind of person is really hateful. His Majesty is diligent and loves the people. He has a lot of things to deal with every day, but he still has to worry about this kind of person. I am greatly indebted to His Majesty, but I can't share His Majesty's burdens and find out those evil people in the dark. I am ashamed to face His Majesty. As he spoke, Cui Junchuo's tears flowed down. Looking at him, anyone would think that he was a rare loyal minister. Zhao Song's expression did not change, as if he did not hear Cui Junchuo's words at all. Cui Junchuo expressed his feelings for a long time, but he did not receive any response from Zhao Song. If he knew that a clown was a creature, he would definitely feel that he was a clown now. Cough cough. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, and Cui Junchuo finally couldn't help but get to the point. I wonder why Steward Zhao is here today? Zhao Song's expression turned solemn. He stepped forward and said, His Majesty ordered me to come. His Majesty wants me to say a few words to you. Cui Junchuo hurriedly said, Then this old man will order people to set up the incense table to welcome the imperial edict. Zhao Song said, There's no need. I'm just here to pass on a few verbal instructions from His Majesty. I don't have an imperial edict with me. East Commandery Duke, just listen to me. Cui Junchuo's heart was beating very fast. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Chief, please speak. This old man is all ears. Zhao Song smiled and said, I've just finished what His Majesty wanted to say to the prefectural duke. I have to return to the palace now. Take care. After saying that, he didn't care whether Cui Junchuo reacted or not and directly left. Are you done? That's it? He just said that if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Could it be that His Majesty already knows about the Snake Spirit Mountain? Cui Junchuo stared at Zhao Song's back as he left and muttered. His face had never been so pale, and he seemed to have aged a lot. Cui Yunhan has been exiled to Jianghu. In the evening, at the Li residence. Li Zishuan widened his eyes and looked at Brother Ji in front of him as he asked in shock. He still had some basic knowledge of history. He knew that the Jianghu of this era was completely different from the Jianghu of his previous life. With the current level of transportation, it would be good if Cui Yunhan could reach Jianghu alive. Even if he was still alive, the rest of his life would be wasted. Logically speaking, being exiled to that place was no different from being beheaded. Pang Feiji nodded excitedly and said, Lord Zhu, this is absolutely true. Jiang Zuihua has also been exiled to Jianghu. With these two as examples, I'll see who dares to cause trouble in the residence in the future. Not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan stood up with satisfaction and paced around the room. He didn't expect Li Er to be so ruthless and not give the Cui family any face. It seemed that what he said in front of Li Er in the afternoon had taken effect. Looks like old Li still cares a lot about his work. This way, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Li Zishuan thought proudly in his heart. Unlike the other emperors in the future, Li Er had a strong personality and was very opinionated. Once he made up his mind to protect someone, as long as that person didn't look for trouble, they would usually be safe. Lord Zhu, then should we continue investigating the Cui family? Pang Feiji asked tentatively. After following Li Zishuan for so long, Chicken Bro understood Li Zishuan very well. He guessed that when Li Zishuan asked him to investigate the Cui family, it was mainly because of the results given by Li Er. Li Zishuan might not be satisfied, but looking at Li Zishuan now, it was obvious that he was satisfied with the results given by Li Er. That was why he asked this question. Li Zishuan muttered, Let's investigate. Let's not talk about other things first. I'm also very curious if the Cui family has done any dirty things in recent years. Although Cui Yunhan was crippled, Li Zishuan wasn't completely relieved. After all, the Cui family was a millennium-old family. Who knew if the other party would play any tricks again? He had to prepare the black material first so that he could be prepared when he needed to use it in the future. Yes. Lord Zhu. Pang Feiji scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what Li Zishuan was thinking, he still obeyed the order and agreed. Hey, hey, hey. Did you hear? Cui Yunhan has been exiled to Jianghu. In front of the Hongwen Library, a group of students who had just finished school were walking in groups of 3 to 5. One of the students suddenly said, "How is that possible? Cui Yunhan had only been in the Supreme Court for less than 3 days. How could he be convicted so quickly?" "Yeah. Dongfang Ruo, where did you get this unreliable news?" "It's true. My father is the head of the Supreme Court. How can the news I got be fake? I heard that Her Majesty personally issued an imperial edict to exile Cui Yunhan to Jianghu. He can't be an official for the rest of his life." And Jiang Zuihua, who started the trouble at Li Xiannan's house, was also exiled to Jianghu. Hiss. Her Majesty is. Looks like I can't say bad things about Gongxue in the future. Her Majesty is obviously supporting Li Xiannan. TSK. Luckily, I didn't cause trouble that day. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to live in fear every day? The punishment that Li Er gave Cui Yunhan could not be said to be light. To a scholar, their greatest wish was to obtain scholarly honors and enter the imperial court. And now, with Cui Yunhan as an example, all of them could not help but feel fear in their hearts. From this aspect, the goal of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey had been completely achieved. Chapter 582. How was it? What was Cui Junchuo's reaction after hearing those words? In the Ganlu Palace, after dealing with the last memorial, Li Er raised his head and asked Zhao Song. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty," the East County Duke said, "His Majesty is diligent and loves the people, but he still has to work hard for such a villain. He is deeply indebted to the Emperor, but he can't share the Emperor's worries and find out the demons and monsters in the dark. He is ashamed to face the Emperor." "Humph. Old man." Li Er snorted angrily. Zhao Song glanced at Li Er cautiously and didn't dare to answer. After a while, Li Er asked again, "Is there anything unusual about his expression?" Zhao Song pursed his lips and said, "There's nothing too obvious." Li Er smiled and said, "Oh? Then there's something unusual? I'm not very sure, so I don't dare to jump to conclusions." Li Er stood up and pointed at Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, Zhao Song. After so many years, you're still so cautious. Don't worry and say it boldly. I'll make the final decision in my heart." Only then did Zhao Song tell the truth. "Your Majesty, when I said, if you don't want others to know about it, don't do it in the first place, I clearly saw Duke Dong's eyelids twitch twice. Also, with all due respect, with my many years of experience, there was panic and uneasiness in the East County Duke's eyes, but it was fleeting." Li Er's face sank and he frowned. "Ha! This old man really has something up his sleeve." At this moment, Li Er remembered that during the day, Li Zishuan said that the reason why the 7 cultivators sect's Snake King came down the mountain to avenge his disciple was probably because the aristocratic family deliberately released the news to kill with a borrowed knife. He asked Zhao Song to go to Cui Junchuo's residence to test it out. Now, looking at the situation, the Cui family probably played some dishonorable role in it. The reason why Li Er came to this conclusion was mainly because he believed in the observation skills of a master. Although Cui Junchuo was an old fox, Zhao Song's eyesight was also good. "Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he doesn't behave, then I can only." The next day. East Market of Chang and City, Huji Grain Store. Shopkeeper Shen, last month, our grain store still had 1,500 strings of coins left. Among them, the Yun family in Yongning Square had 200 strings of coins, the Chow family's restaurant had 370 strings of coins, the Su family in Anqing Square had 215 strings of coins, the Zhu family in Chonghua Square had 300 strings of coins, the Hu family's restaurant had 280 strings of coins, and the Miao family in Changshu Square had 135 strings of coins. Here, I've written these accounts for you. You can have someone check them later. Meng Wenhao picked up an account book, walked to the counter in front of the grain store, and handed it to an old man in a scholarly robe. The old man took the account book, nodded, and said, "Hey, little brother Meng, this old man can rest assured that you're the one who did the accounting. But are you leaving now? Do you want to tell young mistress?" Meng Wenhao hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no need. I've already told young master and young mistress earlier. Thank you for taking care of me for the past month. Wenhao is very grateful." The old man waved his hand and said, "Haha. Little brother Meng, you're too polite. It's your own ability that's great, this old man didn't help you with anything." Although he said that, from the expression on the old man's face, he still enjoyed Meng Wenhao's compliment. "Shopkeeper Shen, you're too modest. Since the work here has been handed over, then Wenhao will take his leave." Meng Wenhao bowed, then put away the package and prepared to go out. Meng Wenhao. Stop right there. At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside the house. Then, a girl in a light pink dress, slightly plump, and with a passable appearance, walked in. Then, she looked at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes and said, "Meng Wenhao, are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you not want to see me that much?" Meng Wenhao's footsteps stopped, and the expression on his face was extremely awkward. He murmured, "Young mistress who, you're here, call me Qingwan." The girl snorted and said with dissatisfaction, "Meng Wenhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Could it be that someone here made you unhappy? Or are you not satisfied with your current salary?" Hearing what she said, the shopkeepers and workers in the grain store all kept quiet out of fear. Then, they looked at Meng Wenhao anxiously, afraid that this young man would say something he shouldn't. Meng Wenhao waved his hands and said, "No, no. I'm very happy here. Shopkeeper Shen and the others take good care of me, and Squire who gives me a very high salary, there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with." After he said that, the shopkeepers and workers all breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Qingwan frowned and said, "Since you're happy here and satisfied with your salary, then why do you still want to leave?" After saying that, the girl put her hands on her small waist, she put her hands on her waist and took a step forward, looking at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes, with an aggressive posture. Meng Wenhao timidly took 2 steps back and said, "Young mistress who, Qingwan, I'm very grateful to you and Squire who for giving me such a high salary, but it's already August. I came here to be an accountant just to help reduce my mother's burden. Although I made a lot of money, I missed a lot of things because of it. I, Meng Wenhao, am a disciple of Mr. Li, and I'm studying engineering. Yanhuang College started construction more than a month ago, and the students from the School of Mathematics all went to Yunshan to help, but I couldn't go. Now that school is about to start, I have to go back to Yunshan to help. So, I can only leave." Hu Qingwan pouted her small mouth, holding the belt of her skirt with her hand, and hesitantly said, Then after you leave the college, you don't have me in your heart?" Cough, cough, cough. Hearing that, Old Man Shen's face turned red, and he coughed violently. Then, he waved at the workers in the grain store who were gossiping and scolded, "What are you all standing here for? Come with me to move the grain. Let's go, let's go." The workers suddenly understood, and under Old Man Shen's lead, they all left the grain store. Before Old Man Shen left, he even, considerately, closed the door. Seeing that, Hu Qingwan also knew that she had misspoken, and her face quickly turned red. However, although she was shy, she still raised her head and looked directly into Meng Wenhao's eyes. Meng Wenhao was sweating profusely. This was the first time someone had confessed to him, and he didn't feel any better. His face was even redder than Hu Wanqing's. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Meng Wenhao opened his mouth and said, "Qingwan, I'm very grateful for the care you and Minister who have given me during this period of time, but I don't intend to consider a romantic relationship right now." "Your feelings, Hu Qingwan didn't wait for Meng Wenhao to finish and interrupted him, "It's okay. If you don't consider it now, I can wait." Meng Wenhao rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was full of speechlessness. For more than a month, he was indeed very happy to be able to use what he learned to earn money, but this girl in front of him was his nightmare for the past month, and it made him very distressed. Chapter 583. Brother. Meng Wenhao left. "Help me persuade him." Xinghua Square, Hu family. Hu Qingwan went straight to the backyard after returning from the grain store in the East Market. She found her brother, Hu Yuanbao, and said angrily. Looking at her, her confession just now must have failed. Oh. Meng Wenhao? Little sister, who is Meng Wenhao? Has he formed his core? A plump and fair man was lying on a bamboo bed reading the Tang Dynasty Daily. From afar, he looked like a pile of fat meat on the bed. When he heard Hu Qingwan's complaint, he casually replied, "That's right. Core. Core formation? What core?" Hu Qingwan, who was angry, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard these inexplicable words and asked in confusion. Hu Yuanbao felt that he had misspoken and coughed dryly. Ahem. Nothing. I'm saying that Han Li is about to break through to the core formation stage. He hadn't read A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality for a few days, so he planned to start reading it today. Just as he was reading it with relish, Hu Qingwan angrily came to find him. Therefore, before his mind could break away from the novel, he subconsciously replied to her. Hu Yuanbao. There was always a price to pay for being willful, and Hu Yuanbao thoroughly experienced it at this moment. After figuring out what core formation was, Hu Qingwan yelled angrily, which resounded throughout the Hu family's courtyard. The birds on the branches flapped their wings and fled in fright. Hu Yuanbao. I'm talking business with you. Can you not just stay at home and read novels all day long? Can you? Hu Yuanbao was so scared that his cheeks were trembling. He hurriedly said, Little sister, that's Big Brother's fault. You have something to say. Combined with Hu Qingwan's description of him just now, if he was in the modern world, he would definitely be a fat otaku. Hu Qingwan snorted angrily. Meng Wenhao is gone. Help me keep him. Hu Yuanbao scratched his head in distress and asked weakly, Ahem. Little sister, I forgot who Meng Wenhao is. You didn't mention it just now. You. Hu Qingwan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down a few times. Meng Wenhao is the new accountant of our family's grain store. Say, you. Daddy asked you to help take care of the family business, but you didn't listen. Do you know how long it's been since you went out? You don't even know who your own accountant is. Hu Yuanbao licked his lips and walked over to grab Hu Qingwan's arm. Haha. Don't we still have you, little sister? You and Dad are enough for those businesses. Bullshit. I'm going to get married in a few years' time. Won't the family business that father earns still have to be passed to you? If you don't worry about it now, I'll see what you'll do in a few years. Hu Qingwan broke free from Hu Yuanbao's fat hands and cursed angrily with her hands on her hips. Hu Yuanbao shrunk his neck and said gloomily, Sigh. Annoying. Let's talk about these things later. Little sister, you just said that Meng Wenhao is our accountant. Since the accountant left, we can just find another one. In Chang'an City, there are at least 800 people who know how to do accounts. Hu Qingwan stomped her feet angrily and said, No. I like Meng Wenhao. You have to help me find a way to keep him. Even though Hu Yuanbao was used to his sister's outspoken words, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this sentence. He was stunned for a while before he said, That, little sister, didn't you say that you would wait a few years before getting married? If you have someone you like, wouldn't I have to help Dad manage the store a few years in advance? Little sister, do me a favor and give me a few more years. Hu Yuanbao, I'm going to kill you. Changle? Qingxian? Why are you here? On this afternoon, Li Zixuan had just returned from the workshop when he saw the two siblings, Li Qingxian and Li Lizzie, coming over. Changle was talking to Han Yushi, but Li Qingxian awkwardly didn't have anything to talk about. His eyes kept looking outside. When he saw Li Zixuan return, Li Qingxian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out, Little Xian, you're finally back. Husband. Brother Little Xian. Han Yushi and Changle looked over and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. He walked into the front hall, and everyone sat down again. Li Zishuan asked again, Qingxian, Changle, why are you here today? Li Qingxian opened his mouth to answer, but Changle beat him to it and said, I'm here to chat with Sister Yushi. I haven't seen her for a long time, so I wanted to come over and take a look. It's quite boring to stay in the palace. Haha. Looks like you're embarrassed to say it. Then I'll help you say it. At this time, Li Qingxian laughed loudly and interrupted, Xiao Xian, Changle wants to sit in your celestial lamp, so I brought her here. I didn't see you here, so I wanted to sit for a while before returning to the palace. I didn't expect you to come back. Changle's cheeks heated up, and she said angrily, Brother Crown Prince, you're talking nonsense. Didn't you want to sit too? Otherwise, why would you be so kind to bring Changle over? Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. Haha. It's okay, since you want to sit, then go ahead. It's not like it's a rare item. But didn't I already give the blueprint of the fairy lamp to His Majesty earlier? Calculating the time, the craftsmen who will be supervising can make 1 or 2 fairy lamps by themselves. Li Qingxian shook his head and said, they can make it, but how can the fairy lamp they make be as stable as yours, little Xian? Your fairy lamp has been used for several days without any accidents, so I came over with Changle. Qin Ke originally said that she wanted to come over, but Yan Xiaoning called her to Yunshan. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and nodded. Okay. Qingxian, Changle, follow me to the west courtyard. The fairy lamp is over there. The siblings nodded happily. After Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had returned to entertain the 2 second-generation emperors, she went to do her own things and didn't follow him. Hey, hey, hey! Little Xian, don't untie this rope. When they arrived at the west courtyard, Li Zishuan was about to untie the long rope binding the fairy lamp when Li Qingxian hurriedly stopped him. Why? If I don't untie this thing, how will the fairy lamp fly away later? Li Zishuan was puzzled. Li Qingxian explained, just fly above your house, there's no need to fly out. Also, don't fly around on the fairy lamp like on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As far as I know, Father won't like it. The general idea was, don't do that, Father won't like it. Li Zishuan was speechless. Chapter 584. All right. Then both of you can come up together. Li Zishuan already knew that Li Er didn't like fairy lamps flying everywhere. Otherwise, Li Er wouldn't have given him a hard time at the beginning. While cursing Li Er's stinginess in his heart, Li Zishuan checked the fairy lamp and said to Li Qingxian and Li Lizzie. Xiao Xian, aren't you coming up? Li Qingxian was slightly startled. He looked at the unfamiliar fairy lamp and asked weakly. Although he had seen this thing before, he didn't know how to operate it. If some unknown malfunction occurred in the sky, wouldn't he and Changle be dead? Changle also looked at Li Zishuan with some worry, but she didn't question him. Li Zishuan asked curiously, of course I'll go up. If I don't go up, how can this fairy fly into the sky? Li Qingxian opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, Then why are you asking us to go up together? This thing can only hold 2 people at most, right? Li Zishuan was speechless. Who told you that this fairy lamp can only hold 3 people? There were 4 people on it last night. It's okay, come up together. After saying that, he took the lead and walked up, waving at the siblings. Li Qingxian was skeptical. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, No, no, no. It's better to do it one by one. This way, even if the fairy lamp malfunctions, you can still save Xiao Xian. Changle, you go up first. Changle nodded and said, Okay. Then the little girl walked happily to the fairy lamp. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Okay. Then let's do it one by one. However, he muttered in his heart, the richer and more powerful people are indeed afraid of death. After a series of operations, the celestial lamp slowly rose into the sky. Because there was a rope between the bamboo basket and the ground, the celestial lamp could only rise up to the height of a 4 or 5-story building. Moreover, the flying range was limited to the western courtyard. Facing the afternoon breeze, Li Zixuan's exhausted body and mind were greatly relaxed at this moment as he looked at the 108 streets of Cheng and in picturesque disorder. If it weren't for Chang'e and Li Qingxian beside him, he would definitely roar a few times to relax. The main thing was that there were too many things to do recently. Li Zixuan had never felt so tired, mentally and physically. Wow! Cheng and city look so beautiful from the sky. It's so beautiful. After the fairy lamp stabilized, Chang'e walked to the edge of the bamboo basket and held it. She couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the scenery below. The sun's reflection on her pink palace dress made her look like a fairy princess who had just come out of the palace. She was beautiful and beautiful. Haha. That's right. In this world, I'm afraid there's no city more beautiful than Chang'an. When Li Zixuan heard this, he sighed faintly and said, "Those who were born in this era were very lucky. Those who were born in this era and in Chang'an were extremely lucky. They sat in the world's #1 city and enjoyed the protection of the most powerful empire in the world. Wherever they went, they could hold their heads high and not be bullied. But now, he, a person with a modern soul, had inexplicably entered this time and space. Everything he did now would speed up the Tang Empire's path to invincibility. Although it was a little tiring, it was all worth it. After the academy was built, he would be much more relaxed." Brother Xiaoxian, have you been to many places?" Chang'e turned around and asked crisply. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "No, I don't like to travel. But I've heard my master talk about many interesting places." "Oh." Chang'e nodded and looked at the bulging ball-shaped canopy above her head. Suddenly, she asked, "Brother Xiaoxian, if we let this celestial lamp fly all the way up, will we fly to the moon? Then, we'll be able to see Fairy Chang'e." Li Zixuan was amused by her childish words and couldn't help but laugh. "How is that possible? The moon is at least a few 100,000 miles away from us. How can we fly to the moon with this little celestial lamp? Also, we won't be able to breathe on the moon. We'll suffocate to death." Chang'e opened her mouth in shock and said in disbelief, "Ah? That's so far. And according to what Brother Xiaoxian said, how does Fairy Chang'e live on the moon? Don't deities need to breathe?" "Haha. There are no deities in this world. Chang'e is just an ancient legend. There's nothing on the moon either. It's just a lonely rock without any life." "Brother Xiaoxian, you know so much. No wonder Father is always praising you." Li Zixuan was stunned. "Is that so? His Majesty praises me?" Logically speaking, it was good enough that Li Er didn't insult him. Why would he praise him? If the person who said that wasn't Chang'e, he would definitely slap her. Hee. Although Father is strict on the surface, he knows who is virtuous and who is mediocre. It's just that he won't say it in front of you. Brother Xiaoxian, don't be fooled by Father's appearance." Chang'e giggled and winked playfully. She was extremely adorable. Li Zixuan couldn't help but smile and say, "Haha. If His Majesty knew that Chang'e told me all this, he would definitely be sad." Chang'e was slightly embarrassed. She just smiled and stared blankly at the scenery under the bamboo basket. However, she didn't continue the conversation. After a while, Li Zixuan suddenly asked, "Chang'e, aren't you afraid to look down from such a high place?" In ancient times, there were no airplanes or tall buildings with more than 10 or 20 floors. Most people wouldn't be able to adapt to such a high place for the first time. However, Chang'e was completely unaffected when she came up. It was really rare. Chang'e squinted her eyes and smiled. "I'm not afraid. Because I know that even if I fall from here, Brother Xiaoxian will definitely be able to save me." Her smiling face and confident expression made her look like a little fairy. She had a huge charm that made people lose themselves in her. Ugh. After a while, Li Zixuan shook his head and forcibly broke free from his obsession. He secretly thought that this little loli had a lot of charm. Then, he touched his nose and said resentfully, "Ah. Chang'e, you really think highly of me. Chang'e smiled and turned around without saying anything. However, her eyes flashed with unconcealable joy. Chapter 585. The next day. After Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he arrived at the Cloud Mountain early in the morning. However, he unexpectedly saw an unexpected person. Wenhao? When did you come? Shouldn't you be at Huji grain store? Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Meng Wenhao, who had disappeared for a long time, in Yan Xiaoning's temporary office. The last time he came to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had invited a group of students from the School of Mathematics for a meal. He had heard a few students mention Meng Wenhao. They said that he was working as a bookkeeper in a grain shop to earn money to support his family. That was why he didn't come to Cloud Mountain with them. Li Zishuan understood that at that time. In his previous life, he had also worked during the holidays, so he didn't blame Meng Wenhao for this. Sir. You're here. I just came the day before yesterday. I'm a little late, please don't blame me. Meng Wenhao saw Li Zishuan coming in and quickly stood up to greet him excitedly. However, Yan Xiaoning interrupted in annoyance, look at your students. All of them are more active than you. A few days ago, someone was sitting on a fairy lamp and walking around Chang'an City. How carefree. Li Zishuan was speechless. I was just proving to everyone that I wasn't bragging, okay? It's not for my personal enjoyment. To a certain extent, I was also doing it for the future development of Yanhuang College. Yan Xiaoning curled his lips. Fine, fine, fine. You're the only one with such twisted logic. But speaking of which, your student is really good. Not only is he good at accounting, but he's also very charming. Li Zishuan was confused and asked, what do you mean? Meng Wenhao's face was red as he quickly said, nothing, Commander Yan, please don't say it. This is something to be proud of, what's there to be embarrassed about? Yan Xiaoning patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and laughed. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, little Xian, you still don't know, right? After you went to Huji grain store, not only did you beat their 4 bookkeepers in mathematics, but you also almost kidnapped their eldest daughter when you left. TSK, Tisk. Li Zishuan was taken aback and asked with great interest, oh? There was such a thing? Xiaoning, quickly tell me about it. After saying that, this guy quickly moved a stool over and sat in front of Yan Xiaoning. He looked like he was eager to hear some gossip. He didn't look like a gentleman at all. Meng Wenhao's eyelids twitched as he watched. He was speechless. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, was used to Li Zishuan's impulsive personality. He also sat down and began to tell Li Zishuan about Meng Wenhao's romantic affairs. Thus, the 2 men in the room began to gossip while the half-grown young man was sitting awkwardly at the side. After a few minutes, Li Zishuan understood the whole story. He stood up and laughed, Wenhao, you're really something. You haven't even graduated and you've already learned how to flirt. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Meng Wenhao was embarrassed. Although he didn't know what flirting meant, he could roughly guess. He muttered, Sir, I just want to use what I've learned to earn some pocket money. I don't intend to provoke anyone. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Haha. You don't have to explain to me. I still believe in your character. But why didn't you accept the eldest daughter of the Hu family? This. Meng Wenhao scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know how to answer. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked, is it because of her appearance? Xiaoning, what does the eldest daughter of the Hu family look like? Yan Xiaoning held back his laughter and said, her facial features are all right. It's just that, her figure is slightly plump. There's nothing bad about it. Oh. Li Zishuan replied with a meaningful, oh. Meng Wenhao quickly said, Sir, it's not because of her appearance. It's just that I'm still young and haven't considered marriage. Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and said, Tisk, pretentious. If it wasn't because of her appearance, then it would be weird. Oh, right. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaoning, don't you like girls with plump figures? He remembered that many books in his previous life wrote that the Tangs viewed plump people as beautiful. Logically speaking, since Miss Hu's facial features weren't bad and her figure was slightly plump, such a girl should be more popular nowadays. But looking at them now, it was obviously not the case. Yan Xiaoning said in disdain, "Go. Who said that I like girls with plump figures? I don't see you like girls like that. Why do we have to like them? Wenhao, do you like girls like that?" Meng Wenhao hesitated for a moment but still shook his head. Li Zishuan sweated and thought to himself, did I remember wrongly again? He didn't remember wrongly, he was just misled. In his previous life, the saying that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful had been around for a long time and was widely spread. Some experts, after some research, asserted that the Tangs did view plump women as beautiful. They also pointed out several reasons why the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful. The Tangs' economy was prosperous, and people had the means to eat well and wear warm clothes to maintain healthy and plump bodies. The Tangs' culture was open and inclusive, and they were generous and fat. The Tang Xinbei bloodline in the Tang's royal family made them innately fond of women with strong bodies. In reality, this saying was wrong, or at least not accurate. The reason why people thought that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful was mainly based on Yang Guifei's body shape and the images of women in the Tang's palace paintings and paintings. In fact, as long as one looked carefully at the famous Tang's Yan Liben's walking carriage painting and Zhou Fang's flower hairpin painting, it was not difficult to find that the palace maids and ladies in the paintings were not plump at all. The 9 palace maids in the walking carriage painting clustered around Li Shimin as they walked slowly. Some were carrying the carriage, some were holding umbrellas, and some were holding fans. They all seemed to have some strength and were definitely not sickly beauties who could not stand a gust of wind. However, looking at their figures, they were all quite slender. The women in the flower hairpin painting were probably of noble status and slightly older. Their figures were slightly plump, but their standing posture was graceful, as light as the spring breeze brushing the willows. There was no doubt that their figures could be described with the word slender. Regarding Yang Guifei, there were records in the literature that she was fat and afraid of heat. For example, the Legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao said that she was fat and hot until summer. However, Yang Guifei's fat body was definitely not as plump as people said today. At most, he had some muscles, which was what the outside biography of Yang Taizhen called just a little bit of muscle. A person who was good at dancing, the rainbow-colored feather dance was her representative work, would definitely do a lot of physical exercises, so it was normal to have a bit of muscle. Yang Guifei's fear of heat was actually not because she was fat, but because of her physique. According to the Legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao, Yang Guifei often went to the back garden in the early hours of the morning to suck on the flower dew to moisten her throat. In order to moisten her lungs, Yang Guifei would have a piece of cool jade fish in her mouth every day in the summer. Moreover, there were no historical records that showed that Yang Guifei was favored by Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty because she was fat or plump. According to the old and new Tang books about Yang Guifei was favored mainly because of her good aptitude. Specifically, it included good at singing and dancing, good at music, wise and alert, welcoming and understanding, the new Tang book. That was, she had literary skills, was smart, and understood others. In addition, poet Saint Du Fu described in the poem Beauty's Walk, her posture is deep and true, her skin is delicate and even. That was gorgeous, dignified, temperament, and delicate skin. In reality, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty did not appreciate Yang Guifei's muscles. According to the biography of Yang Taizhen, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty was reading the biography of Emperor Qing of Han, in the Baihua courtyard. After Yang Guifei saw it, she asked him what he was reading. Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty smiled and said, "Don't ask. You will feel bad if you know." Yang Guifei snatched the book and saw that it said, Emperor Qing of Han obtained the flying swallow, and his body was light and unable to withstand the wind. Fearing that he was floating, the emperor made a crystal plate and ordered the palace servants to dance and dance. At this time, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty joked with her and said, "You can withstand the wind more than her." Yang Guifei was not convinced and confidently expressed that her rainbow-colored feather dance surpassed Zhao Fian's. When Li Bai was enshrined in Hanlin, he was ordered to write 3 songs of purity and peace, to praise Yang Guifei's beauty and the life in the palace at that time. The second one was dedicated to Yang Guifei's beauty. A stick of red dew and fragrance, the clouds and rain Wuxian heartbroken. Who in the Han Palace can be like her? Poor flying swallow is wearing new makeup. In the poem, Yang Guifei was compared to a peony and Zhao Fian. If Yang Guifei was really a fat person, she could form a sharp contrast with Zhao Fian. Then, this comparison would be a mockery and disobedience. It was very likely that Yang Guifei herself also admired Zhao Fian and was willing for others to compare her to Zhao Fian. It was said that Yang Guifei had the nickname of Fat Maid, which was very likely a curse from people who were jealous and hated her, such as concubine Mei. From this, it could be seen that people at that time did not view fat as beauty. The most interesting were 2 lines of Bai Zhi's poem, A Fat Horse Walks Fast, A Prostitute Sings and Dances, 3 poems with feelings. Fat horses are beautiful, the 6 horses of Zhaoling are all fat and strong, but thin and tall prostitutes are beautiful. Being fat is an unforgivable flaw for prostitutes. The famous poet Du Mu met a fat prostitute in Shangxi, a bar girl, who urged him to drink. He immediately wrote a poem that was extremely sarcastic and ugly. Take a look. At that time, Panga had a distant grandson, and he's still ordered today to show off his family. A cart of white earth covered with mud, and 10 red flags patched up. In the Wagwan temple there were traces of footsteps, and in front of Huaihua mountain there were palm marks. There was no need to be melancholy and worry about marriage, waiting to ask Lakuan. All kinds of evidence showed that the Tang people saying that fat was beautiful lacked evidence. Moreover, this was the first year of Zhongguan, and the Tang dynasty had only been established for less than 10 years. Even if the Tang dynasty had a trend of fat being beautiful, it certainly hadn't been completely established yet. At the very least, Empress Zhongsun and Princess Changel were not fat, and were very slim. *CK, there's a problem here. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Empress Zhongsun, and realized that at this time, people didn't think fat was beautiful. Otherwise, Empress Zhongsun wouldn't be so thin. Chapter 586. Hello, boss. Good. How are you guys? Is there any difficulty in harvesting the food at home? Hi. No difficulty. I asked my wife to ask the 3 uncles to help us harvest the food, so there's no problem. On the other hand, it's us who have taken too much money from you, boss. We feel a little ashamed. Haha. What's there to be ashamed of? This is all earned through your own sweat and hard work. Just take it with a peace of mind. Don't tire yourself out too much. It's not worth it if you get a heat stroke. Hey. Don't worry, boss. We're not that delicate. Besides, Commander Yen doesn't let us work in the afternoon. We won't get a heat stroke even if we want to. After teasing Meng Wenhao in the house, Yen Xiaoning brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. Li Zishuan looked at the tall buildings that rose from the ground and casually chatted with some of the workers by the roadside. Although it was called chatting, it wasn't really chatting. There was a lot of evidence that proved that a leader's occasional concern for his subordinates was very useful in improving the overall work efficiency. This couldn't be called showing off, but encouraging. Ever since Li Zishuan had brought the first crane to Yunshan, more and more people had discovered the huge advantage that machines had over humans. In response to Yen Xiaoning's strong request, the workshop had sent more than 20 cranes one after another. This was a sharp weapon that was ahead of the times. In addition to the large number of workers, it directly led to the construction speed of the academy to be greatly improved once again. Now, the situation on Yunshan was really changing day by day. Xiao Xian. A few old masters and I estimated that the main building of Yanhuang College, the bishop, canteen, dormitory, bathhouse, and library, will be completed by the end of this month. Walking on the hard and flat cement road, Yen Xiaoning felt quite emotional. He had never seen such a cement road and such high-rise buildings before, but now he had built them, which filled him with a sense of achievement. Perhaps with this academy, he could be ranked as a top master architect like his father. At this time, the two of them arrived at the back of the college. Yan Xiaoning said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan heard it and said in surprise, "So fast?" Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, "Heh. It's not that fast. Little Xian, on your way here, you should be able to see that many of the buildings are about to be completed. In the future, I plan to divide these 10,000 people into 3 groups. One group will do the interior decoration of these buildings, another group will build other buildings, and the other group will follow your previous plan to create scenery for the academy. They will transplant trees and flowers, build fake mountains, dig lakes, and also build that sports field you want to build." Li Zixuan thought for a while and agreed, "Yeah. We'll do as you say. After the main building of the academy is completed, don't be in a hurry to dismiss the craftsmen and commoners. The later construction of the academy has been completed, and I don't lack money now. Also, in addition to the buildings that I have planned earlier, I need you to send a group of people out to help me build some independent buildings behind the academy. I will give you the blueprints later." Yan Xiaoning asked curiously, "What do you want these small buildings for?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Xiaoning, didn't you read the newspaper earlier? The academy will assign some professors to their own houses. Although the academy doesn't have any professors now, I have to prepare these houses in advance. You can't go back on your words. The environment here in Yunshan is beautiful, and I believe many people will be willing to live here. Later, I will find a good location here and build a house for myself." Yan Xiaoning was speechless and said, "I think you have too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you build a house here, how many days can you stay in a year?" Li Zixuan didn't think much of it and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows, maybe I will always live here." "Hey, Xiaoning, don't you want to consider building one too? The house I want to build is different from the one we are living in now. You will definitely be jealous when you see it." Yan Xiaoning was actually a little tempted. He thought for a while and said, "Cough cough. Little Xian, look at how hard I have worked for the academy these 2 months. Aren't you going to give me a house for free?" Li Zixuan sneered and said, "Che. In your dreams. At most, I will give you a 20% discount based on the cost of the house. The rest will be from me." Yan Xiaoning said angrily, "F***ck. You are too much, aren't you? If you are like this, I will quit. You can go find whoever you want." "Hey hey hey. Don't. Let's talk about it. How about I give you a 40% discount? Not good, 50%? How about 50%? Hee hee. Then I will go back and pack my luggage." "Hey hey. Don't. Consider it my bad luck to have such a bad friend. I will give it to you for free." After some bickering, Yan Xiaoning emerged victorious and obtained a cloud mountain villa that had yet to be built for free. Although Li Zixuan looked angry on the surface, he wasn't angry at all in his heart. Firstly, he didn't really care about this little bit of money. Secondly, Yan Xiaoning had a share in the first batch of Cloud Mountain villas. What he said just now was just a joke. "Xiaoning, how do you think the academy will solve the water problem in the future?" Li Zixuan came to Yunshan today not only to inspect the progress of the academy's construction, but also to solve the academy's water problem. However, after walking around Yunshan for so long and even walking around the forest behind the academy, he still did not see a waterfall or a river. This made him a little disappointed, so he asked. Yan Xiaoning was happy that he finally got some benefits from the miser, Li Zixuan. When he heard this question, he could not help but be stunned and answered subconsciously, "What's so difficult about that? There are so many wells in Plum Village and the Han family village at the foot of the mountain. Also, there is the Ba River beside Plum Village. Is there a lack of water? We just have to find some people to carry water up every day." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "This is not a long-term solution. The scale of the academy will definitely get bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more students. When that time comes, how can the Academy's daily water consumption be met by just carrying water up the mountain? Yan Xiaoning was helpless and said, then what do you think? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked, Xiaoning, do you think we can use a water wheel to carry water up the mountain? Things like water wheels didn't require a lot of technology. Tubular water wheels had already appeared in the Sui dynasty. Many protagonists in time travel novels who went to ancient times relied on water wheels to become famous. This was more or less inappropriate. Li Zishuan still had some knowledge of this common knowledge, so he asked directly. Chapter 587. Xiao Xian, are you talking about the water tanker? Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zishuan on Yunshan Mountain and asked. Li Zishuan nodded, yes, it's the water tanker. If this water tanker doesn't work, I can design a new water tanker with more power and a longer transmission distance. He had several water tanker models in his mind, but he wasn't familiar with them. He didn't know if they could be used in Yanhuang College. If it weren't for the fact that the power system wasn't easy to solve, he would definitely build his own water tanker. For him, it was easy to build a water tanker, but the difficult part was the problem of the power required for the water tanker. He still lacked the materials for an internal combustion engine, and he didn't have a stable power supply system for an electric motor. Therefore, he could only rely on the water tanker. Although Yan Xiaoning was confident in Li Zishuan's creativity, he still shook his head and said, I don't think it's possible. Yanhuang College is too far away from Ba River, and the terrain is too high. It's impossible to use a water tanker to transport water. Even if it can be transported up, it can't be too much. Even if you can make a water tanker with more power, I think it's still useless and not worth the loss. Li Zishuan rubbed his eyebrows and seemed to be a little distressed. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, how about this, Xiaoning, help me find a group of well builders and ask them to find a suitable place on Yunshan Mountain and dig a few wells for me. In the early stage of the college, let's transport water from the foot of the mountain. Yan Xiaoning opened his eyes wide and said, are you crazy? Yunshan Mountain is so high, how can you dig a well? However, Li Zishuan shook his head and disagreed. Xiaoning, you're wrong. Although Cloud Mountain is relatively high, the trees on the mountain are dense and there's plenty of rain all year round. Some places can still be dug out. When the time comes, you can find an experienced craftsman and you should be able to find a few good spots. There's a saying that it's futile to dig a well on the mountain. Many people think that it's impossible to dig underground water because of the high terrain on the mountain. This is a misconception. In fact, there are places on the mountain where underground water can be found. Underground water didn't only exist on flat land, but also on high mountains. Sometimes, there was no water at all in places lower than the horizon. The existence of underground water was related to the structure of rock strata. Some rock strata couldn't store water, while some rock strata had confined water. Besides, there were soil, trees, and flowers on the mountain. These things were the main factors for storing water. If the soil and water were well preserved, it was not impossible to dig up water by just digging 2 or 3 meters. In Li Zishuan's previous life, one of his relatives had contracted a mountain to raise chickens. Because the mountain was high and there was no running water, his relative had hired someone to dig a well on the mountain. In the end, they only dug 1.5 meters before they found water. Therefore, when it came to digging a well, the terrain was not the deciding factor. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, didn't understand these things. He asked skeptically, can you really dig a well out of such a high mountain? Li Zishuan said confidently, definitely. Don't worry, Xiaoning. As long as the craftsmen are experienced and can distinguish the water level, they will definitely be able to dig a well in Yunshan. All right. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to go to Chang and to look for a well builder. In Yunshan, the construction of the college was in full swing. In Datong Daily, there were waves of publicity about Gong Shui and Yanhuang College. When Gong Shui was first publicized, Ma Zhou had arranged for a group of people to study Li Zishuan's published articles. Many people in the editorial department had a deeper understanding of Gong Shui, so there was no need for Li Zishuan to do the publicity. There were plenty of people in the editorial department who were talented in this field. Therefore, recently, the news section of the newspaper was almost filled with the words Yanhuang College and Gong Shui. Under such fierce publicity, more and more people knew what Gong Shui was, and what kind of college Yanhuang College was being built outside Chang'an City. Gong Shui, Yanhuang Academy. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Of course, in the past, there would be many Confucian defenders who would jump out and criticize Li Zishuan for bragging about Gong Shui in the newspaper. However, since Cui Yunhan left Cheongzhou and Li Zishuan flew to Chang'an City in the middle of autumn, almost all the voices of opposition died down. First, they were unreasonable, and second, they were cowards. Moreover, as the Wang family quickly sold the newspapers to other states and counties, Gong Shui and Yanhuang College's reputation began to radiate to other regions. In particular, the story of Li Zishuan flying into the sky on the Mid-Autumn Festival was particularly shocking. The most intuitive manifestation was that according to the data fed back by the branches of Tang Dynasty Daily, the number of students signing up for Yanhuang Academy began to show an exponential explosive growth. As early as 2 days ago, it had already exceeded 2,000 people. If this data were to be announced, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Directorate of Education and the Hongwen School combined didn't have that many students. Of course, there were many students who signed up on impulse after seeing the news. It was very likely that they hadn't fully grasped the subjects of Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Even if they came to take the exam, they wouldn't have any hope of getting in. More students chose to buy a new mathematics textbook and read it at home. If they could understand it and learn it well, then they would sign up. If they didn't understand it, then they wouldn't sign up. This could be seen from the sales of the new mathematics textbooks. Up until now, Chitsu Culture's mathematics textbooks had already sold more than 50,000 books. 50,000 versus 2,000. This was a very large disparity. Of course, there were also some mathematics enthusiasts who just wanted to study Li Zishuan's new mathematics textbook. In addition to the increase in students signing up, there were also more and more people who wanted to apply to be Yanhuang College's teachers. First, it was because Li Zishuan's salary was too generous. Second, it was because Gong Shui and Yanhuang College couldn't be more popular now. If they came to teach here, they could gain both fame and fortune. Only fools wouldn't come. First, there were some famous scholars in Chang'an. They were the first to come to Li Zishuan for an interview. These days, Li Zishuan held 10 interviews, but he only hired one person, and it was an old acquaintance. When he was in the Directorate of Education, Assistant Professor Mao, who sat opposite him in the office, followed closely behind Su Hongji and also wanted to change jobs. The rest of the people were either too deeply influenced by Confucianism, or they didn't have any teaching skills at all. They were the type that completely followed the script. Li Zishuan said that he couldn't even listen to such boring lectures, so how could his future students be willing to listen? Therefore, of the 10 teachers who came to apply, only one was successful. The low acceptance rate of Yanhuang College's teachers gradually spread out. Chapter 588. On August 26, the first year of Zhengguan, Yanhuang College's main buildings, including the cafeteria, the library, the dormitory, and the bathhouse, were all completed. The magnificent cement skyscraper stood at the top of Yunshan Mountain, silently showing the world the majesty of Yanhuang College. Those who were observant had already discovered that there was a giant on Yunshan Mountain. On this day, many people saw that Yanhuang College's skyscrapers had been completed. Many people called their friends and came to Yunshan Mountain to watch the fun. TSK. Li Xianji is really rich. He built so many skyscrapers just like that. And he built it so quickly. He probably hired a lot of people, right? I heard that he hired tens of thousands of people. Our neighbor, Fatty Pan, has been hired, and the pay is not ordinary. Hey! Old Nyo, why weren't you invited? Is it because your body is weak and you weren't chosen by Lord Li? Hee hee. Could it be that Chui Miang emptied your body last night? Ahahaha. A certain frivolous man made a frivolous joke, which made the people around him burst into laughter. The young man who was mocked blushed and then said angrily, LV Dazhuang, King bullshit. Do you want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Hey. Don't embarrass yourselves here. This is a place for educated people to study. How can you fight like this? That's right, that's right. This is outrageous. Hey. Old Meng, look at the road on this mountain. It's completely different from the bluestone road at the foot of the mountain. It's hard and flat. I wonder what material it's made of. Oh. I heard from the Han family village that it's called cement. Cement can be used to make roads when mixed with sand and stone. And look, it's not just the road. Yanhuang College's walls are also covered with cement. They're using cement to replace glutinous rice mortar. An old man with coarse white hair, holding a walking stick and stroking his beard, slowly told the truth. Cement? What cement? Where can I buy it? Looks like it's pretty useful. The house built with this looks quite sturdy, but I wonder how much more expensive it is than glutinous rice mortar. The coarse-clothed old man shook his head and laughed. Hee hee. Many people want to buy it, but it's not on sale yet. Why is that? Is there anything money can't buy? What's so strange about that? It was said that this cement was invented by Lord Li himself. Of course, he would use it for his own academy first. It's not like Lord Li lacks money. Oh. So that's how it is. Lord Li has really put in a lot of effort for this academy. TSK. Yanhuang College's skyscraper looked so imposing. Which family's kid would be lucky if he could get in? I heard that there's no tuition fee here, and you can even learn Lord Li's skills. That's right. My child is already preparing for Yanhuang College's entrance exam. If he doesn't pass this year, he'll take the exam next year. Tisk. How can your stupid son get into Yanhuang College? Why is it impossible? For the first time, Yanhuang College's image was more complete in front of the world. The people who came to watch the fun saw this magnificent and mysterious academy. The older people with children of the right age were all thinking of ways to send their children to Yanhuang College. The younger people were thinking about how to persuade their parents so that they could apply for Yanhuang College. Excuse me. Please make way. At this moment, dozens of ox carts suddenly appeared on the mountain road. The person in the lead was Li Tai. When the little fatty saw that so many people came to watch the academy today, he couldn't help but frown and asked the people to disperse. When the crowd heard the shout, they subconsciously opened up a path. However, when they saw the contents of the car, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Hiss. This is colored glass. This is top-notch colored glaze. Every piece is so big and beautiful. There are nearly 10 carts of colored glass. Why did Yanhuang College bring so much colored glass? Who knows? Maybe we can use it in one of the houses. Yanhuang College's architecture can't be estimated with common sense. Oh my God, how much is this? In fact, not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but the people who followed Li Tai to the workshop to transport the colored glass were also dumbfounded. In this era, colored glass was worth as much as gold. When these people saw so much colored glass in the workshop in the morning, they were almost blinded. However, after walking for such a long time, they gradually got used to it. At this time, when they saw that there were people who were as shocked as they were at the beginning, they more or less felt a sense of superiority. Be careful. Come, bring all this colored glass to Guanghua building first. We'll have to make 2 more trips later. Li Tai commanded the convoy as he spoke in a clear voice. When the onlookers heard that, they almost fell to the ground. So this amount of colored glass wasn't enough? They still had to make 2 more trips. Today, they finally saw what it meant to be a rich person. Even gold was transported by carts. But soon, they also understood why Li Tai brought so much colored glass over. Oh my God, look! They're using colored glass as windows. A sharp-eyed young man suddenly saw 3 craftsmen installing a piece of colored glass on a gap in the wall on the first floor of Yanhuang College's main building. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then suddenly came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. "Oh my God! Is Lord Li crazy? Even if he's rich, he can't waste it like this. What a waste of natural resources." I was just wondering why there were so many gaps in the walls of Yanhuang College's buildings. Aren't they afraid of the cold wind in winter? I didn't expect them to be used to install windows. This window is enough for a family to eat for decades. Lord Li is really a rich man. Haha. That's. If Lord Li doesn't have money, who else would have money? However, Lord Li earns money openly and honestly, so no one can say anything about it. Hey! You don't say. These houses with colored glass windows are quite beautiful. The inside of the house must be very bright. It's true. Not only are these colored glass windows beautiful, but they also let in light and block the wind. Lord Li really knows how to have fun. Sigh. I really regret not letting my child prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam as soon as possible. It's probably too late now. Chapter 589. Although using colored glass to make windows had never happened in the Tang dynasty, it was completely normal for a modern person like Li Zishuan. Moreover, unlike the current mainstream architectural style of courtyards, the high-rise buildings of the Yanhuang Academy contained hundreds of rooms in each building. This kind of house built with bricks and cement, if not for the glass windows, would be as dark as night even in the day. As for the expensive cost of colored glass that shocked others, it wasn't a problem for Li Zishuan at all. This was because the bright and transparent colored glass was just a pile of sand in his eyes. "Gu Xiaomao, how's the well-digging craftsman that I asked you to find coming along?" In the temporary office, Yan Xiaoning asked Gu Xiaomao to come in and asked. Gu Xiaomao bowed and reported to Yan Xiaoning. "Commander Yan, I've found many well-digging craftsmen in Chang'an City. When they heard that we were going to dig a well in the mountains, they all rejected us. They said that they wouldn't be able to dig water no matter how much money they were given. But this morning, I heard that there was a Master Liao in the south of the city who helped a temple dig a well in the mountains. So I went to his house to find him, but he was already out. I heard from his wife that he was digging a well for a village outside the city these few days." After saying that, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was really exhausted from searching everywhere for the past 2 days. Yan Xiaoning listened and frowned slightly. Since this Master Liao has experience in digging wells in the mountains, then invite him over as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Go and tell him to put down the task on hand and we'll compensate him double for all his losses. After working with Li Zishuan for so long, Yan Xiaoning had learned to use money to solve problems that he couldn't solve. Cough cough. Besides, he didn't have to pay for it himself. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, "Yes. Commander Yan. Then I'll go and find Master Liao now." Yan Xiaoning let out a soft and said, "Okay. Go. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Xiaomao scratched his head excitedly and giggled. Hee hee. It's not hard. It's not hard. In fact, installing glass windows in all the completed buildings was only the first step. Later, there were also tables and chairs for classrooms and cafeterias, boilers, water towers, and pipes for bathhouses, and beds for dormitories. Li Zishuan designed all these things according to the modern style. Of course, all of them were made by the workshop. This was also one of the reasons why the production of cement was only enough for Yanhuang College to use after so long. This was because in addition to cement, Li Zishuan would also assign tasks to the workshop from time to time. Today, they would produce a batch of colored glass. Tomorrow, they would produce a batch of cranes. The day after that, they would produce some strange tables and chairs. It could be said that half of Yanhuang College's work was done by the workshop. 3 days later, at Yanhuang College. Commander Yan. Commander Yan. Out of the water. Out of the water. Yan Xiaoning was sorting out the recent assessment results of various engineering teams in the office, when he heard Gu Xiaomao rushing in from outside while shouting. "What's out of the water?" Gu Xiaomao's words were very ambiguous, and Yan Xiaoning was dumbfounded. "Huff, huff. Commander Yan, it's Master Liao and the others who dug out water in the east of the college." Gu Xiaomao bent over and panted heavily. Yan Xiaoning's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "How is that possible? It hasn't even been 3 days. How can they dig out water?" Gu Xiaomao said anxiously, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to take a look." "Xiaomao, bring me to take a look first." Yan Xiaoning nodded. After pressing some of the information on the table with an ink slab, he followed Gu Xiaomao out of the door. Not long after, they arrived at a flat ground in the east of the college. This place was filled with dense trees and was very cool. At this time, many people had gathered to watch the show. Yan Xiaoning took a step forward and saw a deep well. However, he couldn't see if there was water in it. "Master Liao, I heard that you guys dug out water." Yan Xiaoning glanced at the excited old man beside him and asked aloud. He. How can it be fake?" "Zhang De, put down a rope and bring up a bucket of water. Prove to Commander Yan that we're not bragging." The old man showed off proudly and then instructed the tanned brawny man beside him. "Yes, got it, Master Liao." The brawny man laughed and then threw a wooden bucket tied with a rope into the well. Then, there was a plop sound. Although the bucket wasn't out yet, Yan Xiaoning no longer had any doubts at this moment. After the tanned brawny man brought out a bucket full of well water, everyone exclaimed. Yan Xiaoning cupped his hands and said to the old man, "Master Liao is really capable. You can dig out a well in the Cloud Mountain in such a short time. I'm impressed." The old man grinned and waved his hand. He. It's nothing. It's nothing. We've agreed before." Yan Xiaoning smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Liao. We agreed on 10 strings of coins. You won't be short of a single cent. I just don't know if you can tell us how you know that water can be dug out from this position." The old man's face turned serious and said seriously, "It's not that difficult. The branches and leaves here are luxuriant, clear, and smooth. Its momentum is slightly higher than that of the white tiger on the right peak. It echoes with the white tiger, circling left and right, protecting the Ming Tang. It's like a green dragon emerging from the water. If you dig 5 feet down from here, there will definitely be water." The onlookers were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped. They never thought that a well-digging master would know feng shui. Did he have to be so professional? Yan Xiaoning was also shocked. He opened his mouth and asked after a while, "Master Liao, you know feng shui too?" The old man laughed and revealed his mouth full of teeth. Then, he said, "Haha. When I was young, I was a Taoist priest in the Taoist temple for 7 to 8 years. Later, the Taoist temple was destroyed in the war, so I left the mountain. I only know a little about feng shui." Yan Xiaoning's mouth twitched slightly. A Taoist priest actually became a well digger. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem reliable. But no one expected that the combination of the two would have such a miraculous effect. "Then, Master Liao, help me dig 3 more wells. The price is the same as before." Yan Xiaoning exhaled a few times and said. Yanhuang College covered a huge area. 1 well was definitely not enough. Yan Xiaoning didn't expect this old man to be so efficient at digging wells. He decided to let him dig a few more wells while he was at it. With that, the Yanhuang Academy was basically ready. All that was left was for the final push. Chapter 590. While the construction of Yanhuang College was in full swing, Li Zishuan was not idle either. In fact, he was very miserable. Sigh. This speed is not good. It's been almost half a month, and I've only written 2 textbooks. It's a bit difficult to continue at this speed. Li Mansion, West Courtyard, study. Li Zishuan looked at the 2 textbooks, mathematics, Volume 2, and Physics, Volume 1, on the table and side. If someone heard this sentence, they would definitely beat him up. One must know that compiling textbooks was a task that was done by a learned scholar. It would be good if he could compile one textbook in a year. But this guy had only compiled 2 in half a month, and he was still not satisfied. He wanted to go to heaven. However, Li Zixuan was not satisfied at all. The textbooks he wrote were all related subjects that he had learned in school in his previous life with abnormal mental strength. Naturally, others could not compete with him in terms of speed. But even so, Li Zixuan still felt that it was too slow because the academy would start in half a month. At first, he planned to open 4 courses for the students, but now there were still 2 textbooks that he had not written, chemistry and geography. Of course, the textbooks he wrote were not all mechanically copied. It was not that the first grade in Yanhuang College would learn what the first grade in the modern world learned. The 2 schools had different academic systems, which determined that the content of each stage of study was different. When he first wrote Mathematics, Volume 1, in Yanhuang College, the content in it already covered the first and second grade of primary school. But the students in the School of Mathematics had already learned almost half of the mathematics in Volume 1, so Li Zixuan wrote the mathematics in Volume 2. As for the 2 textbooks that were still missing, chemistry was not bad, but it would be very troublesome to teach because the chemical symbols in it were read according to the English alphabet in his previous life. But now, it was the Tang dynasty. One could imagine the scene when the time came. Students, this is the chemical formula of water molecules, H2O, H2O. Come, remember it well. 23333333. This scene was simply too beautiful to imagine. As for the geography textbook, Li Zixuan did not know where to start, because he did not know the current territory of Tang dynasty. How could he make it up? Not to mention half a month, even if he was given half a year, he would not be able to make it up. However, he had no choice but to set up this course. Setting aside the issue of territory, there were many concepts in geography that were very useful. For example, the concept of scale in a map, the concept of up north and down south, the concept of left, west, right, and east, the concept of latitude and longitude, contour lines, and so on. Ancient maps were not based on north and south, left, west and right. Many ancient maps of China adopted the setting of north and south, left, east and right. This might have something to do with the fact that the emperor sat in the north and faced the south. This was convenient for users to see, but there were also many ancient maps that used the setting of north and south. There was no uniform rule for this. As for latitude and longitude, no one in this era had defined the prime meridian. In modern times, the longitude that passes through the original site of the Greenwich Observatory in London, England is known as the 0-degree longitude, also known as the prime meridian. When he wrote the textbook, he could define the prime meridian as the longitude that a typical building in Jianghu passed through. In this way, hundreds or even thousands of years later, everyone would look at the map according to the latitude and longitude defined by Tang dynasty. Besides these, the most important use of geography was to allow students to clearly understand the world, to let them know that the Great Tang only occupied a palm-sized piece of land on the world map. This would be extremely useful in the era of great voyages in the future. Sigh. How should I compile this geography textbook? Everything else is easy, but where should I go to find information about the mountains and rivers in Tang dynasty? Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Husband. Are you still busy? This is the iced mung bean soup that I just made. Stop and have a taste. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside with a creak. Then, Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin white dress, walked in with a small bowl that was emitting cold air. When she saw Li Zixuan lying on the table and thinking hard, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Oh. My wife is here. Li Zixuan came back to his senses, then stood up and looked at Han Yushi and said, "Heh. My wife, why are you wasting your energy on such a hot day? Look at how hot you are. Let the people below do this work. Come and sit." Han Yushi smiled and put the mung bean soup on the table. Then, she said unhappily, husband, you also know that it's a hot day now. Then why have you been locking yourself in the house every day recently? Mother and I are worried that you will get sick from being cooped up. I know that my husband is working hard on the matters of the academy, but you can't tire yourself out because of this. Li Zishuan's heart warmed. He stepped forward and grabbed Han Yushi's soft hands. He smiled and said, wife, don't worry. Your husband has martial arts. A mere hot day can't do anything to me. You just have to take care of yourself. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said angrily, husband, you're lying again. Who said that people who have martial arts are not afraid of the heat? Lu Guogong, the old man, has already taken a few carts of ice cubes from our house. You still want to fool me? Cough cough. This. Li Zishuan was suddenly speechless. Han Yushi was right. They practiced martial arts. Although they were not afraid of the cold, they were generally quite afraid of the heat, unless you practiced the rare Yin attribute internal strength. Han Yushi picked up the small bowl and stuffed it into Li Zishuan's hand. She said, okay. I know that my husband is busy, but you should drink this bowl of mung bean soup first. How could Li Zishuan disagree? He quickly nodded and replied, okay. I'll drink it now. After saying that, he gulped down the bowl of mung bean soup in one gulp like a cow drinking water. A wave of unbridled coolness instantly erupted from within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, refreshing. Han Yushi smiled and put away the bowl. Then, she turned around and prepared to go out. However, she paused at the door and hesitated. My husband seems to have encountered some difficulties. My ability is limited, so I'm afraid I can't help much. However, my husband can go out for a walk and relax. Don't you have so many friends? You can ask them for help. There's no need to build a cart behind closed doors. I've been relying on the help of many people since I was young. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to marry my husband. After hearing this, Li Zishuan was silent for a while. Suddenly, he laughed and said, I got it. Haha. Wife, you're really my lucky star. Chapter 591. Qingke, you stop first. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, what's the matter? You stop first. Gu Xiaomao, from now on, you'll be the leader of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. You'll be in charge of all the missions on Qingke. That afternoon, Li Zishuan went straight to Yunshan. After asking a craftsman, he found Li Tai, who was teaching others how to use the crane. He cut to the chase and went straight to the point. Li Tai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Little Xian, what are you doing now? Why did you remove me from the team leader position for no reason? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this little fatty under the hot sun. He dragged him away and said, what do you mean by removing you from the team leader position? You brat, are you addicted to playing here? Come back to Chang and with me. Li Tai tried to break free but couldn't. He could only ask, why are we going back to Chang'an? Did my father ask you to call me back? Li Zishuan was furious. I'm not a eunuch who delivers messages to Second Master Li. Why would I come all the way here to deliver an imperial decree for Second Master Li? He paused and said angrily, no, I'm here to promote you. How can a mere team leader be worthy of you, Qingke? Li Tai was overjoyed and quickly asked, haha. That's good. That's good. Xiao Xian, are you going to promote me to a regiment commander? Sigh. Wait, why are you bringing me back to Chang, and if you promote me to a regiment commander? Hey. Stop it. Bam. Get in. Why are you talking so much nonsense? San Bao, start the car. Li Zishuan tossed little fatty into the carriage with one hand and jumped onto the carriage himself. He then instructed San Bao. Luckily, Li Tai was still young. Otherwise, when he was in his 20s, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the carriage. Luckily, Don't Touch Me was sturdy. Otherwise, with the little fatty's current weight, an ordinary carriage wouldn't be able to withstand his weight. Sigh. No, little Xian, what exactly do you want me to do? After returning to Chang'an, Li Zixuan directly brought Li Tai to the inner west courtyard of the mansion. Li Tai, who was following behind them, could not help but burst out in anger. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Didn't I just tell you? I'm here to promote you. From now on, you have been promoted from the captain of the construction corps to the deputy editor of the geography teaching materials of the academy. Before school reopens, you should just stay in Chang'an city and write books." That's right, Li Zixuan's idea was to capture Li Tai and make him an able-bodied man. Although this little fatty was arrogant and a bit of a jerk, he was impeccable in terms of knowledge. The history book's evaluation of him was, Li Tai is brilliant, intelligent, and has a love for literature. He has collected thousands of books. The most important point was that Li Tai had once presided over the compilation of the famous book, Jiao Di Ji, in the original history books. The book was divided into 358 states according to the 10 paths of Zhongguan. Then, with each state as a unit, it described the history, geography, names, mountains, cities, historical sites, myths, legends, and major historical events of each county. The extensive collection preserved many precious information from the geography books of the 6 dynasties, which had a deep impact on the later generations. Therefore, it was more than appropriate to get this little fatty to help write the geography teaching materials. Moreover, Li Tai had a literature center in his hands. Everyone there was a knowledgeable scholar. With these resources, it was simply half the work and twice the result. At that moment, Li Tai was puzzled and asked, "Geography? Deputy editor? I definitely can't do that." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Geography is similar to Shangshu Yugong and the classic of mountains and seas, but there are some new concepts added in it. You just need to be responsible for completing the part about the Tang Empire." The classic of mountains and seas was written in the pre-Qin dynasty, and Shangshu Yugong was written in the Warring States period. This was considered the earliest famous geography book in our country. The author of Shangshu Yugong used geography as the basis for his ideal political division. He divided the world into 9 states, namely Ji, Yan, Qing, Su, Yang, Jing, Yu, Liang, and Yong. He also recorded all kinds of geographical phenomena in the country. It was a model of early regional geography research in China. It was cited in Commentary on the Classic of Water, Maps of Yuanhe County, and many other geographical works since the Tang and Song dynasties. Oh. So it's this. But doesn't Yanhuang College teach engineering? Why are you teaching geography now? Can't I? The college is mine. I can teach whatever I want. You. That hand is on me. If I don't want to, then I won't. Li Zixuan was already prepared for this little fatty's character. He smiled and said, "Are you sure? There are many benefits to being a compiler." "What benefits can there be?" Li Tai couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan stretched out 3 fingers and said with a smile, "For example, in the first month of school, I'll allow you to take 3 days off. Take note, in the first month of school, I plan to let all the students undergo intensive training. Those days will be unbearable. TSK. Qingke, you have to think about it." Li Tai felt Li Zixuan's devilish smile and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He paused and said, "Only 3 days? No way. It has to be 5 days." Li Zixuan snorted and said, 3 days means 3 days. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else. 3 days is already the limit of my tolerance. Li Zixuan knew very well that when dealing with people like this little fatty, he couldn't give in at all. Otherwise, this guy would definitely take advantage of him. Sure enough, Li Tai saw that Li Zixuan wasn't willing to budge. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. 3 days it is. Tell me, how should we compile this geography textbook?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this first. When you go back, gather all the scholars in your mansion to help you collect all the mountains and rivers in the Tang Empire. Then, about 7 days later, I'll send you a book. In this book, except for the part about the Tang Empire that has problems, the rest of the book and all the concepts in the book are all correct. When the time comes, you just need to make some adjustments on this foundation. This was also the most reasonable method that Li Zixuan came up with at the moment. First, make a complete copy of the modern geography book, then deduct the domestic part and give it to Li Tai to fill in. He believed that with this little fatty's understanding and ability, he could complete the whole book. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay. Then I'll go back to the mansion to gather people. When your masterpiece comes, we'll start." "That's great." Chapter 592. After the little fatty left, Li Zixuan began another round of closed-door training. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. It was now September. In these 7 days, the renovations of the buildings that were previously completed in Yanhuang College had been completed. There were doors, windows, blackboards, tables, chairs, and lecterns in the classrooms. There were bunk beds, windows, and candlesticks in the dormitories. There were also small windows in the cafeteria that were similar to modern school cafeterias. There were also rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs. There were also rows of showerheads in the bathhouse. The current appearance of Yanhuang College was infinitely similar to that of a modern university. Other than the lack of electrical, multimedia, and other high-tech equipment, the gap between the two was getting smaller and smaller. From this point of view, Li Zixuan had spent a lot of money to buy a feeling of modernity. If a modern person were to transmigrate and see Yanhuang College, they would definitely think that they had transmigrated back. It was a pity that Li Zixuan had been busy compiling the teaching materials and did not see this scene at the first moment. "Feiji, send this book to the Prince of Wei's residence now. You must deliver it personally. Do not lose it on the way." In the Li residence, Li Zixuan walked out of the west courtyard with a haggard expression. He handed a book to Pang Feiji and solemnly instructed him. Of the 4 teaching materials, the one that required the most effort was undoubtedly geography. Other than the names of various places that needed to be corrected, there were also many maps. It was very troublesome to draw. Even with Li Zixuan's abnormal mental strength, he was still somewhat exhausted after so many days of work. If not for the fact that this college was the foundation for his family to establish themselves in the Tang dynasty, he would not have worked so hard even if he was given a mountain of gold and silver. Speaking of which, when the geography was printed in the future, the workshop would have to spend a lot of effort. This was because the text could be directly printed with movable type. However, the maps and the like would have to be carved by a master carver before they could be printed. The cost of this would be much higher. "Yes, Lord Ju." Seeing Li Zixuan's serious expression, Pang Feiji knew that this book was very important. He put the book into his pocket and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Go." Li Zixuan rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. Logically speaking, he had spent so much effort on this book. Of course, he attached great importance to it. If it weren't for the fact that he was too tired, he would have gone there personally. However, when Pang Feiji was handling things, he was very assured. At least, Brother Chicken had never made any mistakes. Pang Feiji brought the plain-looking textbook out of Li Zixuan's house. Other than feeling a little reluctant to give away the textbook that he had worked so hard to write, he did not really care about anything else. What he didn't know was that the book he didn't care about had caused a huge commotion in the imperial court. "Ha ha ha. Little Xian. I heard that you've been staying at home recently. Are you practicing martial arts in seclusion again?" Li Zixuan was about to return to the west courtyard to rest when he heard a hearty laugh from outside. Then, he saw the 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, walking in from outside. The person who had spoken just now was Dugu Feiying. Li Zixuan felt that something was wrong. He squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 brothers for a while. He was a little surprised and said, "Ah, Xian, you've entered the master stage." The reason why he felt that something was wrong was because when the 2 of them came in, he could feel a strong aura rushing towards him. In the past, the two brothers would definitely not have such an aura. Then, he took a closer look and realized where the problem was. Dugu Xian had broken through. In just over a month, this guy had actually entered the master stage from the late stage of qi cultivation. How could he not be surprised? Dugu Xian nodded and walked over. He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and said, "Thanks to you, little Xian. This is all thanks to you, little Xian, for helping me deduce the first 3 forms of the 9 swords beyond the swords. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach the Grandmaster realm in my lifetime. I, Dugu Xian, will never forget your kindness. In the future, if you need anything, I'll do my best." "Yes, yes. Including me." Dugu Feiying also chimed in. Li Zishuan was stunned and said in disbelief, 9 swords of Dugu? Xian, did you break through from the 9 swords of Dugu? Dugu Xian nodded and said, "Yes. But I only helped you deduce the first 3 sword moves. How can you comprehend with only 3 sword moves?" Speaking of this, Dugu Xian's expression became slightly excited. "After I brought the 3 sword moves that you deduced back home, I practiced them a few times at first and found that they were extremely unfamiliar. Later on, I realized that this 9 swords beyond the swords could actually resonate with our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship, so I tried to combine the 2. Unexpectedly, I actually comprehended the last 2 moves of the 9 swords beyond the whip move and the rope move. Then, I asked for leave from His Majesty and temporarily left the affairs of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army to focus on breaking through. In the end, hard work paid off. With the first 5 moves of the 9 swords of Dugu and the solitary wind sword technique, I broke through to the master stage 3 days ago." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Dugu Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter. He also didn't expect that the 9 swords of Dugu, a sword technique that only existed in novels, could actually resonate with the Dugu family's solitary wind sword technique. This was a little unbelievable. Also, it was no wonder that when Cui Yunhan brought the scholar to the Li residence to cause trouble, the commander of the Imperial Army sent by Second Li wasn't Dugu Xian, but a small soldier in the Imperial Army, Sun Jiping. Sun Jiping also said that Dugu Xian had taken a leave of absence for a while. He didn't expect that he had taken a leave of absence to go home and cultivate in seclusion. Haha. Congratulations on breaking through to the master stage, Xian. Looks like our Tang Empire will have another young tiger. After a moment of shock, he congratulated Dugu Xian from the bottom of his heart. He and Dugu Xian were friends who had gone through life and death together. For Dugu Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter, he would only be happy for him and would definitely not be jealous. Moreover, his 9 swords of Tai Xian was not inferior to the 9 swords of Dugu at all, so there was nothing to envy others. Dugu Xian shook his head and said, "This is mainly due to your help, Xiao Xian. Moreover, compared to a 14-year-old master like you, mine is nothing." According to age, Dugu Xian was 27 or 28 years old this year. However, as long as he didn't compare himself to Li Zishuan, this monster, he could still be considered as one of the youngest people to break through to the master stage. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "No matter what, this is something worth celebrating. When we have time in the future, let's call Cho Ox and the others and have a good drink." Chapter 593. Little Xian, after my father found out that you were the one who gave me such a peerless sword technique like the 9 swords of Dugu, he was very grateful to you and wanted to thank you in person. He specially prepared some wine in his residence and sent us 2 brothers to invite you to his residence for a chat. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Li Residence, Front Hall. After Li Zishuan invited the Dugu brothers to take a seat in the front hall, Dugu Xian explained the purpose of his visit. Li Zishuan's hand that was holding the cup of water paused for a moment. He hesitated and said, "The 9 strategies beyond the swords was just an act of my heart. I didn't think that it could help Xian break through the realm by accident. This is completely your own good fortune. I don't dare to take credit for it. I'm very happy to accept your father's invitation, but I've been busy with the Academy's teaching materials recently and can't leave. So, let's meet another day. I hope your father will forgive me for my rudeness. Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, it was very rude to refuse an elder's invitation. What's more, Li Zixuan was rejecting the head of a powerful family. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't get away, he wouldn't have done this. Dugu Xian came to a sudden realization. He glanced at Li Zixuan and said, "No wonder I heard that you've been cooped up in the manor recently, little Xian. So it's because of your Yanhuang College. It's okay, it's okay. Your academy matters more. My father definitely won't blame you." Dugu Xian knew quite a bit about Yanhuang College. First of all, Li Zixuan had put a lot of effort into this college. Secondly, Li Zixuan also had high hopes for this college. Therefore, after hearing Li Zixuan's reason, he understood quite well. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding. When I'm free in the future, I'll definitely pay your father a visit in person." Dugu Xian nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of God. He stopped in his tracks and pulled out a small booklet with a blue cover. He handed it to Li Zixuan and said, "Li Zixuan. Xiao Xian, this is our Dugu clan's solitary wind sword technique. Take it." Li Zixuan was stunned. "Huh? Isn't this lonely wind sword technique your Dugu family's heirloom sword technique? Why are you giving it to me?" Dugu Xian nodded. "The solitary wind swordsmanship is indeed our family's swordsmanship. Logically speaking, it should not be passed to outsiders. However, you did not hesitate to pass the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship to me. Without a doubt, the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship is a better and more exquisite swordsmanship than the solitary wind swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. After obtaining the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship, our Dugu family owes you a big favor. Therefore, my father has decided to give the solitary wind swordsmanship to you." When Li Zixuan heard this, his heart palpitated with eagerness, but he still refused. "No. This is too valuable. I can't accept it." Dugu Xian did not take the sword manual back. Instead, he insisted, "You must accept this. Previously, you were able to deduce the 3 sword moves of solitary 9 swords without practicing the foundation of solitary wind swordsmanship. This means that your talent in swordsmanship is far higher than mine. Now that the facts have proven that the solitary wind sword technique is helpful in comprehending the 9 swords of Dugu, Xiao Xian, you must try to practice it. Who knows, you might be able to deduce all 9 sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu." Seeing Li Zixuan's hesitation, Dugu Feiying chimed in, "That's right. Little Xian, this is my father's wish, quickly accept it. At most, you can wait until you have deduced all the 9 strategies beyond the swords, then share your insights with my big brother." Dugu Xian's expression changed, and he immediately interrupted, "Flying Eagle. Shut up. Exchanging the first 5 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship for the solitary wind swordsmanship is already a bargain for us. How can we be greedy for other things?" Dugu Feiying smiled embarrassedly. Actually, he was just trying to persuade Li Zixuan to accept the lonely wind swordsmanship. He didn't have any bad intentions. Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't. Xian, why are you still being so polite with me? Feiying is right. How about this? I will accept this solitary wind swordsmanship, and I will definitely not teach it to outsiders. If I can comprehend all the sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu in the future, I will share them with you." "Absolutely not. This way, won't I owe you more and more?" Li Zixuan laughed. It's fine. There's nothing between us brothers that we owe each other." Xian, aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Dugu Xian said helplessly, "All right then. It's getting late, we'll take our leave first." Li Zixuan nodded and personally sent the 2 of them out. Before Dugu Feiying left, he said, "Xiao Xian, does your academy teach martial arts? If it does, I'll enroll in it later." "Teach martial arts?" Well, it's not like it's impossible. After sending the two brothers off, Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Who said that the academy can only teach knowledge? Cultivating both literature and martial arts is not bad. Sigh. No. This bunch of kids are already fixed in their bones. It's too troublesome to teach them. This kind of unreliable thought came and went quickly. After a while, Li Zishuan threw it to the back of his mind and turned his attention to the manual of the solitary wind swordsmanship. F***CK. There's a mountain of treasures in the air, but I can't go in to see it. School was about to start soon, and he had to finish the last textbook, chemistry. He had no time to study swordsmanship. After stuffing the manual into the bookshelf, Li Zishuan bitterly became a porter again, a porter of knowledge. Ganlu Hall. Li Er put down his brush and leaned on the couch. After a while, he suddenly asked, what has Li Zishuan been doing recently? Why haven't I heard anything about him? Ever since Li Zishuan returned at the beginning of the year, he had been stirring up trouble in Chang'an City. Recently, he had suddenly been quiet for so long that Li Er was not used to it. That was why he asked this question. Zhao Song stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Li Xiannan has been in his residence recently. He should be busy with Yanhuang College. However, 7 days ago, Li Xiannan personally went to Yunshan and brought His Highness Prince Wei back to Chang and from the mountain. After hearing this, Li Er was puzzled and asked, Qingke? How could he bear to come back from there? What is he doing now? Zhao Song replied, I don't know. Ever since His Highness Prince Wei returned, he has been in his residence. I don't know what His Highness is busy with. However, there have been many scholars coming in and out of the Prince Wei's residence recently. Li Er said curiously, Hey! All of them are not coming out. Zhao Song, let Qingke enter the palace to see me later. After returning to Chang and for so long, I haven't seen this child enter the palace to greet his mother. This is outrageous. Zhao Song bowed and said, Yes. Chapter 594. Prince Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. There were a dozen or so middle-aged scholars shuttling back and forth among the mountains of books. They were either reading ancient books, discussing with each other in low voices, or flipping through the books while taking notes. The room was filled with a dense aura of books. It had to be said that Li Tai's literature library had a large collection of books. There were at least 10,000 volumes, which was almost equivalent to a small-scale library. And what was Li Tai doing? This little fatty was currently hugging a book, immersed in reading at a table near the window. His expression was sometimes shocked, sometimes intoxicated, as if there was a peerless beauty in the book. Pui, there should be a table full of peerless delicacies, causing him to be deeply immersed, unable to extricate himself. Ahem, to the current Li Tai, beauty was far less attractive than delicacies. Your Highness. At this moment, a grey-robed scholar walked in from outside. He came to Li Tai's side and called out softly. There was only silence in response. Li Tai still sat there without moving. He didn't even look up. It seemed like he didn't hear him at all. The grey-robed scholar had no choice but to increase his volume and continue calling out, Your Highness. Your Highness. However, he muttered in his heart, ever since Prince Wei entered the Imperial College to study, he has never studied so seriously like now. What's wrong with him today? It's really strange. Li Tai finally noticed that someone was calling him. He raised his head and looked at the person. A trace of apology immediately appeared on his face. He stood up and said, Ahem. This prince obtained a new book and was fascinated by it. Scholar Xiao, what's the matter? The grey-robed scholar in front of him was called Xiao Dian. He was a scholar of the Hongwen Library and was born in an official's family. His father and grandfather were high-ranking officials of the Qin Kingdom during the Southern Dynasty. During the Wuda era, they served as the Eastern Palace's subordinate, the Crown Prince, and washed his horse. This person belonged to the kind of person who spent his life pursuing the truth of knowledge. He was not interested in fame, fortune, or official struggles. My ambition is to study, from day to night, without rest. Every time you want to open the 5 classics, you have to tie your belt, wash your hands, and sit still. If history developed according to the normal trajectory, in a few years, Xiao Diyan would become one of the main contributors to Li Tai's Kuo. Your Highness. His Majesty just sent someone to pass on a message, saying that he wants you to make a trip to the palace. Of course, Xiao Diyan wouldn't get angry with a child like Li Tai. Seeing that Li Tai had returned to his senses, he hurriedly replied. Oh. I'll go now. Li Tai reluctantly closed the book, tidied his clothes, and left. As for the book, of course, he couldn't carry it around with him. Instead, he left it on the table. The literature hall was his. What was there to worry about if he put his book in there? What book is this? This old man has read all the books in the literature hall. Why have I never seen this book before? After Li Tai left, Xiao Diyan was about to turn around and busy himself with his own matters. However, he was suddenly attracted by the book on the table that Li Tai had just closed and didn't have a single word on the cover. He stood in front of the table and muttered to himself. This son pays his respects to father. In the Sweet Dew Hall, the rotund Li Tai walked in with small steps and bowed to Li Er. His appearance looked rather comical. No wonder Li Er had always doted on this son. Qingke is here. Rise. Li Er raised his head when he heard the voice and smiled. Li Tai straightened his body and cupped his hands. Thank you, father. Li Er smiled, then put down the memorial in his hand that he was reading halfway and asked, I heard that you haven't been to Yunshan for the past few days, Qingke? Replying to father, that's indeed the case. Since that's the case, why are you still in a hurry these past few days? I don't see you entering the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother. Li Er frowned and asked in a deep voice. Previously, after Li Tai went to Yunshan to help build the academy, Empress Jiangsun felt sorry for her son's tiredness from running back and forth every day. Thus, she exempted Li Tai from entering the palace to pay his respects every day. Now that Li Tai had returned from Yunshan for some unknown reason, he still hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects. This made Li Er a little unhappy. He could tolerate his son's lack of aptitude, but he couldn't tolerate them being disloyal and unfilial. Li Tai's fat face turned red. To be honest, he hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects for a long time and had forgotten about this. Of course, this was something that he couldn't say out loud. He had a legitimate reason. This is indeed this son's negligence. This son will go and pay his respects to mother later. This son has been too busy these past few days and has become muddle-headed. I hope father can forgive me. Muddle-headed from being too busy? What are you busy with? Replying to father, it's some studies that teacher has given to this son. Yanhuang College is about to start school. Teacher Li has been compiling textbooks behind closed doors for the past month. From what I heard, this son seems to be planning to open 4 courses for the new students. They are mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. About 7 days ago, Mr. Li brought me back from Yunshan Mountain because he wanted me to participate in the compilation of the geography teaching materials. Thus, this son has been collecting ancient books and literature with the scholars in the literature hall for reference. Li Er's face cleared up a little when he heard this. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then, he stood up and asked, Geography? Isn't he teaching engineering? Why is he teaching geography for no reason? Does this kid really think that he's Zhuge Kongming who knows everything from astronomy to geography? When Li Tai heard this, he looked slightly excited and said, Father is wise. Teacher Li really knows geography. This morning, teacher sent the first draft of the geography textbook to this son's residence. This son opened it and was deeply immersed in it. I couldn't extricate myself. I didn't even eat lunch. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level, and so on. Teacher put forward some new concepts in the book. It made this son feel as if he opened up a new world. This geography textbook is definitely better than any of the classics in the past. Li Er was slightly moved. No one knew a son better than his father. Li Tai had always been arrogant. A book that could make him praise it so much must be extraordinary. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level. What are all these things? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Father, this latitude and longitude is a set of data that teacher specified for each place on the map. It's convenient to find the location on the map. Contour lines are curves that distinguish the height of the terrain on the map. The sea level is the average height of the sea. This is used as a reference for the height of the terrain on the ground." Li Er frowned when he heard this. He didn't understand a single word that Li Tai said. Thus, he frowned and said, "Where is that geography textbook now? I want to see how magical it is." Chapter 595. The geography textbook that Li Arian wanted to read was currently being observed by several scholars. Hiss. The earth under our feet is actually spherical? How is this possible? Li Tai already knew that the earth was spherical, so he wasn't surprised at all when he saw these things. At first, Xiao Dian didn't suppress his curiosity and quietly opened the book that Li Tai left behind. When he saw the first page, he couldn't help but exclaim. This inexplicable exclamation also attracted the attention of the two scholars beside him. However, Xiao Dian couldn't care about this at this moment. He had already put all his attention into the book. He wanted to find out the truth. The first chapter of the geography textbook compiled by Li Zixuan talked about the earth and maps. After saying that the earth was spherical, Li Zixuan gave some evidence that could be given under the conditions of this era to prove that the earth was spherical. After Xiao Dian finished reading, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head was buzzing. He originally wanted to refute the point of view in this book, but after reading this small chapter, he could no longer refute it. However, he found it hard to accept that the earth was spherical for a moment. Oh my God! The earth under our feet is so big. The Tang Empire only occupies such a small area. There are so many countries in the north, west, and south of the Tang Empire. 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, and 30% is land? How is this possible? The meridian from the south to the north that passes through the Taiji Palace is called the prime meridian or the 0-degree meridian. From the 0-degree meridian to the east and west, it increases to 180 degrees. From the equator, 0-degree latitude, to the north and south poles, it increases to 90 degrees. It divides the Earth, and each part corresponds to a latitude and longitude. Hiss. Who wrote this book? Who proposed the longitude and latitude? It's too bold. He wants to use the Tang Empire as a reference to divide the world. This idea. This boldness. It's simply amazing. At first, only 2 people were attracted, but when they saw the wonderful parts of the book, the 3 people exclaimed again and again. Finally, all the scholars in the room were attracted. Gradually, as time went by, the people in the room were all shocked by the spirit of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth. No one had ever told them that the earth was round, no one had ever told them how big the earth was, and no one had ever told them how big the earth was, or how many oceans and lands there were, and no one had ever divided the earth by latitude and longitude. Just by reading the first chapter of the book, these grand scholars felt that their worldview had been completely overturned, and they were still in a state of confusion. Scholar Xiao, His Majesty has sent someone here. He said that he wants to help Prince Wei take away the geography textbook that he was reading earlier. Just when everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless, a manservant walked in from outside and cupped his hands at Xiao Dian. Seeing that an outsider came in, to escape from the Tang Empire, to escape from the Tang Empire, escape from the Tang Empire was to the Tang Empire to the Tang Empire to read the book. After all, this book was Li Tai's private book. It was against the rules for them to read it without permission. Xiao Dian's face turned red. He stood up and looked at the servant and asked, "Geography teaching material?" "What geography teaching material?" Did His Highness say it clearly? Although the servant felt that the atmosphere in the room was strange, he did not dare to raise any questions. He directly answered, "His Highness said that it was the book that he read earlier." Xiao Dian suddenly understood. He picked up the book on the table and looked at it. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "Then it's this book. Take it and give it to the person sent by His Majesty." "Yes." The servant took it solemnly and then left. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Xiao Dian sighed and said, "So this book is called Geography. It's really a peerless book." Another scholar also sighed and said, "Yes. Let's not talk about whether the things in this book are correct or not. The person who can come up with these ideas is definitely a peerless genius. Just this courage and boldness is something that this old man can't compare to." Xiao Dian nodded in agreement and said, "Brother Xia's words are reasonable. I just don't know who wrote this book. How did it appear in the literature hall out of thin air?" This brother Xia was Xia Yan. He was also a scholar in Li Tai's literature hall. He was also one of the people who would revise and write Ji in the future. Xia Yan replied, "This book seems to have been sent to His Highness Prince of Wei by someone in the morning. After His Highness Prince of Wei received the book, he has been reading it. He didn't even eat lunch." Xiao Dian frowned and said, "His Highness said that this book is a geography teaching material. What kind of literature hall would use this kind of teaching material? I have never heard of this before." Xia Yan thought for a while and suddenly shouted in shock, "Yanhuang College. Only a strange existence like Yanhuang College would use such a strange teaching material. Also, His Highness asked us to search for the past few days. It's very likely that it has something to do with this geography teaching material." When Xiao Dian heard this, he agreed and said, "Brother Xia's analysis is right. If that's the case, then the person who wrote this book can only be, pointing to the sky and drawing the earth, dividing the world. This kid is really bold. Not bad, not bad." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er received the geography book from Prince of Wei's residence. After reading it for half an hour, he clapped his hands and laughed. The reason why he said it was not bad was mainly because Li Zishuan defined the zero meridian as the meridian that passed through Taiji Palace. This made Li Er, who valued the holy name, very proud and satisfied. As for the theory that the earth was spherical, Li Tai had introduced it to him before. Now that he saw it written in the book, he wasn't too surprised. "Is this a world map? Why does my Tang Empire only occupy such a small area? And why are there so many gaps in my Tang Empire's territory?" Casually flipping through the teaching material, a large map instantly attracted Li Er's attention. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Er raised his head and frowned. Li Tai coughed and explained, "Father, although the Tang Empire has a vast territory, it's really only so big on Earth. As for why there are gaps, it's because Mr. Li doesn't know much about our Tang Empire's mountains, rivers, provinces, and counties, so he handed the task of perfecting this book to me. After receiving the book today, I'm planning to start perfecting it." Li Er nodded and stared at the map for a long time. Then, he raised his head and an indescribable expression flashed in his eyes. He said to Li Tai, "Good. Then, Qingke, you can go back. You must pay attention to the perfection of this book." Chapter 596. Scholar Xiao, Scholar Xia, you guys haven't left yet? Li Tai hugged the geography book. When he came back from the palace, he saw that no one was missing in the literature hall. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Li Er called him to the palace, it was already very late. At this time, the sky would probably turn dark in a while, so Li Tai was surprised. Xiao Dian went forward and chuckled, "We were all waiting for your highness to come back. May I ask your highness, why is His Majesty looking for you?" Under normal circumstances, Xiao Dian definitely wouldn't ask such an unruly question. But today, he was already stunned by the views in the geography book. Moreover, Li Er specially sent people to retrieve the geography book. This meant that Li Er looking for Li Tai today definitely had something to do with geography. He really wanted to know what Li Er thought of this book. Li Tai was startled. Although he felt that Xiao Dian's question was very impolite, he still answered, "N. It's nothing big. This prince had already planned to do this long ago. It doesn't matter if Father Emperor sends a mission or not. Oh. Damn. Speaking until here, Li Tai seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He slapped his head and said with regret, "AI. After getting the book in the morning, I was too engrossed in it and actually forgot to tell everyone about proper business. AI. It shouldn't be. What proper business?" Xiao Dian, Xia Yan, and the others asked in unison. Li Tai took out the book from his chest and said, "This book is called Geography. It's Yanhuang College's teaching material. This morning, Mr. Li asked someone to send it to this prince. This teaching material was compiled by him, but there are some missing contents and needs to be supplemented. This is the reason why this prince gathered everyone to help collect the mountain and river records. AI. This prince has accidentally wasted another day." Xiao Dian's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Does your highness mean that you want us to help perfect this geography book?" Xiao Dian had already guessed who the author of this book was, so he was not surprised at all. But now, he was suddenly interested in the task that Li Tai was going to assign to them. To Xiao Dian, who had been pursuing knowledge and truth all his life, it was simply too blissful to have the opportunity to participate in the compilation of such a peerless book. Li Tai nodded and replied, Scholar Xiao is right. That is exactly what I meant. Next, I will have to trouble you all. My imperial father is also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, everyone will start to improve the contents of this book. We must hand over a complete textbook of geography within 7 days. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely." When the scholars heard this, some frowned, and some rejoiced. Xiao Dian thought for a while and asked, "Your Highness, isn't 7 days a little short?" Li Tai spread his hands helplessly and said, "That can't be helped. Yanhuang College will start school in half a month, so we must complete it as soon as possible. This prince will work hard with everyone in these few days. What's more, Mr. Li only spent 7 days to complete 90% of the book's contents. With so many of us, can't we complete the remaining 10% of the book in 7 days? Only 7 days? This?" When Xiao Dian heard this, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He never would have thought that the book that overturned his worldview was actually written by a single person in just 7 days. This directly made him doubt his life. The rest of the scholars were not much better. Their eyes were even bigger than Qing Yaojin's eyes. Since ancient times, scholars despised each other. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Among scholars, no one was willing to submit to anyone. But at this moment, when they heard from Li Tai about Li Zishuan's abnormal speed, who would dare to say that they were unconvinced? "Your Highness, rest assured, this old man will do his best." Although Li Zishuan's abnormal speed left many of them in the dust, Li Tai's last sentence still aroused Xiao Dian's competitive spirit in his heart. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, rest assured, we will do our best." When the rest of the scholars saw this, they also cupped their hands and said. Li Tai laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Good. This prince will also do his best with everyone. Why is Erlang so energetic today?" Late at night, in Empress Jianghu's bedroom, the candlelight was still swaying in the room. There were some faint sounds that were not suitable for children, which made the little palace maid guarding outside the door blush. For a long time, it was calm. The two palace maids could not help but look at each other, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Empress Jiangsun lay in Li Er's arms and said lazily. Li Er heard this and laughed. He put his head less than an inch away from Jiangsun's face and said meaningfully, listening to Guanin's words, "It seems that she is complaining that I only come here once every day. Then I will be like today every time in the future, how about that?" There were 4 great joys in life: rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and being nominated for the imperial role. Although they had been husband and wife for many years, the relationship between Li Er and Empress Jiangsun belonged to the type of aged wine. The longer it was, the more mellow. Therefore, after a certain someone got married twice, he was in a very good mood. Empress Jiangsun symbolically punched Li Er's chest and said angrily, "Erlang, you are not serious again. I am asking you seriously. I feel that Erlang is a little unusual today." Li Er laughed loudly and then said, "Maid Guanyin, you know me." "Haha. That's right. My heart is full of fighting spirit today." Empress Jiangsun asked curiously, "Oh? Why?" Li Er turned sideways and hugged Empress Jiangsun completely in his arms. He patted Empress Jiangsun's jade back and sighed deeply. After the Wei River Alliance, the whole Tang Empire is hoarding provisions and preparing the soldiers and horses. Seeing the Tang Empire's national strength gradually increasing, while I am gratified, I also can't help but feel a little lonely. I am thinking that my Tang Empire is full of talents and fierce generals. According to this trend, in less than 2 years, the Turks will be destroyed. At that time, who can be my opponent? Haha. I didn't expect that child Qingke to give me something today that actually untied the knot in my heart. Maid Guanyin, guess what it is? Empress Jiangsun looked at the man beside her who was smiling from the bottom of his heart and suddenly felt very happy. She shook her head and said, "I can't guess." "Erlang, tell me." Li Er smiled and said, "Haha. It is a map, a world map. I only found out today that my Tang Empire's vast territory is not even the size of a palm on the world map. I only found out today that other than the Turks, Tibetans, and Xinlua, there are so many countries and so many powerful opponents on the aristocratic families." Chapter 597. To the west of the Tang Empire, there's a country bigger than the Tang Empire called the Arab Empire. Further west, there's a big country called the Byzantine Empire. Haha. This world is really interesting. I have to ask Li Zishuan about the strength of these two countries. Speaking of the source of his excitement, Li Er couldn't help but laugh proudly. Jiangsun wasn't stupid. After listening for such a long time, she had long understood that the man beside her had the competitive spirit again tonight. However, she had never heard of the Arabian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Therefore, she asked softly, "Erlang, is this world map accurate or not? How does that kid Xiao Xian know about those countries in the far west?" Li Er was stunned and replied, "The map should be accurate. That kid is preparing to use this as a teaching material for Yanhuang College in the future. How can he teach something that isn't accurate to the students? As for how he knows about those countries, that's hard to say. This kid has too many doubts, so this one won't make a difference. As long as his heart is with the Tang Empire, I'll turn a blind eye." Empress Jiangsun nodded. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Oh right, Erlang. Speaking of Yanhuang College, I heard from my subordinates that many houses on Yunshan Mountain have been completed. In Xiaoshuan's college, the architectural style is not only strange, but also extremely luxurious. Yunshan Mountain used to be cold and cheerless, but now it has become a place where the people of Cheng and flock like ducks. It suddenly became lively. I'm really curious about how many students he will be able to recruit this time." Li Er smiled slightly and said, "It must be a lot. This kid is very good at creating public opinion. With the overwhelming publicity of Datong Daily, there's no place in the 358 provinces of the Tang Empire that doesn't know about the engineering school and Yanhuang College. But this college, I've only seen the sand table and haven't seen what it really looks like. When I'm free in the future, I'll accompany Maid Guanyin to take a look." Empress Jiangsun smiled sweetly and said, "Okay." Li Er used his chin to press against Empress Jiangsun's forehead, slowly saying, "Just geography, this brat gave Jin such a big surprise. I heard from Qingke that this batch of students from Yanhuang College will be learning 4 courses. We are now looking forward to what surprises the other 3 courses will bring to us and the Great Tang. Dad, why do you have to wake me up early in the morning every day?" The next morning. Duke Lu's mansion. Qing Chimo rubbed his sleepy eyes and complained to Qing Yaojin. "Good morning. Early my ass. Don't you see that your schoolmates are already on their way to Yunshan? You're the only lazy one who's late every day. Qing Yaojin slapped the table and reprimanded in a bad mood. Qing Chumo pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, "Isn't it the same whether we go sooner or later? Xiao Xian and I are good brothers. Xiao Xian won't blame me if I go late. This is really a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water, thick-skinned, stinking shameless." Qing Yaojin was so angry that he glared. He picked up the stick next to him and waved it over. "You stinking brat. You don't know how to make progress and you still have a reason. You don't let Lousy study hard and always score last in the exams. You don't let Lousy practice martial arts well. You're already so old and you're still a dabbler in the body tempering stage. How did Lousy give birth to such a disappointing son?" Qing Chumo fled in all directions while shouting, "Hey, hey, hey! Dad, stop it. Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? So what if my grades are last? I'm not in the last 5, and I've never been on the roll of shame. So what if I'm in the body tempering stage? A lot of people haven't even succeeded in drawing qi." To be honest, Qing Chumo felt wronged. He knew what he was capable of and he also knew that he wasn't outstanding. However, he originally thought that his father would also know. He hadn't been outstanding for so long, so why did his father suddenly explode today? Could it be that he was provoked by something? Humph. You little bastard, you're really shameless. See if Lousy doesn't beat you to death today. When Qing Yaojin heard his son's shameful words, he, who was already angry, completely exploded. He dodged and easily caught Qing Chumo, who was still trying to escape. Then, he raised the stick and greeted Qing Chumo's butt. "Ouch! Mother! Save me!" Qing Chumo's stick hit hard. Qing Chumo immediately cried out in pain. No, it should be crying for his mother. Stop. Sure enough, Madame Qing didn't let her son down. She came out after being called for a long time. She angrily walked over and snatched the stick from Qing Yaojin's hand. Then, she scolded, "You old thing, why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? It's fine if you're crazy, but why are you venting your anger on ugly cow?" Qing Yaojin snorted. "I'm educating this ignorant thing." Madame Qing didn't let it go. "What do you mean ignorant? Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? If you're angry, go to the backyard and move stones. Don't vent your anger on your son. Did you only know what kind of character your son has today?" Qing Chumo was so touched that he almost cried. For the first time, he felt that the feeling of being looked down on was so good. Qing Yaojin was hit where it hurt, and he angrily said, "Humph. A loving mother is a loser. Let's not compare Xiao Xian. Look at that kid from the Dugu family. He became a master before he was 30. What about this kid? He only knows how to be lazy and idle all day long." Qing Chumo was stunned. He finally understood why his father went crazy this morning. It was because he saw someone else's outstanding child and was provoked. He chuckled and said, "Haha. Dad, so that's why you're angry. That kid, Dugu Xian, only became a master by luck with Xiaoshuan's help. Besides, he has a strong foundation in martial arts. Do you have to compare him to me?" Qing Yaojin said angrily, "Oh, you still have the nerve to say that? Between you and Dugu Xian, who got to know Xiao Xian first? And in the end? In the end, Xiao Xian helped Dugu Xian to break through, and you're still sleeping at home. You don't know how to reflect on yourself." Qing Chumo was puzzled. What should I reflect on? Reflect on why Xiao Xian helped Dugu Xian to break through and not you. How would I know why? You, Qing Yaojin really wanted to say, "I'm really F***ed up." However, his wife was beside him, and he could not say that. He could only say angrily, "Isn't it because you're lazy and don't know how to improve yourself that Xiao Xian doesn't want to be with you?" Qing Chumo pursed his lips and said, "That's not it. Xiao Xian is much lazier than me." Qing Yaojin was speechless. Chapter 598. Achoo. Ah, chew. Li Zishuan, who was engrossed in writing in the study, inexplicably sneezed twice. He was already under pressure from a bunch of chemical reactions, and at this moment, he was even more depressed. Damn. Which family's little girl is thinking of me? Sigh. It's also a sin to be too outstanding. As the saying goes, when you sneeze once, someone will scold you. When you sneeze twice, someone will think of you. When you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. And when you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. That's why Li Zishuan shamelessly muttered to himself. Ha! Who are you thinking of? Han Yushi pushed open the door at this time and quietly came to Li Zishuan's side. Li Zishuan blushed and quickly said, cough, cough. Do you still need to ask? Of course, I'm thinking of you. Han Yushi sneered and said, glib tongue, it's clearly not like that. Although that was what she said, Han Yushi didn't intend to dig into it seriously. She was mostly joking. Li Zishuan smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the cup of bright red juice that Han Yushi brought in. He said in surprise, ah. This is iced watermelon juice? Logically speaking, there were no juicers in the Tang dynasty. Han Yushi smiled gently and said, ah. How did you know? I smelled it. Was there anything more blissful than having a cup of iced watermelon juice in front of him on a hot summer day? Li Zishuan didn't bother to ask Han Yushi how she squeezed the juice at this time. He directly picked up the cup and enjoyed it while answering Han Yushi's question. Now it seemed that although writing books at home was a little tough, it felt good to have a considerate person by his side to take care of him. 6 days later. Haha. I'm finally freaking liberated. Damn it, I didn't expect being a rich second-generation heir to be so tough. On this day, Li Zishuan finally walked out of his western courtyard. His 1-month closed-door training had made the people of Chang'an very lonely. Without the big news that he made every now and then, the people of Chang'an felt that their lives were less interesting. Fortunately, they still had the Datong daily to pass the time. Hee hee. Young master, have you come out of seclusion? Xiao He trotted over from a distance, and said with a bright smile. That's right. What do you think? I went into seclusion for a month. Xiao He, did you miss me? Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and teased. Cough. Actually, it couldn't be said to be flirting. He had been with the 2 maidservants for so long that they couldn't be more familiar with each other. Rather than flirting, it was more like playing around. Li Zishuan would never joke about this kind of thing with an unfamiliar girl. Speaking of which, during the month of his closed-door training, not only were the people outside unable to see him, but even many people in the mansion rarely saw him. Xiao He, who spent every day in the western courtyard, could only see Li Zishuan's real body when he came out to go to the toilet every day. Hee hee. No way. Young master, aren't you afraid that young madam won't let you enter the room at night? Xiao He wasn't afraid of Li Zishuan. She stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Li Zishuan was amused by her words. He laughed carelessly and said, "Ha! My Yushi isn't such a person. On the other hand, little girl, when you get married in the future, you might become a fierce shrew." Young master, you. Xiao He was furious. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Li Zishuan with the other. She said angrily, "Young master, you're too much." Xiao He. Xiao He doesn't want to get married. I'm ignoring you. If the person in front of her wasn't Li Zishuan, with Xiao He's unruly temperament, she would have already verbally abused him or punched him. It was rare that the little girl could still maintain her last bit of rationality at this time. Haha. Little girl, you still want to fight with me? Li Zishuan looked at Xiao He's back and muttered to himself happily. It seemed pretty good to be able to bicker with such an unruly little girl every day. Husband, you're really too much. How can a girl like Xiao He withstand your words? Han Yushi walked in from outside the courtyard and complained to Li Zishuan slightly. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. It's fine, it's fine. This little girl forgets everything after a meal and a nap. Han Yushi was speechless. She looked at Xiao He's back and then turned to Li Zishuan and said, "By the way, Mother just said that the villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have begun to urge us to collect rent. It just so happens that you've finished your work, husband, so I won't participate." Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that he was a big landlord. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to eat at home and wait for death. However, since ancient times, when would a villager take the initiative to urge the owner to collect rent? It was really strange. Shaking his head and throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zishuan replied, "That's fine. I'll go on a trip. But wife, how's the harvest on the farm this year?" With his current wealth, of course, he didn't care about the rent. The quality of the annual harvest didn't affect him much, but the impact on the villagers was too great. That was why he asked this question. Han Yushi's face darkened when she heard this. She said softly, "There's little rain this year. I heard from my father that the harvest on the farm wasn't very good. Overall, it will be about 10 to 20% less than last year." The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village didn't have much of an impact because you gave them a discount on raising chickens. However, the villagers of the other farms probably didn't have it easy. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't the imperial court also issue a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens? Although it's not as strong as our families, it can at least reduce their burden." Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Although the imperial court's decree can reduce the burden of some people, that's only for the villagers who have land to enjoy. Most of the villagers farm the land of the landlords. Those landlords can't wait to collect 100% of the rent. Why would they care about the lives of the villagers?" The Tang dynasty implemented a system of equalization of fields. Yongye fields and oral fields were divided. Yongye fields could be inherited and didn't need to pay taxes. Oral fields had to pay taxes and had to be returned to the country when they died. Every adult could be allocated 80 mu of oral fields and 20 mu of Yongye fields. Yongye fields could be bought and sold. When the year wasn't good, many people's oral fields weren't enough to pay taxes. They had no choice but to sell their Yongye fields. The landlords collected a lot of Yongye fields, but their oral fields were only 80 mu. They only needed to pay a small amount of taxes. What about the villagers who sold their Yongye fields? Although they received a large sum of money from selling their land, they still had 80 mu of oral fields to pay taxes. When the year wasn't good, they would still have to spend a lot of money. Therefore, many people eventually went to the landlords to rent land to make up for their income. Chapter 599. The land equalization system implemented at the beginning of the Tang dynasty was one of the means to cultivate the feudal landlords' annexation power and consolidate the foundation of the feudal regime. The law itself was to protect the landlord class, so of course, it would be more lenient to them. The reason for this situation was mainly because the era was different. The sharpest contradictions in society were also different, so the policies implemented were naturally different. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, when the country was just established, there were many things waiting to be done. A lot of land was wasteland, so there was no need to worry about land. On the other hand, the ruler had to cultivate a group of feudal landlords to consolidate the regime. But later, with the development of land annexation, farmers lost a lot of land, and rent adjustment could not continue to be implemented. The government's land tax income was greatly reduced, and financial difficulties. Therefore, during the Tang Dizong period, the tax system was reformed and implemented two tax systems. The biggest change was to change the tax based on the number of people to the tax based on the amount of land. This increased the country's land tax income and weakened the landlord's power. Li Zishuan sighed helplessly, "Ai. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world." Now, I, Li Zishuan, can be considered to have a small fortune, but I am powerless to help the world. Logically speaking, he also felt that the current land tax system of the Tang dynasty was a trap, but what could he do? Although his rank was not low, he did not have much authority in the imperial court. With his strength alone, he could not change the situation at all. Han Yushi stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Li Zishuan's hand. She said, helping the world has nothing to do with one's personal wealth. No matter how rich husband is, it's impossible to support everyone in the world, right? Laozi said, instead of giving a man fish, it is better to teach a man to fish. Instead of giving others money, it is better to teach them a survival skill. In fact, husband, what you are doing now, is helping the world. Yanhuang College teaches and educates people. 10 years later, or even 100 years later, people will forget how glorious and rich our family is now, but there will definitely be a lot of people who will remember that our family's Yanhuang College has cultivated a large number of talents. Although husband did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and expand the country's territory, what husband did is more glorious than those generals on the battlefield. This concubine feels extremely honored to have married such an outstanding person like my husband. Han Yushi's words could be said to be true. That love that came from the depths of her heart, no one doubted that it was fake. After Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Right now, he felt really comfortable in his heart. Cough, cough. That's right, so comfortable. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had a female fan, and it was a liquor. How could he not feel comfortable? Also, Han Yushi almost praised him as a saint. This made him a little smug. Such a real female fan, pink. Li Zishuan wiped his nose and said, cough, cough. Wife, you're praising me so much that I'm almost embarrassed. Come, come, come. Say a few more words. The words that were just about to come out of Han Yushi's mouth were immediately blocked by Li Zishuan's big turn of events. She almost choked. She was both angry and amused as she said, I was serious just now, but you're being sarcastic again. Young master. Young master. When the husband and wife were flirting, Xiaoxi took small steps and ran in from outside. She bowed to Han Yushi and then said to Li Zishuan, Young master. Old Mr. Li Gang sent his little grandson to pass a message. He said that there's something important for you to go to his residence for a chat. Oh. Li Zishuan was stunned at first, then he reacted and said to Han Yushi, Wife, looks like I have to go and get busy again. In the afternoon, let Uncle Wang go to the manor to collect the rent. Father-in-law is there to take care of it, so there shouldn't be any problems. You just rest at home. Sigh. What's the matter? Husband. Han Yushi asked in confusion, but Li Zishuan's figure had already disappeared. This made her a little depressed. Xiaoxi. Old Mr. Li, why are you looking for my husband? Since the main character had run away, Han Yushi could only ask Xiaoxi, the witness. Xiaoxi's face was bitter as she shook her head and said, Young mistress, even you don't know about this, how would I know? When Han Yushi heard that, she felt that it made sense and felt slightly depressed. At this moment, Li Zishuan ran back in a hurry and shouted as he ran, Hey, hey, hey. Wife, wife. Hurry. Hurry and help your husband to tie up my hair and change my clothes. Just as he ran out of the front yard, he realized that he was wearing the short-sleeved shirt and shorts that his wife had specially made for him. Moreover, his appearance was very bad. Because he had been staying at home to write his book, his long hair was messy. If it weren't for his handsome face, he would probably be treated as a beggar walking on the street at this moment. Han Yushi was speechless by Li Zishuan's actions. She followed Li Zishuan into the house and covered her mouth as she laughed. Since when did my husband care so much about his appearance? After dressing up, Li Zishuan brought Li Gang's 6 or 7-year-old grandson, Li Anren, and rushed to Jianghu Square. When he heard Xiaoxi say that Li Gang was looking for him, he immediately thought of the time when he personally visited Li Gang. Li Gang had told him that he would help him find a few respectable teachers from the academy. Among them, there were a few people who knew about mechanisms and machines. Li Zishuan had always wanted such talents. That was why he was so concerned about his appearance today. He didn't want others to look down on him because of his sloppy appearance. That would be too much of a joke. Furthermore, if he wore short-sleeved shirt and shorts over, Li Gang would probably kick him and scold him for being a disgrace. Anren, how can your grandfather be at ease and come over alone? Li Zishuan had his own way of coaxing children. After stuffing a few pieces of the Li family's exclusive delicacies, Li Anren instantly started calling out, "Brother Xian, Brother Xian." The speed of his betrayal was within Li Zishuan's expectations. An old grandpa and two big brothers came over. Grandfather couldn't leave, so he asked Anren to come over. Li Anren licked the syrup at the corner of his mouth and said in a childish voice. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Haha. Good. Looks like Li Gang really found a teacher for me. A teacher from Yanhuang College is here. When he thought of this, Li Zishuan patted Li Anren's head and smiled. Anren, let's go. Let's go see your grandfather. When he thought of the mysterious teacher that Li Gang mentioned who was proficient in machines, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel unusually excited. Chapter 600. His family's carriage had just been pulled to the rear courtyard for a thorough cleaning this morning, so it shouldn't be dry yet. Li Gang didn't seem to be in a hurry either. From the looks of it, he should be freeloading at Li Zishuan's house for lunch. Therefore, Li Zishuan brought Li Anren with him and rushed to Crooked River Square on foot. For nearly a month, they had not strolled outside like now. Li Zishuan looked at the people coming and going around. He felt that Chang and city seemed to be more lively than before, but this was only a guess in his heart. He was not sure. Hey! Little brother, please wait. At this moment, a young man carrying a bookcase, who looked like a scholar going to the capital to take the exam, walked over quickly and greeted Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan looked around. After making sure that the scholar was asking him, he asked curiously, "Your Excellency, what's the matter?" The scholar smiled shyly, then cupped his hands and said, "I heard that Yanhuang College is spreading the knowledge of making mortals soar in the sky, and on the 18th of this month, they are recruiting students. Therefore, I came all the way from Bingzhou to see this grand event. I am ashamed to say that I have just arrived in Chang and am not familiar with the place. I have passed by several inns, but there are no vacant rooms. I don't know if there are any other inns where I can stay. I hope this little brother can give me some guidance." Li Zishuan was stunned. It turned out that the person in front of him had come all the way from Taiyuan to take the exam of Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, today was the 8th of September, and Yanhuang College's entrance exam would begin in 10 days. No wonder there were so many people in Chang'an City. Most of them should be candidates from other places. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan could not help but smile and said, "So you are here for Yanhuang College. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother, if you want to stay in a hotel, I recommend you to go to Chongren Square. There are all kinds of inns there, and I am sure there will be vacant rooms for you." Chongren Square in the northwest of the East Market of Chang, and was a place where inns gathered. To the west of this square was the Imperial City, where the government was located. It was very convenient to go there for the examination. To the southeast was the East Market, where it was convenient to go shopping. To the south was the Peace Square, where it was convenient to talk to the prostitutes. Because of these advantages, this square became the residence of scholars from other places who came to Chang and for the selection of officials and the imperial examination. The service industry such as restaurants and restaurants that were attached to it were also very prosperous. It was noisy day and night and the lights were endless. It was just like the nightlife center of Chang'an. Of course, the cost of living in a bustling place was naturally incomparable to other places. Li Zishuan also saw that the young scholar in front of him was dressed exquisitely and had a good temperament. He reckoned that his family background was not bad, so he recommended him to Chongren Lane. Now that so many examinees had gathered in Chang'an, those cheap inns were almost full. Only high-end inns could satisfy the needs of this man in front of him. The young scholar asked, "Where is this Chongren Square? Little brother, please enlighten me." Li Zishuan felt his teeth ache. He thought that this scholar's speech was a little troublesome. He pointed to the north and said, "Brother, follow this road to the north. After passing through 4 residential squares, you will see Chongren Lane." The scholar's face lit up. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked, "Little brother, thank you for your advice. I am Di Jishuan. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you to drink and chat." Di Jishuan? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, when he read Young Di Renjia, there was a 4 heroes of capital city. One of them was Di Jishuan, Di Renjia's father. However, he had been here for so long and was still a native of Chang'an. He had never heard of the 4 heroes of capital city. It was obvious that the stories in the novel were all fabricated. However, he did not expect to meet the future divine minister of Tang, Di Renjia's father. He really had the halo of a main character. "Brother Di, you are too polite. I believe that we will meet again in the future. Brother Di, don't you have any relatives in Chang'an? Why do you want to stay in an inn?" Li Zishuan smiled faintly and asked with deep meaning. If he remembered correctly, Di Renjia's grandfather, Di Jishuan's father, should be an official in the imperial court. According to historical records, Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoshu, had been the general manager of the army, the general, the left minister, the military envoy of Bian province, the golden-purple Guanglu Daifu, the scattered cavalry officer, and the provincial governor of Feng and Bian province. Later on, he was conferred the title of Lin Yingnan and had a prominent position in the early Tang dynasty. Di Jishuan was Di Xiaoshu's 5th son. He was a man of great talent. Since his father was a high-ranking official in the imperial court and his family was wealthy, Di Jishuan had received a good education from a young age. According to the normal course of history, Di Jishuan would have taken the imperial examination in the 4th year of Zhengguan and become an official. In the same year, he would have given birth to Di Renjia, the divine minister of Tang. At this time, Di Jishuan's face turned red. He cupped his hands and said, "I do have relatives working in Chang'an. However, I don't want to cause any trouble when I come to take the examination of Yanhuang College," so, it was also because Di Jishuan saw that Li Zishuan was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament that he explained that he was definitely not the son of an ordinary family. After all, they were in Chang'an, a city where officials were as numerous as dogs. Although his father was an official, he did not want to make enemies for his father. Li Zishuan chuckled when he heard that and hurriedly waved his hand. "Haha. I know. Brother Di, you don't have to say any more. Let's go to Chongren Square." From Di Jishuan's words, he guessed that Di Xiaoshu didn't bring all his family members to Chang, and when he was an official. He also hoped that Di Jishuan would take the imperial examination and become an official. Di Jishuan was young and frivolous. He was attracted by the large number of reports about Yanhuang Academy in the newspaper. However, because of Di Xiaoshu's opinion, he could only secretly come to Chang and to take the examination. This was a rebellious young man who left the Li family without permission. Di Jishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Haha. Then I will take my leave. Thank you very much, little brother." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in return. He said, "Brother Di, I wish you all the best in the examination and have a good time in Chang'an. If you are free in the next few days, you can go to Yunshan Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an and take a look at Yanhuang College. Brother Di will not be disappointed." Di Jishuan's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "I will go and take a look." After that, the two of them cupped their hands and said goodbye. Li Zishuan took Li Anren and continued to rush to Crooked River Square. Looking at the crowded Chang'an, he muttered to himself, "It's the golden autumn of September. Talents from all over the world are gathering. I wonder how many students will pass the examination this time." Chapter 601. According to the statistics of the various branches of the Tang Dynasty Daily, there were a total of 3,800 students who applied for the Yanhuang Academy. Even if they used the 50% reference rate, there would still be more than 1,900 students who came to take the exam. This number was more than the number of examinees who came to Chang'an every year. The imperial exam of the Tang Dynasty was held in January or February every year. Generally, registration would start in November of the previous year. The exam location was at the southern courtyard of the Ministry of Rites of the Shangshu province. The examiner was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Generally, the number of examinees who came to Chang'an and for the exam every year was around 1,000. At its peak, it could reach 2,000 examinees. However, Li Zishuan's academy was able to attract 4,000 examinees. One had to say that his publicity work was really on point. In many people's eyes, Yanhuang College's entrance exam was second only to the imperial exam. After all, the imperial exam had a limited number of examinees. Ming Jing could not exceed 100 examinees, Jinshi could not exceed 30 examinees. Yanhuang College didn't seem to have any restrictions as long as one could pass the exam. After entering Yanhuang College, one could use the Yanhuang College's mathematics to participate in the imperial exam. If one failed, one could use engineering to earn money to support his family and become a rich man. Or, one could invent a divine artifact. Like Li Zishuan, one could directly become a baron from a commoner and reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, there were fewer people who took the imperial exam than the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Another reason was the threshold. The threshold for the imperial exam was obviously much higher than the threshold for Yanhuang College. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from two sources. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from Shengtu and Xiangong. There were many subjects in the imperial exam. According to the examinees' conditions and the content of the exam, they were divided into Xiuzai, Ming Jing, Jinshi, Ming Fa, Ming Jing, etc. Shengtu were the examinees who passed the entrance exam of the Imperial College, Hongwen Institute, Chongwen Institute, and various institutes. Xianggong, on the other hand, was a person who had passed the capital and state examinations. They were also known as high scholars. They had to be recommended by someone. The examinees who came to the capital for the imperial examinations had to find a backer, hoping to be recognized by others. Therefore, it wasn't until the Kaiyuan age that the number of examinees participating in the imperial examination finally broke through the 2,000 mark. This number was far less than the number of examinees in the Song dynasty. In the 5th year of Zhenzong Xianping of the northern Song dynasty, there were more than 44,000 examinees in the imperial capital. In comparison, the threshold for Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much lower. As long as one had a basic understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, and then delved into new mathematics, it was very likely that one would be admitted. There was no need to go to the top of the school, give gifts, or give red packets, and so on. Naturally, the number of people applying for the exam was much higher. After walking for about half an hour, Li Zishuan finally arrived at Xujiang Square with Li Anren. Haha. You're finally here. How rude of you to make us 2 old bones wait for a junior like you for so long. When they arrived at the Li family's house, Li Gang heard someone knocking on the door and came to open it. When he saw Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and apologized. I was delayed by something on the way here. Please don't blame me for it. After saying that, he saw 3 men in brown linen clothes following behind Li Gang. One of them was slightly older, estimated to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair was faintly silver, and his face was serious. His skin was slightly dark, and there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was tall and gave off a strong impression. However, why did this person look like a laborer and not a teacher? Why did Li Gang invite him over? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The other 2 people were slightly younger, but they were a little thin, and belonged to the kind of people who were only skin and bones. At first glance, it was obvious that they were malnourished and often suffered hardships. However, the aura of these 2 young people was actually at the early stage of qi refining. This really surprised Li Zishuan. Sir, who are these people? Li Zishuan looked at the 3 of them and asked Li Gang. Although these 3 people didn't look like teachers from their appearance, Li Zishuan still had to ask out of politeness and respect. Moreover, he wasn't a person who cared about appearance. For men, as long as they didn't look scary and were capable, he didn't care about whether they were handsome or not. Cough cough, when it came to women, he still paid a little attention to appearance. Haha. Let's talk inside. Li Gang laughed and led them into the front hall. When they entered the room, they felt a trace of coolness. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. This was the ice that Li Gang had asked his subordinates to send to Li Gang's house every day after Li Gang agreed to work at Yanhuang College. It could be considered an exclusive benefit from the college. After they sat down, Li Gang raised his hand and laughed. Haha. Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is the 45th generation of the Mo family, Mr. Mo Huai. These two are the younger generation of Mr. Mo's family. They are Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. Brother Mo, this is Li Zishuan that this old man told you about. Don't be fooled by his young age, his ability is not small at all. After Li Gang finished speaking, Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. There was a huge wave in his heart. The Mo family's giant, this top school or top organization that originated from the Warring States period, its leader actually looked like this? And sat in front of him? The Mo family's giant. In the legend of Qin, the Mo family's giant, the six-fingered black warrior, wore a black cloak and held an ink plum that looked like a sword but not an attack. He had black eyebrows without a sharp edge and was all-powerful. Even the 5 elders of the Yinyang school could not take him down. There was also the 3rd generation of the Mo family's giant, the mysterious Yen Dan. What kind of existence was that? Why did the Mo family's giant in front of him look so unsophisticated? Even if he was a low-level version of the six-fingered black warrior, he would not be so low-level. Also, the Mo family's chivalry was so strong. From the Qin dynasty to the Han dynasty, the various rulers had never stopped suppressing the Mo family. Under such an environment, how could the Mo family survive until the Tang dynasty? Li Zishuan did not read about this in his previous life. His understanding of the Mo family was still limited to the anime of the legend of Qing dynasty. As for the status of the Mo family in the Tang dynasty, he had no idea at all. Greetings to Mr. Mo and the 2 brothers Mo. With a stomach full of questions, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and greeted the 3 of them. I'm just a villager in the mountains. I can't accept the courtesy of Mr. Li. Mo Huai's cheeks moved slightly as he said with a solemn expression. There was no trace of a smile on his wrinkled old face. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. This old man was not someone who was easy to get along with. That's right, he was the giant of the Mo family. How could he become a teacher so easily? Looks like my mission today is not easy. Ha! This is the first collision of modern and ancient scientific knowledge, right? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Li Zishuan thought maliciously in his heart. His principle in life was that if others were not convinced, then he would torture them until they were convinced. Chapter 602. Cough cough. Old brother Mo, little Xian is outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of our great Tang. Don't look down on him because of his age. In the main hall, Li Gang stroked his beard and said to Mo Huai with a spurious smile. He had lived a lifetime, from the emperor to the common people. What kind of person had he not seen? He had seen Mo Huai's reaction just now and remembered it in his heart, which was why he had reminded him. Of course, he was extremely dissatisfied with Mo Huai's contemptuous attitude because Li Zishuan was his superior. Mo Huai's contempt was also an insult to him, Li Gang. Mo Huai's expression froze. He looked at Li Gang and said with some dissatisfaction, Wenji, you came all the way here to send this Mo to Chang, and just to let this Mo work under a 14 or 15-year-old child? Although the Mo clan has declined and disappeared from the world today, our Mo clan has not fallen to the point of listening to the orders of a child. Mo Huai, you. Li Gang's face flushed red. Li Gang had wanted to give the dying Mo clan a chance to prolong its feeble existence and display its remaining strength. But now, not only did Mo Huai not appreciate his kindness, he was even so arrogant. Li Gang could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. Haha. A hero's background does not matter, and a man's ambition does not depend on his age. Every dog has its day. Don't bully the young for being poor. The great son of the Mo clan is actually so short-sighted. It seems like the Mo clan's decline is not without reason. Before Li Gang could finish speaking, Li Zixuan mocked him. Some people, even at the lowest point in their lives, were still unwilling to give up their lofty status and exuded an air of arrogance. This kind of person needed to be taught a lesson, and Li Zixuan would never indulge this bad habit of theirs. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun paled at these words. Mo Huai slapped the table and stood up, scolding Li Zixuan angrily, "Impudent! How dare an ignorant child humiliate our Mo clan?" Mo Zhong drew his sword and said, "Uncle, I'll go teach him a lesson." Then, he ignored Li Gang's attempt to stop him and channeled his qi into his sword to stab Li Zixuan. "Tisk! You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Li Zixuan sneered. With his current strength in the Grandmaster realm, Mo Zhong's sword was like a child's play, so he didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there and stretched out 2 fingers in an extremely pretentious manner, accurately capturing the trajectory of Mo Zhong's sword. With a clang sound, Mo Zhong could no longer move forward. Silence. Everyone in the room, including Li Gang, widened their eyes in disbelief. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his opinion, the child in front of him was so much younger than him. How could he not be able to defeat him? However, reality was always so cruel. Right now, he only wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Li Zixuan's 2 fingers seemed to have infinite strength, making his sword immovable. Humph. Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. You call yourselves followers of the school of Mo, but have you forgotten the philosophy that your Mo clan has always pursued? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zixuan sneered. Then, everyone heard a clang. Mo Zhong's sword broke from the middle. Half of the sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight from outside on Mo Zhong's face. Mo Zhong said in shock, "Grandmaster? No. Impossible. How can there be such a young Grandmaster?" Mo Huai's expression changed slightly. He looked straight at Li Zixuan and said, "Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. This is the way of the school of Mo that my Mo clan has pursued for thousands of years." "Where did you learn this from?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He just vaguely remembered that someone in The Legend of Qin had said this before. He didn't expect that he would actually run into the main character. His luck was really unparalleled. There was a related story about those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished. The 4th generation of the school of Mo had his abdomen in the Qin kingdom. His son had killed someone and should have been executed according to the law. However, King Qin Hui thought that his abdomen was old and only had one son, so he ordered that his son not be killed. However, his abdomen said that the way of the school of Mo stated, "Those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished." This was a necessary measure to prohibit killing and injuring others. It was in line with the righteousness of the world. However, he still insisted on killing his son. This story vividly reflected the strict discipline of the school of Mo. It was precisely because of this that the followers of the school of Mo were very good at fighting. They had the spirit of walking on fire and dancing on the sword, even if death does not come. Haha. The way of the school of Mo? Do you still know that this is the way of the school of Mo? You use weapons at the slightest disagreement. Not to mention that I'm an official of the imperial court, even if I'm just a commoner. Do you people of the school of Mo have the right to draw your swords against me? Li Zixuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a righteous look on his face, he spat out unforgiving words. Mo Huai's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and ordered, "Mo Zhong. You violated the way of the school of Mo. Hurry and apologize to Li Xiannan." "Ah." Mo Zhong's face turned red. He said reluctantly, "Uncle, go quickly. If Li Xiannan doesn't forgive you, you will no longer be a member of the school of Mo." Mo Huai waved his hand and said coldly. When Mo Zhong heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. One had to know that there were ice cubes in this room to lower the temperature. Li Xiannan. Just now was After struggling for a long time, Mo Zhong finally moved his feet and arrived in front of Li Zishuan. He then bowed and cupped his hands in apology. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't let Mo Zhong continue. He said directly, "No need. I, Li Zishuan, am not someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding." Before figuring out what these three members of the school of Mo had, Li Zishuan didn't want to offend them too much. Mo Zhong was in disbelief. He thought that Li Zishuan would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to hit someone when they were down, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Mo Zhong opened his mouth. After a long while, he finally squeezed out the words, "Thank you." Then, he returned to his original position gloomily. When Li Gang and Mo Huai saw this, they both looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Li Zishuan smiled and continued the original topic. He asked, "Jizi, from what you said earlier, you feel that coming to Yanhuang College as a teacher is beneath your status, right?" The corners of Mo Huai's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid is really cunning. A moment later, he replied, "Earlier, Brother Wenji said that you're outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of the Great Tang. You've already proved that you're indeed very talented in the path of martial arts. Now, it's time to prove your knowledge. Then, we will talk about other things." Chapter 603. Prove my knowledge? When Li Zishuan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Kong Yingda wanted to compete with him in terms of knowledge, he might be afraid because he didn't know much about the Confucian classics. However, the person in front of him was a big shot of the school of Mo, so it was a different story. Although his engineering knowledge did not originate from the Mo family, it had a lot to do with them. The Mo family was most famous for machinery and machinery. Back then, Moz was proficient in handicraft and could be compared to the craftsmen of that time. As a modern engineering student, Li Zishuan felt that he should have a lot in common with the people of the Mo family. Haha. I can prove my knowledge, but there has to be a prize. Otherwise, if anyone doubts my knowledge, won't I have to waste my time debating with them? Li Zishuan said slowly. He was trying to lure him into a trap. If anyone else dared to treat him like this today, he would definitely fall out with them. With his current capital, there was no need for him to tolerate anyone. However, the person in front of him was from the Mo family, so it was different. He really wanted to see how capable the only school with the highest technological content of the 100 schools of thought in the pre-Qin dynasty was. Mo Huai frowned and said, "Haha. Do you think you have victory in your hands? You're really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Alright, to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak, you can decide the rules and the prize." Mo Yun panicked and said, "Uncle, you can't do that." Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Good. Big shot, you're so bold. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, you and I will each come up with 5 questions in our field of expertise. The 5 questions will be limited to 1 hour. Whoever can answer the most questions will be the winner. If I win, you will have to stay in Yanhuang College to teach your knowledge. If I lose, I'm willing to take out 1,000 taels of gold as compensation. How about that? 1,000 taels of gold? Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes widened and their breathing quickened. They were so shocked by this huge sum of money that they lost control of their hearts and souls. Although the Mo family was glorious for a period of time and had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, after Moz, the Mo family no longer had a master of Moism. Coupled with the suppression of the ruling class, the Mo family's glory was long gone and there were fewer and fewer followers of the school of Mo in the world. Today, only the core followers of the school of Mo were still adhering to and carrying out the original intention of the school of Mo. In terms of life, they were no different from farmers and could barely afford to eat and wear. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun probably couldn't even imagine how much this 1,000 taels of gold was worth. Even Mo Huai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He clenched his hands behind his back and said, "Since you're so confident, how can this old man back down? If I lose, I'll go to your Yanhuang Academy to teach, and I won't ask for any salary. If you lose, I don't want your 1,000 taels of gold. The disciples of the Mahist family use rope ink for self-defense, and in case of emergencies, we wear fur as clothes and sable as uniforms. We work day and night, and suffer ourselves to the extreme. We don't need these worldly things. At this moment, Li Zixuan had a higher opinion of Mo Huai. The school of Moism in the pre-Qin era was originally a school of thought formed by workers and peasants. Unlike the Confucian school of thought, which was never tired of eating and never tired of eating, the members of the school of Moism had to endure the hardships of life and had to have a heart of universal love for everyone. They could not talk about personal feelings. The current Mo Huai had a very good character, but he was a little arrogant. Then, Jizi, please set the question first. Li Zixuan said with a smile. If Mo Huai wasn't willing to accept the 1,000 taels of gold, then he wouldn't force him. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had a look of pity on their faces, but they didn't dare to object. Li Gang, who was watching from the side, glanced at Li Zixuan rather worriedly. He wasn't worried that Li Zixuan would lose face if he lost this competition, but he was worried that if Li Zixuan lost this competition, then it would be a blow to the current momentum of Yanhuang College. At that time, there would probably be many people who would kick Li Zixuan while he was down. Mo Huai nodded. Actually, ever since Li Zixuan took the initiative to let Mo Zhong off, he didn't have much ill will towards Li Zixuan. However, that didn't mean that he was willing to teach at Yanhuang College. These were two different things. After pondering for a while, Mo Huai said in a deep voice, "First question, what is the universe?" Li Zixuan was shocked and cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Mo Huai, a person from the Tang dynasty, to know about the universe. He just didn't know if the universe he was asking about was the same concept as the universe he knew. After hesitating for a while, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "The universe is the general name of all things. It is the unification of time and space. It is the existence of time is endless, space is boundless, and mass is infinite." This answer was the broad definition of the universe in the books of his previous life. The narrow definition of the universe referred to the space and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, he couldn't explain the latter concept. What Li Zixuan didn't expect was that after hearing this answer, Mo Huai didn't laugh at him, nor did he have any doubts or confusion. Instead, he was a little shocked. Yes, he was shocked. At this moment, Mo Huai's heart was in turmoil. He said over and over again in his heart, "Impossible. Impossible. How could this little kid in front of me know the holy ancestors' definition of the universe?" That's right, as early as the pre-Qin era, Moz had a detailed definition of the universe. He believed that the universe was a continuous whole, and that individuals and parts were separated from this unified whole. They were all parts of this unified whole. In other words, the whole contained individuals, and the whole was made up of individuals. There was an inevitable organic connection between the whole and the individuals. Starting from this continuous view of the universe, Moz then established a theory of spacetime. He believed that spacetime was both limited and infinite. To the whole, spacetime was infinite, but to parts, spacetime was limited. He also pointed out that continuous spacetime was made up of spacetime elements. He defined spacetime elements as beginning and end. Beginning was the smallest unit in time that could not be divided again, and end was the smallest unit in space that could not be divided again. This formed the theory that spacetime was continuous and infinite. This continuous and infinite spacetime was made up of the smallest units. There was a limit in infinity, and there was a discontinuity in continuity. Although Li Zixuan's theory couldn't be said to be completely consistent with Moz's theory, it coincided with the general idea. How could Mo Huai not be shocked? At the same time, it also showed how awesome Moz was in the field of ancient science. Correct, please listen to this old man's next question. Mo Huai didn't argue and directly admitted that Li Zixuan had answered correctly. Then, he continued. Chapter 604. Please ask, Jizi. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mo Huai's affirmative answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Since Mo Huai said so, didn't it mean that people in this era were really beginning to understand what the universe was? This made Li Zixuan feel incredulous. The second question, what is force? Li Zixuan was shocked, but how could Mo Huai not be? He had read the definition of the universe from Mo's handwritten notes. He thought that this question alone would make Li Zixuan retreat. He didn't expect Li Zixuan, a 14 or 15-year-old kid, to be able to turn the tables. This made Mo Huai very puzzled. After thinking for a while, Mo Huai asked the second question. Force? Is it the force of force? Li Zixuan suspected that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly. Mo Huai nodded and said, yes. Li Zixuan smiled and answered, force is the interaction between several objects. Interaction refers to the movement of an object that changes due to the existence of other objects. Objects only have two attributes, mass and speed. Therefore, force can change the state of motion of an object. If the speed of increase is defined as acceleration, then for the same object, the greater the force it receives, the greater its acceleration will be. Li Zixuan talked non-stop about all the knowledge points about force in the physics books of the later generations into words that the ancients could understand. Li Gang, who was listening at the side, was confused, not knowing what the hell Li Zixuan was talking about. Mo Huai, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Zixuan with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment it was as if his heart had experienced a violent storm, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The ancestor of the Mahist family, Moz, once had a detailed definition of force in the Mahist classics. He said, force is the reason for the movement of an object. In other words, force was the reason for the movement of an object, even if the action of the object's movement was called force. In this regard, he gave an example and said that it was like lifting a heavy object from bottom to top. It could only be done because of the action of force. At the same time, Moz pointed out that when an object was under force, it also produced a reaction force. For example, after two objects of equal mass collided, the two objects would move in opposite directions. If the difference in mass between two objects was great, although the object with greater mass would not move after the collision, the reaction force would still exist. Then, Moz gave the definitions of movement and stop. He believed that movement was due to force pushing, and stop was the end of an object's motion after a certain period of time. Although Moz didn't clearly point, he realized that the object's motion, after the external force, he realized that the object's state of motion could not exist forever after the external force disappeared. To a certain extent, Moz's research in the field of physics and mechanics was definitely more than 2,000 years ahead of the entire world. If the Mahist family could replace the Confucian family and become the orthodox school of physics, then China would very likely become the origin and prosperity of the world's physics. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan finally stopped. The two young men, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, no longer looked at Li Zixuan with contempt. As the core disciples of the Mahist family, they certainly had a certain understanding of Mo's handwritten notes and works. However, they spent most of their time learning martial arts. In comparison, their knowledge in this area was far inferior to Li Zixuan. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who had always flaunted themselves as the children of reclusive masters, felt very hurt in their hearts. They couldn't win in terms of martial arts, let alone in terms of knowledge. Mo Huai closed his eyes and digested what Li Zixuan had just said in his heart, trying to find some loopholes in it. However, after a long while, he opened his eyes somewhat dispiritedly, because he found that what Li Zixuan had just said was not only impeccable, but also more detailed than what was recorded in the ancient books of the Mahist family. He even went a step further in explaining and proving some of the concepts. He had never heard of some of them, but he had to admit that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable. Li Xiannan, you got this question right. Mo Huai looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression and said, although there were rare copies of the Mahist classics circulating in the world, in the social context of Confucianism, how many people in the world would read such an obscure book? Moreover, Li Zixuan's theories had clearly surpassed the definition of force in the Mahist classics. He had expanded force into a complete and detailed knowledge on the basis of Mahist classics. Where did Li Zishuan's knowledge come from? Why did he know so many things? There were many questions buried in Mo Huai's heart, but now was obviously not the time to ask, so he could only endure it. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. He was really liking this Mahist master in front of him more and more now. Where could he find such an advanced physics teacher? Li Gang had helped him a lot this time. The person involved, Li Gang, was now dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask Mo Huai, how did he get it right? He didn't understand at all just now. Mo Huai put his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps on the spot. Then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He turned to Li Zishuan and asked, "Third question, put a small hole behind an open candle. What is the phenomenon behind the small hole?" With that, he stared at Li Zishuan. Although he knew the answer to this question from the Mahist classics, he only knew how and did not know why. He planned to make things difficult for Li Zishuan later. Li Zishuan widened his eyes. He now suspected that Mo Huai was a transmigrator. He even knew about the image of a small hole. He was going to ascend to the heavens. What? Mr. Li can't answer? Mo Zhong asked happily when he saw this. Li Zishuan was shocked and speechless, but in Mo Zhong's eyes, he could not answer. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then, he smiled and said, "It's not difficult. There will be an inverted image of a candle flame behind the small hole. As the small hole in the middle moves back and forth, the size of the image will also change." Jizzy, am I right? As a modern engineering student, although Li Zishuan easily answered Mo Huai's question, he had a stomach full of questions like Mo Huai. This was because the image of a small hole involved the knowledge of geometrical optics. How could the people of the Tang dynasty know about it? However, he did not know that Mo Huai only saw this knowledge from the Mahist classics. The real person who proposed the image of a small hole was Mozi. Not only did Mozi research in mechanics, but he also had deep attainments in geometrical optics. Chapter 605. More than 1,000 years ago, Moz had conducted an experiment on the imaging of small holes. He clearly pointed out that light traveled in a straight line, and the image formed by an object passing through a small hole was an inverted image. This was because when light passed through an object and then passed through a small hole, due to the straight line travel of light, the upper part of the object would be reflected below, and the lower part of the object would be reflected above. He also discussed the relationship between the size of the image, the object's tilt, and the distance of the light source. He pointed out that if an object was tilted or far, the shadow would be long and thin. If it was reflected light, the shadow would be formed between the object and the light source. In addition, Moz also conducted a systematic research on flat mirrors, concave mirrors, convex mirrors, and so on, and came up with a series of basic principles of geometric optics. He pointed out that flat mirrors formed images of the same size and symmetrical distance, but left and right were reversed. If 2 or more flat mirrors were to face each other and shine light, there would be repeated reflections, forming countless images. The image formed by a concave mirror was a positive image within the middle, a large image if far from the middle, a small image if near the middle, and a large image if near the middle. Outside the middle, an inverted image would be formed, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far from the middle. A convex mirror only formed a positive image, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far away. The middle, here was the center of the spherical mirror. Although Moz had not been able to distinguish the difference between the center of the sphere and the focal point, and had confused the center of the sphere and the focal point together, his conclusion was basically consistent with the imaging principles of modern spherical mirrors. In the history of optics, Moz was the first scientist to conduct systematic research on geometric optics. It was not an exaggeration to say that Moz had laid the foundation of geometric optics, at least in China. As Joseph Needham said in the physics volume of The History of Science and Technology in China, Moz's research on optics was earlier than what we know of Greece, and not even India. At this moment, when Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's answer, he was not as surprised as the previous 2 times. Instead, he continued to ask, why is there an image of an inverted object? If you don't want to explain, you can treat this as my 4th question. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. No need, no need. Since you want to know why, then I'll explain it to you. It's not considered one of the 5 questions. His desire to rope Mo Huai in was growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, he had changed the way he addressed himself. Although he was confident that he would win this bet, he had to give Mo Huai some face and make him accept his loss wholeheartedly. This way, Mo Huai would be willing to teach his students wholeheartedly in the future. This is not called cowardice, but the demeanor of a winner. Li Gang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was a little careless. However, Mo Huai was also his old friend. He couldn't possibly jump out to stop him at this time, right? Li Zishuan asked Xiao and Ren to bring a brush and ink, then gestured for Mo Huai to come over. He drew the light path diagram of the small hole imaging system and said slowly, Jizzy, please look. This is a candle. The flame of the candle can be seen as composed of many small luminous dots. Each luminous dot emits light in all directions. There will always be a small beam of light that goes straight through the small hole, forming a small luminous spot behind the small hole. Therefore, each luminous dot on the candle flame will form a corresponding luminous spot on the white paper. All the luminous spots on the white paper will form the image of the candle flame on the white paper. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Mo Huai suddenly understood. Now, he finally knew how and why. However, at the same time, he looked at Li Zishuan very strangely, as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Mo Huai was very curious about Li Zishuan's background. First of all, to be able to become a martial arts master at the age of 14 or 15 was already a special case in the world. However, Li Zishuan actually had such deep attainments in these very obscure fields. He was a dual cultivator of both literature and martial arts, and he could reach an existence that ordinary people could not reach in every aspect. Mo Huai could not imagine what kind of family, what kind of master, could teach such a monster. How is it? I wonder if this kid is right? Li Zishuan's scalp tingled under Mo Huai's gaze, so he could not help but ask. Mo Huai nodded silently and did not say a word. Li Zishuan said, then, Juzi, please continue with the 4th question. When Mo Huai heard that, he shifted his gaze away from Li Zishuan and sighed deeply. Then, he bowed to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. There's no need for that, this old man admits defeat. From now on, this old man's old bones will be at your disposal. I don't ask for any remuneration, and I will do whatever you want. Uncle. No. Uncle. Don't. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were shocked when they saw this, and they shouted one after another. As the Juzi of the Mo family, Mo Huai's knowledge and martial arts were all the role models that they, who adhered to the Mo school, worshipped and chased after since they were young. Now, the godlike man in their eyes actually bowed to a young man of 14 or 15 years old. How could they tolerate this? Although Li Zishuan was indeed very powerful, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun still could not accept this reality. Shut up. As the Juzi of the Mo family, how can I go back on my words? Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, the 2 of you can leave first. In the future, this old man will choose the next Juzi of the Mo family. When Mo Huai heard that, he hurriedly reprimanded them loudly. Then, he cupped his hands to Li Zishuan and said, Lord Li, please give this old man a month's time. After this old man returns to the Mo family's encampment and chooses the next Juzi, I will return to Cheng and to teach the students wholeheartedly. Now, Mo Huai's gentle pleading was no longer as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Instead, he looked more like a hero at the end of his road. Li Gang looked at him and could not bear to see this. After all, this was an old friend he had known for many years. Thus, he said, Brother Mo, you don't have to do this. Your position as a Juzi does not conflict with your identity as an instructor at Yanhuang College. Xiao Xian is not an unreasonable person. He will not restrict your freedom. You can manage the Mo family's affairs while teaching at Yanhuang College. Besides, the Mo family has declined to this day. How many affairs do you still need to manage? The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth curled up. He secretly thought that his opportunity had come. He hurriedly interjected, Mr. Li is right. Jizzy, if you go to Yanhuang College to teach, this young man will definitely not restrict your freedom. Furthermore, this young man will definitely not shortchange your salary by a single cent. Also, Jizzy, you can move the Mo family's encampment to Chang'an. At that time, this young man will be in charge of settling all the followers of the Mo family. If there are any followers of the Mo family who are proficient in mechanics, optics, or machinery like you, this young man is also willing to hire them to Yanhuang College. As for the salary of the teachers at the college, I'm sure you already know about it, so this young man will not repeat it. What do you think? Chapter 606. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's ambition was really big. He wanted to take in all the capable people in the Mo family under his command. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Mo Huai's abilities, especially in astronomy, physics, and optics, made him the perfect candidate for Li Zishuan, who had just finished building Yanhuang College. With Mo Huai's addition, his workload at Yanhuang College would be greatly reduced. After Li Zishuan said that, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes flashed, and a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. To put it nicely, they were the core disciples of the Mo family, but their work was no different from that of farmers. They also had to do farming on a regular basis. Otherwise, what would they eat? What would they drink? They would only return to the Mo family when they were not farming to accept the organization's training or other arrangements. They were all capable, but because of their identity as followers of the school of Mo, they had to stay in a desolate place and do hard work. Originally, it wouldn't have been a big deal if they continued like this, but after seeing the prosperity of Chang and city with Mo Huai, their hearts wavered. The suffering of the followers of the school of Mo was something that the disciples of other sects could not understand. Now that Li Zishuan had said this, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. Why couldn't they rely on their own abilities to let their families live a good life? However, although that was what they thought, they wouldn't easily say it out loud. After years of being a follower of the school of Mo, the organization's discipline was deeply engraved in their hearts. Mo Huai frowned. He straightened his body and stared at Li Zishuan seriously. This old man appreciates Lord Li's good intentions. However, as a follower of the school of Mo, I have to wear fur as my clothes and sassafras as my clothes. I have to work day and night, and I have to suffer myself to the extreme. How can I be a follower of the school of Mo if I only covet worldly pleasures? This old man has already violated the school of Mo's laws by agreeing to become an instructor at Yanhuang College. In the future, I will no longer be qualified to lead the followers of the school of Mo in the world and carry forward the school of Mo. Therefore, this old man must resign from this position. As for the other followers of the school of Mo, I advise you not to waste your efforts. As soon as Mo Huai finished speaking, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's faces instantly became 70% ashamed and 30% regretful. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Li Gang frowned and said, "Younger brother Mo, you're muddle-headed. The Mo clan had hundreds of thousands of disciples during the peak of the pre-Qin dynasty, but now, there are less than 100 disciples. Have you not thought about the reason for this? Do you think that the decline of the school of Mo was only caused by the suppression of the various emperors?" Mo Huai said indignantly, "Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the martial emperor dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, how could the Mahist school have fallen to such a state?" When Li Gang heard this, he said rather painfully, "Ridiculous. I didn't expect brother Mo to still be unable to see the true reason behind the decline of the Mo family. Fine, this old man will enlighten you. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Although this old man studies Confucianism, this old man will not help the Confucian school or your school of thought today. This old man will analyze with you as an outsider. You said that the decline of the Confucian school of thought was due to the suppression of the various emperors. However, ever since the martial emperor dismissed the 100 schools of thought and respected only Confucianism, why did the school of thought, which was known as a prominent school of thought in the world, decline so quickly while the school of thought and the school of thought could survive until now in the cracks of Confucianism? Have you ever thought about the reason behind this? Li Gang's words directly revealed the fundamental reason for the decline of the school of thought. Mo Huai could not help but be stunned, and his face turned pale. Li Zishuan listened seriously at the side. It was obvious that Li Gang knew more about these old matters than him. It was not bad to take this opportunity to learn. Li Gang did not wait for Mo Huai to reply and continued, in my opinion, the reason why the school of thought fell to its current state is because your school of thought's requirements for your disciples are too harsh. Why can sage Confucius not be tired of eating and not be tired of eating, but you school of thought can only wear fur as clothes, wear silk as clothes, work day and night without rest, and suffer to the extreme? Perhaps this is because you have your own beliefs, but who says that people with beliefs can't rely on their own hands to live a good life? Could it be that living in the abyss of suffering every day makes you school of thought superior to the rest of the world? It had to be said that Li Gang's words could be said to hit the nail on the head. Li Zishuan could not help but clap and cheer when he heard it. What he said made too much sense. Among the 100 schools of thought in the pre-Qin dynasty, the ones with the greatest influence were naturally the 4 schools of Confucianism, Moism, Taoism, and legalism. However, after the unification of the Qin and Han dynasties, their fates began to diverge. Confucianism became the orthodox and mainstream of Chinese culture. Legalism, due to its special nature, dominated the politics of the imperial court for 2,000 years. Taoism, on the other hand, recruited believers and occupied civil society, becoming the spiritual home of the secluded people. Only the school of Mo, after a moment of glory, disappeared into the long river of history, whether as a school of thought or as an organization. Why did the school of thought end up so tragically? Was the school of thought not brilliant enough? Definitely not. The school of thought was filled with great humanitarianism and scientific spirit. Even from the perspective of a modern person in the 21st century, it was still so dazzling. In addition to the external reason of dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, there was also an internal reason for the demise of the school of thought. If a person wanted to be a loyal believer of the school of thought, he must have a strong spirit of sacrifice and dedication. He must have a heart of universal love for everyone, and he could not talk about personal feelings. Therefore, Zhuangzi, the world, criticized the school of thought. His life is hard, his death is shallow, his Tao is great, he makes people worry, makes people sad, and his actions are difficult. I'm afraid that he can't be a saint and have the heart to rebel against the world. Although the school of thought alone, what can he do to the world? Apart from the world, he is also far away from the king. In contrast, being a disciple of Taoism was much better. The goal of Taoism was to become an immortal. This was a beautiful wish that could attract a large number of believers. Moreover, for Taoism, especially for Jianghu, which had a long history, there were not many rules about abstinence. Sexual intercourse was even a secret technique of the immortals. As a religion that was born, although Buddhism required abstinence, the monks could enjoy spiritual satisfaction while abstinence. Thus, they saw all suffering as a raft that led to happiness. It was because of this chicken soup for the soul that devout Buddhist disciples could ignore the physical hardship and pursue the metaphysical Zen. However, the school of thought's love with impartiality, non-aggression, respect for the virtuous, respect for the common, non-life, non-pleasure, frugality, and frugality in funerals. These ideas were not enough to be the foundation of the school of thought's belief. If it was not based on a firm belief, that bitter and abstinent life would not attract new blood to join the school of thought. The number of followers of the school of thought in the world would only decrease. This was the internal reason for the decline of the school of thought. Chapter 607. In the main hall. Li Zishuan saw that the time was right, so he stood up and said, Juzi, the previous causes and effects are all gone, but they will also serve as a warning. If you don't want the Mo family to continue to decline, you have to make some changes. Didn't Moz establish the Mo family to use his talent in manufacturing to let the farmers in the world live a good life? Although the Mo family is declining now, Moz's knowledge must have been passed down. You are content to stay in a corner and forget Moz's original intention to save the world. In the long run, the only thing waiting for the Mo family is complete extinction. Back then, Moz called himself a humble man and was called a commoner. He used to be a doctor in the Song Kingdom and was a scholar with considerable cultural knowledge. He was also closer to the workers and farmers. He boasted that there was no ruler above, no farmer below. He was a scholar who sympathized with farmers and workers. Moz had once studied under a Confucian scholar and learned the skills of Confucius. He was called Yao Shun the Great and learned Confucian classics such as poems, books, spring and autumn. But later, he gradually became tired of the cumbersome etiquette of Confucianism and finally abandoned Confucianism to form his own school of thought. Before the rise of legalism, which represented the interests of the new landlord class, the Mo family was the largest school of thought in opposition to Confucianism in the pre-Qin dynasty. Han Fizi, Eminent Learning, recorded, "The eminent learning of the world is Confucianism. Where Confucianism is, Confucius is, where Mo is, Mod is." At this moment, Mo Hui sighed deeply and looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. He said, after the divine ancestor passed away, the Mo family was divided into 3 factions. The Mo family of Xiangli, the Mo family of Xiangfu, and the Mo family of Dengling. The Xiangli family was led by the divine ancestor's chief disciple, Qin Liali. He had the Jizi's keepsake, the inky snow sword. Speaking of this, Mo Hui pulled out the inky sword at his waist and looked at the sword with a solemn and sad expression. He continued, "The inky snow sword is inscribed on the world, and only the heart is unmoved." Since ancient times, the Mo family's Jizi has always held on to this belief even if they died in battle. As the 45th generation of the Mo family, it took me until today to recognize the root cause of the Mo family's decline. I deserve to die. I, Mo Hui, have let down the holy ancestor. After saying that, 2 drops of turbid tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Li Zishuan comforted him, "Don't blame yourself, Jizi. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Truth be told, the reason why I was able to answer all 3 of Jizi's questions was because my skills have a lot in common with the Mo family's Mo school. If you're willing to bring your school of Moism disciples to Yanhuang College to teach, then not only will we be able to discuss knowledge together, we'll also be able to bring engineering and Moism to greater heights, allowing the students to bring this knowledge to the people of Great Tang. Mo Hui was puzzled. Engineering? What is engineering? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. "Jizi, didn't you read the previous editions of Datong Daily?" Mo Hui said awkwardly, "I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it for myself." It wasn't that he couldn't afford newspapers, but he felt that as the Mo family's Jizi, he had to set an example and stay away from those vulgar things that only entertained the masses. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hung their heads dejectedly, feeling that their boss had embarrassed himself greatly. Li Zishuan didn't mind and explained patiently, "Engineering is the study of engineering. Its main purpose is to serve the needs of the people and improve their lives. Its ultimate goal is to achieve prosperity for all. Civilian houses, palace pavilions, river dams, imperial tombs, and agricultural production can all be supported by engineering. In short, engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world, not for the fight between schools." Mo Hui was stunned and muttered, "Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world. How similar is this to the Moism's purpose?" The Moism's purpose was for righteousness, while Mencius said it was for the benefit of the world. Zhuangzi, the world, said it was for the sake of the world. The Moism gathered disciples to teach and practice. They were the main opposition of the Confucian school. Back then, in order to realize his ideas, Moz personally led his disciples to various countries so that the Moism could bring convenience and benefits to the people of the world. After a while, Mo Hui came back to his senses and said, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but Lord Zhu, you said that your engineering has many similarities with the Moism. Do you have any proof?" Now that things had developed to this point, Mo Hui's attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed greatly. From the initial arrogance and contempt, to the new respect after losing the bet, and now, after hearing that Li Zixuan had created his own engineering, he already regarded Li Zixuan as someone of the same generation. Since ancient times, a capable person, regardless of age, beauty, or ugliness, would be respected no matter where they went. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "What's so difficult about that? Mr. Li, can you let your servant go to my house and fetch 2 books?" Li Gang naturally agreed. After a while, a servant in Li Gang's house rode an old horse out of the back door and rushed to Yongla Lane. The people in the house were not idle either. After seeing that Li Gang had arranged for someone to fetch the books, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to Mo Huai, "Juzi, to be honest, I was very surprised by the 3 questions you raised just now. I originally thought that I was the only one who studied astronomy, mechanics, and engineering. I never thought that I would meet a like-minded person today. If it's convenient, can you tell me where the 3 questions came from?" There was no other reason. Li Zixuan asked this mainly because he wanted to confirm whether Mo Huai was a transmigrator or not. After all, the 3 questions Mo Huai asked just now were really shocking, and he could not help but be suspicious. Mo Huai heard this and said, "Those 3 questions were all recorded in the notes or books left behind by the divine ancestor. I originally thought that I only needed to use one of them to stump Lord Zhu, but I never thought that Lord Zhu would be so knowledgeable about these things at such a young age. I'm ashamed to say that as the Mo family's Juzi, I'm not as knowledgeable as you, Lord Zhu. I can only guard the knowledge left behind by the divine ancestor and struggle at death's door." Sigh. Not only me, but none of the previous 43 Juzi could reach the divine ancestor's achievements. It was not easy for Mo Huai to have this kind of awareness. As he said, after Mo Zi, there was no other great thinker in the Mo family, and there was no further improvement of the Mo family's thinking to maintain its vitality. They did not keep up with the times. As for the other schools of thought, after Confucius, there was Mencius, Sun Zi, Dong Zhongshu, and so on. After Laozi, there was Zhuangzi, Luan, and so on. The legalists were even more valued by the ruling class. Especially at the beginning of the Western Han dynasty, when the country was under great rule and the ruler needed good strategies to govern the country, Dong Zhongshu of the Confucian school offered the spring and autumn dew, and the 3 strategies for heaven and man. Luan of the Taoist school offered the Huainanzi. As for the Mo family, they did nothing in terms of academics and governance at that time. This was also one of the reasons why the Mo family was on the decline. Chapter 608. It's Moz. Li Zixuan was extremely shocked when he heard Mo Huai's reply. Since when was Moz? Qin dynasty. It was more than 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty, and more than 2,000 years since the modern era. Moz had already started researching astronomy, mechanics, and optics at such an early age. Li Zixuan suddenly had an extremely absurd thought. Could it be that Moz was also a transmigrator like me? And he was also an engineering student in his previous life? Alright, after this incident, Li Zixuan expressed that he would never underestimate the ancients again. Brother Mo, don't be too harsh on yourself. Moz was also a godlike figure back then. It's extremely difficult for future generations to surpass him. Let's not talk about surpassing him. It's already very difficult to carry forward the knowledge that he left behind. And Shaoxian's Yanhuang College's content is somewhat similar to the Mo family's teachings. Brother Mo, why don't you take this opportunity to carry forward the Mo family's teachings and benefit the world? Li Gang couldn't help but console Mo Huai when he saw his dejected expression. However, as he spoke, he took the opportunity to advertise Yanhuang College. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. Although Li Zixuan concealed it well, how could Li Gang not see that Li Zixuan wanted to recruit Mo Huai? Li Gang admired Li Zixuan very much for this rather ambitious young man. Naturally, he would help him if he could. Mo Huai was silent for a while. He narrowed his eyes and didn't reply. No one knew what he was thinking, but Li Zixuan caught a fleeting glimpse of interest in Mo Huai's eyes. Thus, Li Zixuan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Juzi, you just said that although the Mo family's bloodline hasn't been cut off until today, the Mo family hasn't made any fundamental progress after so many years. In the long run, the Mo family will completely disappear. From the way I see it, if you want to bring the school of Mo to greater heights, you have to bring the remaining followers of the school of Mo out into the world. Any sect that was content to stay in a corner and build a cart behind closed doors would not be able to progress and develop. On the other hand, Yanhuang College is a place where the young talents of the Great Tang's 360 provinces and counties are gathered. This is the best opportunity for you to promote the Mo school. When Mo Huai heard that, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, didn't Lord Zhu establish Yanhuang College to spread engineering? If I go and teach, aren't you afraid that your disciples will change their allegiance to the Mo family? Li Zishuan laughed and said, first of all, no matter if it's you or the other followers of the school of Mo, after being hired to teach at Yanhuang College, you only have one responsibility, and that is to teach the knowledge in the textbooks to the students of Yanhuang College. You only have one identity, and that is to be the teachers of Yanhuang College. In the college, there will no longer be a hierarchy between you. You will all be colleagues who will work together. I've said a long time ago that engineering will not compete with other schools. My purpose in spreading engineering is to benefit the people of the world. Therefore, in the future, Yanhuang College will be a very clean and pure place. There will be no fighting, no deception, and only the pursuit of truth and knowledge. During the teaching period, no activities unrelated to teaching are allowed. If there are students who are interested in the school of Mo and want to join the school of Mo after class, Li Zishuan will not stop them in any way. Everyone has the freedom to choose. When Li Zishuan first had the idea of roping in Mo Huai, he was worried that this giant of the school of Mo would preach and steal his students after entering Yanhuang College. Later, when Li Gang dug up the past and analyzed the reasons for the rapid decline of the school of Mo, Li Zishuan's worries disappeared without a trace. He did not believe that the students of Yanhuang College would give up a good life and insist on becoming ascetic monks in the school of Mo. On the other hand, if Mo Huai brought the followers of the school of Mo to Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan felt that with the luxurious facilities and rich and friendly academic atmosphere of Yanhuang College, those followers of the school of Mo might be assimilated. Mo Huai did not know the evil plan in Li Zishuan's heart. When he heard these righteous and tolerant words, he praised, everyone has the freedom to choose. Lord Zhu is so bold, this old man is ashamed. This old man believes that in the future, Yanhuang College will definitely become my Tang Empire's academic holy land. Master, this little one has brought back the books that Lord Li wanted. At this moment, Li Gang's servant came back riding an old horse. Li Gang nodded. Li Zishuan hurriedly went forward to take the two teaching materials. One was mathematics and the other was physics. He handed the two teaching materials to Mo Huai and said with a smile, Giant, please take a look. These two books are the teaching materials that Yanhuang College will use. Of course, Yanhuang College's curriculum is definitely more than these two. Mo Huai did not dare to be careless at this time. He solemnly took the teaching materials with both hands, then excused himself to Li Zishuan and Li Gang. He could not wait to sit on the stool and start reading seriously. Li Zishuan and Li Gang smiled to show that they understood. Then, the two of them started chatting in low voices. On the other side, Mo Huai first opened the mathematics textbook. As a giant of the Mo family, he was quite proficient in mathematics. However, after getting used to the Arabic numerals with great difficulty, his eyes could not help but widen as he read. Algebra, equations, geometry, and so on. There were many new concepts defined in the textbook. Then, Mo Huai realized that many of the problems he had encountered before became very simple after using these things. What was even more unbelievable was that he seemed to have seen many of the concepts in the mathematics textbook before in the Mo family's classics. After flipping through another 10 pages, Mo Huai put down the mathematics textbook and opened another physics textbook. Li Zishuan's physics textbook was very rich in content. It included a preliminary introduction to basic physics concepts such as motion, speed, sound, heat, light reflection, light refraction, and mechanics. There was also Newton's 3 laws. Ahem, of course, Li Zishuan shamelessly used his name here again. He called it Xiaoshuan's Three Laws. Unlike the mathematics textbook, Mo Huai flipped through the physics textbook very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had flipped through more than half of the physics textbook. Then, he closed the book and put it away. He took a few deep breaths, then suddenly stood up and went to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help." The 45th generation of the Mo family's giant, Mo Huai, pays his respects to the divine ancestor. Li Zishuan, who was still wondering why Mo Huai would bow to him, felt that it was ridiculous when he heard Mo Huai's words. He stomped his feet and said, "Divine ancestor? How can I be your divine ancestor? Are you all right, giant?" Chapter 609. In the main hall. Li Gang, who was sitting on the couch, was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off when he saw this absurd scene. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who were supposed to be guarding Mo Huai, saw that their boss actually bowed to Li Zishuan and even called him divine ancestor. Both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. As disciples of the Mo family, no one knew better than them what the two words, divine ancestor, meant. In the Mo family, the giant was called a saint, and there was only one person who could be called the divine ancestor since ancient times, the founder of the Mo family, Moz. As the giant of the Mo family, would Mo Huai use the two words, divine ancestor, as a joke to others? Obviously not. Even if he died, it was impossible. But how was he going to explain the current situation? At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were completely dumbfounded. Mo Huai did not let everyone wait for long. He said firmly, "You are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor. You are the Mo family's divine ancestor." Li Zishuan was speechless. Reincarnation? Jizzy, did you make a mistake? You believe in something as non-existent as reincarnation? Actually, he was more certain than anyone that he was not the reincarnation of Moz because the soul in his body had transmigrated from the modern world and had nothing to do with Moz. Yes. Brother Mo, reincarnation only exists in supernatural novels. There is no such thing as reincarnation in reality. Brother Mo, are you too tired? Why don't you go back and rest first? Li Gang could not help but frown and interrupt. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew Mo Huai well, if it were someone else like Mo Huai, he would definitely think that this person was crazy. No, no, no. Brother Wenji, I am very clear-headed. I know that no one will believe in the existence of reincarnation. I didn't believe it at first either. However, after reading those two books, I am convinced that Sir Li is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Mo Huai first shook his head and declined Li Gang's good intentions. Then, he began to analyze, for example, in this book of arithmetic, that a multiple, midpoint, circle, decimal system, and so on are basic concepts that I have seen in the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. 1,000 years ago, the divine ancestor proposed these concepts. What shocked me the most was that the things recorded in this book of arithmetic were actually more detailed than the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. Also, this physics textbook covers the concepts of motion, speed, sound, heat, reflection of light, refraction of light, mechanics, and so on. I've read all of these things in the sacred ancestors' notes. Moreover, this physics textbook's research on these problems is obviously more in-depth. Back then, the divine ancestor was a genius and spent his entire life to have some attainments in these aspects. However, Li Xiannan, you are so young, but you can study these aspects more thoroughly than the divine ancestor. Other than the fact that you are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor and are born with the will of heaven, I really can't think of any other reason. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. It turned out that Moz had studied the concepts written in his book before. He had to admit that Moz's interests and hobbies were really broad. His understanding of the world had been refreshed once again. However, did he count as being unjustly implicated? In fact, what Mo Huai said was not nonsense. In history, Moz was the first scientist in China's history to treat mathematical problems from a rational perspective. He gave a series of propositions and definitions of mathematical concepts. These propositions and definitions were highly abstract and rigorous. Secondly, Moz's research on physics involved the branches of mechanics, optics, acoustics, and so on. He gave many definitions of physics concepts and made many important discoveries, summarizing some important physics theorems. These included the principle of leverage, small hole imaging, light and shadow, as well as the imaging characteristics of flat, concave, and convex mirrors. Lastly, Moz himself was also an expert in mechanical manufacturing. He once spent 3 years to meticulously develop a type of wooden bird, kite, that could fly. He was also an expert at manufacturing vehicles. He could build a vehicle that could carry 30 tons in less than a day. Combined with the new horse carriage that was popular in Jianghu and city, Don't Touch Me, and the crane that had just appeared recently, Mo Huai was even more certain that Li Zixuan was the reincarnation of Moz. Jizi, this kid really isn't the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. The knowledge recorded in these 2 books were all taught to me by my master, spiritual master Ling Su, when he was still alive. I call them all the knowledge. The reason I set up Yanhuang Academy is to spread my master's knowledge to the world. Li Zixuan rubbed between his eyebrows and explained helplessly. Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable being the reincarnation of someone else's divine ancestor for no reason. Although this divine ancestor used to be a very awesome existence, this had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to be himself. Mo Huai said in disbelief, impossible. Other than the divine ancestor, who else in the world could have such deep attainments in these aspects? Li Zixuan spread out his hands and said, you haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Moreover, my abilities came from my master. There's probably no one in the Great Tang who doesn't know about this, right? Wake up. I'm definitely not the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. Li Gang also nodded and said, Brother Mo, although there are many coincidences in this matter, Xiao Xian's abilities are also open and aboveboard. He definitely isn't the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Hearing Li Gang's words, Mo Huai finally wavered a little. His face was filled with disappointment as he muttered, is it really not? Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for this old man's disappointed look. He thought for a moment and said, Jizi, I know what you're thinking. You're hoping that there really is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor and then lead the Mo family to become strong again. But it's better to rely on yourself than on others. The spread of the Mo school still depends on you and the current followers of the Mo family. Mo Huai was stunned. Li Zixuan's words stabbed him in the heart. He did have such thoughts before. After a while, he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zixuan. Thank you for your advice, Lord Li Zixuan. I've made up my mind. I'll issue an order for all followers of the Mo family to come to Chang and help Lord Zhu impart knowledge and enlighten the people. When Mo Zhong and Mo Yun heard Mo Huai's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed like they were happy with this result. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He said excitedly, that's great, that's great. Jizi, welcome to Yanhuang College. When the rest of the followers of the Mo family arrive in Chang, and just let me know and I'll take care of them. Chapter 610. Little Xian, although the Mo family's Jizi has agreed to lead the rest of the Mo family into Yanhuang College, you mustn't reveal their identities to others. Moreover, many of these followers of the school of Mo are skilled in martial arts. You must pay attention to management and don't let these people go out and cause trouble. You must know that there are many people watching you now. After Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun left with their mission, Li Gang looked at Li Zixuan and said earnestly. Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't understand, so he asked, Sir, why is that? Do you know why the emperors of the past have been suppressing the Mo family ever since the Qin dynasty unified the world? Li Gang clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Then, he turned around and stared into Li Zixuan's eyes with a burning gaze. Li Zixuan answered matter-of-factly, isn't it because Confucianism can better govern the people? That's why the other schools of thought can only slowly die out. This question was something that any modern person could answer, because countless historians had analyzed this problem. For the feudal rulers, Confucianism, which centered on the benevolence of hierarchy, was more suited to the needs of the ancient emperors to implement feudal autocracy. Therefore, when Confucianism became popular, other schools of thought would naturally die out. "You brat!" Li Gang glared and pointed at Li Zishuan. He was old and experienced, so of course he knew that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth. However, how could the truth be said so casually? He scolded jokingly, then said, "You can talk nonsense in front of me, but don't say these words outside." Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly agreed. Li Gang shook his head and continued. "Actually, other than Confucianism, there's another important reason why the emperors of the past suppressed the Mo family. Under the background of great unification, a strong organization with strict internal discipline would inevitably make the imperial court extremely wary. Although the Mo family may only be hot-blooded and have no political ambitions, the emperors of the past were not afraid of greedy villains, but sages with the ability to mobilize people. For example, Shao He. When Emperor Gaozu of Han stabilized the country, Shao He's right-hand man advised him to buy more land and dirty himself. Only then would he feel at ease. Shao He listened to the advice and forced the commoners to buy their houses and land at a low price. As expected, Emperor Gaozu was very happy. If Prime Minister Shao wanted to benefit the world like Moz, there might be another headless ghost in the Weiyang Palace. Therefore, after the first emperor, he immediately sent the secret shadow guards to kill the Mo family. In the Han dynasty, the imperial court suppressed the Mo family several times and almost wiped out the entire Mo family. Although these people are Xian, you still have to avoid suspicion to avoid to our eyes to Li's, don't give, you still avoid Araroff, you don't Araroff, you don, you, they, you to avoid Araroff, to avoid. Li Gang's words were not wrong. To a ruler, the most terrifying thing was not the ambition to rebel, but the ability to rebel. Therefore, as an organization, the Mo family could only exist in the era of the various kingdoms. At that time, there was no unification of the four kingdoms. The greatest danger that the rulers of the various kingdoms faced was the enemy countries around them. Therefore, they were much more relaxed towards the commoners under their rule. Once the 6 kings are gone, the 4 kingdoms are won, the ruler would definitely treat his subjects as his enemy. Not only would organizations like the Mo family not be able to continue existing, even those who inherited some of the Mo family's ideas and took the responsibility of eliminating violence and protecting the common people would not be tolerated by the imperial court because of using martial arts to violate the law. Li Zishuan stood to the side. As he listened, he couldn't help but think of that turbulent and bloody era. He couldn't help but feel sad that such a great school of thought like the school of Mo was born in this terrible era. After a long silence, he solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I will be careful." He knew in his heart that if Li Gang didn't really treat him as a junior, he definitely wouldn't have said these words. Li Gang shook his head. It was obvious that he also felt pity for the Mo family's ending. At this time, he looked at the green bamboo at the corner of the door and said with a sigh, "The Mo family's motto is, words spoken by mouth must be carried out by body." The Mo family has many brave warriors, and every member of the Mo family is willing to go through fire and tread on blades without hesitation. This kind of dedication is valuable, but it can easily be expressed as a collective action, which is not beneficial to the long-term development of the school. In the past, when the Mo family's great son Meng Sheng was appointed as the Lord of Yang City in the Chu Kingdom, he and his 183 disciples all died in battle. In the chaotic times at that time, such an incident was definitely not the only case for the Mo family. Although the Mo family had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, no matter how many disciples there were, how many times could they withstand such a great battle? Therefore, this old man believes that the Mo family's bravery and ruthlessness are not desirable. Today, Yanhuang College is a good place for them to go. This old man hopes that they can peacefully teach and educate people in the college, and don't cause any more trouble. With lofty ideals as the goal, a strict organization as the norm, and a willingness to sacrifice themselves for their ideals. This was the overall characteristic of the Mo family. When they participated in social change and practice in a collective and group way, they could demonstrate an extremely powerful force. However, the tragic result could also happen. When this group of people suffered a strong blow, with their dedication to justice and ideals, with their spirit that would rather die than retreat, the result would not only be a collapse, but also a complete wipeout. If the group collapsed, it could still be dealt with, but a wipeout would be impossible to continue. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about these old things. It's getting late, and I know that you're very particular about your food. This old man only has coarse bran and pickles at home, so I won't keep you here to eat, lest you dislike it. After a long time, perhaps Li Gang realized that these topics were too serious, so he stood up and looked at the time, half joking. Li Zishuan blushed with shame and said, "Sir, what are you saying? I'm not a spoiled rich young master who can't bear hardships. Back then, my master and I ate wild vegetables in the mountains. To be able to eat at the same table as you, even if it's coarse bran and pickles." Li Gang waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Go, go, go. This old man didn't cook for you, go home and eat by yourself." "Oh, right, in 2 days, 2 of my good friends will be coming to Chang'an, and you should come and meet them." Li Zishuan was still gloomy at first, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Sir, your 2 good friends are?" "You'll know in 2 days, but you don't have to worry, they're just like me, easygoing people. I'm sure they'll be willing to stay at your college." Chapter 611. Prince of Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Li Tai came in from outside and walked around the people around him. He went straight to Xiao Dian's desk and asked expectantly. Looking at Xiao Dian again, his hair was disheveled, his face was haggard, and he had 2 large dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a devil that had just come out of hell. Where was the gentleness from a few days ago? When he heard Li Tai's question, he replied without raising his head, "Soon, soon. Your Highness, please wait a moment. The last proofreading is about to be completed." When Li Tai heard this, he nodded in relief and did not rush him. This was because he knew that the people in the literature hall were already working to their limits. Therefore, he acknowledged and sat by the side to wait for the results. After about an hour, Xiao Dian slammed his brush on the inkstone and laughed loudly, The proofreading is complete. There are no mistakes. The book is done. It's finally done." Li Tai, who was lying on the desk and flipping through the manuscripts in boredom, suddenly quivered. He ran to Xiao Dian's side and said happily, "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Xiao Dian nodded excitedly and said, "I'm done with the proofreading. Your Highness, after 7 days of hard work by the 13 of us, this geography textbook is finally done." Xia Yan could not help but say excitedly, "Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable." Although Li Xiannan had already completed most of the geography textbook, even the remaining content added up to quite a lot of work. "I didn't expect that we only used 7 days to complete it." Li Tai said warmly, "This is all thanks to all of you scholars who worked hard these few days. After this prince hands this book to Mr. Li, this prince will personally enter the palace to request for credit for all of you." Although Xiao Dian looked extremely tired, he could not help but laugh when he heard this. "Haha. Your Highness is too serious. Even if I don't make any contributions, Xiao Dian, am still extremely happy to be able to participate in the writing of such a peerless book." Xia Yan smiled and said, "Dian is right. This geography book will definitely become a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. At that time, we might even be able to leave our names in history because of it. We are still basking in the glory of your Highness and Li Xiannan." "That's right. That's right." The rest of the scholars agreed with him. When little Fatty heard the praises around him, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He secretly thought that he had the best foresight back then. He was the first one who thought highly of Li Zishuan. After everyone had quieted down, Li Tai said to them, "No matter what, you have been busy these past few days. You have stayed up many nights because of this. Now, please go and rest. This prince will return the revised textbook of geography to the teacher. With that, he reached out his hand, ready to pick up the book on the table and go to Yongla Lane to find Li Zishuan. In the end, he actually couldn't pick it up. Li Tai took a closer look. It turned out that there were 4 more hands on the book. He looked at the owners of the 4 hands again. It was Xiao Dian and Xia Yan. He couldn't help but wonder, scholars, what do you mean by this? Cough, cough. Xiao Dian coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, Your Highness, please forgive me. The content of this geography book is really too brilliant. I am a little reluctant to part with it and would like to borrow it for a few days to make a copy for my collection. May I know if it's possible? Xia Yan looked at Li Tai and nodded, indicating that he also had the same intention. The rest of the people came back to their senses and couldn't help but whisper behind them. They were eager to try. Li Tai suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Logically speaking, these people had put in so much effort to perfect this book. Therefore, lending the book to them to make a copy for their collection was not an unreasonable request at all. However, Yanhuang College couldn't wait. After thinking about it, Li Tai tactfully refused. Scholars, you must also know that Yanhuang College will start school on the 18th of this month. At that time, we will need a lot of teaching materials, so we have to print them in advance. Therefore, this revised book must be sent to Mr. Li as soon as possible. If you too want to keep a copy for your collection, this prince will get the workshop to print a few more copies. When the time comes, I will give each of you a copy. How about that? Those who could get along with Li Tai for so long were definitely not the kind of people who were one-track minded. Xiao Dian nodded and said, Your Highness is right. This way, we can save a lot of effort. Xia Yan said, That's right, that's right. We have to thank Your Highness for giving us the book. Thank you, Your Highness. In the afternoon, Li Tai brought the revised geography teaching materials to the Li residence. Li Zishuan, who was taking an afternoon nap in the west courtyard, got up and went to the front hall after hearing the report. What? Could it be that the geography teaching materials on your side have been revised? Li Zishuan asked as he looked at little Fatty, who was drinking fine wine and eating fresh fruits in the front hall. It was not because he could count, but because there was an extra book on the corner of the table. Looking at the thickness of the book, it should be the geography teaching materials that he gave to Li Tai the last time. Yes, yes. Li Tai excitedly chewed the fruit in his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he said excitedly, I finished the revision yesterday afternoon. After that, all the scholars in the academy did not rest and spent the whole night proofreading this book. It was almost noon today when they confirmed that there were no mistakes in it. After that, I personally send it to you. Li Zishuan could not help but nod and say, yes. Not bad, not bad. They have all worked hard. How about this, in my own name, I will give each of the scholars who participated in the revision of this book 30 strings of cash as a reward for their hard work. Later, Qingke, help me pass it to them. Yes. Li Tai nodded. He also understood that 30 strings of cash was not a small amount. Then, he caught a glimpse of Li Zishuan sitting at the side and yawning. He immediately said unhappily, Hey! Little Xian, did you just wake up? You're really not embarrassed? All of us over there have not slept properly for 7 days because of this book. You, on the other hand, are hiding at home alone. You're really relaxed and comfortable. Li Zishuan said unhappily, which eye of yours saw that I was relaxed and comfortable? All of you were busy these 7 days. Did you think I was idle these 7 days? Didn't I finish the 4th textbook in these 7 days? Li Tai suddenly choked and was speechless. However, after hearing that there was another textbook, he could not help but ask curiously, the 4th textbook? What's it about? Can you lend it to me? Other than mathematics and geography, he did not know anything about the other 2 books. Of course, he was curious. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, No. Now that the 4 books are done, I have to get the workshop to hurry up and print them. If you want to read them, you have to wait until school starts. Chapter 6:12. Master of the Mo clan? Junxian, are you sure? It was the middle of the night, but the Du Hall was still brightly lit. Li Er leaned back on his couch and stared at Li Junxian as he sternly asked. Li Junxian was dressed in a white robe, his face solemn. He clasped his fist and replying to your majesty, this general is extremely certain that this person is the master of the Mo clan. A few years ago, this general personally saw him in Qingzhou. Moreover, the files of the 100 Horsemen Department have detailed records of the master of the Mo clan, so there is no doubt that this person is the master of the Mo clan. Li Er nodded, his eyes narrowed in thought. Li Junxian probed, Your Majesty, should we arrest them? Arrest? Why should we arrest them? Li Er raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Junxian. Firstly, these people did not cheat or rob. Secondly, why should we arrest them? Do we have to arrest them just because they are members of the Mo clan, the sworn enemy of the Confucian school? Ha! Li Junxian pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Li Er seemed to know what Li Junxian wanted to say and chuckled. Ha! We understand your intentions. But how can the current Mo clan be compared to the Mo clan of the past? We do not deny that Mod was an important figure, but how much ability can the current master of the Mo clan have compared to him? The people he is leading are just a bunch of stubborn disciples of the Mo clan. They can't cause any waves. Speaking up to this point, Li Er suddenly looked towards the north and sighed deeply. He recalled, in the past, the 42nd generation of the Mo family had interacted with my ancestor. Although they were not on the same side, she was still considered a heroine of her generation and was worthy of respect. The Mahist sect has many heroic and righteous people, and they are skilled in engineering. It must have been difficult for Li Zishuan to find their master. This time, Yanhuang College will be lively. Li Ying, the 42nd generation great son of the Mo clan, was the first female great son of the Mo clan. She was the daughter of the previous generation's great son Mo Chen. She was born during the Northern and Southern dynasties and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasties. She had fought with the Northern Wei dynasty many times and had even fought with the Zhu clan. She had also fought with the Li's second great ancestor, Li Hu's father, Li Yun, and defeated the Zhu clan. Li Junxian responded with silence. Although he had learned about these matters from the files of the 100 Horsemen Department, this matter concerned the imperial household, so he had no choice but to be cautious. After Li Er sighed, he walked a few steps with his hands behind his back and instructed, Send someone to pass a message to Li Zishuan. Tell him that he can accept people from Mahist sect, but you have to be careful. If something happens, you'll have to bear the consequences. Li Junxian blushed with shame. It wasn't that he had never delivered an imperial decree for Li Zishuan, but an imperial decree in this tone could only be heard when delivered to Li Zishuan. This was a testament to just how much the emperor favored Li Zishuan. Yes. Your Majesty. Although many strange thoughts were popping up in his mind, Li Junxian didn't hesitate to respond, clasping his fists and bowing. Li Er nodded and returned to his throne. Just when Li Junxian thought that there was nothing else for him to do and was about to leave, Li Er suddenly said, That's right, Junxian, you should also work harder on your martial arts. Dugu Xian broke into the Grandmaster realms several days ago, and logically speaking, your talent shouldn't be any worse than his. Yet you're still stuck at the Qi transformation realm. This truly shouldn't have happened. Li Junxian panicked and immediately bowed. This general has sinned. I have disappointed your Majesty. Li Er shook his head and softly said, We don't blame you for anything. We just want to say that while the position of 100 Horseman officer often relies on one's brain, there are also times when one needs martial arts. Only if you can reach the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible will we be able to give you more tasks. However, the path of martial arts is often dependent on luck and fortune. There's no need for you to force yourself. Li Junxian fell into thought, and after a few moments, he clasped his fists and said, This general understands. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. Luck and fortune? It said that Dugu Xian's luck came from a sword style that Li Zishuan unintentionally created. Then where's my luck? After leaving the palace, Li Junxian looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed. He had known long ago that Dugu Xian had broken into the Grandmaster realm, and he had also understood the various details. While he envied Dugu Xian's good fortune, Li Junxian also felt a great pressure. He and Dugu Xian were both outstanding talents of the Great Tang's younger generation. After Li Er ascended to the throne, the two of them had served at Li Er's side, one in the light and one in the shadows. They were both good partners and potential rivals. Just as a matter of fact, Li Er had used Dugu Xian to compete with him tonight. Although Li Er might not have had such intentions, it was said that with great power came great responsibility. If Li Junxian wanted to stabilize his position, he had to do both his duty and break through as quickly as possible. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the Grandmaster realm. In the world, there were thousands of Qi Transformation Realm martial artists, but only a few dozen Grandmaster Realm martial artists. This proved the value of Grandmaster Realm martial artists. Li Junxian had been born into a poor family, and he did not have Dugu Xian's profound family background. In his early years, he had served under Li Mi and later became Wang Shichong's general. But because he loathed Wang Shichong's conduct, he had led his men to defect to Li Yuan and was made a light carriage commandant. He had followed Li Er to the Central Plains. During the battle, he rode out alone, charging and breaking through enemy lines, fighting bravely. In the third year of Wuda, Li Junxian had followed Li Er to defeat Song Jingang in Jieshou. He had been made the general of agile cavalry and given palace servants and silk. In the fourth year of Wuda, Li Junxian had gone to Luoyang to attack Wang Shichong and was made the deputy commander of the cavalry. Wang Shichong's son, Wang Xianying, had transported grain into Luoyang from martial prison. Li Junxian had captured his army, and Wang Xianying had fled. He had followed the army to defeat Dou Jianda and Lu Haida. After Li Er ascended the throne, he had been made the Left Guard Residence's assistant commander. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Great Tang dynasty, which had just undergone a coup less than a month ago, had been invaded by the Turks. At that time, the Turks had attacked Jingyang, which was only 40 li away from Chang'an, and the capital had been shaken. Li Junxian and Yuqi Jingda had been ordered to meet the enemy and resolve the crisis in Chang'an. Li Er sighed, Junxian is so valiant. What is there to worry about? He had been made the general of the Left Guard, in charge of the Xuanwu Gates Guards, and had been made the County Duke of Wulian. Li Junxian had been very diligent in his work during the war, and he had often been rewarded by Li Er. This year, Li Er had formed the 100 Cavalry, and the brave and intelligent Li Junxian had been made the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department. It could be said that he had been blessed by the emperor for a long time. Sigh. I can only take one step at a time. Nothing can be forced. Let the heavens decide everything. Li Junxian shook his head and sighed. Then, he mounted his horse and rode off into the distance. However, he was not the only one who was troubled by the martial Tao. Chapter 613. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Bad news. Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao, he. Not long after his conversation with Li Junxian, Li Er was preparing to leave Ganlu Palace to rest in the rear palace when a young eunuch came running over, shouting at him as he ran. Li Er stopped in his tracks, looked at the young eunuch, and asked in a deep voice, Zhao Song? What happened to him? The eunuch panted and quickly replied, Your Majesty, Eunuch Zhao, he seems to have gone berserk due to improper training. Right now, his room is like a furnace and no one dares to go near it. Li Er was shocked and said, There's such a thing? Quickly summon Wang Jian and Wang Gang to the Minister of Internal Affairs. If something had happened to other eunuchs, Li Er would not be so concerned. But Zhao Song was different. Putting aside his martial arts, Zhao Song was an old man by his side. He had been by his side ever since he was still the king of Qin. It had been almost 5 to 6 years. It was said that the emperor was heartless, but that also depended on the person and the time. Right now, Li Er was not willing to see something happen to Zhao Song. Yes. Your Majesty. The eunuch had the ability to observe people's expressions. He could see Li Er's anxiety and quickly bowed in response before going to pass on the decree. Li Er frowned and ordered the eunuch beside him, prepare the carriage for the Minister of Internal Affairs. In the west of the palace, there was a short building complex. That was the Yeding Palace. It was where the palace maids and the family members of the officials who committed crimes lived. To the north of the Yeding Palace was Taizong and to the south was the Minister of Internal Affairs, where all the eunuchs lived. When Li Er hurried over from Taiji Palace, the two eunuchs he summoned were already there. They were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s and wore loose white robes. They had an elegant demeanor and stood out from the crowd. When the two of them saw Li Er, they quickly walked over and bowed, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Although the two of them were highly skilled in martial arts, but no matter how powerful they were, they could not surpass the secular imperial power. Especially in the face of Li Er, this powerful and iron-blooded emperor, they did not dare to have a trace of neglect. Li Er nodded and asked directly, "How is Zhao Song now? Why don't the two of you go in and help?" One of the men with slightly darker skin cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, before you came, the two of us had already checked on Steward Zhao's situation. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that our abilities are limited and we can't help." Li Er was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "Even the two of you can't help?" The other consecrator shook his head helplessly and said, "Your Majesty, Head Steward Zhao's martial cultivation is already slightly higher than both of us. Now that the vital energy in his body is rampaging wildly, if we want to use external forces to help, we must find a martial arts expert who can completely suppress the vital energy in Head Steward Zhao's body. However, only a great grandmaster can do this. With the strength of both of us, if we rashly intervene, we will only harm Head Steward Zhao. The only thing we can do now is to see if Manager Zhao can make it through." "Great Grandmaster?" When Li Er heard that, he couldn't help but frown deeper. There were only 3 recognized Great Grandmaster experts in the world: Spiritual Master Ling Su of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain, Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple, and Tujuan Nation Master Wu Jie. Now, one of the 2 great grandmasters in the Central Plains was gone, leaving only Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple. If Li Er gave an order, Xian Kong would definitely do him a favor. However, was there really enough time? Li Er, who sat on the world and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his hands, was at a loss at this moment. Wang Jian. Zhao Song was fine before. How did he suddenly become like this? After thinking for a while, Li Er frowned and asked. The 2 consecrators of the imperial family looked at each other. Finally, the slightly darker and older consecrator stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, Manager Zhao's meridians are full of genuine qi. At first glance, it seems to be a sign of a breakthrough. However, the total amount of genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body is definitely not enough for him to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. After thinking about it, I feel that the violent genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body seems to have been formed after being forcibly compressed before suddenly going out of control." Li Er was stunned. He suddenly remembered the lie Li Zishuan told in the imperial court after he destroyed the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect. Seeing Li Er's gloomy face, Wang Jian thought that he had said something wrong and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it was just my humble opinion. I don't think Manager Zhao would do such a thing without common sense." Li Er's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "No, you're right. Zhao Song really did do such a thing without common sense." Previously, Li Zishuan mentioned the genuine qi bomb in the imperial court and told a big lie to deceive everyone. Later, only the 2 of them knew about the gunpowder. Zhao Song didn't know about it, which led to the current situation. Li Er was really anxious and annoyed now. Wang Jian and Wang Gang were dumbfounded. They never thought that this unreliable guess would become the truth. "I'll go in and take a look." Li Er thought for a while and was about to enter the house. Wang Jian was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, you can't. Manager Zhao is not conscious at the moment and his genuine qi is still in a violent state. It's very likely that he will accidentally hurt your majesty. Besides, this house is very hot at the moment. Your majesty shouldn't go in. Your majesty's body is priceless. Please think twice. The accompanying eunuchs and maids stopped him in unison. Li Er was helpless. He sighed and said, "Then you two stay here and take good care of him. You must protect Zhao Song's life. When he wakes up, inform me as soon as possible." Wang Jian and Wang Gang naturally cupped their hands and said yes. Qin Mansion. Although it was late at night, it was still brightly lit. "Zhuangqi, why hasn't Master come out yet?" "He's been in there for almost a day." Outside a house in the backyard of Qin Mansion, a group of anxious people gathered. There was Madame Qin, Qin Huayu, and the maids, servants, and guards in the mansion. At this moment, Madame Qin glanced at the tightly shut door and asked the burly man beside her with a worried expression. Zhuangqi was not sure himself, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, "Madame Qin, don't worry. Master's body has been getting better day by day for the past few months. Ever since he started practicing Tai Chi, his old injuries have been recovering faster and faster. It must be a good thing that he suddenly went into seclusion today. Who knows, maybe Master will be able to recover to his peak strength this time." Madame Qin wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed, "I only hope that Master can be healthy. As for the strength of his martial arts, I don't care about it." At this moment, Qin Huayu came over and patted Madame Qin's shoulder, comforting her, "Mother. Father will be fine. Go back to your room and rest. I'll stay here and guard." Chapter 614. The next morning, Li Zixuan had just woken up when he heard a piece of big news. "What? Uncle Qin's injuries are completely healed? And he even broke through?" Li Zixuan was eating breakfast in the main hall when Han Yushi suddenly came in and told him the news. Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. I heard that after practicing Tai Chi yesterday, Godfather suddenly felt something and locked himself up. Last night, Godfather broke out of seclusion. Not only were his old injuries completely healed, but his strength had also improved and reached the peak of the master stage. This way, Godfather doesn't have to suffer any more pain." Han Yushi happily shared the news she had heard with Li Zixuan. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of some unhappy things. She immediately wrinkled her nose and said, "Previously, some imperial physicians said that Godfather's body could only hold on for another 10 years at most. Humph. Let's see if they still dare to say that now. A bunch of quacks." Li Zixuan couldn't help sweating. He really wanted to say, "Wife, those imperial physicians were right. If it weren't for me, Qin Xiong wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Of course, he couldn't say that he had foresight. Transmigration was his biggest secret. Ahem. Wife is right. Those are all quacks." Li Zixuan coughed dryly and agreed. Han Yushi smiled and walked to Li Zixuan's side. "Husband, let's go to Qin Manor to visit Godfather later, okay? You were busy with the matters of the academy previously and alienated some of the elders who are close to our family." Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Yushi to think so thoroughly, so he praised, "Yes. Wife is right. Let's go and visit Uncle Qin after dinner." Although they were married, they still addressed Qin Xiong by their own names. Anyway, Li Zixuan couldn't call Qin Xiong Godfather like Han Yushi. "Okay. Young master, General Zhuo Wuwei is here with an imperial edict." After breakfast, Li Zixuan asked the servants to prepare some gifts and prepared to go to the Qin family. After all, Qin Xiong's recovery and breakthrough this time could be considered a joyous occasion. It was necessary to bring some gifts to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the gatekeeper, Ah Fu, rushed in to report. Li Zixuan asked in confusion, "General Zhuo Wuwei? Who is it?" He already knew that there was one general and 2 generals in each of the 16 guards of the Tang dynasty. He also knew that the general of the Zhuo Wuwei was Qin Xiong. However, he really did not know who the general of the Zuo Wu Wei was. However, he could not be blamed for this. Ah Fu was dumbfounded by the question. There was no one else like this wastrel young master. He replied, "Young master, it's General Li Junxian." "Oh. Li Junxian. Hurry up and invite him in," Li Zishuan said hurriedly with a look of sudden realization. "There's no need for that. This general is already here." "Mr. Li, you won't blame this general for being rude, right?" Li Zishuan had just finished speaking when a white-robed man walked in. He stared at Li Zishuan and said half-jokingly. It was Li Junxian. Just from appearance alone, Li Junxian had a tall and straight figure and an awe-inspiring demeanor. His sharp eyebrows and handsome face made him look even more heroic. TSK. It's actually a pretty boy. No wonder there were rumors about him and Wu Menyang in the future. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands with a smile. "General Li, what are you saying? You have the divine mandate on you. Please come in and have some tea." While Li Zishuan was sizing up Li Zishuan, Li Junxian was also sizing up Li Zishuan. He had met Li Zishuan before. When Li Zishuan had challenged Mount Beimeng in order to save Han Yushi, Li Er had sent him to investigate the situation. Although the situation had already been decided by the time he found Li Zishuan, he had still met Li Zishuan before. But today was his first time meeting Li Zishuan face to face. As he looked at this youth who was about the same height as him but still somewhat childish, he couldn't help but sigh. If not for Li Zishuan, he and Dugu Xian would have been considered outstanding talents of the great Tang's younger generation. But there were no ifs in reality. Although he held an important position at such a young age and was even a second-ranked county duke, he was still a little dim compared to Li Zishuan. The other party wasn't even 15 yet, but he was already able to climb to such a high position. Who knew what he would be like when he was in his 20s or 30s? Besides, how could a martial arts grandmaster who wasn't even 15 years old compare to him? This general is only here to pass on an imperial decree. "I won't impose on you. County Duke Li, listen to the decree." Li Zishuan snapped out of his thoughts and sternly said to Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan heard that it was a verbal decree from Li Er and not an official imperial decree, he immediately dismissed the idea of having someone set up the incense table. He stood to the side and bent his body slightly, pretending to listen attentively. "His Majesty wants this general to inform you that Yanhuang College can accept people from the Mahist sect, but you have to know the limits. If something happens, you will have to bear the consequences." In the end, Li Junxian had to polish Li Er's words a little. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to say it out loud. Even so, this imperial decree was still very straightforward. However, Li Zishuan really liked this kind of straightforward imperial decree. After hearing this, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "This subject receives the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Zishuan's gratitude was sincere. Yesterday, after Li Gang analyzed the pros and cons of the Mahist sect joining Yanhuang College, he knew that the greatest power preventing the Mahist sect from entering the world wasn't the Confucians, but the imperial court and the emperor. Although the Confucians were powerful, their snobbishness couldn't be compared to Li Er's. Otherwise, how could there be a situation where Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism coexisted? Thus, Li Zishuan didn't really care about the attitudes of others. However, he had to care about Li Er's attitude. After all, Li Er was his immediate superior. After returning from Li Gang's house yesterday, Li Zishuan had been thinking about how to get Li Er to lower his guard against the Mahist sect. What he didn't expect was that he didn't do anything and Li Er took the initiative to deliver himself to his doorstep. This solved a huge worry in his heart. As for how Li Er knew that the head of the Mahist sect was going to join Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan could figure it out even with his eyes closed. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, in this feudal society, wasn't it easy for an emperor to know the movements of others? For Li Zishuan, it was fine as long as it didn't affect his life. Besides, even in modern society, did you really have privacy? When he thought of this, Li Zishuan felt a little better. Chapter 6:15. Husband, is His Majesty angry at you? After Li Junxian left with Li Er's decree, Han Yushi pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and asked. Those who didn't know the situation would immediately think that Li Er was reprimanding Li Zishuan, which was why Han Yushi was so worried. Haha. Of course not. There are times when one can't just look at things from the surface. This imperial decree is a good thing for our family. Wife, there's no need to worry. Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's coiled hair and comforted her gently. Then, he said, oh right, aren't you going to visit Uncle Qin? Sanbao and the others are just about done packing, so let's set off. Han Yushi naturally agreed. The husband and wife went out hand in hand. They rode a carriage with gifts and headed towards the Qin manor. When they arrived at the Qin residence, Li Zishuan realized that the place was already packed with carriages. 4 or 5 carriages were parked by the side of the road, and each carriage had a manservant who was giving the horses water to prevent them from getting heatstroke. It seems like it's going to be rather lively here. Li Zishuan jumped down from the carriage and helped Han Yushi down as well. He couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the situation by the road. Han Yushi steadied herself and smiled. Adoptive father's recovery from his illness is a major event for all of the Great Tang. Many people will definitely come to congratulate him. Li Zishuan nodded and pulled Han Yushi inside. The gatekeepers of the Qin residence naturally wouldn't stop them. One of them was their patriarch's savior while the other was their patriarch's adopted daughter. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to stop them. Haha. Second brother can finally ride a horse and hunt with me and go to the battlefield to kill enemies. How delightful, how delightful. Today, we brothers must not return until we're drunk. Cough. Needless to say, only Cheng Yao Jin could have such a loud voice and speak in such a bold and unrestrained manner. Pa! You idiot, Shubao has just recovered from his illness. How could he drink so much with a fool like you? It was obvious that this voice belonged to Yu Qigong. He was the only one who would go against Cheng Yao Jin like this. Hey! Yuchi old hey, what are you talking about? Not only has second brother recovered from his old injuries, but he is also more powerful than you and I. Why can't he drink? I think it's you, Yuchi old black, who can't hold your liquor well and doesn't dare to drink with us, right? Ha ha ha. Bullshit. I don't dare to drink with you. Come, come, come. Today, whoever falls first will be the grandson. Haha. So be it. Do you think I, old Sheng, am afraid of you? Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shake his head and walk towards the main hall. He thought to himself, these 2 old fellows can really fight anywhere. They are simply enemies from the previous life. No, it should be enemies from the previous life, because even enemies are not as fierce as these 2. It was originally a celebratory banquet for Qin Xiong's recovery, but these 2 people turned it into a catfight. Uncle Qin. I heard that you've recovered. Congratulations. From now on, you can continue to carry your spear and gallop on the battlefield. Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands to Qin Xiong before congratulating him. As for Han Yushi, she had already been led to the backyard by the Qin manor's servants to talk to Mrs. Qin. After all, there were so many men in the main hall, and she had nothing in common to talk about here. Only then did everyone notice that Li Zishuan had arrived. Qin Xiong was the first to stand up and smiled kindly. Haha. This is all thanks to you, little Xian. Come and sit first. Hey. That's the result of your own perseverance, Uncle Qin. Li Zishuan said humbly. Then, after greeting some of the elders present, Li Jing, Cheng Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Daozong, etc., he sat at the last seat on Qin Xiong's right. There was no choice. Who asked him to be the last to arrive and be the youngest person? Ha! This is your credit. No one can take it away. If it weren't for your unique medicinal wine, little Xian, and that blood-snatching method to prolong my life, this old man could only lie in bed for the next few years and wait for death. How can I still sit here and chat with all of you? Qin Xiong stroked his beard and looked at Li Zishuan with admiration. Qing Yao Jin said with a faint smile, we're all family. Second brother Qin, what are you thanking us for? Besides, even if you want to thank us, this is not a complete thank you. Did you forget to tell us something? Qin Xiong was stunned and asked in bewilderment, what is it? Qing Yao Jin pursed his lips and said, it's that Taiji fist. Second brother Qin, didn't you break through to the peak of Grandmaster because of Taiji fist? A while ago, I heard that Dugu Xian broke through to Grandmaster with a few sword moves that little Xian helped him deduce. Now, second brother Qin, you've reached the peak of Grandmaster because of little Xian's Taiji fist. This is enough to show that if a martial artist wants to break through, it's best to look for little Xian. That's right. Now, little Xian has a small reputation in the martial arts world. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. However, Yu Qigong said, second brother Qin has just recovered from a serious illness this time, and his strength has increased by another level. It can be said that he has left us behind again. The reason why Yu Qigong said this was mainly because among them, when they were young, Qin Xiong's martial strength was the first to reach its peak. And according to the development of things, Qin Xiong's martial strength should be the first to decline. At the beginning, it was indeed like this. At that time, they were chasing after Qin Xiong's footsteps, but Qin Xiong's martial strength kept declining because of his body. Everyone thought that it would end like this. Who knew that Qin Xiong would be reborn today? Not only did he wash away his old injuries, but he also took another step forward in martial arts and once again pulled away from these generals. He. Second brother Qin, can I practice Taiji fist? I've been stuck at Grandmaster middle stage for a long time. If I can practice Taiji fist, I might be able to break through. Qing Yao Jin asked shamelessly. At this moment, the rest of the people stopped talking to each other and turned their attention to this side. For martial artists, there was nothing more comfortable than improving their realm. Qin Xiong glanced at Qing Yao Jin and said, I don't have any objections, but you have to ask little Xian. After all, Taiji fist is from him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, I don't have any objections either. If you want to learn Taiji fist, you can all learn it. However, Taiji fist emphasizes the word understanding. If you don't use your heart to understand it, in the end, even if you do make the final move, you can only make the shape look like the spirit but not the spirit. It won't be beneficial for breaking through the realm. Chapter 6:16. Zhao Song is in trouble because of you, and you still have the time to show off here. In the front hall of Qin Mansion, everyone was discussing the magical functions of Tai Chi. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Then, Li Er stepped into the main hall in his regular clothes. Everyone in the room was shocked. They quickly got up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and said, I'm here today to congratulate Xu Bao on his recovery. There's no need for formalities. Qin Xiong heard this and said gratefully, Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Li Er stepped forward and helped Qin Xiong up. He smiled and said, Xu Bao is the pillar of the country. Shouldn't I be concerned about him? Qin Xiong's lips moved slightly and he said in a trembling voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er smiled. Then, he did not greet the other officials in the room. He looked directly at Li Zishuan and paused before saying, Zhao Song tried to force a breakthrough last night. He used the method of compressing his vital energy that you mentioned last time. As a result, 30% of his meridians were damaged. If it were not for the help of the two imperial consecrators at the last moment, he would not have survived. Even so, his strength has fallen from Guru peak to Guru early stage. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped in shock. He never thought that Zhao Song, that lunatic, would dare to do something like this, and play it so big. It was as if he wanted to go to the heavens. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, he did not know if it was cold or hot, and said, Your Majesty, this. Why is Steward Zhao in such a hurry to break through? Logically speaking, the Tang Empire was at peace now. Although the Turks in the north were eyeing them covetously, these national affairs should not be rushed by a eunuch, right? So, what reason did Zhao Song have to be in such a hurry to break through? Putting aside the self-blame in his heart, Li Zixuan was very curious about the reason why Zhao Song was in such a hurry to break through. Li Er was obviously speechless about this. He looked away and was silent for a long time, as if he was considering his words. Then, he said unhappily, from what I've heard, he must have noticed that Dugu Xian had broken through to the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Including you, there are now 2 Grandmasters in the younger generation. He felt the pressure and felt that if he didn't take the risk now, he wouldn't have a chance when he was old. That's why he took the risk last night. In the end, if it weren't for the presence of the 2 imperial consecrators, he would have lost his life. Li Zixuan broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about the entire situation. If Zhao Song had really lost his life because he had compressed his vital energy to practice martial arts, then even if he was not punished by Li Er, Li Zixuan would not be able to rest easy. He thought for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. This is all my fault. I misspoke in the imperial court that day and misled head steward Zhao. I even caused him to almost lose his life. Your Majesty, please punish me. This apology contained 30% of Li Zixuan's guilt and 70% of his retreating in order to advance. This was because when Li Er had just entered, his tone was obviously unfriendly. Old Li had come with a temper today. Seeing this, Qin Xiong stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, this matter can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. When eunuch Zhao used the method of compressing his vital energy to break through to the next realm, he must have known the danger, but he still did it. This can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. Qing Yaojin then echoed in a rough voice, Your Majesty, this really can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. That day, there were so many ministers and generals in the imperial court. Eunuch Zhao was not the only one who knew the method of compressing his vital energy. In the end, nothing happened to the others except for eunuch Xiao. Can this be blamed on Xiao Xian? It was rare for Li Jing to speak. He said, Your Majesty, Xu Bao and Ji Jia are right. Eunuch Zhao is over 40 years old. He is not a 3-year-old child. There is no reason to blame others for his own decision. I think eunuch Zhao himself has never blamed Xiao Xian. Seeing that everyone in the room was speaking up for Li Zixuan, Li Er's face was calm. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He paused and said, I haven't convicted this boy yet. Why are you all so anxious? Then he turned to Li Zixuan and said, Although Zhao Song's matter can't be blamed on you, it was more or less caused by you. However, today Xu Bao recovered from his injury and broke through to the next realm because of you. You can be considered to have brought back another tiger general for the Tang Empire. This is something that can't be exchanged for anything. At least your merit outweighs your fault. I bestow upon your wife the title of rank 6 noble lady as your reward this time. Do you have any complaints? Li Zixuan said happily, Thank you, Your Majesty. I have no complaints. The more time he spent with Han Yushi, the more Li Zixuan knew about the inferiority complex in Han Yushi's bones. He was now a higher and higher official, but the pressure on Han Yushi was getting greater and greater. Sometimes, he was also very troubled. He only wanted to live a simple and happy life without any external interference. However, in Han Yushi's heart, she still could not get rid of the secular concept of a well-matched family. Perhaps she agreed to marry him because she was moved by his persistent pursuit. However, ever since she married into the Li family, she didn't have a moment of rest. She learned this and that every day, and even learned poetry. Li Zixuan once told her that she didn't need it. However, she said that she wanted to improve and she wanted to be worthy of him. Humble love, humble self. Many people felt that this kind of humble love was not worth cherishing, but Li Zixuan did not think so. In love, if someone loved more, naturally, there would be someone who loved less. It couldn't be equal. People who loved more would give more, and naturally, they would be hurt more. This wasn't because she was cheap. It was because she loved him and didn't want to lose him. After understanding this, Li Zixuan wouldn't not cherish this relationship. He would only feel that this woman really made people feel sorry for her. And the 6th rank title that Li Er gave to Han Yushi today could be said to be timely reign. In this era, the title of a noble was very rare. If a 6th rank noble was placed in a place, even the county magistrate would have to greet them with the courtesy of an official. Li Er nodded. Qin Xiong and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er laughed and said, "That's enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today, Shu Bao's body has recovered. I am really happy in my heart. Jijia, pharmacist, Jingda, since you guys are here, don't leave. Today, we are here to celebrate with wine. We won't go back until we are drunk." Speaking of drinking, Qing Yaojin suddenly became excited. He didn't care about the etiquette of a monarch and minister. He patted his arm and laughed loudly. "Okay. We originally planned to eat wine at Second Brother's place at noon. It's good that your Majesty is here. Speaking of which, we brothers haven't eaten at the same table with your Majesty for a year, right? Haha. Yes. Today, Xiao Xian is here. This kid's culinary skills are excellent. He can cook a few dishes for us to eat with wine. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Chapter 617. When it came to cooking, many people would subconsciously think of the phrase, "A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen." It was clearly inappropriate for Li Zishuan, the founding baron of the country, to personally cook. However, the elders in the backyard clearly didn't think so. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Yuqi Jingda had always treated Li Zishuan as their own junior. If something happened to Li Zishuan, the 4 of them would definitely be the first to act. As for Li Zishuan, because of Han Tianhu's Han family, he was considered relatives of Li Zishuan. Needless to say, Li Zishuan himself also wanted to try the dishes personally cooked by Li Zishuan. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, who didn't know that Li Zishuan was the best at eating? Therefore, Li Zishuan was unquestionably sent to cook for these elders and big shots to go with the wine. As the emperor, if he wanted to eat lunch at the Qin residence, Li Zishuan obviously wouldn't be the only one busy. When Madame Qin, who was chatting with Han Yushi in the backyard, heard that Li Zishuan was going to eat at the Qin residence, she quickly ordered the servants to prepare the ingredients. Then, she personally went to the kitchen. Han Yushi followed behind her. "Xiao Xian. Why are you here? Why aren't you in the front room with His Majesty? They all say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Why are you, a man, in the kitchen? Go out and let Auntie." Madame Qin originally planned to personally cook lunch. After all, it was for the emperor. However, she couldn't be careless. If the servants didn't pay attention or had any evil intentions and something happened to Li Zishuan while he was eating at the Qin residence, then the hundreds of people in the Qin residence would be finished. After entering the kitchen, Madame Qin saw Li Zishuan cutting the pork and couldn't help but reprimand him. Han Yushi, who was following behind, also couldn't help but open her mouth in shock when she saw this scene. When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled as he cut the pork. What gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? That was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisy. Today, Uncle Qin has just recovered from a serious illness, and this little one's cooking skills are just right. I'll conveniently make a few side dishes for Uncle Qin, the elders, and His Majesty to show my sincerity. What's wrong with that? Mencius had a famous saying, "A gentleman is like a beast. Seeing it alive, he cannot bear to see it dead, hearing its voice, he cannot bear to eat its flesh." Therefore, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. In the traditional etiquette system, it was simply established as a code of conduct, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. If there is blood and qi, he should not be humiliated. Li Zishuan felt that the person who said this was simply asking for trouble. Since you can't bear to kill, then don't eat meat. Not only did he have to satisfy his desire for good food, but he also couldn't bear to see the pain of animals dying. He had to stay away from the scene of the killing so that he could eat with a clear conscience. If this wasn't hypocrisy, then what was? Therefore, When he heard Mrs. Qin say that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, Li Zishuan thought that it was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisy. Mrs. Qin saw this and anxiously said, "That's all nonsense. No matter what you say, Auntie has never seen a man personally cook in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, hurry up and come out." Li Zishuan saw that he couldn't persuade Mrs. Qin and felt helpless. He could only bring out the flag and say, "Auntie, this is what His Majesty asked me to do. I have no choice." "What? His Majesty asked you to do it?" Mrs. Qin frowned when she heard this and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She thought for a while and said, Then Auntie will help you." "Husband. I'll help you too." Li Zishuan knew that if he still didn't agree, Mrs. Qin would probably go to the backyard to talk to Li Er personally. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Auntie and wife." "Hey! You child, why are you being so polite with Auntie? Besides, this is what Auntie should do." Mrs. Qin laughed and went into the kitchen. She began to instruct the maids to help Li Zishuan wash the vegetables. Han Yushi walked to Li Zishuan's side and said softly, "Husband, what are you going to cook? Can I help you?" Li Zishuan smiled and said softly, "I'm going to cook a few new dishes. Vinegar radish skin, big bowl of steamed pork, steamed chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes. Wife, you can just watch from the side and cook for me in the future. How about?" Han Yushi carefully memorized the names of these dishes and said, "Okay, that's good. I'll learn seriously." Seeing the serious expression on the woman's face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but flick her flawless forehead with his clean hand that was holding the kitchen knife and said, "Don't worry. Why are you so serious? If you can't learn it today, I'll teach you in the future." "Oh right, wife, I have good news here. I'll tell you when we get home." Han Yushi hurriedly covered her forehead as if she had been electrocuted. Then, she guiltily glanced in Mrs. Qin's direction. She didn't even dare to ask about the surprise Li Zishuan said. She hurriedly stood to the side and lowered her head like an ostrich. Mrs. Qin, who wasn't far away, noticed the couple's small movements, but she didn't say anything. She just smiled with great comfort. It was obvious that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Li Zishuan was slightly embarrassed. Then, he pretended that nothing had happened and began to cook. The first dish was a big bowl of steamed pork. Northerners like to eat meat in big bites. Naturally, the wine was like a large piece of meat going through the intestines. They wanted a refreshing taste. Qing Yao Jin and the others would definitely like this big bowl of steamed pork. First, cut the streaky pork into pieces, blanch them in boiling water, soak them in wine, and then deep fry them. Finally, add some preserved vegetables. These vegetables are produced in the Guangdong area. During the Tang dynasty, there were a lot of them in Lingnan. As the base, steam them for half an hour, and the bright red and tender steamed pork in a big bowl will be ready to be served. Of course, during this time, Li Zishuan also made the vinegar-choked radish skin. This dish couldn't be easier. Then, he made the diced chicken. He chose a piece of chicken breast meat and cut it into small cubes. Then, he tore up some orange peel, pepper, cloves, fennel, and other spices. He turned on the fire and heated up a little bit of oil. Then, he put the meat and the seasonings into the pot and stir-fried it. The flavor of the spices permeated into the meat. He ate a bite of the diced chicken with a sip of wine. It was so refreshing. There were also fried fish pieces. He cut a whole fat black carp into big chunks and marinated it with salt and white wine grains for an hour. The fish pieces would show a light pink color, which was very tempting. Then, he mixed eggs and flour and fried the fish pieces with hot oil. The fish pieces were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When it was time to eat, he made a hot sauce with garlic and soy sauce and poured it over it to go with wine. The taste was so good that even an immortal wouldn't exchange it for it. The more Li Zishuan cooked, the more proficient he became. Han Yushi and Mrs. Qin, who were next to him, were more and more dumbfounded. The more they looked, the more they were hungry. This color, this aroma, they almost couldn't help but want to eat it first. Madame Qin gulped and thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty allowed Xiao Xian to come over and cook. Sigh, I don't know where this child learned to cook these dishes, but they're even more delicious than mine, someone who's been cooking for decades. Chapter 618. After working in the Qin family's kitchen for more than 2 hours, Li Zixuan finally finished preparing lunch for the big shots in the backyard. There weren't many types of dishes, only 5 dishes and 1 soup in total. However, the portions of each dish were large and were all placed in small bowls. After all, the big shots sitting in the house were all martial artists and their appetites were extraordinarily large. After the dishes were done, Li Zixuan naturally didn't have anything to do. Madame Qin ordered the maids to bring the bowls of dishes to the front hall. Li Zixuan didn't care about this. After washing his hands, he pulled his wife out of the kitchen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Qin Huayu and Qing Chimo walking towards him. Li Zixuan was stunned and asked, "Hey, Huayu, Chonyo, you two are back?" Qin Huayu went to Yunshan to participate in labor as early as a month ago. Qing Chimo liked to slack off, and it had only been half a month since he went to Yunshan. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be at Yunshan now because Yunshan was a little far from Chang'an. The students of the School of Mathematics would usually eat together in the cafeteria of Yunshan at noon. Oh! What meat is this? It smells so good. Hey! Wait! Don't go. Let me try a piece. Qing Chimo was about to answer when he smelled an extremely rich fragrance of meat. His attention was immediately attracted by the little maid holding the bowls of dishes. What was worse was that this guy was not only talking, but also stretching out his black dog paw. Stop! Madame Qin, who was standing behind him, quickly caught up to him and scolded, "Ugly bull, stop fooling around. This food was prepared for His Majesty. If you really want to eat, then go wash your hands and eat at the table." "What are you doing now?" Qing Chimo immediately stopped. He widened his eyes and said, "Huh? Is Her Majesty here too?" He had just brought Qin Huayu home. After learning that Qin Xiong had recovered from his old injuries and had unexpectedly broken through to the next realm, and that Qing Chimo was freeloading at the Qin family today, Qing Chimo rolled his eyes and followed Qin Huayu over. However, he only came over to freeload a meal. He really didn't know that Li Er was here. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come. His Majesty, your Uncle Yuchi, and the others are all here. Since you're here, Cho Ox, go wash your hands and accompany them to drink later. After saying that, Madame Qin led the maids into the room, leaving behind a dumbfounded Qing Chimo. "Ha! Who told you to be so smug?" Li Zixuan stepped forward and teased Qing Chimo. Then, he looked at Qin Huayu and asked, "Huayu, how are things at Cloud Mountain?" Qin Huayu said, "The construction of the academy has been completed. All that's left are some non-urgent buildings. The students of the School of Mathematics have all returned home today to prepare for the entrance exam." Everything was completed just like that? Li Zixuan was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "That's fast." Then, "Huayu, you guys have worked hard." At this moment, he just remembered that the entrance exam of Yanhuang College was about to begin, and he hadn't even started writing the exam papers. It seemed like he couldn't wander around anymore. "Ha! Of course, we've worked hard. Xiao Xian, you have to compensate us well." Qing Chimo laughed shamelessly. Li Zixuan said in annoyance, "Compensate? Isn't this lunch compensation for you? Cho Ox, you can't eat these dishes anywhere else even if you want to." What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? I, Old Cheng, want to try it and see what it tastes like." After the dishes were served, Qing Chimo couldn't help but salivate when he smelled the fragrance of the meat with preserved vegetables. He was eager to try it. Cough, cough. Qin Xiong coughed heavily and signaled Qing Chimo to notice that Li Er was still at the table. Qing Chimo came back to his senses and blushed. He put down his chopsticks and said awkwardly, "Cough, cough. Your Majesty, please try this first." Li Er smiled and said, "What? We haven't eaten together for so long, and now we're becoming distant." Thinking back to when Jijia was at the table, he didn't give in no matter who the other party was. Ching Chimo touched his nose and didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, "You were still the king of Qin, and we were all good brothers. Now that you're the emperor, how can I, old Cheng, not be more careful?" Haha. Jijia, are you trying to say that today is different from the past? I'm already the emperor of a country, and you can't laugh and scold me like before? Also, Shu Bao, pharmacist, Jingda, Jinda, do you all think the same? What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not guess what Cheng Yao Jin was thinking? He glanced at the people in the room and said with a meaningful smile. Ching Chimo hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This official doesn't dare." Qin Xiong and the others also bowed slightly and said, "This official doesn't dare." Don't dare? Li Er's mood suddenly became agitated. He stood up straight and looked at everyone at the table. He said with a face full of resentment, "You all just don't dare? This means that you all really thought so in your hearts. Ha! To put it bluntly, you all are afraid. You all are afraid that I will punish you because of your words and actions. You all are afraid that I will be the emperor now, and my temperament will change greatly compared to before. You all are afraid that I will be like Liu Bang, who just ascended the throne and then killed a meritorious official. You all are afraid, aren't you?" At the end of his words, Li Er was almost shouting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Ching Chimo was even grumbling in his heart about why he came to freeload today. In the end, he didn't even freeload the meal, but first freeload the tiger's butt. He was really unlucky. Seeing that no one responded, Li Er was even more depressed. He continued, "Today, I will tell you clearly. Although I am the emperor, Shu Bao, Jijia, and the rest of you have been with me through life and death on the battlefield, I will always treat you as my brothers. Today, I swear to the heavens that in my lifetime, I will never be like Liu Bang, and you will never be like Han Xian." Liu Bang was already more than 50 years old when he became the emperor. In his later years, he became increasingly suspicious of the meritorious officials who fought with him, especially those with different surnames. In the end, Zhang Tu, Zhang Ao, Han Wang Xian, Peng Yu, Han Xian, Ingbu, and the others were killed one after another. Ingbu even rebelled. Liu Bang personally led an army when he was ill and defeated him. After that, the country was handed over to the descendants of the Liu family. Not only that, but he also became suspicious of Xiao He. He forced him to think of ways to tarnish his reputation to arouse Emperor Yi's suspicion. In the end, he almost died. At this time, after Li Er finished speaking, he slammed the wine bowl heavily and said heroically, "Serve the wine." Li Zishuan, Qin Huayu, and Ching Chimo looked at each other and went to serve the wine obediently. After all, they were the only ones in the room who could be ordered. Chapter 619. Zhen has already said what needs to be said. Today, all of you, bring out the heroic spirit you had when you fought with Zhen on the battlefield. Shu Bao's old injuries have healed and he unexpectedly broke through. Aren't you all happy? Come. There are no monarchs and ministers on the table today. Let's not go home until we're drunk. After Li Zishuan filled the empty wine bowl in front of him, Li Er picked it up and raised it in front of his chin. He said loudly to Qin Xiong, Cheng Yao Jin, and the others. Cough cough. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu, these two idiots, didn't dare to come over and pour wine for Li Zishuan, so this tough job naturally fell on Li Zishuan's head. Come. Let's do it. When it comes to drinking, Cheng Yao Jin, have never been afraid of anyone. Since your Majesty said that there are no monarchs and ministers on the table today, then don't blame me when you get drunk by me. Cheng Yao Jin was the most careless. He held the wine bowl and stood up as he spoke in a rough voice. Li Er laughed loudly. Haha. Do you think Jin doesn't know your alcohol tolerance? If you can get Jin drunk today, Jin will give a daughter to your Qing family. After Li Er's sincere words, Qing Yaojin's heart had already relaxed. His eyes lit up and he said, Your Majesty, are you serious? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel moved. According to the official history, Qing Yaojin's second son, Qing Chuliang, did marry Li Er's daughter, Princess Qinghe. History was always shockingly similar. A monarch doesn't joke. Although Li Er's body didn't look as sturdy as Qing Yaojin's, he still had some skills in alcohol tolerance. After all, how many emperors hadn't been baptized by alcohol? After the two of them messed around, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yuqi Jingde joined in the fun and said, Your Majesty, you can only believe half of Qing Jijia's words. The older this old guy gets, the less reliable his mouth. Niu Jinda smiled and said, That's right, that's right. Jijia's alcohol tolerance can't even compare to me, old Niu. He only knows how to boast. Qing Yaojin immediately panicked. He glared at Zhao Yu and said, Hey! I say, the two of you are starting to collude, right? Come, come, come. Watch me, old Qing, beat the both of you up. I'll drink first to show my respect. After saying that, he picked up the wine bowl and was about to drink it all. Niu Jinda hurriedly said, Wait, wait. What's wrong? Hey, old Niu, are you scared? Qing Yaojin was puzzled at first, but then he said proudly. Niu Jinda spat, Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you, madman Qing? What I want to say is, how boring is it for you to drink one bowl after another? It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. Why don't we compete in drinking with finger-guessing games? Your Majesty, Shu Bao, what do you think? Li Er nodded. Sure. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Yes. When Qing Yaojin saw this, he could only straighten his neck and say, Let's play the finger-guessing game. Come, come, come. Everyone quickly reached an agreement and prepared to start the finger-guessing game. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the field. How boring is this finger-guessing game? I know a more interesting game that's most suitable for drinking. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Qing Chimo who was eagerly making the suggestion. Go, go, go. We are drinking. You little brat, take 2 pieces of meat and scram to the side to eat. Qing Yaojin didn't waste any time. He came up and slapped Qing Chimo twice on the back of his head. Qing Chimo was hit hard, and he instantly grimaced in pain. When he heard Qing Yaojin's heartless words, he was furious. He didn't know if this guy had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts, but he actually said, Io. What the heck, Dad, am I still your biological son? You can really bear to hit me and say that. Pfft. Li Zishuan was the first one who couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The rest of the people, including Li Er, also laughed out loud. Qing Yaojin's face darkened, and he was about to hit again when Li Er hurriedly stopped him. All right, Jijia, stop hitting. Let Chou Niu speak. Who knows, this kid might really have some good ideas. Only then did Qing Yaojin stop. However, he still glared fiercely at Qing Chimo and said, Speak. You little rascal, if you can't say anything, I'll break your legs when we get back. Qing Chimo shrunk his neck and then began to introduce to the big bosses in the field. This game is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are very simple. You can first randomly choose a person and say any number. For example, Her Majesty says 5, Uncle Li, you have to immediately say 6, and so on. However, whenever you encounter a number that is a multiple of 7 or a number that contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say, pass. Those who don't say, pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all be considered to have failed. The person who fails will be punished with a glass of wine, and then the next round of the game will start from this person again. I wonder what Her Majesty and the rest of the uncles think. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. This fellow had completely copied the rules of the game that he had mentioned the other day. It was really hard on him. However, copying the game itself wasn't a problem. The problem was, no. How can this game be as simple as finger guessing? You little rascal, you're just adding to the trouble. As expected, before Li Er could say anything, Qing Yaojin was the first to jump out and reprimand him. Actually, at this moment, Qing Yaojin was also sweating in his heart. Was this son really his biological son? Why did he keep tricking him? Because if they were to follow the rules of the game, the ones who would suffer the most would be him and Wuxia Jingda. Although the rest of the people were generals, they weren't like the two of them who only knew martial arts and didn't know literature. Qing Chumo had come up with such a bad idea. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Li Er thought for a moment and understood the essence of this game. He suddenly found it interesting and said, Jijia, it's not right to say that. Compared to finger guessing, this game is obviously much more fun. Let's do this today. Apart from Wuxia Jingda, the rest of the old generals all agreed. These two miserable brothers glared hatefully at Qing Chumo. They could only obey the majority. Next, without a doubt. Qin Xiong, 19. Li Jing, 20. Qing Yaojin. 20. 1. No. Wuxia Jingda, who was below Qing Yaojin, heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed loudly. Haha. Qing Jijia, you lost. Drink first. Let's talk about other things. Yes. Drink first. Li Er picked a large piece of braised meat for himself and said to Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin was helpless. He could only admit defeat and drink first. Then, the burning alcohol directly penetrated his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Qing Yaojin hurriedly picked up a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, wanting to use it to ease his pain. In the end, he was instantly stunned by the taste. As he stuffed himself, he shouted excitedly. This meat is really delicious. It looks greasy on the outside, but it's not greasy at all when eaten. TSK. Little Xian's culinary skills are really good. With these things to go with wine, I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. Li Er couldn't help but say, this is called fat but not greasy. Qing Jijia, why are you talking so much? Qing Yaojin laughed dryly and said, Heh. How can my knowledge compare to His Majesty? This fried fish is also very delicious. With these dishes to go with wine today, I can definitely not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Let's continue. It's my turn. I say 13. Wuxia Jingda hurriedly said, pass. It was naturally impossible to not get drunk after 1,000 cups. After all, his strength was there. After failing again and again, old Qing finally became cold and collapsed under the table. Li Zishuan and Qing Chumo hurriedly apologized to Li Er. The two of them dragged Qing Yaojin and prepared to send him back to the Qing family. Little Xian, if I do this, won't we lose our Qing family's princess daughter-in-law? If His Majesty grants a marriage to Chu Liang, won't I be trapping my brother? Qing Chumo thought for a long time and finally realized that something was wrong. He patted his head and said with regret. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, not only did you trick your brother, but you also tricked your father. Thousand-eyed Temptress. Chapter 620. Oh right, husband. When we were at the Qin Manor, you once said that you wanted to give me a surprise. Can you tell me now? After carrying Qing Yaojin into the Qing Manor's carriage, Li Zishuan directly brought his wife home. In the study, Li Zishuan was thinking about the students' entrance exam papers when he heard Han Yushi's gentle and slightly expectant voice. Li Zishuan put away his thoughts, turned his head, and pretended to say, yes. That seems to be the case. But as for what the surprise is, I also forgot. Husband, you. When Han Yushi heard that, she glared at Li Zishuan and said. Haha. Wife, do you really want to know what the surprise is? Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi to his side and asked with a smile. Didn't you forget, husband? Even if I want to know, what's the use? Han Yushi pouted and turned her head to the side. The summer breeze blew in through the window and happened to blow a strand of hair by her ear to Li Zishuan's nose. Smelling the fragrance of the hair, Li Zishuan felt a little itchy. He turned Han Yushi's body around and pretended to be serious. Although I've forgotten, there's a way for me to remember it immediately. Yes, come. Wife, you just need to use your lips to leave a mark of love on it. After I feel your love, I will have a flash of inspiration, and I will be able to remember everything. As Li Zishuan spoke, he pointed to the right side of his face. However, this fellow's expression was not vulgar at all. Instead, he looked bright and upright. However, how could Han Yushi, who had been with Li Zishuan for so long, not know that this was Li Zishuan's little trick? She twisted her body and rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan. Humph. Husband can even lie with his eyes open now. I don't believe it. Hey. You little girl. Li Zishuan's lie was exposed, so he angrily scratched Han Yushi's nose. Then, he walked to the side of the bed, put his hands behind his head, and lay down. He said shamelessly, sigh. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, your husband has intermittent amnesia. If you don't give me a kiss today, your husband's amnesia won't be cured. Naturally, you won't know what the surprise is. Han Yushi was furious. She walked over and pinched Li Zishuan's arm. Husband, you're cheating. Shameless? Did I? I'm just telling the truth. How am I cheating? Humph. If that's the case, then forget it. I don't want to know what the surprise is now. Han Yushi got up and stomped her feet. She turned around and was about to leave. She loved Li Zishuan, but she didn't want Li Zishuan to succeed so easily. Moreover, it was still daytime. As soon as she turned around, Li Zishuan's slightly bewitching voice came from behind. I suddenly remembered something. It seems that this surprise is very, very important to you. Do you really not want to know? Han Yushi stopped in her tracks and said hesitantly, I don't want to know. I'll know when I feel that it's time. But this surprise is related to your future life. Really? Will not want to do. Really? This fellow said it so clearly. He had completely revealed his true colors. Han Yushi looked conflicted. After a while, she stomped her feet, turned around, and returned to the bed. She leaned over and poked Li Zishuan's face. Then, she quickly tried to straighten up. Li Zishuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a fragrant wind seeped into his nostrils. Then, he felt something soft, warm, and water-like on his face. This beautiful feeling disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get up, he quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Han Yushi exclaimed. She wanted to break free, but she realized that it was all in vain. She couldn't help but be anxious and angry. Hubby, didn't you just say that a kiss would be enough? Let go of me and tell me the surprise. Li Zishuan leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and whispered, that was the condition 15 minutes ago. Now, it's time to collect interest. Han Yushi was shocked and instantly understood what this fellow was going to do. She hurriedly said, don't. Hubby, it's still daytime. If mother and Lon come to the west courtyard later, everything will be over. Oh. Wife, don't worry. Lon won't come. Let's hurry up. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was obsessed with sex, couldn't care less about that. He mumbled as he snuggled into Han Yushi's arms. Logically speaking, they were newlyweds. What was wrong with being a little passionate about this? Unfortunately, this fellow was busy with various matters in the academy and didn't have time to be distracted. After holding it in for so long, he was suffocated. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? After a while, there was a suppressed gasp in the room, but the volume was very, very low. Oh. Xiao Shi, young madam has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out? The sun is going to set soon. According to the usual practice, young madam should be in the kitchen cooking delicious food for young master. Outside the door, Xiao He looked at the tightly shut door and asked Xiao Shi, who was sitting in the corridor. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes and said, I think you're the one who's craving for food again. Every time young madam cooks for young master, you would secretly eat it. Luckily, young madam is kind and didn't argue with you. Otherwise, she would definitely sell you out. Xiao He stuck out her tongue and blushed. Young madam wouldn't do that. Besides, young master wouldn't be so heartless. Then, she looked at the door and whispered, Hey, Xiao Shi, do you think young master and young madam are doing that in the room? That's why they haven't come out. Xiao Shi's face instantly turned red. She used her finger to point at Xiao He's forehead and scolded, Stupid Xiao He. You. Why are you thinking about these things every day? Young master and young madam. They wouldn't. Ah. 6th grade noble title? Husband, is what you said true? Before Xiao Shi finished speaking, there was a scream in the room. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was very excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost control of his voice. In the room, the two of them were lying side by side on the bed and had already put on their clothes. However, from their messy hair and messy bedsheets, it was obvious that they had a fierce battle just now. Shoo! Lower your voice. Wife, you are trying to invite someone else in. Li Zixuan hurriedly covered his wife's mouth and then glanced at the door with a guilty conscience. If someone else came in now, it wouldn't be a big deal for him as a man. However, he was afraid that Han Yushi would be blamed because of this and be afraid of intimacy in the future. That wouldn't be worth it.